Chapter 271 You are the captain, then you die first. Kill Cyclops Chief LV.30, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Strength Belt LV.30 Epic. Opposite Gu Chen, the faces of the 5 contestants instantly turned pale. Who is this guy? Why is he so outrageous? The Sagittarius's face was full of horror, and his voice trembled unconsciously. Hurry, try to detect his attributes and skills. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you think of countermeasures. Master Elemental shouted anxiously. The Shadow Dancer tried it and shook his head helplessly. Damn it, I can't detect it at all. It seems that he has some special means to block the detection. Everyone didn't know that the officer medal worn by Gu Chen had a counter-detection function, which made their attempts doomed to fail. The paladin captain frowned and turned to look at the Rune Master girl. You have rich experience, can you estimate his combat power? The Rune Master girl took a deep breath, her face full of solemnity. Just that giant dragon summons beast, the 5 of us combined can't last for a second in front of him. When the rest of the people heard this, they all took a breath. How can you fight this? The Rune Master girl thought quickly for a moment and made a calm judgment. Then the ultimate demon dragon is too powerful. We have no chance of winning against the frontal confrontation. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope for adopting guerrilla tactics. Captain, go up and attract its attention first force. When the paladin heard this, his face suddenly stopped. But when you see that the demon dragon is ahead, if you don't go, the end will be eliminated. If you go, there is still a glimmer of hope. As soon as he thought of this, he quickly clasped the shield with both hands and shouted. Sacred Charge! His whole person turned into a dazzling white lightning, rushing towards Gu Chen with an indomitable aura. However, the demon dragon in the end did not take this small attack seriously. It simply waved the wide dragon wings casually, and a dazzling light and shadow burst out from it. Wing light cracking the sky. The light and shadow blade is several times sharper than the sharpest artifact, and the space wherever it passes is torn apart, and the space is torn into black cracks. The captain's sacred charge was like fragile thin paper in front of this sharp blade of light and shadow, and was instantly ruthlessly disintegrated. The captain himself was even more shocked by this powerful aftermath, and he flew backwards uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. A long trace was drawn on the ground, and large pieces of cracks appeared on his armor. The captain endured the severe pain and stabilized his body. He immediately raised his shield and once again burst into bright skill light. Sacred Shield! The golden shield instantly enveloped him, with a dazzling light, as if it was the last light of hope. But this is just a futile struggle in front of the end demon dragon. Demon Dragon Fury! In an instant, with its huge body as the center, a terrifying power of destruction stormed in all directions like a surging tsunami. This energy was filled with endless pressure, and the air was squeezed to make a dull explosion. The surrounding ground cracked and huge stones were thrown into the air. The powerful destructive force directly crashed into the long sacred shield on the team. With a loud bang, the sacred shield was like glass hit by a heavy hammer, instantly shattering into countless golden light spots. The captain suffered a heavy blow again, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, making his whole body shaking. Seeing that his attack was useless and looking at the powerful aura of the ultimate demon dragon's unshakable mountain, the captain's heart surged with despair. But the responsibility of being the captain made him turn back and shout. Withdraw! However, at this time the contestants were dazzled by anger and reluctance. Instead of retreating, the remaining people charged towards Gu Chen and this Hongaian demon dragon. The Shadow Dancer instantly flashed behind Gu Chen with the help of the power of shadow. The shadow blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, and he waved a fatal blow with the determination to kill, and shouted, "Go together, don't be scared just like that." The elemental master chanted ancient and mysterious spells, releasing the majestic ice and fire 2 dragons. Two giant dragons roared and rushed towards the demon dragon in the end, and he shouted loudly, "The power of ice and fire, tear it apart for me!" The archer opened his bow like a full moon, and the arrow was on the string, emitting an unprecedented dazzling light. The powerful skill arrow seemed to condense all his energy. You must shoot it at the vital point. At the same time, the rune master girl quickly draws attack runes. Everyone hold on. Rune lights shot towards Gu Chen like a meteor, and she shouted anxiously. Faced with everyone's desperate struggle, the demon dragon finally snorted contempt. Then, the dragon scales on its body burst out with crystal black light. Dragon Scale Guardian. In an instant, the dragon scales formed a layer of indestructible and powerful shield. This shield exudes an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it can withstand all attacks in the world. The Shadow Dancer's shadow blade slashed on the shield, splashing only a spark and bounced away. The two dragons of ice and fire hit the shield, like hitting an invisible high wall, and their power was instantly offset. The archer's armor-breaking arrow shot onto the shield and was bounced away directly, leaving no trace left. The rune light of the rune master girl also dissipated as soon as she touched the shield. This wave of fire-raising attack was instantly disintegrated like a child's play in front of the dragon scales of the end demon dragon. Gu Chen's eyes were fixed on the paladin and said mercilessly, "You are the captain, then you die first." As soon as the words were spoken, the demon dragon opened its huge mouth. A strong black flame gushed out of his mouth, like a black torrent hitting the squadron leader. The captain had no time to react, and his body was instantly swallowed by this destructive force. During the breathing, the blood volume dropped rapidly and was emptied in a blink of an eye. In the rolling black flames, his body shattered. With the flash of light and shadow of immune death, his figure disappeared instantly, becoming the first person to be eliminated from the secret realm. This paladin captain, who is good at sacred charge and sacred shield, completely ended on the stage of the military competition. At the same time, on the large screen of the monitoring room, Gu Chen's points changed simultaneously, from 1 to 2. "I just killed one of the leader aliens and got 1 point. Another contestant has now been eliminated and 1 point is added. The captain's elimination has left the remaining 4 players on the other side." The contestant was sweating coldly in his heart. Because at this moment they wanted to escape, but found that it was too late, and their limbs were as heavy as lead. The tyrant Senluo had blocked the retreat, completely locking them tightly, and his fierce murderous intent was so strong that it almost became substantial. Under the skill effect of Tibetan transformation of everything, the surrounding elements are like being pulled by an invisible big hand and quickly transformed into wood elements. For a moment, the air was filled with a fresh and powerful sense of oppression. "Next, face destruction," Gu Chen said calmly. The tyrant Senluo was rooted in the ground, and the surrounding ground began to shake violently. It launched 1,000 thorns strike, and a large number of sharp thorns instantly broke out from the ground. The thorns are harder than steel, with barbs on the surface, and are attacking the remaining 4 contestants at an extremely fast speed. The contestants hurriedly avoided. In a panic, an archer could not dodge and was hit hard in the leg by a thorn. The thorn penetrated directly through his thighs, and blood spurted out like a fountain. He screamed in pain and fell into a state of bleeding. Seeing this, the elemental mage hurriedly cast water magic. A surging stream of water surged out of his hands, like a spirit snake, rushed towards the root thorns, trying to use the water to impact the root thorns to alleviate the crisis. He shouted, "Water snake, stop these thorns!" The root thorns of Senluo Tyrant were powerful. Although the water flow slashed some root thorns, more root thorns continued to stab at the contestants. The shooter was injured in his leg and was limited in movement, so he could only move his position with difficulty and look for an opportunity to shoot at the tyrant Senro. But his face had turned pale due to serious injuries. The Shadow Dancer uses the power of the shadow to try to get close to the tyrant of Senro to attack. However, the tyrant Senro seemed to have already understood his intentions and suddenly performed a natural fusion. In an instant, the body of the tyrant Senluo became illusory, perfectly integrated with the surrounding natural environment, and disappeared in an instant. The shadow dancer rushed to the air and looked around blankly, unable to find any trace of the tyrant of Senluo. He felt uneasy and cursed in a low voice, "Where is that summoned beast hidden?" The rune master girl observed the surroundings nervously, danced her hands quickly, and drew defensive runes. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and her eyes revealed anxiety and tension. The defense runes gradually took shape and slowly floated towards their teammates to enhance their protection. She murmured in a low voice, "Hurry, be sure to block it." However, under the powerful oppression of the Senro tyrant, the rune's light seemed a little dim. Suddenly, a deafening howling sound came from the sky. Giant wood meteor. A large number of extremely thick giant trees fell like raindrops from the sky, and each giant tree had the momentum of destroying the world. These giant trees hit the ground, and huge deep pits were instantly smashed into pieces, filled with smoke and dust. 4 contestants ran around and panicked. The injured shooter couldn't dodge and was hit by a giant tree. The whole person was smashed to the ground, fell into a state of dizziness for 3 seconds, and his blood volume plummeted. The other 3 were agile, avoiding the giant trees falling from the sky and quickly escaped from the skill range. Seeing this, the tyrant Senluo activated his skills again without saying a word. The wood realm arrives. With itself as its center, a dense forest shrouded in darkness quickly grew around it. The branches and vines in the forest attacked the 4 people like life. These branches and vines are powerful, and they suck them, leaving blood marks, causing their blood to continue to fall. At the same time, black fog was released from the forest. The black fog quickly spread out with a strange aura, blocking its spirit and vision. The 4 of them could not find their way out in this dark forest and completely lost their direction. You can only struggle under the attack of branches and vines. However, for a long time, the health of the 4 professions was cleared one after another. From beginning to end, Gu Chen only dispatched 2 summoned beasts, and this team of contestants from the southern Xinjiang military region was eliminated. Chapter 272. Before I could even say the bet, he solved one. The opponent has been eliminated. Current points, 6. Current number of participants, 95/100. The speed is too slow. 5 of them have been eliminated for so long. It seems that the progress needs to be accelerated. Gu Chen took out the map and thought about where to move forward next. At the same time, the participants from other teams were surprised when they noticed the changes in the number of participants. Just 10 minutes after the secret realm was opened, 5 contestants were eliminated. However, no team won the killing points. In a small team in the North Military Region, Suji is leading the team members to search for boss in the secret realm. Looking at the points status of the other teams, she frowned and couldn't help but mutter to herself, in just 10 minutes, 5 people were killed, but no team received points for killing them. This situation is strange. Is there an extremely tricky boss hidden in this secret realm, or is it a must-kill mechanism? The team members also surrounded them with confusion on their faces. In the past, in some secret realms, once some mechanisms were triggered, they would be killed on the spot. But in this secret realm where contestants confront each other, such a deadly mechanism should rarely appear. Suji raised her eyes and glanced at the team members, reminding with a serious expression, "Everyone has cheered me up. This secret realm is very strange. If you are not careful, you may lose your life." Suji has a unique positioning in the team. She is both the captain and a hidden professional. Therefore, even though she was relatively young among the contestants, the other 4 members of the team followed her advice. "We can't waste time here, continue to act and get the points of the alien boss first. The secret realm will also open up a deeper difficulty, and that is the real moment of fierce battle in life and death." Su Ji said as he outlined a strange star moon magic circle under the feet of his teammates around him. At the same time, gorgeous light and shadow appeared in the magic circle, pointing in a direction. At this moment, Gu Chen drove the riot magic armor and flew at an extremely fast speed in the air, advancing towards the alien stronghold on the map. Finished. He whispered softly, his eyes fixed on an area below. As expected, there were obvious combat fluctuations coming from this alien stronghold, and contestants were also present. In the valley below, the contestants of the two teams have begun a fierce battle. If you look closely, there is another acquaintance among the fierce battle between the two sides, Li Kun, who Gu Chen had met before. However, Li Kun's team was at a disadvantage and his teammates were no longer seen on the field. In the other team, 4 contestants stood aside from a distance, and only the captain of that team fought Li Kun. This actually aroused Gu Chen's interest. Li Kun is a level 28 magic swordsman, the same level as the captain. However, in the fierce Onianon confrontation, the situation was far beyond everyone's expectations, and the latter firmly gained the upper hand. Through the uniform badge, we can see that the team in front of us comes from the Western region's military region, which is obviously much stronger than the team in the southern Xinjiang military region I encountered before. The captain in the lead is a girl, who belongs to the rare profession of warrior's storm warrior. The more you fight, the more you can inspire her hidden power. I said, just a magic swordsman, you want to stop me? The girl in a strong outfit looked confident and smiled with her head raised. The violent wind element was surrounded by his body, and every time he swung his sword, it brought out a sharp whistling. I think you should retreat quickly and don't humiliate yourself here. Li Kun was covered in scars and felt a lot of grief in his heart. What magical medicine did the contestants take this class take? Why are they all outrageously strong? He thought the two sides were about the same level, and he thought they could have a draw. Who would have thought that this girl was so difficult? The blue-haired girl shouted loudly, and the offensive became more and more fierce. He took the flaws and finally concentrated his strength to swing a sword, wrapped in the strong wind, and completely tore Li Kun's body apart. Li Kun was eliminated. The captain is so awesome. So strong. The 4 players watching the game in the distance were so excited that their faces flushed and couldn't help but cheer loudly. At this moment, the blue-haired girl who had just defeated Li Kun turned around. Seeing Gu Chen in the air, the fighting spirit in her eyes instantly ignited. The blue-haired girl licked her lips and grinned, "Oh, another one? Are you here to contribute points to me too?" Indoor testing. On the huge projection screen, the picture is not focused on a contestant, but on the fierce battles of each team. At this moment, Ling Feng stared at Gu Chen's eyes as if he had discovered a rare treasure. He pulled Su Jingfeng from the Western Region military region over and said excitedly, "Old Su, come on, we have to have a gamble this time. Gu Chen is now facing the team of your Western Region military region. I see, that little girl is very famous in your Western Region military region. She has a rare career in changing jobs, right? You mean Lan Ying?" Su Jingfeng looked in the direction Ling Feng pointed, and saw Gu Chen and Lan Ying confrontation in countless small pictures at first glance. Yes, Lan Ying is from a professional family, and her professional storm warrior is also an extremely powerful main battle profession. You want to bet with me? Okay, I am full of confidence in the contestants of our Western Region military region. Su Jingfeng's eyes were firm and his tone was firm. In fact, there is another thing he did not explain clearly. This Lan Ying was not only from a professional family. After being recruited into the Western Region's military region, he also personally trained for a period of time. He is full of confidence in the soldiers he brought out. Hearing this, Ling Feng agreed happily and rubbed his hands with excitement. Okay, I'm worried about not having an opponent, our bet. Not finished speaking. In the projection screen where Gu Chen was, a deafening sound suddenly came. Everyone's faces changed. Immediately turned my head and looked at it. The tyrant Senro let out a deafening roar and activated his skills without hesitation. Giant wood meteor. Lan Ying subconsciously looked up and saw countless stout giant trees falling like raindrops in the sky. Each giant tree has the momentum of destroying the world, as if it is about to smash the earth into an abyss. Her face was stunned, and a hint of timid flashed in her eyes. But instead of retreating, she tried her best to launch the release storm, trying to resist this attack like the arrival of the doomsday. However, the skills of the tyrant Senro were beyond her control. A huge tree hit her heavily with a huge force. Lan Ying felt a severe pain in her body, and her blood volume dropped rapidly. Her body was instantly hit by this huge force and fell into a brief dizziness. Before she could recover, a large number of giant trees fell in the sky like a popular one. The giant tree was facing Lan Ying with the might of destroying the world. Lan Ying widened her eyes in horror, trying to avoid it, but she could not move at all. In crisis, an assassin teammate next to him rushed forward immediately. With his high agility attribute, he dexterously avoided the giant trees falling from the sky. However, he did not notice that the ground under his feet suddenly broke open, and a black thorn as thick as a thigh suddenly pierced out. Swish! Almost in a moment, the assassin was hit by a root thorn. While the severe pain came, his movements stopped. Immediately afterwards, a huge piece of wood carried a strong sense of oppression and hit his head. Bang! The assassin's health dropped sharply and he was also dizzy. Immediately afterwards, the tyrant Senluo did not give him any time to breathe. A large number of giant trees fell from the sky, and his blood was cleared in just a few breaths. Are you mistaken? Another one was eliminated so quickly. In the monitoring room, I don't know who exclaimed. Su Jingfeng felt his heart tightening suddenly, as if the giant trees also hit his chest hard. Oh, I'll go. Ling Feng punched the palm of his hand in annoyance. I didn't even have time to say this. Gu Chen, he had already solved one. In the secret realm. The remaining 4 team members of the Western Region military region were so shocked that their faces were pale when they saw that the assassin teammate was killed in a blink of an eye. Team leader. 3 of them were shocked and looked in the direction where Lan Ying was. Then, they looked at Gu Chen and Senluo Tyrant with a vigilant look on their faces. This Senluo Tyrant has his methods that are beyond imagination. Even if there are professionals with outstanding perception in the team, when they noticed that the tyrant Senro took action, the assassin was already arrested. This is the terrifying strength of mythical summoned beasts, with a strong output ability. Soon, as the last giant wood fell down, Lan Ying walked out of a piece of smoke and gravel. At this moment, she was surrounded by a violent and increasingly intense storm aura, and the aura surging like a substance. Her hair danced wildly, like a lively blue flame, with a hot and decisive fighting spirit burning in her eyes. With the blessing of this unique storm aura, Lan Ying was like a revengeful god of war, with great momentum. Seeing this, the 4 teammates hurriedly gathered over, with both worry and a hint of longing in their eyes. Gu Chen's eyes showed an unexpected look. Judging from the opponent's current performance, this should be the talent of Storm Warrior Storm Resonance. When Lan Ying enters the battle state, she is able to resonate strongly with the storm elements around her. The storm element is as spiritual as it can provide her with additional defense. When it is attacked, it has a certain chance to convert damage into its own storm energy and store it. More importantly, as the battle time continues, the power of the storm skills she uses will continue to be superimposed and improved. Each time you successfully release your skill, the damage of the skill will be increased by 10% the next time. And the skill range will also be expanded by 5%, making her stronger in protracted battles, like the Master of a Storm, controlling the rhythm of the battle. Perhaps, it is precisely because of this talent that she was able to possess the professional heritage of Storm Warrior. At this time, Lan Ying danced with both hands and activated her skills. Storm cage. The power of the storm around her quickly condensed, forming a huge, rotating storm cage in front of her. The cage was flashing with blue lightning, making a low whistling sound, like a greedy giant beast trying to swallow everything around it. Her body slowly floated up the air, her cold eyes staring at Gu Chen, imposing aura. Although I don't know who you are, congratulations, you will see the real power of the storm. Chapter 273. Yes, you are all here, so I can save you one by one. Lan Ying's lips raised, showing a determined smile. Beside her, teammates from the auxiliary profession impose a boost effect on her as soon as possible. Various lights flashed on her body, further enhancing her attributes. Gu Chen stood there, looking down at her calmly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The next second, Lan Ying moved. She pushed forward with her hands. The huge storm cage flew rapidly towards Gu Chen like a beast that broke away from its reins. Wherever you pass, the ground was plowed out by the force of the storm, and the air around you was stirred up wildly. Under the influence of her talent, this storm cage is stronger and has a wider range than usual. Seeing this, Gu Chen's eyes were calm. The Abyss Sacrifice set released a layer of shield like water waves, and the surface of the Riot Demon armor also shone cold green light. Storm cage hits Gu Chen's defense, making a deafening sound. The power of the storm was raging wildly, trying to break through this layer of protection, but it could not be shaken at all. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Lan Ying's eyes. She once again condensed the power of the storm and prepared to launch a new round of attacks. Due to the talent bonus, her storm energy is more abundant at this moment than before. However, Gu Chen did not give her a chance. With a thought, the tyrant Senluo instantly activated his skill. Wood transformation of everything. The surrounding wood elements surged wildly, and countless thick vines grew rapidly under Lan Ying and his teammates' feet, and in the blink of an eye, their bodies tightly wrapped around them. Lan Ying struggled hard, trying to break free from the shackles of the vines. At the same time, she once again used the Storm Phantom Flash, turning into several blue phantoms, trying to break through the siege. But how could Senro Tyrant let her escape easily? Thousand Thorns Strike. A large number of sharp thorns instantly broke out from the ground and stabbed towards Lan Ying. Lan Ying waved her long sword and cut off the nearest thorns. With the defensive bonus brought by the Storm Resonance talent, she temporarily resisted the attack of some thorns. But there were too many thorns, and she gradually became a little overwhelmed. One by one, the thorns stabbed her body while she was unprepared. Lan Ying groaned and wounds appeared on her body. Although her talent converted part of the damage into storm energy, the continuous attack still made her body unable to bear it. As the injury deepened, her movements gradually slowed down, and the release of the storm skills began to be affected. Soon, under the storm-like attack of Senluo Tyrant, Lan Ying's health dropped rapidly and could no longer hold on. Her body slowly fell down, and her teammates on the side also lost their combat ability under the attack of Senro Tyrant. Buzz! The effect of death immunity was triggered, and the 5 people were instantly teleported out of the secret realm. The Blue Ying team of the Western Region Military Region was eliminated. The opponent has been eliminated. Current points, 1-1. Current number of participants, 25/100. As a rare profession, Lan Ying has good combat power, but the team she led cannot be regarded as the top team in the Western Region's military region. It was also expected that Gu Chen would easily eliminate it. Next, Gu Chen killed the nearby leader alien race. Just as he was about to take out the map, a sound suddenly rang in his ear. The number of people eliminated exceeds 25, the second level of the secret realm is opened. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. The thick dark clouds seemed to be pulled by an invisible giant hand, quickly gathering and surging, and stacking together layer by layer. The earth began to tremble violently, and huge cracks spread out at extremely fast speed. Wherever you pass, the rocks collapse and dust fly. The spiritual energy that filled the air also fell into extreme disorder, and sometimes violently surged. The second level of the secret realm is opened. At this time, a team of contestants sat upright on the back of a majestic spirit turtle. The hard shell of the spirit turtle flashed with cold light in the dim light. It took steady and slow steps and moved forward in this ruin full of broken walls. This is a team of contestants from the Western Region Military Region. Captain Xiao Yi has been transferred to a rare profession Spirit Master. On weekdays, he always looks gentle and graceful. However, at this moment, his handsome face was covered with a cloud, as if a storm was about to come. The Spirit Master can communicate with the power of heaven and earth with his own energy and summon powerful guardian spirits for his own use. Its ability is mysterious and extremely rare. He frowned, his face revealing deep anger and doubt. Which bastard is targeting our Western Region Military Region? The voice was low and depressing, as if it was squeezed out from the gap of teeth. In less than half an hour, 10 of us were eliminated. This could never be a coincidence. Standing beside Xiao Yi, the tall girl in a purple robe was graceful, but she couldn't hide her anger. She clenched her fists with her hands, her joints turned slightly white due to the force, and her tone was full of reluctance and anger. It must be someone who deliberately asked for trouble. No matter who the other party is, our Western Region's military region is not a soft persimmon, so it's up to others to take care of it. We must fight back to let them know how powerful we are. Xiao Yi snorted coldly, and the cold snorted like ice ridges passing through the glass, with a biting chill. Xiao Yi snorted coldly, and his aura instantly stirred up. The powerful mental power is like a stream of the invisible wave spreads around with him as the center. Under the guidance of this mental power, ripples appeared in the space, as if a calm lake had been thrown into a huge rock. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar came out of the ripples, and a huge ice unicorn slowly emerged. The ice Kirin emits crystal blue light all over. Its body is tall and powerful, and every muscle is full of power. Its scales are like an ice sculpture, shining with a cold light, as if it can freeze everything close to it. A sharp horn above the ice Kirin's head exuded powerful energy, and the air around it was trembling slightly under the pressure of this energy. Bing Kailan raised his head and let out a roar. The roar seemed to come from the depths of the distant glacier, with endless chill and majesty. Wherever the roar went, a thick layer of frost instantly formed on the surrounding ground. The ground became as smooth as a mirror, and even the people on the back of the spirit turtle could feel the chill that was coming to their face, which made them shudder. Xiao Yi's eyes were firm, and his eyes revealed a decisive murderous intent. He shouted loudly, "No matter who he meets next, don't show mercy and fight to the death." The teammates held the weapons in their hands one after another, and a firm light flashed in their eyes. Although the secret realm at this time has not yet fallen into a full-scale melee. However, with the opening of the second secret realm, the small-scale conflicts between the teams have become like sparks, one after another. It is not difficult to predict that the number of survivors of contestants will soon usher in a sharp drop. Gu Chen naturally also keenly noticed the situation. He thought in his mind that he had to hurry up and kill him. Only those who have the most points can get the opportunity to open the secret realm inheritance. With his feet stepped under his feet, he flew in the air and ran towards a ruined wall ahead with the rest of the summoned beasts. The Chaos Yuanling had just detected it around. There were 2 teams and 10 contestants in that place. They are 2 full-scale teams from the north and east continents. Gu Chen showed up without any intention of hiding his whereabouts. In an instant, the 2 teams who were confronting each other noticed the uninvited guest at the same time, stopped fighting instantly, and opened the distance vigilantly. In the northern team, a thin assassin widened his eyes and exclaimed, "I'll go. It's him." "Do you know?" the teammate next to him asked hurriedly. "He is Gu Chen." Gu Chen in Wanchange. I have seen him once in the Abyss Square before, why is he alone? The assassin said in surprise. I guess all my teammates were eliminated. Another team member curled his lips. Everyone in the northern team did not care too much about Gu Chen when they saw him alone. Their attention was more on the team of the Dongzhou military region. After all, in their eyes, Gu Chen had only one person, which was far less threat posed by the 5 people in the Dongzhou military region. Fang Yu, the captain of Dongzhou team, frowned and stared at Gu Chen, but could not see through the depth of the other party. Yes, you are all here, so I can't come one by one. Gu Chen raised his lips and showed a confident smile. As soon as these words were said, all 10 people on the field were stunned, with disbelief on their faces. What does it mean every carrot day? You are the only one who wants to deal with us 10? However, the next second, their ideas were completely overturned. A dazzling light flashed, and finally the huge body of the demon dragon appeared in front of everyone. The dark scales flashed with a faint light, and just standing there emitted a terrifying atmosphere. Everyone present was shocked and felt an invisible oppression, which was a kind of suppression from the level of life. Fang Yu, the captain of the Northern Frontier team, was shocked. At the same time, this pressure hit, he wanted to remind the team members. However, it's too late. In the end, the demon dragon opened its huge mouth and a black flame containing the power of destruction squirted out. Breath of destruction. Wherever the black flames passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, making a harsh sound. Among the northern team, an assassin who had a slightly slow reaction was instantly hit by breath. Before he could even scream, his health volume instantly dropped by half. Then his body was covered with continuous damage, his body shattered, and his blood volume plummeted. In just a few seconds, he fell to the ground and was teleported out. Seeing this, the rest of the people were extremely frightened. Fang Yu shouted, "Hurry, concentrate your strength and prepare for defense." The strong man holding a giant shield hurriedly protected the shield in front, and a strong force was injected into it, and a tough shield appeared on the surface of the shield. At the same time, the priest in the team hurriedly applied the gain status to everyone and prepared to recover the blood. But the demon dragon in the end did not give them much chance to breathe. As the dragon wings pounced, a powerful magic wave spread, and elemental storm came with a bang. The hot flames instantly raged on the battlefield, forming a flame storm, roaring towards the people ahead. Chapter 274 Where did he come from? The 2 mythical summons beast. Wherever the flame storm goes, the temperature rises sharply. The ground was burned red and the rocks began to melt. The remaining people in the northern border team were unable to resist under the terrifying flame attack and were swallowed by the flames. In the blink of an eye, the death immunity of several people was triggered and teleported out. On the other hand, the members of the Western Region's team were barely supporting the flame storm at the edge of the flame storm with Li Ming's shield and the assistance of his teammates. But everyone is already in a mess and is in great condition. In the end, the demon dragon showed no mercy and activated his skills again. Demon Dragon Fury. The destructive power around it is centered on itself and squirts away from all directions. The powerful energy impact directly knocked Fang Yu away, and Li Ming's shield was completely destroyed in the black flames. Others vomited blood and fell to the ground. Fang Yu's health almost dropped to the limit, and he forced himself to look at the terrifying demon dragon in front of him, and his heart was filled with despair. But in the end, the demon dragon did not stop attacking every day. Book, Group 65,5/02*33.8, it waves the dragon's wings. Wing light cracking the sky. The light and shadow emitted from the dragon's wings were like countless sharp blades, wiping through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, heading straight towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu dragged his seriously injured body to avoid it. In this situation that was almost desperate, he and his teammates were unable to resist. Monitor indoor. Several military district leaders who were closely following Gu Chen were all silent at this time. In addition to that Sen Luo tyrant, there is also this Endyan demon dragon that is also mythical. Hu Qing from the southern Xinjiang military region couldn't help but exclaim, where did he come from, the two mythical summoned beasts? As we all know, mythologically, it is almost impossible to find. It is a great luck that most summoners can contract legendary summoning beasts. How did he do it? Everyone turned their eyes to Ling Feng. Old Ling, your Dongzhou military region has picked up treasures this time. A third-level summoner will actually have a mythical summoning beast. Ha 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 ha, luck, luck. Ling Feng's face was filled with excitement, especially when he saw Gu Chen easily eliminate the team of the North military region. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows to Luo Ping next to him. Faced with Ling Feng's provocation, Luo Ping smiled faintly. This time, 5 more teams from the North military region participated in the competition. Only one of the regular teams was destroyed by Gu Chen's regiment just now. Sooner or later, he would be eliminated, and he did not take it seriously. His hidden trump card is the key to the final decisive victory. At this moment, the destructive power surrounding the demon dragon was surging. The huge body looks like a towering fortress, exuding a trembling and terrifying aura. Every dragon scale that shines light is proclaiming its supreme majesty, as if claiming that the world is under its control. The black flames slowly dissipated, and the 5 people from the Western region's team miraculously carried them under the protection of the shield guard Li Ming. Finally, a fierce light flashed in the demon dragon's eyes. Its huge mouth, like an abyss, suddenly opened, and a black flame wrapped in endless power of destruction swelled out. Wherever you pass, the space is easily torn apart like a fragile thin paper, making a creepy and harsh sound. At this critical moment, a fist shadow wrapped in a fierce wind slammed into it. Fang Yu burst out. His profession is a monk, who activates skills without mercy. Phantom Instant Fist. I saw his figure floating like a ghost, and instantly approaching Gu Chen. The punch contained a scattered force, and the fist wind whistled. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen's face became calm and there was no trace of color loss. Just a flash of thought, the demon dragon finally appeared at his place. Facing the sudden magic dragon, Fang Yu's face changed and his eyelids twitched wildly. Finally, the demon dragon looked down on his eyes, and had no intention of avoiding it every day. Book, Group 65,0/5*02*33.8. There was a bang. Fang Yu's skill that was sprinting with all his strength fell heavily, and finally a loud bang broke out on the indestructible dragon scales of the demon dragon. It was like a thunder blew up the flat ground, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently. The next second, Fang Yu was like a kite with a broken string, and was bounced out by a powerful shock force. His eyes were full of surprise and reluctance. This time he was approaching, he had the expectation of at least severely damaging Gu Chen, but the development of the situation far exceeded his imagination in the blink of an eye. However, Fang Yu was not immersed in shock. After a brief pause, the Zhongyan demon dragon launched another fatal attack. The dragon wings behind it are raised high. Wing light cracking the sky. The skill was activated instantly, and the light and shadow blooming on the dragon's wings were like countless peerless sharp blades condensed from energy. The wing light, with the momentum of destroying the world, cut towards the seriously injured Fang Yu at an extremely fast speed. Wherever he passed, the air made a series of explosions. At this critical moment of life and death, Fang Yu completely lost his reservation and used the monk's top defense skill Glass Golden Body. In an instant, a layer of dazzling light appeared on the surface of his body. This layer of light exudes warmth, but it is indestructible, as if it is cast a layer of extremely powerful armor for him. Glass Golden Body is one of the powerful defensive skills of the monk lineage. It can not only greatly improve defense, but also resist any form of powerful attacks in a short period of time. Clang! The wing light collided with the glass golden body, bursting out dazzling sparks. The huge impact force caused a crack on the ground under Fang Yu's feet, but with his powerful defensive skills, he resisted this terrifying attack. Awesome! You can still have such a terrifying defense when you are seriously injured. Gu Chen said sincerely with a flash of admiration in his eyes. However, Fang Yu did not dare to relax at all, because the demon dragon in the end only paused for a moment, and then the fierce light in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Immediately afterwards, it waved the dragon's wings again, preparing to launch. The second wing light breaks the sky. Protect Captain! Seeing this, the members of the Western Region's team rushed towards Fang Yu regardless of their own efforts. The broken shield in Li Ming's hand had been thrown away, and he was holding a heavy giant shield that was as tall as two people. As a shield guard, he seemed to be injected with a mysterious force when approaching Fang Yu, and his speed suddenly accelerated, and he quickly raised the extremely heavy shield like lightning. But how could the demon dragon let them go easily? After detecting Li Ming approaching, it swung its thick dragon tail suddenly, and its overwhelming force swept towards Li Ming like a huge iron rod. Bang! Li Ming groaned, and the indestructible heavy shield in his hand was knocked out by this terrifying force. The heavy shield shattered, and his body drew a long arc in the air. Then he fell heavily to the ground and was teleported out of the secret realm. The opponent has been eliminated. A system prompt sounded in Gu Chen's ears. Fang Yu's pupils contracted instantly, and he realized deeply what a terrifying opponent he was facing. At this time, only one mage, a priest, and an assistant were left in the Western Region's team. No one expected that Captain Fang Yu would fall into a desperate situation in such a short time. The only mage in the team with output ability is a fire magic. She was anxious and tried to release her skills to turn the situation around. The surging flames were like dancing fire snakes, spraying towards the end of the demon dragon. However, these flames hit the iron-hard scales of the demon dragon, and only splashed some faint sparks, which could not cause any substantial damage to it. Of course, if it weren't for her previous fire resistance for Li Ming, the whole team might not be able to resist the previous terrifying attack of this Hongaian demon dragon. At this time, the priest hurriedly applied a wound-free shield to Fang Yu at a long distance, trying to win a glimmer of hope for him. The fire law locked the hatred gaze on Gu Chen, and there was a resolute light flashing in his eyes, ready to attack with all his strength. But before she could release her skills, a black shadow broke through the ground like lightning. It is Senro Tyrant. Its attack seemed to contain endless power, and its body exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. It let out a deafening roar from its mouth, ruthlessly activate its skills. Thousand Thorns Strike! The ground shook violently, and then a large number of sharp thorns broke out from the ground at an extremely fast speed, like countless spears, stinging towards the fire method quickly. These root thorns are extremely fast, and the fire method does not even have time to make any dodge movements, and they are flooded by the root thorns during breathing. Countless piercings penetrated her body, causing high damage, and also covered her with wounds. Her blood volume dropped sharply, and she immediately fell into a state of dying, losing her fighting ability. The scene in front of him made the two remaining female team members in the Western Regions pale. The assistant had completely given up on resistance. At this moment, she was holding a communication talisman in her hand, which seemed to be conveying the situation here. However, the tyrant of Senro will not give them any chance to breathe. The ground shook violently again, and a large number of thorns suddenly pierced from the feet of the two female team members, lifting them high and falling heavily. Before the two female team members could scream, the light and shadow on their bodies flashed and they were teleported out. At the same time, somewhere in the secret realm, another team from the Western Region military region just defeated a team of contestants. In the team, Long Yunfei, the captain, was wearing a dragon blood suit, holding a hideous sword emitting cold light in his hand, and there were still blood from the enemy on the blade. He just used this knife to deal with the last opponent. At this time, a ray of light flashed across Long Yunfei's waist. He reached out and touched him and took out a communication symbol he carried with him. This communication symbol is made of special materials, with mysterious patterns on the surface, which can break through conventional communication restrictions in the secret realm and realize emergency communication between team members. Long Yunfei unfolded the communication symbol and saw a line of words appearing on it. We were destroyed by the Dongzhou summoner, 2 summoned beasts, 1 demon dragon, and the other. The handwriting ended here and the following words were not finished. Long Yunfei frowned slightly. He understood that this was the information sent by Fang Yu's team in desperate situation. It must have encountered an unexpected accident that can make them lose communication capabilities in an instant. Long Yunfei's eyes were slightly deeper. It seemed that this mysterious summoner would be their next primary threat in the secret realm. Chapter 275. Coincidentally, I think so too. Somewhere in the secret realm, a team of contestants from the Dongzhou military region was blocked in a ruin. The 3 men and 2 women in the team are all highly anticipated. He was even praised as the pride of heaven within the Dongzhou military region. Their combat power is the best among their peers. But at this moment, they were like frightened birds, and their strong fear completely swallowed up the last trace of courage in their hearts. In the sky ahead of them, the ending demon dragon radiated with a deep black light all around them, hovering freely. The huge body is like a moving black mountain. Every time you wave your wings, it can bring about a strong wind, and the sand and stones below can fly all over the sky. It opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound seemed to come from the 9 nether hell, carrying an endless sense of oppression, which made everyone's heart beat violently, as if it was about to jump out of their chests. The contestants of the Dongzhou team looked as pale as paper. Beads of sweat as big as beans kept rolling down their foreheads, sliding down their cheeks, soaking their clothes. You can tell from their embarrassing appearance that they had launched many fierce offensives before this. The soldiers in the team waved the sharp blade that shone with cold light, trying to give the demon dragon a fatal blow close to him. The mages stood behind, condensed powerful spell energy, and spells with bright light roared towards the demon dragon. The supporters also tried their best to apply various gain states to their teammates, hoping to enhance the team's combat effectiveness. However, all this was in vain. The hard scales on the demon dragon's body looked like an indestructible shield, easily blocking all attacks without even a trace. The captain's lips trembled uncontrollably, and his hands holding the staff were shaking slightly. His voice was filled with fear and doubt. Where did this summoned beast come out from? We have experienced many battles in the Dongzhou military region and have never seen such a powerful creature. The demon dragon slowly flapped its wings and hovered in midair. The next second, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color. The originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in thick dark clouds, and lightning flashed in the clouds, as if the end of the world was about to come. Suddenly, the demon dragon opened its huge mouth and a destruction breath ejected out. This breath was like a rushing black dragon. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand, making a creepy sound. The contestants widened their eyes in horror, trying to hide but found that they had nowhere to escape. The warrior holding a sharp blade tried to resist the terrifying breath with the weapon in his hand. However, the destructive power in the breath was too powerful, and he was instantly swallowed and eliminated in an instant. The mages quickly joined forces to condense a powerful defensive barrier. However, this barrier is as fragile as thin paper and is instantly penetrated. The mages were also hit by the aftermath of the black flame, and their health plummeted and were teleported out in a blink of an eye. The auxiliary players saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but how could the demon dragon let them go easily? It waved its huge tail like a black whip, sucking towards the assistants. There was only a loud bang, and 2 assists were hit by their tails. Their bodies flew out like kites with broken strings and fell heavily to the ground. Before they could resist, the strong black flames rushed over and the two were eliminated on the spot. In just a few rounds, all 5 contestants from the Dongzhou team fell under the attack of the End Demon Dragon. The opponent has been eliminated. Current points, 2-8. Current number of participants, 57/100. Hearing the prompt sound in his ears, Gu Chen nodded without changing his expression. Although the team of professionals just now belonged to the Dongzhou military region as him, the military region competition was based on the points system and there was no such thing as humility at all. After killing nearby aliens, Gu Chen took out the map and began to find the next destination. At this moment, the Blood Clan king who was exploring his way 2,000 or 3,000 meters away suddenly sent back the news. A team of professionals actually rushed here, and it seemed that they were coming for him. Gu Chen's expression moved slightly, quite surprised. I can lock my position a few thousand meters away. It seems that the other party is not an unknown person. On the other hand, a 4-person team was moving forward in a certain direction. I sensed that there was someone over there. Su Ji said softly to his teammates beside him, his voice soft but with a little confidence. Su Ji is a hidden profession, astral prophet. She can rely on her unique talent and star world construction set a connection, and capture clues about the future and the unknown from the vast starry sky. Whether it is the arrival of danger, the flash of opportunity, or the whereabouts of the enemy, she may be perceived in advance. However, with her current mental power, she still cannot clearly interpret this perception. Are you sure? A teammate asked subconsciously. This is my talent response, there will be no mistakes, but I am not sure about the specific situation. Su Ji explained. No matter who it is, as long as it is in this secret realm, it may be the object of our points. Another teammate said excitedly. Su Ji took the time to look at the team's points at this time. The team she is in has scored 10 points, and in her opinion, there is still a great opportunity for growth. Because they didn't understand the goal, the 4 of them just exchanged a few simple sentences and did not make too complicated tactical arrangements. Su Ji was wearing a dark black robe with twinkling stars embroidered on the robe. As she moved, the stars seemed to be flowing. Her eyes were like the deep starry sky, shining with mysterious light, which made her more mysterious and elegant. She waved her little hand, and the spiritual power surged around her, leading the 4 of them to slowly move forward in the direction of sensing. When he saw Gu Chen in front of him, Su Ji's originally quiet expression was shocked. Why is it you? Hearing his captain's exclamation, the 4 teammates' actions that were originally preparing to take action suddenly stopped. Gu Chen couldn't help but raise his lips, that's a coincidence. Although the other party was a former classmate and the class beauty, this place was a military district competition. If you destroy a team, you can get 5 points. Anyone hesitating about such a good thing is disrespect for oneself. Why are you alone? Su Ji looked slightly stunned and looked at him with complicated eyes. She didn't understand why Gu Chen participated in the competition alone in such an important event in the military region competition. Even though he broke the Abyss record many times before, this military competition was held in a secret realm after all. Only with the cooperation of teammates can you maximize your personal combat power. But he actually... It shouldn't be. At this moment, among Su Ji's teammates, there is a tall and extremely thin boy. The pale skin as pale as paper seemed to have never been kissed by the sun. Her long black hair was dispersed like black silk, but it exuded a cold air that was kept from others thousands of miles away. His eyes were like a deep pool in the cold night, so deep that it was beyond the reach of sight. He was staring at Gu Chen tightly, his eyes as if they were 2 sharp ice blades, as if they were about to see through Gu Chen. As Su Ji's teammate in this competition, the boy knew her temperament very well. In his impression, Su Ji has always been calm and calm. No matter how difficult the difficulties she faces, she can always maintain that elegance and calmness. But now, the moment she saw Gu Chen, the young man keenly captured the complex emotions that flashed through her eyes. In fact, Su Ji was just confused about Gu Chen not forming a team, but this attitude changed somehow in the eyes of the boy. In his opinion, Su Ji's eyes were not only filled with shock and doubt, but also a trace of indescribable feelings. The boy's face suddenly became cold as frost, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he thought to himself, "Who is this man? It can make Su Ji look so strange." Various speculations emerged in his mind. Could it be ex-boyfriend? As soon as my thoughts touched this word, they seemed to be stabbed by something. He shook his head quickly and tried to drive the idea out of his mind. But that thought is deeply rooted and lingering. Apart from his ex-boyfriend, he really couldn't think of any other identity that could make Su Ji so disobedient. Thinking of this, the boy's gaze at Gu Chen became more and more hostile. It's like Gu Chen is an irreconcilable enemy. Monitor indoor. When he saw the northern team led by Su Ji meet Gu Chen on a narrow road, Luo Ping seemed to have discovered a new continent. His eyes suddenly shone, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Hey, Lao Ling, this showdown is interesting. Why don't we make a bet?" Hearing this, Ling Feng did not agree immediately. He had just read the detailed information of these four people. If Luli, who was terrifyingly powerful, this team would be a trump card even if it was placed in the first echelon of the four major military regions. Fortunately, Luli is not in this team at this moment. But even so, a faint sense of crisis still spread in Ling Feng's heart. After thinking for a while, Ling Feng said, "If you have the ability to make them fight Onianon, what kind of good guys are you besieging one of you five people?" Su Jingfeng, who had been following the screen, seemed to have heard a huge joke at this moment. He couldn't help laughing. "Come and teased," I said, "Gu Chen has two mythical summoned beasts around him, so that these new recruits can be Onianon with him. Do you think it's appropriate?" Ling Feng heard this, just snorted coldly and said nothing. In the secret realm. Although Su Ji met Gu Chen, she had no intention of showing mercy this time. In her thinking, if Gu Chen was let go, it would be just to let other teams harvest points. In this way, it's better to let yourself earn this point. Su Ji's eyes were serious and said word by word, "Ask first, this is a military district competition, I will not hold back." Hearing this, Gu Chen's mouth curled up a little. "A coincidence, I think so too." Chapter 276 In my puppet's hands, you are not the enemy of one. As soon as Gu Chen's voice fell, Su Ji felt his heart suddenly sinking, as if there was an invisible giant hand that instantly clenched her heart. A manic and strange energy fluctuation rushed from behind like a surging black tide. As a hidden professional astral prophet, Su Ji's perception of energy is beyond ordinary people. The fluctuation instantly made her hair stand on, and her nerves were like tense strings, about to break out. There was no time to look back. With her perfect control over the power of the astral space, she instantly activated her skills. Star Realm Jump. In an instant, the stars shone around him. The four people in the team flashed like meteors and instantly moved to a place dozens of meters away. Almost at the same time, the demon dragon finally roared to the sky, and the sound seemed to be able to shatter the sky. Immediately afterwards, it ejected destruction breath from its mouth. A black flame wrapped in endless power of destruction surged out, and wherever it passed, the space was easily torn apart like a worn paper. This breath of destruction almost crossed the place where the Susong team had previously stood. In an instant, the space was twisted and torn, making a sharp roar. The ground was overwhelmed and suddenly collapsed into a bottomless gully. The surrounding land is radially cracked, dry and cracked like a broken puzzle. My God, it's too dangerous. The attack of this demon dragon is simply against the will of heaven. It's only a little bit short, we'll explain here. The other 3 people looked as pale as paper, their voices were trembling, and fear and vigilance were intertwined in their eyes when they looked at Gu Chen. Suji frowned, Rumo's eyes stared at this Hongyan demon dragon, and said in a low voice, "This demon dragon has a strange and powerful combat power. I'm afraid that only I can try to restrain it." Next to her, the long-haired boy Yun Xian looked hot. He stared at Gu Chen with a surging fighting spirit. "Don't worry, leave that summoner to me." "Okay, Yongxuan, you must be careful," Suji reminded, "when I get rid of this demon dragon, I will come to support you immediately." As soon as the words fell, the situation on the battlefield was instantly divided into 2. Suji waved the staff in his hand that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, and the stars and gems inlaid on the staff shone brightly. She used Star World Collapse where the demon dragon is in the end. In an instant, endless power of the star realm surged from the depths of the void, like an ancient giant beast opening its bloody mouth, trying to swallow everything. However, in the end, the scales emitting faint light flashed around the demon dragon. With the powerful talent of Dragon Scale Guardian, it withstood this terrifying blow without any damage. Suji's heart was trembling and thought to herself, how many attributes are this demon dragon? Is it so indestructible? Since awakening the powerful profession of the astrology prophet master, Suji has been focused on training by the North Military Region and has been smooth sailing. She has only heard of Gu Chen a little, but she has not really regarded him as an opponent. It was not until this moment that the demon dragon finally showed its power that she truly realized that Gu Chen's combat power was far beyond her imagination. Finally, the huge dragon wings of the demon dragon slammed the air, and then cast a skill. Wing light cracking the sky. Countless rays of light and shadows burst out from the dragon's wings. These lights and shadows are like ancient divine weapons, shining with a cold light. With invincible cutting power, he flew quickly towards Suji. Suji reacted very quickly and instantly released Star Realm Jump. The whole person turned into a starlight, and he narrowly avoided the fatal blow. The light and shadows crossed the ground, instantly cutting the earth into pieces, and deep cracks covered the surroundings like hideous scars. Such a thrilling scene was staged 5 or 6 times in just 2 seconds. In the end, the figures of the demon dragon and Suji kept flashing on the battlefield, one shuttled like a ghost, and the other chased like a demon, dazzled by the sight. "What's wrong? This demon dragon moves faster in space than me." Suji was shocked. After being forced to jump a few times, she also tried to gather the power of the astral realm to launch a counterattack. But the magic dragon's speed of traveling through the void was too fast, and every time she forced her to use the star realm jump to escape again, and she had no chance to fight back. Moreover, she could clearly feel that as long as there was a slight mistake, she would be killed instantly by the demon dragon, and her life would be as fragile as a candle in the wind. It seems like it's getting really bad. Sister Su is a hidden profession. She was actually beaten by a summoned beast. Everyone's hearts were filled with worry, and their eyes looked at the battlefield were filled with anxiety and uneasiness. The cold young man Yun Xian looked like frost, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a confident smile appeared, and said proudly, "It's okay, it's time for me to show off my skills." In fact, with Yongxuan's combat power, he can be the captain himself and lead another team again. But he chose the second team where Suji is located, on the one hand, because he was attracted by the huge potential of Suji's hidden profession. On the other hand, he has a special emotion for Suji. Yongxuan danced his hands quickly, like a butterfly walking through a flower. He sang in a low voice, and the energy around his body fluctuated like boiling magma. I saw ripples in the space in front of him, as if the calm lake was thrown into a huge rock. Immediately afterwards, a tall and mighty puppet slowly emerged. This puppet is made of a mixture of extremely rare magic crystals and mitrals, with ancient and mysterious runes engraved on the surface. The runes flashed with strange light, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. The puppet is more than 4 meters tall and has a burly and sturdy figure, like a small hill. Its body is covered with heavy magic crystal armor, which emits a deep blue light, as if it is a treasure taken out of the ancient and mysterious deep sea. The puppet's eyes flashed with scarlet light, and the light was like a burning ghost fire, which was daunting. As a puppet master, Yun Xian's control over the puppet has reached the pinnacle. This puppet not only has rock-solid defense, but also has terrifying attack capabilities. The puppet's arms were as thick as the thighs of a giant elephant, and each arm was equipped with an extremely sharp jagged blade. The sharp blade flashed with cold light, as if it could easily chop steel like tofu. Yun Xian controlled the puppet and let out a low roar, "Run for me and tear him to pieces." The puppet received the command and exerted force with both legs and pushed hard on the ground. The ground cracked instantly, and cracks like spider webs spread rapidly. The devil's puppet rushed towards Gu Chen like a fired shell, with an indomitable aura. It turns out to be an extremely rare puppet profession. As young as you can control such a powerful puppet, your future is limitless. No wonder Lao Ling didn't dare to bet with him just now. In the monitoring department, everyone was amazed, their eyes full of admiration and surprise. The profession of puppet master is extremely rare and powerful throughout the continent. Through special and mysterious rituals, they inject powerful magic into the puppets, and then control them with their powerful mental power. The materials required to make a magic puppet are extremely precious, especially high-level magic puppets, which require a large amount of top-level materials, such as magic crystals and mitrals. Complex and cumbersome rune magic arrays must be engraved, and the financial resources and energy consumed are beyond ordinary people's imagination. But once successful, the puppet will become the most powerful combat partner of the puppet master, and its combat power can often be far beyond that of most professionals of the same level. With this devil puppet, Yun Xian's current combat power is enough to rival the 4th-level strongman. Hearing Luo Ping's words, everyone nodded, their eyes full of anticipation. Only Ling Feng frowned and looked solemn, without any ease. He looked at Su Ji, who was constantly dodging under the attack of this Hongyan demon dragon, and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Luo Ping's face rarely showed a trace of solemnity. Initially, he believed that with the ability of the Su Singing Star World Prophet, defeating his opponent should be like taking a picture. But now, the combat power displayed by a summoned beast has completely suppressed this hidden profession. The End Demon Dragon, how did Gu Chen contract this summoning beast? Even Luo Ping, a 5-star general in the North Military Region, has extensive knowledge and has never seen a 3rd-level summoner who can control mythical summoning beasts. For a moment, looking at the projection screen, Luo Ping and Ling Feng fell into deep thought. Looking at the fierce confrontation between the two strong men on the battlefield, Gu Chen himself couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. He was surprised by Su Ji's legendary suit. As an existence who controls powerful power, even though Su Ji is a hidden profession, her attributes and skills are far from that of the End Demon Dragon. In theory, she will lose if it doesn't take more than a few rounds. But with several legendary suits emitting stars, she actually stubbornly supported her to the present. It is worthy of being a hidden profession trained by the North Military Region. Gu Chen couldn't help but talk softly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, his eyes swept to Yun Xian, who was controlling the puppet and rushed over with great momentum. He also had an in-depth understanding of the profession of puppet master and knew the difficulty of cultivating a powerful puppet. It not only requires a large amount of precious resources, but also requires extremely high mental control skills. If you are not careful, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Just as he was thinking, Yun Xian controlled the devil's puppet and killed him in front of Gu Chen like a strong wind. The puppet waved its thick arms, and the serrated blades on its arms flashed with a cold light. It slashed through the air, made a sharp whistling sound, and slashed hard towards Gu Chen. That posture seemed to be about to cut Gu Chen into two sections. However, the first sentence Yun Xian said made Gu Chen laugh and cry in an instant. "What is your relationship with Su Ji?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's expression of anticipation instantly turned into a helpless sigh. "This puppet is really in vain to follow you. Your teammates are trying hard to create opportunities for you, but you are wasting time just to ask these irrelevant questions." Hearing Gu Chen's careless words, strong anger suddenly burst out from Yun Xian's face. A cold light burst out from his eyes, and his voice suddenly sank. "Humph, what are you? Are you also good at preaching to me? In my puppet's hands, you are not the enemy of one unit at all." Chapter 277 Where have they all gone? As Yun Xian finished speaking, a surging wave like a black tide surged around him. Under his control, the devil seemed to be injected with endless violent power, and every wave was filled with a momentum of destruction. Boom! The puppet stepped down with one foot, and the ground was like fragile glass, instantly bursting out spider-web-like cracks, spreading around with the origin as the center. The air around him twisted violently under the stirring of this powerful magic, making a deep sob. The entire space seemed overwhelmed and shaky, as if it would be torn to pieces by this force at any time. Boom! The puppet's arm was wrapped with 1,000 pounds of force, like a collapsed mountain, smashing heavily with a whistling strong wind. The sand and stone on the ground seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, flying all over the sky, obscuring the large area of view. However, just as the attack was about to succeed, a figure interwoven by thick tree trunks suddenly appeared. It is Senro Tyrant. It stamped its feet suddenly, and the ground seemed to be shaken by a giant hand. The feet trembled violently, as if a super earthquake broke out in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the ground cracked, and countless sharp thorns broke out from the ground like poisonous snakes that had been dormant for a long time. The surface of these thorns is rough and has a mottled texture, but it is extremely hard, and it pierces rapidly towards the puppet. The devil's hard magic crystal armor was easily penetrated like thin paper under the dense attack of the root thorns, and instantly full of holes. The witch's original flexible and rapid action has become slow and clumsy at this moment. Every step I take is like falling into a thick quagmire, extremely difficult. Bang! The tyrant of Senluo took advantage of the victory to pursue. The thick branches, with the power of cracking mountains and rocks, hit the puppet like a sea of scattered mountains and seas. The doll's arms made of precious magic crystals and top mitral made an overwhelming creaking under the impact of this terrifying power. Immediately afterwards, the arm broke instantly like a rotten branch. The huge body was knocked away by this force, and it drew a long arc in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground, shattering a large piece. Yun Xian's face instantly turned like white paper. He never expected that the power of Senluo's tyrant was so terrifying. But the stubborn and cruel force in his bones was instantly aroused. He gritted his teeth, his hands quickly changed his handprints, trying to control the puppet again. The scarlet light lit up again in the magical eyes, and the magic power around him condensed again, struggling to get up and launch a new round of attacks. However, how could Senro Tyrant give it this opportunity? The Tyrant of Senro activated his skills without hesitation. Giant Wood Meteor. In an instant, the originally clear sky was filled with dark clouds. The ink-colored clouds rolled and surging, as if the end of the world was coming. Immediately afterwards, countless huge trees fell from the sky like meteors. These giant trees roared and smashed down at the puppet with an unparalleled impact. Before the demon could make any defense, he was hit by this dense giant tree and fell into a state of dizziness. The tyrant Senro took this opportunity and jumped high. His hands were like a pair of huge siege hammers, slamming them hard at the puppet with all its strength, as if he was about to smash it into the deep center of the earth. Boom! With a loud bang, the magic crystal armor on the puppet's body was completely broken under this terrifying attack, scattering all over the ground like broken glass. Under the magic crystal armor, the core magic crystal emitting a glimmer of light was exposed. The tyrant Senluo did not hesitate and punched the magic crystal. With a crisp sound of shattering, the magic crystal instantly turned into powder. The puppet lost the support of his magic power and fell to the ground with a bang, completely turning into a pile of scrap copper and iron. Just a few moves, this one was originally majestic and capable. The powerful puppet who competes with the third-level strongman was completely destroyed by the tyrant of Senluo. At this moment, not only the senior military leaders in the outside monitoring room, but also the two remaining teammates in the Susong team felt breathing stagnant. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and the scene in front of them made their thinking fall into a brief stagnation. This is a legendary demon puppet that Yun Xian devoted countless efforts to refine. Even if he is not an invincible existence, he is still the top combat power. Now he has been beaten into pieces in just a few breaths. In the monitoring room, Ling Feng and others' pupils suddenly contracted, their faces full of horror. Su Jingfeng from the Western Region military region had shocked his face and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is this kid really just a third-level summoner?" Even when they killed other teams in seconds before Senro Tyrant, they were never so shocked. Because in everyone's judgment, even if the Tyrant of Senluo is powerful, he should only be the top combat power of the third level. Although it is amazing to kill the recruits of the second or third level in seconds, it is still reasonable. But now, can even a legendary puppet whose combat power is comparable to that of a fourth-level profession? This is beyond everyone's imagination. In the reactions of everyone, Luo Ping's emotional fluctuations were relatively smaller. Because when he saw that the End Demon Dragon could suppress Su Ji, he vaguely felt something was wrong. Although this result is shocking, it is not completely unacceptable. Ling Feng felt as if he had discovered a new continent, and he immediately smiled happily, and was so excited that he almost jumped up. "Ha ha 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 ha, I am worthy of being a soldier from my Dongzhou military region. Come on, Lao Luo, what did you say you were going to bet on?" Ling Feng laughed heartlessly, but obviously no one was intent on paying attention to him at this moment. Everyone stared at the projection screen, afraid of missing any wonderful moment. After a brief shock, the two remaining members of the Suching team had to bite the bullet and rescue them. They originally thought Yun Xian was sure to win, and were planning to help Su Ji deal with the demon dragon in the end. Now, Yun Xian was defeated so much that he didn't even hold on for a round. Fortunately, because Su Ji is a range profession, most of her team members are melee professions. Although the remaining man and woman are not as powerful as Su Ji and Yongxuan, their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. But the next second, boom! Before the two contestants could attack, a figure that merged with flesh and blood appeared on the battlefield. The energy around the mechanical steel front suddenly rose, and powerful energy fluctuations were emitted. With a mechanically activated clicking sound, the Gatling array on its shoulder unfolded instantly. Annihilation of heavy artillery. In the cold light of steel, light flashed at the muzzle, ready to go. At the same time, the energy device on its legs also began to operate, ready to launch the waste strike. The mechanical steel front made a dull roar, and the Gatling array took the lead in attacking. The super-saturated barrage poured into the area where the two contestants were located like a steel storm. These barrages roared away with the whistling sound of wind. As the skills continued, the damage increased sharply, and a large number of explosive smoke and dust continued to rise on the ground. Among the two contestants, the petite girl had a terrified look and her face turned pale as paper. Fortunately, she is extremely agile and has a powerful escape equipment. In the crisis, she can only retreat with all her might and constantly avoid the powerful fire power that is being bombarded. And the other person is not so lucky. He does not have such life-saving equipment, and can only try to withstand this overwhelming firepower with his own defense. But before they could react more, the mechanical steel front immediately launched the waste strike. A high-density torrent of energy ejected from its energy emission port. Wherever it goes, the land was instantly eroded and turned into a barren wasteland. This wasteland seemed to be injected with violent energy, constantly making dull roars, and the targets on it would be subject to continuous explosion damage. Boom 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 boom. The continuous explosions were intertwined, and the team member was instantly flooded by fire, not knowing his life or death. At the same time, the girl who ran back failed to escape from the wasteland area and was completely submerged by the double attack in a blink of an eye. Faced with this sudden fierce offensive, the two new recruits from the North Military Region had no power to fight back. In just a few seconds, he was completely swallowed by the surging fire attack. Not to mention resisting, there is no chance to avoid it. On the other side of the battlefield, Suji and the End Demon Dragon kept flashing and moving in the sky, like two bright stars colliding fiercely. Hearing the violent explosion coming from below, Suji felt uneasy inexplicably. That feeling was like an invisible big hand gently pulling her heart. But she was fully committed to the life and death battle with the End Demon Dragon, and was already exhausted and had no time to take care of it. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth, condensed most of the energy in her body, and activated her powerful skills again. Astral Cage. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful astral energy was applied to the space where the demon dragon was finally located. Space seems to be bound by invisible shackles, prohibiting displacement and traveling to other places. In the end, the demon dragon was blocked by her in a small astral space, like a beast trapped in a cage, constantly struggling and roaring. Finally trapped. A bit of gratitude appeared on Suji's delicate pretty face. The reason why this skill was not used before was because her current mental power had great disadvantages. She needs to spend all her energy to maintain the imprisonment energy of the Cage of Stars. In other words, she and this Hongaian demon dragon were forced to fall into a stalemate. Moreover, once Suji's mental power is exhausted, it will be the time when the demon dragon escapes from trouble. At that point, she will have no power to fight back, and it will be only a matter of time before she gets eliminated. The current situation makes her unable to put all her hope of winning on her teammates. Successfully trapped the End Demon Dragon, Suji finally had a brief respite. She quickly turned her head and looked in the direction of her teammate. However, the next moment, a hint of dullness appeared in those beautiful eyes. She murmured to herself, "Where are my teammates? Where have they all gone?" Chapter 278 The Riot Demon Armor Smelting Demon Puppet. After the baptism of powerful fire power, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, revealing the charred soil and dense pits on the battlefield. Suji looked around with a pale face, his face full of incredible expression. Her teammates were all defeated. How could it be so fast? Suji's heart was almost overwhelmed. She and this Hongaian demon dragon are still dealing with each other, but this battle has only been a few minutes since the beginning. All three teammates who were known as genius in the North Military Region were spared at this moment. Especially Yun Xian, as a puppet master who controls legendary puppets, although he usually acts freely, his combat power must not be underestimated. But he was eliminated unknowingly. Suji couldn't help but have a terrifying thought: is this ultimate demon dragon not Gu Chen's strongest summoning beast? This thought made her feel scared. Since she was transferred to a hidden profession and was specially recruited into the North Military Region, except for Luli, who was the legendary profession, she has never regarded any peer as an opponent. However, at this moment, as a hidden profession, she was actually crushed by Gu Chen in terms of combat power. How could he become so strong? Suji gritted his silver teeth, and a spirit of unyielding reluctance surged in his heart. Her fighting spirit was rekindled in her beautiful eyes, and her thoughts were flashing: it is no best to fight head-on, and we must find another way out. Suji knew that with the combat power that Gu Chen showed now, if she fought hard, she would definitely have a dead end. So she made a quick decision: run. She knew that most of her condition had been consumed, and if she didn't escape now, she would probably have no chance. Suji's eyes narrowed and hesitated to activate his skills. Star Shadow Thousand Traces. As she chanted quickly, in an instant, dazzling starlight burst out from her body. As the light flashed, dozens of clone lights and shadows that were no different from her appeared instantly. These clones either ran or jumped, and fled quickly in all directions. The whole scene is like a dream and dazzling. Faced with this sudden change, Gu Chen's eyes were slightly stunned. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he glanced back and forth in the light and shadow of many clones, while allowing the summoned beasts to launch an indiscriminate attack, trying to find out Suji's true body. However, the light and shadow of these clones are no different from Suji himself, and they are simply indistinguishable. Finally, the demon dragon roared to the sky, and a black flame of destruction spewed out of his mouth. The power of destruction was like a surging black torrent, sweeping towards the light and shadow of the fast escape clones with an unstoppable momentum. The tyrant Senluo shouted loudly, and the earth instantly collapsed. Countless thick thorns surged out from the ground, and the thorns were covered with sharp thorns, flashing with a cold light in the sun. Once hit, it may be tangled into pieces in an instant. The Gatling array on the shoulder of the mechanical steel front unfolded instantly, and the muzzle was flashing with a cold metallic luster. The super-saturated barrage poured towards the light and shadow of the clones like an iron storm. Under this stormy attack, some clones' lights and shadows were swallowed by the black flames, turning into starlight and dissipating. Some are pierced by roots and break up instantly. Some were directly hit by dense barrage and dissipated invisible in the explosion. Faced with such a fierce offensive, Suji ran away without looking back. She knew in her heart that although this skill could confuse people, its duration was limited. Once she failed to escape successfully within the skill time limit, she was still full of dangers. Finally, under the cover of dozens of clones below, she successfully hid in a deep jungle. After Gu Chen came to his senses, he looked at the light and shadow of the clones running around and hummed disdainfully. "It runs quite fast, but you are the only one left in your team, so it's not to be afraid." "No." Gu Chen's eyes suddenly froze. Suji comes from the North Military Region, but her team only has 4 members. There is still one person missing, is it Luli? She fled in a hurry. Could she be going to meet with Luli? Gu Chen shook his head, a little disdain flashed in his eyes. The 2 defeated generals could not cause any storm. Then, he turned his eyes aside. In a deep pit, the remains of the legendary demon puppet were scattered all over the ground. The devil puppet is different from the summoned beast and the spirit pet. If it is not recycled on its own initiative, it will be exposed to the outside world. Yun Xian was eliminated by the attack of the riot demon armor and had no time to respond. Therefore, this expensive puppet was left in the secret realm. These are all excellent materials, they can't be wasted. A smile appeared on the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. With a thought, a heavy black armor came out of the void, the riot demon armor. A surging violent aura came from under the heavy armor, like an active volcano about to erupt. Gu Chen looked at the riot demon armor and pointed to the broken body of the demon puppet on the ground. "Use your smelting skill to completely melt the remains of this puppet." "Thank you, Master." A dull buzzing sound came from under the heavy black armor. The riot demon armor suddenly inserted his palms into the body of the puppet, and a series of energy lights like blood-colored dragons surged out from the palms, instantly entangling the wreckage of the puppet. Immediately afterwards, the energy light shook violently, and the temperature around the wreckage soared sharply. The air seemed to be ignited, making crackling sounds. The armor of the riot demon armor opened from the middle position, and the surging black mist gushed out, gradually softening the doll's remaining body made of precious magic crystals and top mitral. Soon, the extremely hard materials turned into a pool of liquid-emitting glimmers and were slowly absorbed by the riot magic armor. As the smelting continued, a dazzling light gradually bloomed on the surface of the riot magic armor. These lights seemed to be madly devouring the huge energy in the glimmer of light. The originally slightly dull black metal surface is now emitting a new luster, and powerful energy ripples continue to ripple on its body surface. Finally, the remains of the legendary puppet were completely melted. The surface of the riot demon armor flashed with black light, bursting out with an unprecedented powerful aura. Summoning beasts successfully upgrade to the star. Rampage Demon Armor Legend. Rightward arrow. Rampage Demon Armor Legend. Property. Gu Chen's eyes lit up suddenly, which was indeed an unexpected joy. Secret area, monitoring room. Ling Feng's eyes were shining, his face was full of excitement. He came to Luo Ping of the North Military Region and said with a smile, "Old Luo, take a look. Gu Chen is a soldier I brought out. Look at his thunderous method. Which of the new recruits in your military region in the past few years is his opponent?" Hu Qing from the southern Xinjiang military region couldn't help but complain, "Just let me tell you, I picked up a treasure, do you really think it's your ability?" "That's it." Su Jingfeng from the western region military region also took advantage of the situation. "What are the new recruits in the Dongzhou military region in the past few years? Lao Ling, don't you know a little about it?" Luo Ping was also surprised at this moment, and circled around Ling Feng, saying with a smile, "The soldiers you brought out? Don't joke. I see, Gu Chen's combat methods are much better than you." As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted at the surveillance screen, "Look, what's that guy doing? His armor actually ate Yun Xian's puppet. This is too bold, that's a legendary puppet. It's crazy." Everyone's eyes were frozen on the surveillance screen, their tone was filled with horror and indignation, but they were powerless to do anything Gu Chen did. The riot demon armor beside Gu Chen always swallowed and melted the wreckage of the demon little by little in an orderly manner. Not to mention, this picture looks like the riot demon armor ate the devil's puppet. As the demon puppet melted, the riot demon armor successfully promoted to 3 stars. Its surface emits a faint light, looking dazzling. What the hell is he doing? It's too cruel to directly melt other people's puppets. What exactly is that armor? It's unheard of, and it's too rare. Relying on his strong combat power, he will randomly destroy the contestants' hard-working puppets, which is too unreasonable. Luo Ping's face turned pale when he was angry at this scene. Yun Xian was his soldier. How precious the devil was, he had the most say. Other officers in the monitoring room also agreed, you with one word and another, the scene exploded instantly. Hu Qing raised his lips slightly, looked at Ling Feng with his eyes slanted, and said sarcastically, "Hey, I have seen it. You soldier really have your true teachings." When everyone heard this, their eyes focused on Ling Feng and nodded. Hearing this, Ling Feng was furious, his eyes widened, as if he was about to spit out fire. "Get out! Play with me and the East Inspire, right? The contestants' self-help behavior has no direct relationship with the person in charge of their military region. Besides," Ling Feng changed his mind and said without hesitation, "the boy named Yun is not as skilled as a human being. He didn't know how to take back his puppet when he was eliminated. Now he deserves it." When the rest of the people heard this, they looked at Ling Feng with malicious intentions. That expression seemed to be saying, "Look, the true face is revealed. You definitely teach the doll." When Ling Feng saw the expressions of those people, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. He snorted coldly, simply shook his sleeves, turned his head, and was not upset when he saw it. Su Jingfeng turned his eyes to Luo Ping with great interest, wanting to see what he had. After all, Yongxuan is a soldier from the North Military Region and he has the most say. But Luo Ping looked at Gu Chen in the picture, and the cold color on his face gradually eased a little. Then he shook his head, with a meaningful smile in his eyes, and looked at Ling Feng. In the military competition, Yun Xian's devil was destroyed by Gu Chen. You can say that his skills are not as good as others. But I hope that when Gu Chen is defeated by other teams in subsequent confrontations, or even eliminated, you should think that he is inferior to others. Ling Feng's face changed slightly and he smiled. Oh? It seems that you are betting everything on Luli. Luo Ping did not answer, but said lightly, don't just not be able to afford it. Hu Qing and Su Jingfeng looked at each other, and a look of doubt appeared on their faces. After thinking for a while, Hu Qing couldn't help asking, I said, Lao Luo, Luli is a legendary profession after all. Where did you hide him? Chapter 279, Facing a powerful enemy like Gu Chen, we must unite. Current number of participants, 48/100. The number of people eliminated exceeds 50, the third level of the secret realm is opened. Points ranking opens. There are only 48 people left. This is too exaggerated. In less than an hour, more than half of it will be eliminated. On the second floor of the secret realm, Wu Yulin, the captain of the ace team of the southern Xinjiang military region, looked in disbelief and his eyebrows were tightly twisted into the word Sichuan. Opening the points ranking list, Wu Yulin quickly found the ranking of his team. Although their team is currently ranked third in the standings with a comprehensive score of 18 points. But Gu Chen, who is at the top of the list, has 31 points. Such a huge gap was like a heavy stone, which made him feel uneasy. Didn't this military region competition? Are all the top elites from major military regions? Why is the elimination speed so fast? A team member muttered with confusion. Is it because we entered the second level of the secret realm ahead of schedule? Is it more dangerous to stay on the first level? Wu Yulin murmured to himself while falling into deep thought. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. With the opening of the third level of the secret realm, the storm between heaven and earth suddenly changed. The originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in haze, and thick dark clouds surging like ink. Purple lightning bolts roamed through the clouds, making a deafening roar. The strong wind whistled past, rolling up the sand and stones on the ground, causing the whole world to fall into chaos. It seemed as if some mysterious and powerful rule was quietly rewritten, and an invisible pressure enveloped the space, making everyone around Wu Yulin feel inexplicable tension and uneasiness. Without warning, the unprecedented front suddenly twisted and silly. A five-man team led by Xiao Yi of the Western Region's military region suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yulin's team in the southern Xinjiang military region. The two ace teams of military regions met unexpectedly. What's the point? Wu Yulin came to his senses in an instant. His eyes were like lightning, shooting towards Xiao Yi on the opposite side, his eyes as sharp as eagles. Xiao Yi, it's you? Why do you want me to see your true skills in the Spirit Master? At this moment, Xiao Yi was surrounded by not only the huge giant tortoise with mysterious runes engraved on his turtle shell. The ice unicorn that he called out before was also beside him. A faint layer of ice mist was surrounded by the ice unicorn. Every time you breathe, you could see white cold air spurting out from its huge nostrils. Its eyes were like two burning blue flames, exuding a cold majesty, and looked fierce. Humph, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Facing the famous Wu Yulin, Xiao Yi's desire for battle was high. He was wearing a black robe with silver patterns embroidered on it, making noises in the wind. Behind both sides, their respective team members were ready to go. The equipment on the contestants emits different lights, some are golden sacred lights, some are blue mysterious energy, and some are also it is the red-hot fighting spirit. However, just as the sword was tense, a figure suddenly rushed from a distance. Accompanied by the dazzling starlight, Su Ji's figure passed by like a meteor. Her hair was flying freely in the strong wind, and her white robe fluttered in the wind. The whole person seemed a little embarrassed, but his eyes were still firm. "Stop it! Don't hit it now!" Suji's voice sounded rapidly. With her appearance, the battle that was about to break out was interrupted. Xiao Yi and Wu Yulin were both stunned. Wu Yulin asked with confusion on his face, "Suji? Why are you here alone? Where are your teammates?" Wu Yulin did a lot of research in private and knew the ace teams of major military regions well. Suji is not only talented, but also outstanding in his exquisite appearance and figure. It's hard not to attract attention if she is like this. Wu Yulin frowned slightly. He clearly remembered that in the team of the North Military Region, Suji formed a team with the rare puppet master Yongxuan. With their strength, even if they are besieged by several teams, they should not be so embarrassed. But now, how could she be the only one left to escape? Suji took a deep breath and spoke quickly, "Listen to me. This time, the Dongzhou Military Region made a summoner Gu Chen. His combat power is terrible. I seriously suspect that his summoned beast is at least a legendary 5-star level, and it may even be mythical level." While running away, Suji thought about it, and the combat power shown by Gu Chen was really beyond imagination. The ending demon dragon exuded a breath of destruction, its scales were as hard as obsidian and flashed with strange light. Every roar could trigger violent shocks. The tyrant of Senluo was as majestic as a mountain, the trunks on his body were thick and ancient, and the branches were covered with sharp thorns, as if they could tear apart everything. There is also the mechanical steel edge, the flesh and blood fusion, which is extremely strange. The Gatlin array on the body and the artillery device on the legs all reveal strong lethality. Only the summoned beast with top qualifications can explain why Gu Chen is so powerful. Suji clearly stated his speculation and encounters. Although his speech speed was rapid, he made things clear in just a few words. "So, facing a strong enemy like Gu Chen, we must unite. Only by working together can you have a chance to defeat him." Hearing this, Wu Yulin and Xiao Yi looked at each other and fell into silence and thought. Wu Yulin frowned slightly, his eyes wandered on Su. Xiao Yi's eyes were unstable, and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes, but he had to admit that what he said just now made some sense. Not long after much thought, Wu Yulin and Xiao Yi decided to cooperate with Suji. It's not that they completely believed her words, but that they also felt Gu Chen's strength from the ranking points in the ranking list. On the list, Gu Chen's name was like a dazzling existence. A stunning ride. A person's points are far more than other teams, which is tantamount to an insurmountable mountain for them. Facing such a strong enemy, it is just the right time to take this opportunity to reach a short-term alliance, and maybe you can gain a greater advantage in this big game. Tell the ugly words first. If Gu Chen is successfully dealt with, what should I do afterwards? Xiao Yi looked at Suji with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He knew in his heart that points were crucial to their team and were related to the final ranking and honor. Suji waved his hand and interrupted him directly, "It's too early to discuss this now. In my opinion, we have to bring another strong team into the group, otherwise we have no chance of winning." As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Yulin, Xiao Yi and the members of the two teams instantly showed dissatisfaction and disdain on their faces. They are all top 5 teams. In Suji's eyes, can't they even join forces to deal with Gu Chen? Isn't this underestimating them? Wu Yulin's face slightly darkened, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "Suji, what do you mean by saying this every day?" Post. Book, Group 65,0/5*02*33.8. You should know the strength of our two teams. Do you think we can't even deal with Gu Chen? Xiao Yi also snorted coldly and hugged his arms in front of his chest. "That's right, don't underestimate us too much. We are also famous in the military region. How could we not even be able to handle one person?" The team members also agreed, some complained loudly, while others showed anger. Are she too self-righteous? That's right, maybe she's exaggerating. Seeing this, Suji didn't talk much nonsense. She took out a record crystal and inputted her mental power. The next second, the scene of the previous fierce battle with the summoned beast was presented in the form of a holographic projection in front of everyone. Wu Yulin and Xiao Yi's faces changed, and they saw Yun Xian at a glance. North Military Region Cloud Xian, a rare professional puppet master, also controls a legendary puppet. This is no stranger to them. In the holographic projection, the magic crystal armor on the surface of the puppet flashed with dazzling light, and each attack could trigger strong energy fluctuations. However, Gu Chen's summoned beast, the Senluo tyrant, instantly cracked the ground with just a slight kick. Countless sharp thorns shot out like shells, directly piercing the puppet's armor. Yun Xian tried to resist the first time, but the devil's defense was like paper, and in a blink of an eye it became riddled with holes under the root thorns. Immediately afterwards, the tyrant of Senro continued to attack and beat the puppet into a traitor without any hesitation. At the same time, the aftermath of the battle also seriously injured Yongxuan, completely lost his ability to resist, and was eliminated. The members of the western regions and the southern Xinjiang military region had their eyes flashed, and they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Before they could express it, the holographic projection flashed. Mechanical steel fronts appear. In the proud standpoint of the huge body that combines flesh and blood and machinery, the Gatlin array on the shoulder unfolds. The super-saturated barrage poured out like a rainstorm, instantly submerging everything around him in the sea of fire. The power was simply unimaginable if it weren't for seeing it with your own eyes. Wu Yulin and Xiao Yi's faces suddenly looked ugly. After hesitating for a while, they finally nodded in agreement. Then find another team to cooperate with, just take it as a prudent. Although the scene just now seemed a bit incredible, they could not help but treat it carefully. It is naturally self-evident how important this military region competition is. For that inheritance, it is always good to have more guarantees. At this moment, perhaps because the third level is opened, the rules of the secret realm have changed. Not far away, another 5-person team walked towards this side. I saw that the team was neatly paced, and although the equipment on them was of different styles, they all exuded a powerful aura. The captain in the lead was wearing a bright red dragon blood suit, his muscles were bulging and full of strength, which was Long Yunfei. Long Yunfei, you are here just in time. Suji immediately shouted when he saw the other party. Huh? Why are you two teams here? And Suji, why do you want to ambush us? Long Yunfei's muscles are full of strength, his temperament is rough, and he is also unrestrained when speaking angry. He looked down on everything, holding a dragon blood battle knife in his hand, and walked towards this side with a thunderous look. Okay, let's do it. Even if you go together, you will not be my opponent. Chapter 280 Are you that Gu Chen? Wait a minute, don't do it, we are not targeting you here. Suji immediately stepped forward and said. Yes, even if you want to fight, you don't have to hurry up. Wu Yulin stepped forward and said. Long Yunfei's face slowed down. Seeing that Wu Yulin and Xiao Yi did not show hostility, he stopped. Tell me, what's the matter? Long Yunfei curled his lips with disdain. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, showing a sarcastic smile, his eyes full of contempt for everyone. Suji nodded and explained the whole story in detail. Afterwards, she sent a cooperation invitation to Long Yunfei. However, in the face of this situation, Long Yunfei seemed unmoved. Even after listening to what Suji said, he raised his head and laughed, with the laughter full of jokes and ridicule. It's ridiculous. He's just a summoner. How dare he say that his combat power is ridiculously strong? Stop funny, it's clear that you are too naughty. I was actually beaten by a summoner and was so embarrassed to post every day. Are saying this? As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly angered everyone. Suji's face darkened and she looked at him coldly. Long Yunfei, don't be too arrogant. Gu Chen's combat power is far beyond his imagination. You can only have a chance of winning by cooperating with us. Long Yunfei curled his lips and sneered, stop scaring me with that Gu Chen. If I don't take this trick, you are just timid and afraid of things. He is scared to death. Wu Yulin couldn't help frowning and took a step forward. Don't go too far. We kindly invite you to cooperate, which is to give you a chance, don't be ungrateful. Wu Yulin's profession is a mechanic. At this moment, he looks cold and is ready to control mechanical weapons at any time. Xiao Yi also snorted coldly and gently stroked the mane of Bing Kailan beside him. That's right, don't think you're so great. This ancient battlefield is not a place for you to scatter. Long Yunfei was not afraid at all, but laughed to the sky, ha ha ha, chance? When will I, Long Yunfei, need others to give me opportunities? You three, let me see how much you have, so that I can believe that Gu Chen is as powerful as you said. As he said that, he clenched his fists, his joints clattered, and his muscles tensed. The blood power of the dragon blood warrior exploded instantly, and a dazzling red dragon scale light appeared around him. The next second, a powerful aura erupted from him, and the air around him seemed to be twisted by this aura. What? A reckless man! Xiao Yi frowned and cursed inwardly. Suji's eyes sterned. Long Yunfei, are you sure you want to take action? You should know that if we join forces, you will not be able to gain an advantage. Long Yunfei curled his lips disdainfully. Humph, stop talking nonsense, how can you know who will take advantage if you don't do it? As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the three of them like a red lightning. The speed is so fast that only one afterthought. Wu Yulin activated his skills as soon as possible, and in an instant, several mechanical heavy artillery shot out from the ground. The muzzle flashed with cold light, and there was a roar at Long Yunfei. Boom! 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 A series of powerful shells shot towards Long Yunfei like a meteor. This is Wu Yulin's skill Roar of Steel, which uses powerful artillery fire to launch concentrated strikes on targets. At the same time, Xiao Yi reached out and drove Bing Kailan to rush forward. Bing Kailan roared angrily, and a huge icicle spurted out of his mouth, sweeping towards Long Yunfei. Xiao Yi made seals with both hands, and the light on Bing Kailan's body flashed. Countless sharp ice thorns instantly emerged in the air, and they stabbed Long Yunfei from all directions. This is a combination skill of the Spirit Master and the Guardian Spirit Ice Prison Wanren, integrating damage and control. On the other hand, Suji condensed a large amount of astral powers gathered around her. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes, and mysterious stars flashed through her eyes. The slender jade raised his hand and pointed at Long Yunfei in the air, and dazzling astral rays shot out from her fingertips. At the same time, a huge vortex with bright light appeared above Long Yunfei's head. Astral Whirlpool. Starlight continues to be shot outwards in the vortex, carrying a powerful piercing force. A powerful gravity burst out from the vortex of the star realm, trying to suck Long Yunfei in and then suppress it. Long Yunfei shouted loudly, without any fear. He used the Dragon Blood Warrior's Dragon Shadow Flash, and his body flashed like a ghost, cleverly avoiding shells and icicles. The shells exploded beside him, raising a burst of smoke, but he was unscathed with his amazing speed. Immediately afterwards, his fists blasted out like a meteor, shaking the astral rays away. Then, he rushed towards the ice Kirin like a shell with the help of the countershock. Die me! Long Yunfei shouted violently. Bing Kailan wanted to avoid it, but Long Yunfei seized the opportunity and used the dragon flame fist close to him. I saw the blazing dragon flame burning on the fist, hitting Bing Kailan hard. Bing Kailan's huge body was actually beaten back by the fist with Long Yan, and the scales on his body were burned by Long Yan. Seeing this, Wu Yulin immediately operated the mechanical heavy artillery to change the shooting angle. A large number of shells poured towards Long Yunfei like raindrops again. At the same time, he activated his skills again, and a large light curtain burst out around him, and dozens of small mechanical puppets appeared out of thin air. These puppets waved sharp blades and rushed towards Long Yunfei, trying to interfere with his actions. This is the auxiliary skill of the mechanical puppet tide. Seeing this, Long Yunfei roared angrily, and the dragon flame on his body instantly surged, burning the approaching mechanical puppets one after another. But at this time, Xiao Yi directed Bing Kailan to launch an attack again. The ice unicorn sprayed out a piece of ice mist, and the ice mist quickly spread out, covering Long Yunfei. In the ice fog, ice cones can be seen vaguely shooting towards Long Yunfei, and the ice fog is also trying to reduce Long Yunfei's movement speed. Long Yunfei dodged left and right in the ice fog, but several wounds were still cut by the ice cone. But he became more and more courageous as he fought, and the dragon scales on his body became more dazzling, and his strength and speed were instantly increased to a higher level. He rushed into the center of the ice mist and punched Bing Kailan. Ice Kailan was beaten to the point of scars, and the ice fog around him was evaporated by dragon flames. The three of them and Long Yunfei went back and forth, and the battle was in a stalemate. After dozens of rounds, both sides gradually became a little panting, but no one was willing to give up first. In the end, Long Yunfei stopped the action first. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said in a deep voice, "Humph, you three have some skills, but that's it. But even so, I still don't believe that Gu Chen can be so outrageously strong." Su Ji also stopped attacking and calmed down his breath. "Long Yunfei, Gu Chen's combat power is far above us, and this kind of thing cannot be faked. I'll talk about it later." Long Yunfei sneered, "Hasn't your team just played against Gu Chen? Where is he? I want to see how powerful he is." Su Ji looked at Long Yunfei with a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but he said, "Okay, I can send you there, but you have to remember, if you lose, don't come to trouble us again." Long Yunfei said proudly, "If I lose, what if I listen to your order in the future? But if I win, all of you will belong to me." Su Ji pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay, that's it." After saying that, she waved her staff, blooming bursts of bright stars. This is to sense Gu Chen's current position with the power of the star world in the dark. As a mysterious magic array slowly appeared, powerful star power fluctuations spread out, drawing a complex and mysterious star array. Finished. Su Ji suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright starlight flashed in his eyes. After the battle with Gu Chen just now, it is much more convenient for her to find Gu Chen's trajectory. Soon, she took out a teleportation scroll from her portable space and set the coordinates of the space she had just discovered. Just near this location, the error will definitely not exceed 500 meters. Su Ji handed the teleportation scroll with a serious look on his face. Long Yunfei stepped forward and took it carelessly, with arrogance in his expression. "Okay. I'll teleport over now. When I eliminated that Gu Chen, I will come to you to get points." He was full of confidence, as if he had seen the scene of defeating Gu Chen and gaining rich points. When Wu Yulin and Xiao Yi saw this scene, they looked at Su Ji with a strange expression. "Although I don't know what the result will be when Long Yunfei goes there, I always feel that Su Ji's behavior is a bit suspicious of being a sexy manipulation." Soon, Long Yunfei opened the teleportation scroll, disappeared from the spot with his team, and teleported towards the nearby area where Gu Chen was. Wu Yulin's eyes changed slightly, and he looked at Su Ji with curiosity. "You just send him over like this? What if he can't come back?" When Xiao Yi heard this, he turned his head and looked at Su Ji, his eyes full of curiosity. Su Ji didn't care at all, his eyes were indifferent, he chose it himself. Wu Yulin and Xiao Yi looked at each other and saw a little gloating in their respective eyes. On the other side of the secret realm. Since the third level of secret realm was opened, Gu Chen has rushed towards the third level with all his strength. At this moment, he walked into a deserted desert. The yellow sand was flying all over the sky, and the strong wind was howling through it, making a sound like a ghost crying and howling. In the distance are rolling sand dunes, constantly changing shapes under the raging wind. Looking around, within a radius of 1,000 meters, there was not even a shadow of other contestants. Not to mention the contestants, there is not even a foreign race. In desperation, Gu Chen could only speed up and move forward. At this moment, a sudden wave of space not far away, and thousands of starlight flashed out of the void. Immediately afterwards, a team of 5 people walked out of the dazzling starlight. The person in charge was wearing a bright red dragon blood suit, with a burly body and a muscle-spreading body. It was Long Yunfei. Long Yunfei led a team into the desert, raised his eyes and looked around, and noticed Gu Chen's figure as soon as possible. "You are that Gu Chen?" Long Yunfei walked up and came forward with great momentum. Behind him, the 4 team members each made their own postures, their eyes full of hostility. Chapter 281 Something interesting every day. Book, Group 65,0/5:02*33.8, Explore his bottom. Seeing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but smile in his eyes. Dragon clouds fly. Before the secret realm was opened, he paid attention to this person through Li Kun's explanation. No wonder Suji ran away so anxiously. It turned out that she was going to bring reinforcements. "She asked you to come, right?" Gu Chen's echoed that these people were teleported in the stars. 80% of it is related to Susong. Long Yunfei snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Today is your death date." After saying that, he took the lead in launching an attack, rushing towards Gu Chen like a red lightning. He was extremely fast, leaving deep footprints on the sand. Gu Chen was calm and thought to summon the End Demon Dragon. Finally, the Demon Dragon roared and appeared from the void. The huge body covered the sky and the sun, and the aura of destruction instantly spread out, as if even the light around it was dimming a little. Seeing this, the team members behind Long Yunfei used their skills one after another. A team member waved a long sword in his hand, and a golden sword energy shot towards the demon dragon in the end. The sword energy whistled through the air, making a sharp sound. Another team member muttered something and summoned a huge ball of flames, which were like a ferocious fire beast, pounced towards the demon dragon in the end. However, in the end, the demon dragon simply waved its wings, and a dark storm swept out, instantly swallowing the sword energy and flames. The storm continued to attack Long Yunfei and others, and they quickly used their defensive skills to form a layer of transparent shield. But the storm's power was too powerful, and the shield began to tremble violently as soon as it touched the storm, and cracks appeared. Long Yunfei's face was solemn. He didn't expect Gu Chen's summoned beast to be so powerful. But he did not retreat, but instead inspired his fighting spirit. He shouted loudly, and his aura suddenly increased. He clenched his fists with both hands and rushed towards the demon dragon in the end. Fall every step, they all made a deep pit on the sand. Gu Chen looked at Long Yunfei, and a hint of praise flashed in his eyes. "It's interesting every day." Posted. Book, Group 65,0/5:02*33.8, but do you think you can hurt it? After saying that, he summoned the tyrant of Senro again. The tyrant Senluo waved the thick branches and swept towards Long Yunfei. The sharp thorns on the branches flashed with cold light, as if they could easily tear everything apart. Long Yunfei hid sideways, but was still rubbed by the branches. A wound was cut on his arm, and blood flowed out instantly. He gritted his teeth and continued to rush towards Gu Chen. At this moment, the mechanical steel front also joined the battle. The Gatling array on the shoulder of the mechanical steel front unfolded instantly, and the muzzle was flashing with a cold metallic luster. Accompanied by a tingling mechanical sound, the super-saturated barrage poured towards the other team members like an iron storm. Long Yunfei and others seemed a little embarrassed under the attack of powerful fire power. They kept dodging the barrage, but some people were still hit and their health fell one after another. "Don't panic, concentrate your fire power to attack Gu Chen," Long Yunfei shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the team members released their skills towards Gu Chen one after another. Gu Chen was not too slow, and the shield of the Abyss Priest's suit appeared in front of him, blocking all the attacks. "Is this the only skill?" Gu Chen mocked. Long Yunfei was angry, but he knew that he could not be impulsive. He endured the pain on his arm, and his eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit and stared at the end of the demon dragon. Although he could not see the background of the end demon dragon, he could clearly feel the horror of this summoned beast. But his pride as a dragon blood warrior made him unwilling to retreat easily. At this moment, the 4 members of Long Yunfei's team were not idle either. The sword holder shouted loudly, and the long sword in his hand danced. Cast skill, Sword Shadow Slash. Golden sword energy shot towards Senluo Tyrant like a storm. The flame mage quickly formed seals with both hands, muttering words in his mouth, summoning Yanhuang Fire Sea. A surging sea of fire spread towards the mechanical steel front, trying to swallow it. The mechanical steel front faced the sea of fire that was rushing towards him, and the Gatling array on his shoulders unfolded instantly. Annihilation of heavy artillery. Super-saturated and powerful fire power was poured out and collided with the sea of fire. For a moment, the fire surged into the sky and the explosion was deafening. The tyrant Senluo faced the rainy sword energy and used wood transformation of everything. The surrounding elements are transformed into wood elements, and a thick wooden wall is quickly built in front of you. The sword energy hit the wooden wall and burst into pieces. Although there were many cracks on the wooden wall, it still steadily blocked the attack. Immediately afterwards, the tyrant Senluo waved the thick branches and used the Thousand Thorns strike. A large number of sharp thorns instantly pierced from the ground and quickly stabbed towards the sword-holding team members. The face of the sword-holding team member changed, and he quickly used his defensive skills to form a layer of fighting spirit shield in front of him. The root thorn collided with the shield, making a dense bang sound, and dense cracks soon appeared on the shield. On the other hand, the battle between Zhonggaian Demon Dragon and Long Yunfei also entered a white-hot stage. In the end, the Demon Dragon's huge body twisted slightly, and the dragon scales on its body flashed with strange light. Dragon Scale Guardian. A powerful shield instantly enveloped the whole body. Long Yunfei took a deep breath and cast the Dragon Blood Warrior's Dragon Shadow Flash. His body turned into a red afterimage, rushing towards the end of the demon dragon at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he swung the Dragon Flame Fist. The fist was burning with a blazing dragon flame, and it blasted towards the demon dragon in the end. Finally, the demon dragon opened its huge mouth, and a destruction breath containing the power of destruction burst out. The rolling black flames collided with Long Yunfei's Dragon Flame Fist, and with a bang, the powerful energy impact spread. Long Yunfei was hit hard, and was hit by the huge energy and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground, raising a piece of sand and dust. He struggled to stand up, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with unyielding fighting spirit. He rushed to the end of the demon dragon again and used the Dragon Blood Breaking Sky Slash. A huge blood-colored sword energy slashed towards the demon dragon in the end. In the end, the demon dragon simply waved its wings gently, and the sharp dragon wing light and shadow shot out, and in a blink of an eye, it completely destroyed the bloody sword energy. On the other side, Mechanical Steel Front and Senro Tyrant fought harder and the other 4 contestants. With its powerful fire power, the Mechanical Steel Front continued to suppress 4 team members with annihilation of heavy artillery. The fighting shield of the sword-holding team member finally shattered with a bang under the tide of barrage attack. He couldn't dodge and was hit by several shells. His body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his eyes were full of reluctance to be eliminated. Seeing this, Master Fire was anxious. Push Yan Huang Sea of Fire toward the mechanical steel front with all your strength. But the tyrant of Senluo waved the branches and used Tibetan transformation of everything. Not only does part of the flames be converted into wood elements, but also quickly condenses many huge woods. The spear shot towards the flame mage. The flame mage could not dodge and a wooden spear stabbed his shoulder hard. He screamed, and the flame spell instantly deviated, and his body shook continuously. At this time, the mechanical steel front seized the opportunity and quickly activated the skills. Wasteland Strike. A high-density torrent of energy ejected out, instantly turning the area where the flame mage and other team members were located into wasteland. On the wasteland, explosions continued. The 3 team members screamed in the explosion and their health dropped sharply. The tyrant Senro immediately launched the giant wood meteor. Countless giant trees fell from the sky with the momentum of destroying the world. The team members watched this scene in horror, but were unable to avoid it. The giant tree fell, the roar was deafening, the ground collapsed, and smoke and dust filled. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the 3 team members fell into the ruins in a row, and their blood volume had already reached its bottom. The death immunity triggered, and the 3 people disappeared instantly and were eliminated. After several rounds of confrontation on Long Yunfei, he gradually fell into a disadvantage, and his blood volume had dropped below the half-blood line. But his fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. He knew that if he didn't use all his strength, he would probably be eliminated by this demon dragon. Long Yunfei roared to the sky, inspiring the Dragon Blood Warrior's talent Dragon Blood Transformation. In an instant, his body began to expand, and his body surface was quickly covered with a layer of hard red dragon scales. His arms turned into huge dragon claws, and his legs became thick and powerful. Behind him, a pair of huge dragon wings were born. In a blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant dragon covered in fiery red scales. Dragon transformation? It's a bit meaningful every day. Posted. Explore his bottom. Gu Chen's eyes lit up slightly, and he sent a thought to the demon dragon of the end, showing a look of interest. At this moment, Long Yunfei's momentum suddenly increased after his transformation. He slammed the huge dragon wings and rushed towards the end of the demon dragon. At the same time, he opened his mouth and squirted out a hot dragon breath, shooting towards the end of the demon dragon. In the end, the demon dragon was not afraid at all and used the destruction breath again to collide with Long Yunfei's dragon breath. The 2 powerful energy confronted each other and could not stand stalemate for a while. Finally, when the demon dragon saw this, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He waved the huge dragon wings and used the wing light breaks the sky. The light and shadow emitted from the dragon's wings were like sharp blades, shooting towards Long Yunfei at a rapid speed. Long Yunfei twisted his huge body and tried to avoid it. But the light and shadow blades were too dense, and a few sharp blades still scratched his body, and blood flowed out of the wound. Long Yunfei roared angrily, endured the pain, and performed Dragon Flame Storm. A violent Dragon Flame Storm was set off around him, sweeping towards the end of the demon dragon. In the end, the demon dragon was unmoved and used the demon dragon fury to directly enter the domineering state. The power of destruction is centered on itself and storms in all directions. The dragon flame storm collided with the power of destruction, making a deafening roar. The powerful energy fluctuations made the surrounding space tremble. The battle became more and more intense, and Long Yunfei gradually felt overwhelmed. Although his transformation into a giant dragon form greatly increased his combat power, the ultimate demon dragon is too powerful. In the end, the demon dragon seized the opportunity and launched the elemental storm. In an instant, dark clouds were covered in the sky. Thick lightning streaks down from the clouds and bombards towards Long Yunfei. Long Yunfei couldn't dodge and was hit by several lightning. His body was paralyzed and his movements became slow. Finally, the demon dragon took the opportunity to launch another attack, and the destruction breath spurted out like a torrent, directly hitting Long Yunfei. Long Yunfei let out a painful roar, his huge body was swallowed by the breath of destruction, and the dragon scales on his body were shattered and blood splattered everywhere. The thunderstorm continued to sweep, and Long Yunfei's blood volume dropped sharply and could no longer hold on. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and the blood volume quickly cleared. The light and shadow flashed, and his body disappeared from the spot. The opponent has been eliminated. Current points, 3-6. Chapter 282. The situation suddenly changes, joining forces to fight against Gu Chen. On the other side of the secret realm, Su Ji, Wu Yulin, Xiao Yi and others were still moving. It was only 5 minutes before Long Yunfei teleported away, and they were waiting for Long Yunfei's results. After all, Gu Chen's true strength is still just a one-sided word from Susong and lacks strong evidence. Now, Long Yunfei took the initiative to attack, which gave them an opportunity to verify so that they could make timely adjustments to follow-up actions. Su Ji seemed to be sitting quietly, but under her seemingly calm appearance, her heart was actually like a surging wave. Suddenly, Wu Yulin seemed to have seen something, and his face changed drastically. Look, Long Yunfei's team has been removed from the standings. Delisting means elimination. As soon as this said, it was like a huge rock plunged into the calm lake, and suddenly stirred up 1,000 waves in everyone's hearts. Xiao Yi's eyes instantly became sharp and solemn, and his inner assessment of Gu Chen's danger was involuntarily improved by several levels. The two of them knew Long Yunfei's strength very well. In just over 2 minutes, Long Yunfei's team was wiped out. No wonder Su Ji is so afraid of Gu Chen. Su Ji still maintained that calm look on the surface, but he couldn't help but cheer in his heart. After all, she didn't have much aura at all and could have no grudge against Long Yunfei's previous public humiliation. Now that Gu Chen's hand has vented this anger, how can she not let her be happy? Through Long Yunfei, Wu Yulin and Xiao Yi's team also had an intuitive understanding of Gu Chen's combat power. The most urgent task is how to deal with Gu Chen, a powerful opponent. After all, in this competitive secret realm, the camps have clear positions and fights between them are inevitable. Long Yunfei's defeat made Su Ji's cooperation with the other two teams smoother. Wu Yulin frowned, his face full of seriousness, and he took the lead in breaking the silence. Gu Chen's strength is far beyond our previous estimates. It seems that we have underestimated the enemy too much before. Xiao Yi nodded slightly, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. It's true. I thought Long Yunfei could deal with him, but I didn't expect that he would be defeated so quickly. We have to replan the countermeasures. Su Ji took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and tried to infer some clues through the power of the astral world. Soon, she slowly opened her eyes, with mysterious and deep stars flashing in her eyes. I have sensed some obscure guidance from the astral realm, which may be used for us. Xiao Yi can drive the guardian spirit to cause waves on the battlefield and create chaos, making it difficult for Gu Chen to deal with it with his whole heart. Wu Yulin, your mechanical weapon launches attacks from a long range, seizes the opportunity and directly attacks the loopholes in his defense. And I have an early insight into his intentions in action through the astral guide, and warn you, while interfering with his judgment and putting him in trouble. Wu Yulin looked at Su Ji with doubts, obviously having doubts about the guidance of the astral world. She said, "But in this situation where there is no other way, I can only choose to believe it." Immediately, he raised his concerns. With that being said, Gu Chen must be prepared. How should we get close to him and launch an attack? Once he gets closer, with his combat power, he may be able to cause a heavy blow to us in an instant. Su Ji frowned slightly, and after a little thought, he said, we need to expand the league and win over more teams. One more team can not only distract him from the spotlight, but also attack him from different directions, making it difficult to resist. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, we will scatter outwards and look for other teams around to strengthen our strength. After discussing it, Wu Yulin and Xiao Yi led their respective teams to search out. Su Ji did not leave alone, but said he wanted to find stronger help. Not long after a long journey, Gu Chen finally entered the third level of the secret realm. The space here seems to be shrouded in a layer of haze, filled with a mysterious and depressing aura. The ground was rugged, broken rocks and mysterious light everywhere, and occasionally some strange energy fluctuations could be seen flashing in the air. He walked along the winding path, and the surroundings were a bit strangely quiet. After passing by a huge strange rock, Gu Chen keenly noticed movement ahead. He quietly hid his body and approached carefully. Through the cracks in the stone forest, Gu Chen saw a group of contestants gathered together. They come from different teams and have different costumes, but they have a tacit understanding in the action, forming a team faintly. Gu Chen felt a stern and instantly realized that these people had joined forces. Although the two sides are far apart, they cannot hear the conversation. But from their position and vigilant expression, Gu Chen could guess that he must be the goal of their alliance. He frowned slightly, and after a moment, a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems they are going to unite against me, and it's interesting to post every day. Book, Group 65,0/5:02*33.8. Above the vast plains, there was a suffocating tension at this moment. The earth seemed to be trampled by giants and was shattered. Huge cracks were like the mouths of a hideous giant beast, lying across the plain. Some cracks are bottomless, and occasionally you can see strange light overflowing from the depths of the cracks. Deep in the plain, the group of united contestants looked serious, like warriors about to rush to the battlefield, ready to fight. They showed firmness and vigilance in their eyes, staring in all directions of the plain, as if a fierce enemy would emerge from any corner in the next second. Zhou Ran, who came from the North Military Region, had a solemn expression as if it were this broken plain. She frowned slightly, looked at the people standing side by side, and said with emotion, I really didn't expect that our teams would fight side by side for one day. When Su Ji found her team and heard Gu Chen's name, she decisively chose to join. Because he had witnessed Gu Chen's terrifying combat power at the Wancheng Trade Fair before. If each team fights alone, I'm afraid none of them will be Gu Chen's opponent. Only by uniting may there be a glimmer of hope. The news that Long Yunfei's team was eliminated by Gu Chen spread like wildfire and became the best negative case. Gu Chen's points that were ahead of the dust were like a heavy hammer, sounding the alarm in everyone's hearts and became the key catalyst for the unity of each team. Su Ji thought to himself that although Long Yunfei was eliminated, he lacked a powerful help. But from another perspective, it is precisely because of his elimination that everyone's joint process has been promoted to the greatest extent. Su Ji looked at everyone with a serious expression, like a calm iceberg. The teams where Wu Yulin and Xiao Yi were also handed over the command to her without hesitation and confidence, and were full of trust in her. Secret Area, Monitoring Room. The pictures in the secret realm are playing in real time on the huge screen. Several senior executives of the headquarters gathered in front of the screen, paying close attention to the fierce battle that was about to break out. Their expressions change constantly with the changes in the picture, sometimes marveling and sometimes meditating. Hu Qing's eyes flashed with a light of praise, and he was the first to exclaim, the overall view of this new recruit is really impressive. In such a complex and dangerous secret environment, he can quickly unite and jointly deal with the powerful enemy. Next to him, Su Jingfeng analyzed with a serious expression, the main reason is that Long Yunfei's team was quickly eliminated, which has a great impact on them. Long Yunfei is the most promising candidate for the Western Region military region to win the championship, and his combat power is obvious to all. Even he was easily defeated by Gu Chen, which made the recruits deeply realize that only by unity and cooperation can there be a possibility of defeating Gu Chen. Luo Ping, who had never spoken, nodded and praised, Su Ji's performance is also remarkable. She has made an indelible contribution to the new recruits alliance this time. In addition to her hidden profession of the astrology prophet, judging from her current performance, she deserves to be the best among the freshmen in this class. At this time, Hu Qing frowned slightly and said calmly, although that said, things may not be that simple. Once Gu Chen is eliminated, each team may fall into a situation of fighting each other again. By then, she was the only one left in Su Ji's team. Without the protection of the team, it would be quite difficult to compete for the first place among many powerful teams. Ling Feng's expression was neither salty nor light, and he curled his lips with disdain. A good military district competition, now it's a team battle. Even if you win in the end, what's there to be proud of? In the secret realm, the sight returned to the broken plane again. The contestants in charge of the investigation have been observing the movements around them with all their attention. Suddenly, his expression sternly, and a hint of tension flashed in his eyes. Gu Chen appeared. He is approaching us, without any intention of hiding whereabouts. When everyone heard this, their hearts tightened suddenly and they quickly looked in the direction they pointed. I saw Gu Chen wearing heavy black armor walking slowly with steady and firm steps. Every step he took seemed to step on the heartbeat of everyone. On his left, the dark dragon hunting turtle was domineering and ferocious. Every step he took was deep footprints on the broken ground. On the right, the Senluo tyrant is like a moving jungle where vitality and destruction coexist. Every green branch and leaf shines with murderous intent. In the sky, the demon dragon finally raised its huge and hideous head, and its huge dragon wings spread slightly, casting a large shadow, giving people a feeling of oppression like a mountain of pressure. Gu Chen was among the three powerful summoned beasts, calmly gaiting. He showed his kingly demeanor in every move and treated everyone as nothing. It seemed as if the group of united contestants in front of us were just a group of irrelevant ants. And he just wandered leisurely on this plain full of broken and crisis. Chapter 283 Its damage is far beyond my imagination. This is too arrogant. One contestant shouted indignantly, his voice full of anger and reluctance. Su Ji looked calm. She knew in her heart that Gu Chen came from the front, seemingly arrogant, but in fact he gave her an excellent opportunity to implement tactics. Attack! She calmly issued an order, her voice as crisp and firm as ice ridges. An Isa-type professional wearing a light blue robe came out. His robe roared in the strong wind, and his hands quickly formed complex ice marks like phantoms, and a dazzling skill light burst out in front of him. Domain of Ice. In an instant, with Gu Chen as the center, the ground seemed to be frozen in an instant, and the biting cold spread rapidly like a surging tide. A crystal-clear ice wall rose from the ground, and in the blink of an eye trapped Gu Chen in it. This ice wall is as tall as two people, and its thickness reaches an amazing level. The surface of the ice wall was condensed with dense and sharp ice thorns, and the cold light flashed in the dim light, as if countless sharp blades were ready to tear the approaching enemies into pieces at any time. Moreover, frost continued to spread above the ice wall. The cold frost seemed to have life and was trying to penetrate into Gu Chen's body. This ice wall is very tough and has extremely strong defenses. Even when facing a powerful fourth-level alien race, it can steadily resist it. Not only that, the extreme cold power attached to the ice wall is even more terrifying. Some rocks located near the ice wall were frozen into crunchy ice in the blink of an eye. If an ordinary person is trapped by this ice wall, he may be frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant, and even his soul will be frozen. Su Ji does not expect this blow to seriously hurt Gu Chen, she has more profound plans in her mind. She firmly believed that this seemingly powerful ice wall would definitely force Gu Chen to make a comeback, thereby consuming his trump card and creating favorable conditions for subsequent battles. However, as soon as the ice wall was formed, a loud bang was heard, as if the entire plane was trembling. The dark dragon hunting turtle was tyrannically activated its skills. Broken impact. A mysterious black light appeared on its body, and the light was like a demon in the abyss, emitting a breath of destruction. The dark dragon hunting turtle rushed forward with both claws, and a powerful impact energy swept towards the ice wall like surging waves. The strong ice wall instantly appeared in front of this nearly terrifying force, and the cracks spread rapidly like spider webs. Immediately afterwards, the ice wall collapsed and turned into ice chips flying all over the sky, scattering and floating in the strong wind. Seeing this, Suji frowned tightly. She quickly turned her head and looked at the ice profession. Didn't you say confidently that this ice wall is indestructible? The ice-type profession frowned and instantly turned as white as paper. He swallowed, and his voice trembled slightly. It seems that its damage is far beyond my imagination. This ice wall can't bear such a terrifying force at all. Just as the ice professional showed fear and the ice wall collapsed and turned into ice chips in the sky, the situation suddenly became even more tense. As a spirit master, Xiao Yi is ready to go. Accompanied by a dazzling icy blue light, the ice unicorn raised a long whisper to the sky. The deafening roar echoed on the broken plain, and the air around him was instantly shrouded in chill. As a prophet of the astral world, Suji's eyes shine with the unique bright light of the astral world. She opened the insight of the astral realm and tried to explore the way to break through the mysterious power of the astral realm. The glory of the star world flowed in her eyes, and soon, she captured some blurry and obscure scenes from the darkness. After thinking for a moment, she immediately made a quick judgment based on these signs. Xiao Yi, let the Ice Kirin use the ice storm to disrupt their rhythm. The others are ready to attack remotely. Suji shouted loudly, using the auxiliary skills of the astrology prophet. Star Power Blessing. A soft and mysterious starlight fell accurately on the Ice Kirin, instantly improving the various abilities of the Ice Kirin. Xiao Yi understood it and immediately conveyed the instructions to Bing Kailan. The ice Kailan roared and pierced the ground with 4 hooves, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Then it opened its mouth suddenly, and a powerful icy storm erupted like a surging tide. Countless sharp ice edges shot towards Gu Chen and his summoned beasts like dense rain of arrows. Faced with this sudden attack, Gu Chen looked calm. His eyes swept towards the end of the demon dragon, and he passed the command with his thoughts. The latter understood, and the dragon wing slammed and swept down from the sky, spewing out black flames containing the power of destruction from his mouth. Breath of Destruction. This breath of destruction collided violently with the ice-level storm. In an instant, the power of destruction and the power of ice and cold impacted each other, and a deafening roar burst out. The aftermath of energy spreads around like ripples, plowing the surrounding ground into shocking gullies. Meanwhile, the tyrant of Senro waved a stout and spiked vine. Wood transformation of everything. It quickly converts various elements around it that are disordered by energy collisions into wood elements. In the blink of an eye, huge wooden thorns suddenly emerged from the ground and attacked the Bing Kailan. The Ice Kirin flexibly jumped and dodged, like a lively blue lightning bolt, cleverly avoiding most of the wooden thorn attacks. But a few wooden thorns still brushed across its body, leaving behind a few shallow scars. Suji knew very well that such a tentative attack was far from enough to pose a threat to Gu Chen, and he had to fight quickly. She stared at the astral world again, and the light of the astral world was volatile, and she interpreted a tactic that could have taken action. Wu Yulin, you lead the melee team members to detour from the left, looking for opportunities will attack Gu Chen's flaws. Xiao Yi, call out more guardian spirits and continue to restrain the End Demon Dragon and the Senluo Tyrant. The others followed my command and were ready to concentrate their fire power to attack the dark dragon hunting turtle long range to suppress its actions. Suji issued instructions quickly and decisively, and his voice was firm and powerful, which made a strong fighting spirit surge in the hearts of everyone present. Wu Yulin responded without hesitation, and then led a few melee players to sneak towards the left like ghosts. They approached Gu Chen carefully, their eyes full of vigilance and determination. In the monitoring department, everyone stared at the screen with all their attention, nervously paying attention to every detail of the fierce battle. The cooperation of this class of students has become more and more tacit. Suji's command ability is really excellent. A senior executive couldn't help but exclaim. But Gu Chen's strength is too strong, and every summoned beast he has the power to destroy the world. Another senior executive said with a worried look on his face. Hu Qing frowned slightly, stared at the screen and analyzed. The key point now is whether Suji and the others can seize the fleeting opportunity and break through Gu Chen's defense. If they can succeed, there may be a turning point in this battle. On the battlefield, Wu Yulin and others had quietly approached Gu Chen's left. He winked at the team members, and everyone suddenly jumped out of their hiding place and launched a fierce attack on Gu Chen. Wu Yulin's profession is a mechanic. With a dense and sharp mechanical movement, a unique war mech with a metallic luster flashed out of the space behind him. This mecha is as tall as two people, with mysterious rune light flowing all over its body, demonstrating its extraordinary power. Wu Yulin took a quick step and jumped into the cockpit of the mecha. His eyes were focused and he quickly activated the core power system of the mecha, and the mecha's eyes instantly lit up a dazzling red light. Immediately afterwards, he used the mechanic's signature skill Mecha Armed. The mecha's arms deformed instantly, and one side turned into a huge energy cannon. Light condensed at the muzzle, emitting heart-wrenching energy fluctuations. On the other side, several rotating serrated blades stretched out, and the cold light flashed, as if they could easily tear everything apart. With Wu Yulin's order, the energy cannon took the lead in firing. A thick beam of energy light was like a roaring light dragon, and it was shot straight towards Gu Chen with powerful force. At the same time, the rotating serrated blade also rotated rapidly, making a sharp howling sound, rushing towards Gu Chen, trying to cut it close-end. Other contestants also showed their magical powers. Some students danced with their hands and cast gorgeous spells. Fireballs hit Gu Chen like meteors, trying to suppress him with fire. Some hold crossbows and shoot arrows with special effects. The arrows drew arcs in the air and shot them accurately towards Gu Chen. For a moment, the spell light and arrows intertwined, and they were in full force. Seeing this, Gu Chen snorted coldly, "Good come." His eyes turned and he directed the secret dragon hunting turtle to turn around to resist the attack. The dark dragon hunting turtle had a bright black light. Stop the sorrow of war. Each time you take an attack, its defense and damage bonus will be increased by 10%. Faced with the attack that was coming like a tide, the dark dragon hunting turtle resisted. Although his body trembled slightly due to the huge impact, it did not suffer much damage. At the same time, with the help of back-off spike armor, it returns part of the damage to Wu Yulin and others in the form of real damage. Several contestants next to Wu Yulin were hit hard in an instant, their health plummeted and their bodies shook. Seeing this scene, Suji knew in his heart that it was difficult to achieve results with a strong attack on the front. She once again turned her eyes to the astral world, trying to find a new breakthrough. The glory of the star world shines and changes in her eyes, mysterious and profound. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, as if she had captured a trace of key information. Xiao Yi, let the Ice Kylan attack the End Demon Dragon and suppress it with extreme cold power. Others concentrate their fire power to attack the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle, don't give him a chance to breathe. Suji shouted loudly, his voice firm and powerful, clearly reaching everyone's ears on the chaotic battlefield. Xiao Yi issued an order with his thoughts, and Bing Kailan quickly changed the direction of the attack. Accompanied by a roar, an ice blue light shone out of its body, rushing towards the end of the demon dragon like an arrow. Chapter 284, A Fight Against the Crowd. I saw the ice Kiran jumping high, and with the help of the ice-type talent, a powerful ice breath spewed out of her mouth. Finally, the demon dragon noticed that the danger was approaching, and the huge dragon body tried to twist and avoid it. But the ice Kiran's attack speed was extremely fast, and some of the ice breathing hit its left wing. Finally, the demon dragon suddenly descended, and a thick layer of ice formed on the left wing instantly. It was nothing serious, but it made its flying posture slightly unbalanced. At the same time, everyone concentrated their fire power to attack the dark dragon hunting turtle, and various spells shone with light. There were hot flame balls, sharp wind blades, heavy earth thorns, and shining beams of lightning and dense arrows pouring towards the dark dragon hunting turtle. The dark dragon hunting roared and successfully mocked the surroundings with the help of the legend of the wrath. Some attackers instantly reduced the speed of these people by half. At the same time, it receives a 1% attack bonus for every attack. Under the fierce attack of everyone, the dark dragon hunting turtle kept flashing with black light to resist damage. Its actions were still suppressed to a certain extent, and its originally steady pace became a little slow. When Gu Chen saw this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Su Ji actually had such excellent leadership skills. But he quickly regained his calmness. After all, from now on, the battle has just entered a white-hot stage. It seems that you still have some skills, but this is far from enough. Gu Chen said, a serious look bursting out in his eyes. He looked at the demon dragon in the end, who instantly sensed his will, and the power of destruction surged wildly. Demon Dragon Fury. In the end, the destructive power on the demon dragon was centered on itself, gushing away from all directions like surging waves. Wherever you go, the space seems to be distorted. Seeing this, Su Ji and others quickly directed everyone to hide. The power of destruction was like a raging giant beast, sweeping ruthlessly over everything around. Many students could not avoid it and were affected, were severely damaged, and shouted in pain. At the same time, the tyrant of Senluo performed a rival of Wood Realm. With itself as its center, the ground bulged rapidly like boiling. The thick trees grew wildly at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a dense forest shrouded in darkness. The branches and vines in the forest automatically attacked the enemy like crazy tentacles. They twisted flexibly and whipped at the contestants. At the same time, thick black fog was released from the forest, instantly blocking everyone's mental perception and vision. The students were unable to tell the direction in the black fog, and screams came from time to time, and the situation became increasingly chaotic. Wu Yulin was in this chaos, but he was not panicked. He controlled the mecha, and the red light in the mecha's eyes flashed in the black fog, like the eyes of the demon in the darkness. Wu Yulin's face was a bit difficult. He must break this dilemma as soon as possible, otherwise they will suffer greater losses. At this moment, a thick vine rushed towards Wu Yulin's mecha like a python. Wu Yulin reacted very quickly and controlled the rotating serrated blade on one side of the mecha. With a buzzing sound, the sharp blade turned rapidly, facing the vines with an indomitable momentum. Click! The vine was easily cut off by a sharp blade, and the green juice splashed out. However, more vines came from all directions. Wu Yulin did not retreat at all, and he once again used the mechanic's skill energy pulse. A blue energy halo appeared around the mecha, and then a strong energy pulse burst out around the mecha. The nearby branches and vines were instantly shattered under the impact of this energy. But the tyrant Senluo had already noticed Wu Yulin's threat and began to focus on attacking him. Giant Wood Meteor. A large number of giant trees smashed towards Wu Yulin from the air. Wu Yulin's eyes turned and controlled the mecha to turn on the emergency avoidance system. Blue flames ejected from the feet of the mecha, which translated to one side at an extremely fast speed, avoiding most of the giant tree's attacks. But there was still a giant tree brushing across the edge of the mecha, and the powerful impact made the mecha tilt slightly. Wu Yulin quickly adjusted the posture of the mecha and activated the micro-missile launcher on the shoulder of the mecha. Whoosh! 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 Several missiles dragged their long tail flames and shot towards the direction where the tyrant of Senro was. The missiles drew bright trajectories in the dark forest, hitting the target accurately. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the trees around Senro Tyrant were blown up to pieces, and a piece of dust was raised. However, the Tyrant of Senro was not greatly affected. It waved the vines and cast the thousand thorns strike again. A large number of sharp thorns instantly pierced from the ground, like sharp swords, piercing towards Wu Yulin's mecha. Seeing this, Wu Yulin controlled the energy shield on the mecha's arms to unfold, and a transparent energy barrier protected the mecha in it. A thorn thorned on the energy shield, making a banging sound, splashing energy sparks, but it was never able to break through the defense. Under this chaotic situation, Suji suddenly surged violent energy fluctuations around him. Her mysterious and powerful power completely exploded at this moment, and a large number of dazzling starlight burst out from her body. Astral Cage. She waved her jade hand, starlight flashed, and spells containing the power of the laws of the star world emerged out of thin air. The agile starlight flew towards the end demon dragon, and in an instant weaving into a cage emitting mysterious glory, tightly binding the end demon dragon. In the end, the demon dragon roared, as if he was trapped in a deep quagmire. He had a terrifying force, but he was unable to break free, so he could only roar with anger and unwillingness. At this time, Suji's pretty face turned slightly white. This skill was consumed very much on this Hongaian demon dragon. Next, she must do her best to stabilize the Star Realm cage, otherwise it is very likely that the ultimate demon dragon will break through the realm. As soon as she thought of this, she turned to Xiao Yi and shouted, "Xiao Yi, I can trap this star cage for a while, but I must do my best to stabilize the imprisonment power in the cage and cannot display other abilities. The next battle depends on you." When Xiao Yi heard this, he focused his head and his eyes became more and more firm. The skill light bursts out, and a huge rhino joined the battlefield. This is another guardian spirit of Xiao Yi, called Likongzi. This guardian spirit is like a mountain, covered with a thick layer of scales with metallic luster. The huge rhinoceros horn is like a sharp blade that opens the sky, exuding a sharp aura, as if it can tear apart the space. The ice Kirin stood proudly on the spot, with cold air all over her body, and the surrounding space was frozen into a crystal ice domain. The cracked rhinoceros made a roar that shook the sky and the earth, and the four hooves stepped on the ground, splashing countless gravels. The two had a clear understanding and reached a tacit understanding in an instant, and joined forces to suppress the dark dragon hunting turtle. The ice Kirin took the lead in launching the offensive, and it opened its huge mouth and spit out a surging icy storm. Wherever it passed, the air instantly condensed into sharp ice cones, like a group of crazy ice blades, sweeping towards the dark dragon hunting turtle. At the same time, the rising rhino raised its front hooves high and then fell down violently. The earth trembled violently as if it was overwhelmed, and the yellow earth thorns suddenly broke out from the dark dragon hunting turtle, stabbing at it like a sharp spear. The dark dragon hunting turtle was originally preparing to attack and was instantly disrupted. With a roar, it burst into an unprecedented violent ability. Dragon blood boils. However, the icy storm of the ice Kirin and the earth power of the rising rhinoceros intertwined each other, forming a powerful and weird force. The cold force eroded the body of the dark dragon hunting turtle, hindering its power operation. The ground thorns caused by the cracked rhinoceros continue to impact its defense, making it difficult to do so. Under this powerful suppression, the dark dragon hunting turtle's offensive was no longer as fierce as before. Although Suji changed his gaze with this Hongaian demon dragon, her eyes were always locked in the battlefield. At the end of time, the demon dragon was imprisoned by me, and the limit of the dark dragon hunting turtle has also reached. Wu Yulin was leading people to drag the tyrant Senluo. Now is the time to fight back. After she finished speaking, Xiao Yi acted instantly. A strange light was released around him, and accompanied by a roar that shook the sky, and a huge phantom fell from the sky. This is the guardian spirit that I am at the bottom of my box. Xiao Yi's face turned a little pale. The previous Ice Kirin and Rising Kongzi consumed a lot of money on him, but the situation was critical at this moment, and he had to show his trump card. The guardian spirit that appeared this time was a white tiger with a cold murderous intent all over her body. Xianming tiger. Its eyes flashed with a faint green light, and its fangs were sharp, as if it could tear apart the space. Roar! With an angry roar, Suan Minghu rushed towards Gu Chen. However, before he could get close to Gu Chen, a dazzling blue light suddenly shot from the slant. Mechanical puppet. Dozens of mechanical puppets with similar mechanical steel front structures surged out. Although these mechanical puppets are small in size, they are agile in movement. They rushed towards the Xianming tiger like a group of steel wasps. Suan Minghu was angry at this sudden scene. It roared and waved its claws wildly, trying to repel these annoying little puppets. But these mechanical puppets are extremely flexible and constantly dodge Xianminghu's attacks, and at the same time they also attack Xianminghu from various tricky angles. Energy beams shot out from the mechanical puppets' weapons and hit Xianminghu, splashing sparks. Seeing this, Xiao Yi felt nervous and hurriedly controlled Xianminghu to find a breakthrough point. At this moment, the mechanical steel front activated the skill Annihilation of Heavy Artillery. The Gatling array on its shoulder quickly unfolded, and the black hole muzzle aimed at the area where Xiao Yi and Xianminghu were. Boom 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 boom. The deafening roar sounded instantly, and the super-saturated barrage poured down like a pouring rain. At the beginning, the barrage was like a dense sharp arrow, which could cause damage to the Xianming tiger, but it was not enough to make it afraid. However, as the skills continue, the firepower increases greatly and the damage increases rapidly. Each shell was like a small bomb, exploding on Suan Minghu, causing it to roar in pain. The place where he was hit began to bloom, and the Xianming tiger's blood volume plummeted. Chapter 285 Luli appears. The attack of the mechanical steel front was too fierce, and Xianminghu was almost overwhelmed. Although Suji changed his eyes to the End Demon Dragon, his eyes were always locked in the battlefield. Seeing that the mechanical steel front successfully suppressed Xiao Yi and Xianminghu, she immediately shouted loudly, "Where now? The others will cooperate with Xianminghu and increase the attack strength." Just as everyone was about to launch further attacks, the mechanical steel front again launched Wasteland Strike. A high-density torrent of energy ejected from its core part and swept towards the area where Xiao Yi and Xianminghu were. Wherever you pass, the ground instantly turns into a scorched earth, and the air is filled with a pungent energy breath. Xianminghu and Xiao Yi were in this wasteland and began to suffer continuous explosion damage. From time to time, balls of flames burst out from the ground, submerging their figures. Xianminghu was already seriously injured, but at this time, under the continuous explosion damage, he was even more shaky. Xiao Yi's face became paler. He not only had to withstand the mental backlash caused by the injury of the guardian spirit, but also had to deal with the fierce attack from the mechanical steel front in all directions. His state was rapidly consumed. At the same time, two figures suddenly flashed on the left and right sides of Gu Chen. The person on the left is agile, which is Zhou Ran. His eyes were full of tenacity and decisiveness, and his neat short hair flew slightly with his rapid action. On the right is the Wind Impreza, which has been promoted to a legendary beast control. The Feng-Ying leopard has a slender figure, tight muscles, and full of strength. The huge wind wings behind it spread out, faintly causing the surrounding airflow to rotate, making a whistling sound. Zhou Ran and Feng Yubao were in a close relationship and reached an agreement without verbal communication. Zhou Ran held a sharp blade flashing with cold light. This blade was specially made by her, specifically used to cooperate with the battle with the wind impreza. The wind impreza let out a low roar and took the lead in launching the attack. Its hind limbs kicked violently and rushed towards Gu Chen like black lightning. It's so fast that it's almost impossible to capture it. Zhou Ran was not showing any weakness. With the help of the airflow driven by the wind impreza, his body rushed towards Gu Chen like a ghost. The two, one left and one right, form a pincer attack and launch a fierce attack on Gu Chen. Hunting of the wind. Zhou Ran used his beast-controlling combination technique with wind impreza. A layer of green wind power surged from the wind eagle, and the speed increased again, and it rotated rapidly around Gu Chen like a hurricane. The strong wind caused the surrounding sand and stones to fly. Zhou Ran, under the cover of the strong wind created by the wind leopard, constantly changing positions to find Gu Chen's flaws. The sharp blade in her hand was flashing with a cold light, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. Go up! With a shout, she suddenly jumped forward and rushed forward like an arrow, with a sharp blade in her hand stabbing Gu Chen's vital point. At the same time, Feng Yubao also opened his sharp claws and rushed towards Gu Chen from the other direction, trying to give him a double blow. However, Gu Chen, wearing the riot magic armor, still calm in the face of this fierce attack. He swayed his hands suddenly, and the black guards changed rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it turned into two huge axe blades. A strange black light flowed on the surface of the axe blade, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Gu Chen suddenly waved his axes, brought up two black axe shadows, and attacked Zhou Ran and Feng Impreza. The axe blade opposite the direction of the wind impreza's striking, accurately collided with the wind impreza's sharp claws. With a loud bang, a powerful impact force burst out. Although the claws of the wind impreza are sharp, they are completely vulnerable in front of this axe blade containing powerful power. The wind impreza was so shocked that it flew backwards, let out a painful whine in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Another axe blade swept towards Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran's heart was terrified, and he felt a wave of overwhelming force hit him. She secretly cried out, and hurriedly avoided her side, but the power of the axe blade was too powerful, and the axe wind still swept her body. Zhou Ran groaned and his body was knocked out like a kite with broken string. The sharp blade in his hand also flew out of his hand, marking a long mark on the ground. She did not give up, but endured the severe pain in her body and quickly got up. Gu Chen! Don't think that you can defeat us like this! Zhou Ran shouted loudly, and Feng Yubao stood up with difficulty. At this moment, a black light hit at an extremely tricky angle, and the sharp axe blade arrived instantly and slashed down with a loud bang. Click! Click! A ferocious scar appeared on Zhou Ran and Feng Yubao, and then the figures of both disappeared and were teleported out. The opponent has been eliminated, current points, 3-7. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyelids suddenly jumped. It's okay if the summoned beast is powerful, but why is the summoner so powerful? Before they could react, the towering golem of the dead body appeared in everyone's sight. Its body emitted black light, and the debuff effect was successively placed on the participants. Immediately afterwards, several contestants in the wood world were eliminated by the tyrant of Senro. At the same time, a wailing sound came from the side. Under the powerful fire power of the mechanical steel front, Xianming Tiger was ultimately defeated and was broken into light and shadow. Ice Cream and the Rhinoceros had already suppressed the Dark Dragon hunting turtle, but with the weakening of the negative effects, they fell into a disadvantage in a blink of an eye. Luli, it's time? We have taken out the means to put the bottom of the box. Don't hide it! Wu Yulin suddenly shouted loudly at the sky. With a shout, the originally gloomy sky was suddenly shining with a dazzling ray of the holy light torn apart. The light was like the dawn, dispelling the depressing aura that spreads on the battlefield with its overwhelming momentum. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure slowly emerged from the light. The 6 huge wings behind them slowly unfolded, and each feather flashed with a soft and dazzling luster, as if condensed from the purest holy light. The holy wings swayed gently, causing the surrounding air to emit layers of holy halos. The strong sacred aura spreads around like a surging wave, with Luli as the center. Wherever you go, the aura of darkness and evil was instantly washed away. Luli was wearing a moon-white robe. The golden mysterious patterns embroidered on the robe seemed to have life, flashing and flowing, constantly interweaving mysterious and complex patterns. The light emitted by the lines and the holy halo around him shined together, adding a bit of sacred feeling. He held the long sword emitting dazzling holy light in his hand, and the sword body was transparent, like the best crystal. The golden liquid flowing inside was like a burning holy flame, with a faint roar coming out, highlighting the extraordinary and powerfulness of the sword. Luli's eyes were like lightning, scanning the battlefield. Seeing the student's predicament, a hint of invisible contempt flashed in his eyes. Then, he raised his head slightly, and the wings behind him suddenly burst out with a more dazzling light, and his whole body was as dazzling as the sun. Immediately afterwards, he held the sword of holy light and flew towards Gu Chen. The powerful momentum made the air tremble and make a buzzing sound. "I'll help you." Luli's voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the battlefield, full of reassuring power. As he approached, the powerful holiness became stronger and stronger, making everyone present feel an invisible pressure. Luli instantly came to Gu Chen, and without saying a word, he waved the sword of holy light in his hand. "Sword of the Holy Trial." I saw an extremely sharp sword light flying out from the blade. The sword light was like a bolt of lightning, carrying the power to destroy the world and slashed straight towards Gu Chen. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving a faint white mark. This sword light not only contains powerful physical cutting power, but also contains pure holy power, as if it wants to completely purify all evil in the world. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, and the giant axe transformed from the riot demon armor in his hand danced quickly, trying to withstand this sharp attack. With a loud bang, the sword light collided with the axe blade, and a strong light and shock wave burst out. The powerful force caused cracks on the surrounding ground and sand and stones to splash. Gu Chen's feet drew 2 deep gullies on the ground, and his whole body was defeated by this blow several steps. After stabilizing his body, a trace of surprise flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He looked at Luli and said lightly, "I haven't seen you for a few days, your combat power has improved a lot. The power of this sword is more than 1 step higher than your previous combat power." The corners of Luli's mouth raised slightly, and his expression showed arrogance and confidence. He responded proudly, "Gu Chen, don't be afraid of scaring you when you say it. This secret realm has a deep connection with the profession of Holy Light Angel. In the secret realm, my combat power can be greatly increased." Long before entering this secret realm, Luli received news that this secret realm was set up by the Angel clan in ancient times to seal a powerful dark force. During the long years, although the secret realm has undergone changes, the sacred power of the Angel clan remains. As a Holy Light Angel, Luli sensed this familiar aura since he entered the secret realm. During the in-depth exploration, due to his professional characteristics, he quickly found the ruins of the ancient Angel Temple. The temple retains the inheritance power of the ancestors of the Angel clan, and the walls are engraved with runes and history of the Angel clan, recording the glory of the Angel clan and the mission of protecting the world. With his profession and understanding of the power of the Holy Light, Luli successfully resonated with these remaining powers and obtained the inherited spiritual light. Not only that, he also found a crystal containing the power of pure holy light deep in the temple. After this crystal was integrated into his body, his control over the power of the holy light reached a new level. "I have never shown up before, just exploring the hidden power in this secret realm. Now I have control over the key, and my natural combat power has increased greatly. Gu Chen, I was indeed defeated by you before, but today, you will definitely lose. After saying that, the 6 wings behind Lu Li shone brightly, and the holy aura became stronger and stronger. The golden liquid on the sword of holy light in his hand flowed even more violently, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. Chapter 286. My skills also take a little time to prepare. In the monitoring room, looking at Gu Chen leading the summoning beast to crush the contestants in the picture, the generals of the 4 military regions felt a sigh at this moment. Hiss, is Gu Chen too powerful in this scene? Hu Qing subconsciously rubbed his eyes, and his face was full of surprise. Although this batch of new one's soldiers are not the strongest in history, but this cohesion is definitely unique. Su Jingfeng shook his head repeatedly, as if he was deeply touched by this scene. Don't underestimate them. Just take the little guys Su Ji and Xiao Yi as examples. It's not an exaggeration to call them the strongest freshmen. Luo Ping put his hands on his chest and said with a firm tone. At this moment, the scene in front of him made him feel as if he had been cast in a fixed spell, and they were all stunned. Not only them, but also the entire monitoring room, from the generals to the responsible persons, were shocked. In the picture, Lu Li seemed to be a god coming from the holy light. The 6 huge wings behind them slowly stretched out, and the holy halo surrounded the body like a substance, and the sacred aura emitted seemed to break through the screen. The long sword of holy light in his hand was like a crystal of clear sword, and the golden liquid inside was flowing happily as if there was life. This. Why is Lu Li like he is cheating? How come such a powerful force emerged? Ling Feng took the lead in breaking the silence, his voice full of incredible. Can it be that some great mechanism was triggered in the secret realm, and it has achieved great benefits, right? But this improvement is too outrageous. Su Jingfeng guessed with a suspicious look. I heard that this secret realm has a deep connection with the profession of Holy Light Angel. Will it be? Hu Qing turned to look at Luo Ping halfway through his speech. At this moment, as Lu Li's immediate boss, Luo Ping's mouth was obviously raised. Yes, I have received the exact news before that there is a ruin of the ancient angel temple in this secret realm. There is the professional inheritance of the angel lineage. After exploration, our people found that not only the inheritance, but also a crystal of holy light. Luo Ping said, his mouth could no longer be suppressed. What? The ruins of an angel temple, this is so lucky. This is an opportunity that countless people have always dreamed of. Su Jingfeng couldn't help but be shocked. It seems that among this freshman, Lu Li will emerge as the biggest variable. I thought the overall situation was decided, but I didn't expect Lu Li to stir up such a big storm again. This military competition is getting more and more exciting, and it is becoming more and more unpredictable. Everyone said something, and while they were amazed at Lu Li's powerful strength gained by the ruins of the angels, Ling Feng's face became more and more gloomy. What's this? Ling Feng couldn't help but snorted coldly, his tone was full of dissatisfaction. Just because of the ruins of an angel temple, Lu Li's combat power has been improved so exaggeratedly. Is this fair to Gu Chen? He frowned tightly, and his eyes revealed anger. Gu Chen has always been through the ranks of success with his own strength, showing outstanding talent and powerful combat ability. But now, Lu Li has the power to compete with Gu Chen just by relying on the adventures in this ruins. Isn't this destroying the original balance of this competition? Ling Feng, you can't say that. Hu Qing spoke, trying to persuade, getting opportunities in the secret realm is also part of his strength. Lu Li can find the ruins of the angel temple and gain power from it, which is also his ability. Skill? It's just luck. Ling Feng refused to listen at all and directly interrupted the other party. If it was fair competition, Gu Chen would definitely not lose. But now, Lu Li has clearly gained an advantage with the power of this ruins, which is too unfair to Gu Chen. This secret realm is full of uncertainty, and opportunities have always been reserved for those who are prepared. Lu Li's ability to seize the opportunity means that he deserves this opportunity. Luo Ping said leisurely. Ling Feng snorted coldly, no matter what opportunities or preparations I have, I only know that this competition should be a pure competition of strength from the beginning, rather than relying on this sudden power of ruins to break the balance. Is Gu Chen's efforts going to be ignored because of this ruin? He looked at Gu Chen in the picture with regret. At this moment, a strange and deep purple light suddenly burst out from Gu Chen's body. The light is subtle and mysterious, with dark purple patterns in it flashing like a living thing. His expression was as cold as ice, and his deep eyes were now covered by a layer of coldness. With the bright light all over him, the sacrifice skill of the Abyss Priest suit was activated. The power of sacrifice: for each 10 units sacrificed, the summoner's own attributes will be increased by 10%, and the summoned beast's full attributes will be increased by 10%, lasting for 10 minutes, and the maximum number of sacrifice units will be 100. I saw that the mechanical puppets that were originally split from the mechanical steel edge were like being caught by an invisible and evil hand, and they broke away from the battlefield uncontrollably and swarmed towards the direction where Gu Chen was. The metal parts on these mechanical puppets made a sharp cracking sound, as if they were making unwilling roars and struggles. Their mechanical eyes were flashing with disordered light, as if they were resisting the mysterious and powerful pulling power. However, all this was in vain. The force was like a shackle from the abyss, holding them firmly and dragging them forward ruthlessly. As mechanical puppets gradually approached Gu Chen, strange changes occurred. Their hard metal bodies began to twist and deform like wax and fire, and their originally regular structure became chaotic. Immediately afterwards, the body turned into thick black mist, and the mist exuded a pungent smell of rottenness, as if it was the concretization of the dark power in the abyss. These black mists were like hungry ghosts, and could not wait to rush towards the light on Gu Chen's robe, and were instantly swallowed up. And every time a mechanical puppet is swallowed, the light will be like a nourished beast, stronger, becoming more dazzling and full of evil spirits. At the same time, the End Demon Dragon, imprisoned by Suji in the Star World cage, suddenly let out a roar that was enough to make the world shine. This roar contained endless excitement and desire, as if responding to the powerful help that was coming. The roar was like rolling thunder, and it exploded over the battlefield, causing everyone's ears to hurt, and their hearts beat violently. Okay, since you're all here, I won't hide it anymore. Gu Chen controlled the sacrifice in an orderly manner, and his plain tone was a bit of joke. A wanton smile slowly appeared on his face, which was like a devil admiring his Suntob-winning work. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the contestants were filled with shock and anger, and even a hint of fear was faintly mixed with. What does it mean to post every day? You haven't taken any serious action? Wu Yulin widened her eyes and blurted out almost in an incredible tone. His voice trembled slightly from excitement, his face full of disbelief and anger. This is just one aspect. Gu Chen said truthfully, there is another reason that my skills also require a little time to prepare. His words were concise and straightforward, but they hit everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Wu Yulin stared at Gu Chen tightly, his eyes full of complicated expressions of disbelief and anger. Are you so confident? Yes. Gu Chen nodded without hesitation, because my next skill will be very powerful. You'd better not blink, otherwise you don't know how you were eliminated. As the last mechanical puppet was successfully sacrificed, a destructive aura burst out from the end of the demon dragon. The already huge body expanded rapidly like a blown balloon, and each scale became thicker and shining with a cold and icy luster. Each piece is as big as a millstone, reflecting a terrifying light in the sun. Its dragon wings slowly unfolded, covering the sky, as if two huge dark clouds obscured the sky. The dragon wings are covered with mysterious and ancient patterns, and the light is shining, as if telling the evil and powerful power of ancient times. In the end, a black flame ignited in the eyes of the demon dragon. The flame contained endless will to destroy, as if it was about to burn everything in the world. Just looking at it, it seems that the soul is about to be burned out by the flame and turned into nothingness. Its dragon claws become sharper, like sharp blades that can tear apart space. Just gently swinging in the air makes a sound, leaving behind twisted cracks in space. Sacrifice 100 mechanical puppets, and the total attributes are increased by 100%. As the sacrifice effect takes effect, the ultimate demon dragon's aura is as majestic as a surging tsunami. Just standing there, the invisible pressure spreads out like a substance, allowing everyone present to feel the fear from the depths of their souls. The earth began to tremble violently, as if it was overwhelmed, and huge cracks spread wildly around with the ending demon dragon as the center. The cracks were like wounds on the earth, constantly expanding, and the surrounding ground collapsed one after another, and dust was raised all over the sky. At this time, the astral cage used by Suji began to show obvious signs of instability under the impact of the powerful force of the end demon dragon. The star runes that were originally as bright as stars were now flashing, like candlelight that was about to be extinguished. The barriers of the cage also rippled in layers, as if the calm lake was thrown into a huge rock. Each ripples contain powerful fluctuations of power, which seems to indicate that the cage is about to break. Finally, the demon dragon let out a roar that shook the sky and the earth, and the roar was filled with anger for imprisonment and the desire to break free. The black flames around it suddenly rose several feet, like a surging sea of fire. Then the black flames quickly condensed and turned into countless thick flame tentacles, hitting hard on the star cage. Each impact was accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation, and the light of the star cage dimmed a little. Kaka! Accompanied by the crisp sound of cracks, cracks gradually appeared on the cage of the star realm. The fine lines like spider webs spread rapidly on the surface of the cage. Chapter 287 If you don't work hard, you don't know what despair is. The dark cracks looked particularly shocking under the dazzling starlight. Finally, under another full-strength impact of this Hongaian demon dragon, the star cage could no longer bear the powerful force. Boom! The star cage was completely broken and turned into countless twinkling star chips floating in the air. It's here in an instant, a powerful backlash power surged out like a surging undercurrent. The backlash power followed the subtle spiritual connection between Suji only felt as if his chest was hit hard by a heavy hammer. A severe pain spread throughout his body like an electric current, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of her mouth uncontrollably. Her originally rosy face instantly turned pale as paper and bloodless. The originally lively and bright eyes also lost their luster and became a little dim. Well! With a muffled groan, her body was struck by lightning and she couldn't help but fly backwards. The speed was as fast as an arrow, falling heavily to the ground. The ground sank due to her impact, forming a huge pit. The ground around the pit was covered with cracks, which was extremely tragic. Suji was lying in the pit, his body trembling slightly, and every tremor was accompanied by a heart-wrenching pain. She wanted to struggle to get up, but she felt that all the strength in her body was drained in an instant. Every time she moved, it seemed as if countless needles were piercing her body, and the pain almost fainted. Suji! Seeing this scene, the other contestants showed concern. However, at this moment, they still have to face the extremely terrifying ending demon dragon after the reinforcement, and they have no time to help them. After breaking through the star cage, the demon dragon finally burst out with unprecedented powerful power. A breath of destruction centered on it and spread wildly around like a surging tide. It roared to the sky, its sound shook all over the fields, and the roar was filled with endless arrogance and tyranny, as if it wanted to declare everything in this world as its prey. Then, it slowly turned its gaze full of desire for destruction to everyone present. The eyes were like a sharp blade, which made everyone feel a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. Wu Yulin's face was solemn, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. The situation is critical, and at this point, it is impossible to retreat at all. He quickly operated on the robotic arm with one hand, and ordered it quickly. In an instant, several mechanical armors ejected from the space device behind him. These armors are of different shapes, some are equipped with dense energy muzzles, while others are equipped with huge mechanical blades. With a command from Wu Yulin, the mechanical armor rushed towards the end of the demon dragon like a tiger descending the mountain. The energy muzzle sprayed out a series of hot energy beams, shooting towards the ending demon dragon like a meteor. Is this useful? That's a demon dragon. One contestant couldn't help but shout, with obvious fear in his voice. I don't know, but I can't sit still and wait for death. Wu Yulin responded without looking back, his forehead full of sweat. In the end, the demon dragon was not afraid at all. Its huge dragon tail swept out like a giant steel pillar. Boom! 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 With a series of loud noises, the mechanical armors rushing towards it were swept away instantly. It was thrown into the air like a toy, and then fell heavily to the ground, with parts scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Wu Yulin felt nervous, but did not give up. He continued to control the remaining mechanical armor, trying to find the flaws of the end demon dragon. At the same time, Xiao Yi also acted quickly. He made seals with his hands, muttering words in his mouth, and ripples of spiritual energy escaped from his body, hovering and flying in the air. As the psychic energy shines, a huge guardian spirit appears beside him. This is really my guardian spirit. Mountain giant bear, come on it. The giant mountain bear is as big as a mountain, with muscles bulging. The bear's paws are twitching on the ground. It let out a roar that shook the sky and the earth and pounced towards the demon dragon in the end. A mountain giant bear? What a pity! Although the bear is powerful, it is not enough to see compared to a dragon. A contestant shouted in despair. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth, and a resolute flashed in his eyes, it's a little more time to get a little more. Finally, the demon dragon glanced at the giant mountain bear that was rushing towards him and opened its huge mouth. Breath of destruction. A black flame ejected out like a torrent. The black flame instantly swallowed the giant mountain bear. The giant mountain bear roared in pain in the flames. After struggling for a few times, it turned into a ray of light and dissipated in the air. Xiao Yi's face turned pale, and the dissipation of the guardian spirit caused him to suffer a certain mental backlash. But he gritted his teeth, overdraw his mental power, continued to condense the guardian spirit, and tried to continue fighting with the end demon dragon. However, the power of the demon dragon in the end is far beyond their imagination. It rushed around the secret realm, and wherever it passed, the trees were uprooted and the huge rocks were crushed into powder. Wu Yulin's mechanical armor was damaged under its attack, and Xiao Yi's guardian spirits were also destroyed one by one. Although the other contestants also tried their best, they seemed so powerless under the crushing of the demon dragon in the end. Just as everyone was in despair, a holy light shone across the sky like a meteor. In the light, Luli appeared with a tall figure, and 6 huge wings behind him slowly spread out, surrounded by a holy halo, exuding a strong holy aura. He held a long sword emitting holy light in his hand. His sword body was transparent, and extremely fierce golden holy flames burst out from it, and a strong power burst out from it. Luli finally took action. Can he do it? Someone asked with a hint of hope. I don't know, but he is our only hope. The person who answered was full of helplessness. Luli looked firmly at the raging demon dragon in the end, and anger arose in his heart. He knew the terribleness of the ending demon dragon, but if he did not stop this demon dragon today, everyone would be eliminated. Luli waved the sword of holy light in his hand and cast the saint sword of holy trial. I saw a sharp sword light flying out from the blade, like a bolt of lightning, carrying the power to destroy the world, and slashing straight towards the demon dragon in the end. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be purified, and the dark aura disappeared instantly. Finally, the demon dragon felt something strange. It stopped raging, turned its head, and stared at Luli with huge eyes burning with black flames. When the holy sword light slashed at it, the black scales around it burst out crystal black light, facing the sword light. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword light collided with the dragon claws, bursting out with strong light and shock waves. The powerful force caused countless cracks to appear on the surrounding ground instantly, and the sand and stones were thrown high. Luli frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the ultimate demon dragon's power was so powerful that his saint sword could not cause substantial damage to it. But he did not retreat, and his wings shone brightly behind him, and he waved the sword of holy light again. A series of more sharp sword lights shot towards the demon dragon in the end. In the end, the demon dragon roared angrily, and Dragon Scale Guardian blocked the sword lights one after another. Then, it suddenly opened its huge mouth, and an energy breath containing the power of destruction ejected. It's another breath of destruction. Luli showed a strong fear on his face, and he quickly waved his wings to try to avoid it. The black flame breathed extremely fast and came to Luli in an instant. A vast holy flame burst out from Luli's sword of holy light and came forward fiercely. With a loud bang, the two energy collided violently. Luli was knocked out by a powerful impact force, and the light on the sword of holy light dimmed instantly. How can I fight this? Even Luli can't stand it if he hits the destructive breath. Some contestants shouted in horror. Luli struggled to stand up, a trace of blood spilled out of the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still firm. He has not used his strongest skill yet. Taking a deep breath, the six wings behind him burst into bright light. Holy ripples! He flew high and then fell rapidly from the sky. As we approached the end demon dragon, the light wheel burst into circles of sacred ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, the dark power was quickly dispersed, and finally the black flame on the demon dragon's body was suppressed a little. In the end, the demon dragon felt the restraint of the divine power on it. It roared angrily, and the dragon wings slammed. Wing light cracking the sky. The light and shadow emitted from the dragon's wings were like sharp blades, cutting towards Luli. Luli quickly waved the sword of holy light and shattered some lights and shadows, but several lights and shadows still passed through his body, leaving several deep bone-visible wounds on his robe. Even Luli was injured. This demon dragon is so terrible. The other contestants' faces turned pale. At this moment, the demon dragon finally let out another low roar, and it showed no mercy. Demon Dragon Fury. Finally, the demon dragon entered the domineering state, and the destructive power was centered on itself and attacked in all directions. The black flames were overwhelming, as if they were going to swallow up all the contestants around them. Some contestants who had no time to escape instantly turned into ashes and were eliminated. The black flames rolled, Wu Yulan's mechanical armor was directly hit into pieces, and Xiao Yi's guardian spirit was completely annihilated by this force. It's over, we're not his opponent at all. Facing the scene that looked like the end of the world, one contestant closed his eyes in despair. Just as everyone was feeling desperate, Luli's holy power had reached its peak. Next, he will activate his strongest skill, Angel True Body. The holy white light suddenly flourished, his body quickly raised, and the six wings behind him became even more huge and gorgeous. A rich golden light shone out from the white feathers, mysterious runes emerged, and unprecedented fluctuations of holy power surged out of his body. Luli's face became even more sacred. He glared at his eyes, and angered sacred flames burned in his eyes, and his combat power surged instantly. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen nodded slightly, his eyes feeling calm. Is this your strongest blow? Well, I'll give you a chance to do your best. If you don't work hard, you don't know what despair is. Chapter 288. Okay, let's stop here. Gu Chen, accept your fate, everything will end here. This secret realm is my home court, and I will never allow you to be rude here. Luli held the sword of holy light and rushed like a holy meteor. The devil dragon is coming to an end. In the end, the demon dragon was not willing to be outdone. The black flames around it surged up again and rushed towards Luli. The two collided in an instant, and the powerful energy burst out made the entire secret realm tremble. Light and darkness intertwined, holiness and destruction confronted, and this battle has reached its peak. Luli suddenly waved the sword of holy light, and a sword containing the powerful sage of holy light slashed towards the neck of the demon dragon in Zhongyan. In the end, the demon dragon felt the threat of this fierce attack and had no intention of avoiding it every day. Book, Group 65,0/502*33.8, directly resisting this attack with extremely hard dragon scales. Clang! There was a loud bang, as if a bell was roaring. The sword slash containing powerful power hit the dragon scales of the end demon dragon, splashing dazzling sparks. But the scales of the demon dragon only trembled slightly, and there was no crack at all, and no black blood flowed out. Luli's full-strength attack failed to cause even a slight damage to the end demon dragon. How is that possible? Even Luli can't hurt it. When everyone saw this scene, a glimmer of hope that had just ignited suddenly shattered like a bubble, replaced by deep despair and fear. Finally, the demon dragon let out a roar full of mockery and smugness, and the dark power in its body surged like boiling black magma. A violent elemental aura erupted from its body. Elemental storm. In the end, the demon dragon chanted the magic spell with the ancient and evil dragon language. In an instant, a huge thunder elemental storm was formed out of thin air in front of it. The storm was like a raging thunder dragon, carrying the power of thunder that destroyed the world and swept towards Luli like a surging tide. Luli felt this powerful force that could instantly turn him into powder, and he knew very well that he could not retreat at this moment. He injected all his holy light power into the holy light sword without reservation, and then suddenly inserted the sword into the ground. In an instant, a holy and dazzling barrier rose rapidly with him like a towering holy mountain, trying to withstand this aggressive thunder elemental storm. Luli, come on! You must block it! Everyone below was filled with fear, but they still shouted and cheered for Luli at the top of their lungs. The thunderstorm collided with the holy barrier, and a deafening roar broke out. The sky and the earth saw a dazzling bright light at the explosion, as if everything collapsed at this moment. The light flashed wildly, and the energy flowed everywhere. The entire battlefield was instantly completely shrouded by this extremely powerful force, forming a huge and terrifying energy vortex. Luli gritted his teeth, and the blue veins swelled up on his forehead, maintaining the holy barrier with all his might. However, the power of the ultimate demon dragon is too powerful. Although Luli struggled to support him with the angel true body, he still couldn't resist it. Click click. The cracks quickly spread on the holy barrier like spider webs. Then, with a bang, the holy barrier shattered and turned into countless holy light chips floating in the air. Luli was also backfired by this powerful force, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily on the ground in the distance, splashing a huge piece of dust. Finally, the demon dragon let out a victorious roar. It took advantage of the victory and was ready to give Luli a fatal blow. At this critical moment, Wu Yulin quickly reacted. He controlled the newly repaired mechanical armor and fired a series of hot energy beams towards the end demon dragon. These beams of light shot towards the end demon dragon like dense meteors, trying to distract it and get Luli a chance to breathe. Xiao Yi also endured the severe pain caused by the mental backlash and ordered the guardian spirit to rush away frantically. The guardian spirits let out a shocking roar and attacked the end demon dragon without hesitation. However, the ultimate demon dragon only sprayed out a mouthful of destruction breath. Boom! The black flames roared, and the guardian spirits whined in pain, falling heavily to the ground, and the light became dim. Don't give up, let's go together, we still have a chance. Wu Yulin shouted. Although his heart was full of despair, he still tried to boost everyone's morale. Under Wu Yulin's shout, the other contestants also plucked up the courage to attack the End Demon Dragon again. However, facing the overwhelming powerful force of the End Demon Dragon, everyone's attacks were like scratching their feet, and they could not cause substantial damage to it. In the end, the Demon Dragon traveled freely through the attacks of the crowd. Every attack of its attack could bring huge damage to the crowd, and contestants were constantly eliminated. Just as everyone was almost in complete despair, Luli climbed up from the ground with difficulty. His body was covered with scars and blood stained his robes red. He once again concentrated all his strength, and the 6 wings behind him shone brightly. At this moment, he is overdrawing his strength and is about to start a final decisive battle with the End Demon Dragon. Okay, you've tried your best. That's all for this competition. Gu Chen's cold words hit everyone's ears like a heavy hammer. In an instant, the whole audience fell into silence. Su Ji, Xiao Yi, Wu Yulin, Luli, and others had solemn expressions and remained silent. No one dared to underestimate Gu Chen's words. After all, even though everyone has experienced hard battles, they have been suppressed and beaten. There was always a huge rock hanging in my heart, for fear that Gu Chen would still have a murderous move. Such strong combat power. Does he have a trump card? If so, do we really have a way to deal with it? Xiao Yi next to him clenched his hands into fists, and his knuckles turned white. We still have combat power. If we consume him, we may not lose. Before he finished speaking, he saw that the aura of the demon dragon suddenly rose. The power of destruction was like a surging black anger, surging wildly, as if it was about to wrap the whole world into an endless abyss of darkness. Finally, the demon dragon raised its head and let out a roar that shook the world. The sound wave spread like a substance, making the surrounding space buzzing, as if it was about to break. Immediately afterwards, it casts demon dragon fury. The power of destruction became increasingly fierce. With its huge body as the center, it was like a doomsday volcano erupting, radiating wildly in all directions. The power of destruction is like a substantial torrent of darkness, and wherever it passes, the space is ruthlessly torn apart like worn cloth. The dark cracks were like the mouths of a hideous giant beast, exuding a terrifying aura. The contestants felt a terrifying force that ruined the world was surging like a terrifying force, and there was no time to make any effective defense. The dark torrent instantly swallowed the contestants close to each other ruthlessly. Some people didn't even have a chance to scream. They were shattered by this violent destructive force and completely eliminated. No. Su Ji had just recovered a little bit, and she watched the contestants around her disappear into ashes in front of her, and her face turned pale. This time, she overdraws her mental power desperately and attracts the energy of the astral realm, trying to build an indestructible barrier with the power of the astral realm to block this catastrophe. However, the power of demon dragon fury is simply irresistible. The power of destruction hit the fragile embankment like a surging tsunami. Su Ji's space barrier only supported it for a moment and then shattered. The powerful force backfired like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Ji hard. Her mouth was gushing blood, and her whole body was like a rock that had been knocked away. It hit the cliff in the distance, splashing a large amount of blood mist and was eliminated. When Xiao Yi saw this scene, his eyes were filled with anger and his eyes were about to break. He suppressed his inner anger and tried his best to summon all his guardian spirits. For a moment, giant bears as majestic as mountains, ice unicorns as fast as wind, and black turtles emitting mysterious spiritual light all appeared one after another. Driven by Xiao Yi's grief and anger, they rushed towards the end of the demon dragon desperately. In the end, the demon dragon sneered at the attacks of these guardian spirits. Its huge dragon tail was like a dark giant pillar that shook the sky, wrapped in the power to destroy the world, and swept out like black lightning. Bang bang bang! A series of dull and loud collisions came one after another, and the guardian spirits, like fragile dolls, were swept into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground like falling meteors. The light of the guardian spirit dimmed instantly, and the breath was as weak as a wisp. Xiao Yi was also severely injured by the guardian spirit and was subjected to a strong mental backlash. Bright red blood was overflowing from all 7 orifices, and his whole body was shaking and fainting. Wu Yulin looked at this tragic scene and his heart was filled with fear and reluctance. But he bit his lower lip tightly, endured his inner fear, and controlled his last mechanical armor. He opened the energy output of the mechanical armor to the limit, and thick energy beams poured towards the ending demon dragon like angry shooting stars. However, in the end, the dark aura that looked like ink around the demon dragon was like an indestructible black barrier. The energy beam hit it, splashing out some insignificant sparks, and it was easily bounced away, and it could not cause any damage to the end demon dragon. Finally, the demon dragon raged and slowly turned its huge head. The cold and murderous gaze was once again directed at the few remaining contestants. It slowly flapped its huge wings, and a strong airflow swept through like a hurricane. Its huge body slowly took off, and huge shadows enveloped the entire battlefield like dark clouds, as if the god of death had arrived, bringing endless despair to everyone. Lu Li watched his teammates fall one after another, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. The holy light bloomed from him like a surging wave, colliding fiercely with and confronting the dark power radiating from the body of the end demon dragon. He held the sword of holy light in his hand, and his sword body shone brightly. The whole person was like a burning holy meteor, rushing towards the end of the demon dragon without hesitation, trying to make the final desperate battle. Finally, the demon dragon noticed Lu Li's attack, and a trace of cold disdain flashed in his huge eyes. It waved the dragon wings casually. A light and shadow containing endless power of destruction shot towards Lu Li like black lightning. Wing light cracking the sky. Whoosh! Lu Li couldn't dodge and was hit by light and shadow. The sword of holy light in his hand flew out of his hand, drew an arc in the air and inserted it into the ground. His body was as if struck by lightning, and it was directly passed by the light and shadow. The huge and hideous scars almost divided him into 2. The opponent has been eliminated. Current points, 6-2. Chapter 289. The number of contestants is less than 10%, and the secret realm inheritance is opened. After the end of the demon dragon raged like a disaster in the end, the secret realm was in a mess, and less than 10% of the surviving contestants were already in chaos. However, the competition in the secret realm continues. What kind of tricks do you want to play with? Gu Chen frowned, his face full of confusion and vigilance. At this moment, an accident happened suddenly. An ethereal voice suddenly sounded in Gu Chen's ear. The number of contestants is less than 10%, the secret realm inheritance is opened. The secret realm inheritance? Isn't it over yet? Gu Chen thought to himself. Monitor indoor. When everyone saw the secret realm heritage open, the atmosphere instantly became solemn as if it were the essence. What's going on? Someone asked anxiously, with surprise and excitement in his voice. Luo Ping, who had always been calm and composed, showed regret at this moment. The secret realm inheritance? Unfortunately, Lu Li was actually eliminated. It's really unexpected to eliminate 90% of the talents. The conditions for opening are too harsh. What a terrifying strength you have! Is it true that the Angel Clan inheritance is hidden here? Hu Qing proposed the possibility of inheritance, but he himself dared not be sure. Who would have expected that someone could achieve such difficult conditions? Before the picture, the senior executives and heads of the 4 major military regions were fully focused and stared at the picture, fearing that they would miss any details. In the secret realm. This secret realm is actually a carefully planned trial place, aiming to select the chosen people who are truly qualified to undertake the inheritance of the secret realm. When the number of contestants was eliminated to 90%, it seemed like the mysterious switch that had been sleeping in the depths of the secret realm had been triggered. The ultimate test of secret realm inheritance has officially begun. In an instant, the auspicious clouds in the sky surged like raging waves, the sacred light shone brightly, and a tsunami-like army of angels swarmed over the sky. These angels have different shapes, some of which have snow-white wings and are almost transparent. They hold long swords shining with sacred runes in their hands, and the light of the sword body flows. Some people lingered in their bodies with dazzling halos like dreams, and a halo of mysterious and powerful power floating behind them, and the halo patterns kept changing. Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh at this formation that seemed to be the end of the world. What kind of inheritance is this? I'm afraid it's not a test of life and death. Among the angel army, everything is available from ordinary angels to elite angels, angel commanders, and even the highest angel and majestic powerhouses. There is actually an angel king. Gu Chen's face changed slightly. What is the level of the Maharaja? Just listen to the Blood Clan King to know. In history, there are only a handful of professionals who can compete with the Angel Maharaja. At this moment, the earth trembled violently, as if it was shaken by an invisible giant hand. Under the plain, defensive forces composed of various races suddenly emerged, including human race, demon race, natural spirits, dragon races. They rushed to fight and fought desperately with the turbulent army of angels. However, the angel army was too strong, and the defensive forces of each race were obviously at a disadvantage. They were defeated step by step and were about to be completely swallowed up. In the monitoring room, Ling Feng looked solemn. It seems that this is the ultimate test of the secret realm for contestants, and the degree of tragedy is beyond imagination. Yes, this test is definitely more terrifying than the hell-level abyss. I wonder if Gu Chen can get through it. While a group of senior officials were seriously discussing, the eliminated contestants were also paying attention to the situation in the secret territory. Su Ji frowned slightly, and looked worried. The test of inheritance is so strict, how should Gu Chen deal with it? He is now isolated and helpless. Xiao Yi frowned and said, if there are teammates fighting side by side, there may be a chance of life, but he is alone now. Lu Li's face was pale and his eyes were too long. He stared at Gu Chen in the picture, with an unconcealed light of hatred flashing in his eyes. If Gu Chen had not been there, this inheritance should have belonged to him. No one noticed the coldness on Lu Li's face, and the rest couldn't help but sweat for Gu Chen, and secretly speculated in their hearts. If you fail this test, will you miss the possible inheritance? At the same time, as the angel army pressed step by step like dark clouds, the ethereal voice sounded in Gu Chen's ears again. Inheritance trial, survive 30 minutes. Note, you will face the angel phantom of the same strength as you and accept the final test of the secret realm inheritance. Survive for 30 minutes under the siege of nearly endless angels and angel maharajas, what a joke! Etc. All the angels you face are as strong as yours? A sudden surprise flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and he felt extremely confident. He never feared an opponent of the same level. With a thought, a group of summoned beasts appeared beside him. In an instant, the powerful aura spread around with Gu Chen as the center, colliding with the sacred aura of the angel army. For a moment, the wind and clouds changed color. In the end, the demon dragon took the lead in launching an attack. Its huge body, as huge as a mountain, twisted slightly, and opened its huge mouth that was enough to swallow the world. Breath of destruction. A black flame containing the power of destruction burst out like a surging torrent of black, shooting accurately towards the densest parts of the angel army. Wherever you pass, the space seems to have been torn apart, making a tingling sound. The earth-shaking roar exploded, as if the world was trembling. The angels hit by the black flames were as if they had suffered a catastrophe, and their health was instantly reduced. Then, the power of destruction tightly wrapped around them like maggots in the tarsal bone, causing high and continuous damage to them. I saw black smoke constantly coming out of the angels, and screams of pain came one after another, like purgatory on earth. Finally, the demon dragon flapped its wings, and the surging elemental power gathered wildly around. Elemental storm. It raised its head and let out a roar that shook the sky and the earth, and its sound echoed over the entire battlefield like rolling thunder. With this roar, a huge thunder and lightning storm formed instantly. Purple lightning flashed wildly in the storm, intertwining into a terrifying power grid, like a furious thunder dragon, sweeping towards the angel army. Wherever the thunder elemental storm passed, the angel's holy shields were shattered like fragile glass. His body was hit by lightning and instantly turned into coke, bursts of black smoke came out, and a pungent smell of burnt was filled with the air. When the angels were in chaos by the thunder and lightning storm, the demon dragon finally seized the opportunity and used the wing light breaks the sky. The light and shadow emitted from the dragon's wings were like super sharp blades, flashing with cold light, cutting towards the angel lord at an extremely fast speed. Wherever light and shadow pass, the space is cut into pieces. The angels were cut in half, and blood sprinkled like raindrops. Faced with the fierce attack of this Hongaian demon dragon, the angel lord shouted angrily and finally launched a counterattack. The angel commanders raised their arms and shouted, organizing defense and counterattack formations. Under the command of the commander, those ordinary angels and elite angels no longer panic, and they all used their respective sacred skills. Holy beams of light shot out from the hands of the angels, like dense rain of arrows, shooting towards the summoned beasts. Some angels formed a defensive array, spreading their white wings, forming holy barriers, trying to resist the attacks of the summoned beasts. The angel lord showed his terrifying strength. The sacred light around it is magnificent, and a huge sacred war halberd appears in its hand. It waved its battle halberd, and a light containing powerful purification power slashed towards the demon dragon in the end. Wherever this light passes, the space is purified to be spotless. In the end, the dragon scale shield of the demon dragon finally appeared in the impact of this light. Faced with the counterattack led by the angel lord, the demon dragon finally did not retreat at all. Directly activate the demon dragon's anger and enter the domineering body state. The power of destruction stormed wildly in all directions like a volcanic eruption, forming a huge black energy vortex. The angels around were like dust swept into black holes, instantly swallowed by the power of destruction and turned into powder. The tyrant Senluo followed the pace of this Hongaian demon dragon and directly launched the Thousand Thorns strike. I saw the earth rolling violently like a boiling ocean. Then, a large number of sharp thorns instantly pierced from the ground like dense rain of arrows, and quickly stabbed towards the angel army. These thorns are extremely hard, with dark green light on the surface, containing powerful natural power. The piercing penetrated the angel's body and made a crackling sound. Blood slowly flowed down the thorns, gathering on the ground into winding rivers of blood. The angels not only suffered high damage, but also were bleeding. As the blood continued to flow, their strength gradually weakened and they struggled in pain. Immediately afterwards, the tyrant Senluo launched the giant wood meteor. In an instant, the sky was instantly shrouded in large shadows. Countless huge trees fell from the sky like burning meteors, smashing the angel army with the momentum of destroying the sky and the earth. Every giant tree is extremely huge and falls rapidly with an unparalleled impact. When the giant tree hit the target, it made a deafening roar. The hit angel not only takes huge damage, but also falls into a brief state of stun. For a moment, the angel army was in chaos, and the originally neat formation became scattered, like sand blown away by the strong wind. The tyrant Senluo refused to give in and performed a rival of Wood Realm. With itself as the center, a dense area shrouded in darkness quickly grows forest. The branches and vines in the forest automatically attacked the surrounding angels like flexible tentacles. These branches and vines are tough and powerful, constantly tangling the angels' bodies, tightly bound them. At the same time, black mist rose from the ground and spread quickly, like a huge black curtain, blocking the angels' mental perception and vision. In the black fog, the angels lost their way and bumped around like headless flies, becoming living targets for the attack of Senluo Tyrant. Chapter 290, Advance, Angel Saint Outfit. The battle is fierce, and the mechanical steel front is not to be outdone. Facing the overwhelming army of angels, it unhesitated its shoulder Gatling array. Annihilation of heavy artillery. The super-saturated barrage poured towards the angel army like a torrential rain, and each shell contained powerful energy. Explosions broke out in the group of angels, fires soaring into the sky and thick smoke rolled. Every second, the damage is increased by 50%, and the powerful firepower suppression makes the angels almost unable to breathe. For a moment, the angel army exploded one after another. The dazzling fire and thick smoke rose up, and the angels' figures appeared and disappeared in the barrage, and angels kept falling in the cannon fire. Immediately afterwards, the mechanical steel front launched the waste strike and launched a high-density energy torrent. The torrent of energy was like a ferocious giant beast, rushing towards the angel army with an unstoppable momentum. The covered area instantly turned into a scorched earth, the land was dry and cracked, the magma surged, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. The angels in this wasteland suffered continuous explosion damage and screamed in pain, and their bodies gradually dissipated in the heat and explosion. Roar! The mechanical steel front shouted, rushed into the angel army with full firepower. Total war! Its body is shining brightly, unlocking the ultimate state of destruction, and activates all weapon protocols carried in its body. In an instant, the multi-unit missile launcher of the whole body was deployed at the same time, and missiles were shot at the angel army like meteors, carrying out strategic cleaning of the area where the angel army was located. The missile exploded in the angel swarm, forming a huge mushroom cloud. The powerful impact force lifted the angels around him, just like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and the defense line of the angel army was shaking under the attack of the mechanical steel front. Of course, other summoned beasts were not idle either. The Blood Clan King, the Chaos Yuanling, the Dead Skeleton Golem and the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle lined up from all directions to resist the angel attack from the other direction. The towering body of the dead golem is like an indestructible fortress, with black light on the surface of the body being shot, and the debuff state is successively applied to the surrounding angels. Extremely exhausted. A black aperture appeared under the angel's holy body, and the original holy light also became dim. Their attributes are reduced sharply, making them more vulnerable when facing attacks. Black death bacteria followed closely behind. After an angel was infected with the plague, the disease state was like the sickle of the god of death, quickly spreading among the angel army. The therapeutic effect of infected angels is reduced by 90%, and as the target of infection increases, the more health you continue to lose. The angels' bodies gradually became decayed and their feathers began to fall off in large areas. The dark dragon hunting turtle started and charged forward. Like a heavy tank, it deals a lot of damage to the angels on the path and slows down. Wherever its huge body passed, the angels were knocked away and fell to the ground in pain. With its powerful mental power, the Chaos UN spirit constantly released chaotic shadows. These chaotic shadows floated quickly towards the angel army like black ghosts, wrapping the angels tightly around them. Every angel who is entangled suffers multiple damage and struggles in pain. The Blood Clan King held 2 guns in his hand and his body was like a ghost. The high explosive bullet flashed with silver lightning shot towards the angel's vitals like lightning. Whenever the bullet hits the key point, a brilliant spark will burst out. Critical damage caused the angels to fall one after another, and blood splattered. With the summoned beasts attacking with all their might, the angels' offensive gradually showed signs of decline. Especially the Angel King, who was in a fierce battle with the End Demon Dragon, it finally couldn't hold on. Accompanied by an unwilling roar, the sacred war halberd in the hand of the angel king flew out of his hand. The divine body gradually dissipated under the powerful attack and turned into countless holy lights. With the fall of the angel king, the angel army instantly lost its backbone and the originally neat defense line completely collapsed. Ordinary angels and elite angels began to flee around, but the summoned beasts did not let them go and continued to hunt them down. The attacks of the summoned beasts were like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, destroying all the angel phantoms. The battlefield was silent, only the breeze gently brushed by, rolling up the dust on the ground. Gu Chen and his summoned beasts stood on this messy battlefield, with more or less traces of battle on their bodies. With the destruction of the angel army, a mysterious and powerful force suddenly surged in the secret realm. This power was like an invisible torrent, spinning around Gu Chen. Gu Chen could feel that this was the power of the secret realm inheritance. Monitor indoor. A number of senior military leaders were staring at the picture nervously. When Gu Chen saw the angel army being destroyed and successfully passed the inheritance, a burst of awesome and cheers erupted in the entire room. He did it! Gu Chen really did it! Is this the inheritance assessment of the angel clan? It's incredible! Su Ji, Xiao Yi, and others also showed relief smiles on their faces. Although they were eliminated, I was also happy for Gu Chen's success. Lu Li's face became even more gloomy, and the hatred in his eyes was almost gushing out, but no one noticed his strangeness at this time. In the secret realm, the mysterious inheritance power gradually condensed into a light ball emitting soft light. The light ball slowly floated towards Gu Chen, and Gu Chen subconsciously extended his hand and caught the light ball. The moment his hand touched the ball of light, a huge and pure message poured into his mind. Gu Chen was immersed in this information flow, and his consciousness seemed to have entered a brand new world. At this time, the space in the secret realm began to distort. A space vortex exuding a magnificent aura appeared in front of Gu Chen. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed and he immediately stepped into the vortex of space. The next second, he came to a dreamlike space. The light here is radiant, and countless flashing lights intertwined into ancient and mysterious paintings, slowly unfolding in front of him, telling the magnificent story behind the angel inheritance. The angels use pure energy as the source and rely on powerful and holy power to travel between various dimensions, protecting the peace and tranquility of the world. However, an unprecedented catastrophe came like a nightmare. A dark force from the abyss penetrated the dimension they were in, and the power of the abyss swept over like a surging black wave, in a posture of destruction. Wherever this power goes, order collapses, chaos raged, and countless worlds fell into endless darkness and chaos. In order to protect the peace of the universe, the angel clan resolutely stepped forward and launched a protracted and extremely tragic battle with the dark forces. The war lasted for a long time. Although the angel clan was brave and fearless, the dark power was too strong and both sides suffered a nearly devastating blow. In order to curb the spread of the power of the abyss and to continue the mission of the angel clan, the angels set up secret realms in various dimensions of the universe. This secret realm is one of them. It is like a sleeping fortress, waiting for one day for professionals with extraordinary combat power to come and accept the angel heritage. Just as Gu Chen was immersed in it, the light around him suddenly surged violently, gathering into a huge ball of light emitting dazzling light. The ball of light slowly opened, and a phantom angel figure walked out from it. The angel couldn't see his face clearly, and his body exuded a dazzling holy brilliance. The 6 wings behind them trembled slightly, and each feather seemed to contain the ultimate mystery of the universe, and the light emitted illuminated the entire space. The angel's phantom's eyes fell on Gu Chen, gentle and solemn. "Challenger, you have passed the inheritance trial and obtained the qualification to inherit the angel inheritance." After saying that, a crystal-clear crystal flashed in the angel phantom's hand. The crystal emits a soft and holy light, and it seems that stars are flashing and flowing inside, revealing a faint wave of awesome power. This is the inheritance crystal of the Angel clan, carrying part of the power and mission of our clan. Gu Chen's eyes condensed and he took over the inherited crystal. He could feel the tremendous power contained in it, which was a force that could change his destiny. Gu Chen didn't say anything and fell into careful thinking. As a summoner, this angel inheritance does not necessarily have to be inherited by him. In more cases, he was more keen on commanding summoned beasts to fight. After some careful consideration, he decided to give this inherited crystal to the riot demon armor. As soon as the inheritance crystal approached the riot demon armor, it released a strong light, completely covering it. The originally dark and hard armored body of the riot demon armor began to undergo wonderful changes. A layer of holy white light bloomed from the inside, like the dawn passing through the darkness, gradually dyeing the entire armor into pure white. This white is holy and dazzling, as if it contains endless light and hope. Immediately afterwards, 6 snow-white wings slowly stretched out from behind the riot demon armor. The wings spread out, and each feather flashed with a soft light, and a reassuring sacred aura was emitted in a gentle tremor. The space around the riot demon armor also rippled layer by layer, and a powerful and pure force spread around it with it as the center. Under the impact of this powerful force, the original qualification boundary of the riot demon armor was completely broken. Summoning beast successfully. Rampage Demon Armor LV.36 Legend Rightward Arrow Angel Holy Apparition LV.36 Myth. Summoning Beast qualification from Legend has advanced to Myths. Get attribute feeding back, Summoner all attributes plus 200. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Riot Demon Armor broke through to the mythical level in one fell swoop and became an Angel Holy Suit. The original skills have been greatly strengthened, and new skills have been derived. Sacred Guardian Myth provides 500% attribute bonus to the host and bears all negative effects for the host. At critical moments, you can be immune to a fatal attack to the host. Saint Flame Judgment Myth, angels dressed to absorb the target's life and transform it into a holy flame. The holy flame can cause an output effect equivalent to the target's highest damage. Sword of Holy Light Myth, holy flames evolved into the Sword of Holy Light, and there is a chance to launch a killing strike. The lower the target health, the higher the damage it causes. Chapter 291, Pay attention to opportunities in everything. A light flashed in front of him, and Gu Chen was teleported out of that mysterious space. Gu Chen is out. The other contestants waiting outside noticed the movement at the entrance of the secret realm and exclaimed. In an instant, it seemed as if there was an invisible gravity that attracted everyone's eyes firmly. Most of the eyes of everyone were filled with shock and admiration. However, there was also a little hatred mixed in it, and this hatred gaze came from a small number of contestants represented by Luli. Ling Feng heard the news and walked out of the monitoring room quickly. As soon as he saw Gu Chen, he immediately laughed loudly, "Haha, good boy, I am really worthy of being the soldier I brought out. It really didn't disappoint me." Ling Feng was more than just satisfied, he was extremely surprised. Gu Chen's performance this time undoubtedly made him profit from many colleagues. "Let's go, I will recommend several generals from other military regions to you," Ling Feng said enthusiastically. It was impossible to monitor the fact that Gu Chen obtained the angel inheritance after entering the mysterious space. The generals of the major military regions were also eager to know the secrets at this moment. With the eyes of the contestants intertwined with envious or jealous eyes, Gu Chen followed Ling Feng into the monitoring room. With Ling Feng's enthusiastic recommendation, Gu Chen met several senior military leaders and generals from major military regions one by one. Afterwards, Luo Ping, the general of the North Military Region, came up. He looked at Gu Chen with a burning look and asked curiously, "Gu Chen, what happened after you entered that mysterious space? Is it convenient to reveal some details of your inheritance?" Ling Feng also echoed on the side, "Yes, Gu Chen, tell us what's going on with this inheritance." Gu Chen nodded and said slowly, that mysterious space can only be entered by successfully passing the test of the secret realm. I have obtained the inheritance crystal of the angel clan in it. Inheriting crystal? When Luoping heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, Gu Chen, I believe you also know that Luli from our North Military Region is his profession as the Holy Light Angel. In terms of fit, he may be able to better absorb the inheritance power in the crystal. Do you see if this can be done? Our North Military Region is willing to give some generous conditions. I hope you can give the inherited crystal to Luli. When Gu Chen heard this, he shook his head, General Luo, I'm really sorry, I have already used that inherited crystal. Luoping frowned, and a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Gu Chen, you just came out of the secret realm and used the inheritance crystal? This is not very honest. Everyone is in the military department. As long as you can give the inheritance crystal to Luli, no matter what the conditions are, our North Military Region can talk about it. This may have great benefits to Luli, our military region, and even the entire Shengxia. Gu Chen shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything more. With a thought, he directly summoned the Angel Holy Suit after the transformation of the Riot Demon armor. In an instant, a holy light bloomed, 6 snow-white wings trembled gently, and a sacred aura spread out, and everyone was shocked. Gu Chen pointed to the Angel's Holy Suit and said, Luo General, look, I have integrated into my summoning beast Riot Demon armor. It took this opportunity to break through to the mythical level and has become part of this Angel's Holy Suit and cannot be taken out. Luoping's face changed slightly. He looked at the angel outfit that exuded a powerful aura in front of him, his eyes full of regret. He sighed and said, Oh, it's a pity. If Luli could obtain this inherited crystal, with his professional advantages of the Holy Light Angel, he might be able to create greater value. Ling Feng patted Luoping on the shoulder and said, Old Luo, inheriting this kind of thing requires an opportunity. Gu Chen can obtain and use it reasonably is also his ability. Let's respect his choice. Luoping did not force it anymore, nodded slightly, looked at Gu Chen and said, Forget it, since that's the case, it's really no chance. Gu Chen, if you can allow the summoned beast to obtain such a powerful inheritance, you will definitely have a bright future in the future. If you have the chance, I hope you can communicate more with our North Military Region. Gu Chen responded with a smile, Luo Jianjun is serious. If I have the chance, I will naturally be willing to contribute. At this time, other soldiers, the generals of the district, also surrounded and communicated with Gu Chen, asking various questions about the angel heritage and the angel holy suit. At this point, the military region competition has officially ended. The news that Gu Chen won the championship in the military region competition also quickly spread to the outside world. Secret Realm Base, in a small courtyard. Gu Chen sat steadily on the side of the tea table, making tea for Ling Feng and Luoping with a focused and respectful expression. The hot tea water fell into the cup accurately like silver silk threads, rising hot air, slowly shading the tea fragrance. Ling Feng leaned leisurely on the back of the chair, with a comfortable and comforting smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with appreciation for Gu Chen. You've performed unprecedentedly well this time. In his eyes, this soldier he brought out was like a piece of beautiful jade that became more and more dazzling after careful carving. The more he looked at it, the more he was filled with joy. Luoping picked up the teacup and took a sip, with a calm expression with a little affirmation. How can it not be excellent? One person eliminated nearly 90% of the contestants and also obtained the Secret Realm inheritance, which is unique in the history of the military region competition. Even compared to you back then, it's too much stronger. Although Luoping's words were plain, they seemed to have a hint of imperceptible teasing. Ling Feng's originally relaxed smile instantly stopped. He pretended to be angry and glared at Luoping, and said angrily, Can you still talk well? You have to pick up any pot without opening it. I'm just talking the truth. Luoping still looked calm and gentle. He gently put down the teacup and continued slowly, you reached the third secret realm back then. After all, you were a 5-star warrior. You wouldn't even dare to admit this, right? That tone was like an unreserved joke among old friends for many years. Ling Feng was so angry that he grinded his teeth secretly, and he secretly complained in his heart that he, an old friend who had known each other for many years, did not leave any face for him, and he had to reveal his true feelings in front of Gu Chen. Ling Feng coughed twice, quickly changed the topic, turned to look at Gu Chen, and his expression became serious. Gu Chen, next time you have to race against time to improve your level and reach level 40 as soon as possible. When you reach level 40, I can take you to a place, which will be of great benefit to your future growth. Gu Chen nodded slightly, his eyes showing firmness. Okay, General Ling. Ling Feng picked up the teacup, blew the heat, and continued, you will stay at the secret realm base in the next few days. If you want to improve your level, there are a lot of secret realms for you to choose from. I guess you have noticed it yourself. This time, you have been in the limelight for the military region competition. No matter where you go, it is like a torch in the dark, attracting attention. Gu Chen frowned slightly, and he was indeed deeply touched by this. Now, when he walks with new recruits such as Su Ji, he seems to be in the spotlight, with countless pairs of eyes staring at his every move. That feeling is like the highly watched stars on the internet, surrounded by crowds everywhere they go, and they feel uncomfortable. Ling Feng put down the teacup and looked increasingly serious. Being noticed is not a bad thing in itself, but the key is that you have no way of knowing what malice is hidden behind these gazes, especially the fact that you have obtained the secret realm inheritance. In recent years, there have been many news of geniuses being assassinated in the Empire. Some are internal struggles, and some are related to the Temple of the Abyss. So, now you must always be vigilant and stay in the secret realm base. Compared to you, security measures are perfect. At least here, you can have basic security. Ling Feng gave his meticulous advice, and his deep care for Gu Chen flowed between the lines. A warm current surged in Gu Chen's heart. This care from his superior made him feel a rare warmth and peace of mind. After chatting for a few more words, Gu Chen took his leave, leaving only Ling Feng and Luoping in the yard. Luoping, who had been sitting quietly, slowly opened his eyes, looked at Ling Feng with a torch, and asked, are you really planning to take him to that place? Ling Feng looked confident, as if this was an unquestionable decision. That is natural. Only after experiencing real baptism can he go further. Luoping frowned and looked worried. Aren't you worried that he would be in danger? Even if you were not going to that place so early in the past. Ling Feng shook his head gently, his eyes filled with a firmness after careful consideration. I went there late back then. The sooner I entered that place, the greater the benefits I could get. Go early, maybe this kid can go a long way in the future. Forget it, let it be for you, after all, it's your soldier. Luoping waved his hand helplessly and stopped talking. Ling Feng seemed quite relaxed and said confidently, don't worry, this kid doesn't think he is taciturn in his daily life, but he is actually delicate and smart. It is not easy to plot against him, not to mention that the officer medal I gave him has the ability to transmit emergency responses. Even if I really encounter life worries, I can escape danger in an instant. Secret Hall. This is the core area in the Secret Realm base, and most secret realms can be directly accessed through the Secret Realm Hall. Of course, the premise is that the person entering must be a professional from the military headquarters, and to open the Secret Realm, you must pay the corresponding military merits. At this moment, a tall figure walked into the entrance of the hall. In an instant, the entire secret hall seemed to have stopped. The originally noisy sound came to an abrupt end, and everyone's eyes were as if attracted by magnets, and they all turned to Gu Chen in unison. Look, it's Gu Chen! A sharp-eyed adventurer couldn't help but shout, his voice full of surprise. It's really him! I didn't expect that he would come here. Another person exclaimed. Gu Chen? Is it the top scorer in the military region competition this year? It's really a blessing to be able to meet such a strong man. In my opinion, Gu Chen's name will surely resound throughout the 4 military regions in the future. Chapter 292 Secret Realm of Engraving. Just as Gu Chen stepped into the secret hall, the originally noisy hall seemed to have been cast with a silent spell, and all the sounds came to an abrupt end. Although there were still people communicating in the hall, everyone was cautiously lowering their voices. The atmosphere seemed to break some subtle balance if you were not careful. At the same time, a strange and mysterious voice echoed in the hall. It looks like a distance and a near, like a dream and an illusion, adding a different color to the entire hall. I saw secret entrances like deep vortexes distributed in every corner of the hall. These entrances seemed to be a passage to different worlds, exuding a mysterious and tempting atmosphere. The strange sound was coming from these entrances. The sounds coming from each entrance are completely different. Some are like the roar of ancient giant beasts, low and shocking. Some are like elves' whispers, ethereal and pleasant. Some seem to be the whisper of mysterious spells, obscure and difficult to understand. Hundreds of secret entrances each made unique sounds, intertwined, forming a wonderful music that was both chaotic but inexplicably harmonious. It makes people immerse themselves in it and have a lot of imagination. Above the entrance of each secret realm, a curtain of light emitting soft light floats. This light curtain is like a magical information display board, clearly presenting various key information in the secret realm. On the light curtain, the name of the secret realm is displayed in a dazzling golden font. The detailed level requirements are followed next to it, marked clearly in silver fonts, so that professionals can see it at a glance. The entry rules section is extremely detailed, from teaming requirements to special restrictions, no omissions are left out, and carefully explained in blue font. The cooldown time is flashed with red numbers, reminding everyone at all times. Gu Chen was secretly shocked. He originally thought that the military headquarters had deep accumulation and strong control in the abyss. When he truly stepped into the secret realm hall to which the military forces belonged, he truly felt that the military's control over the secret realm resources was also beyond imagination. In this world, the secret realm is as numerous as stars. But most of them are unstable and uncontrollable. As one of the core forces of the Shangxia Empire, it is not difficult to understand that the military headquarters can master so many secret resources. After all, the military headquarters has always been the cradle of the imperial strongmen. To be precise, a considerable number of the top strongmen in the Shangxia Empire have close ties with the military headquarters. Just above the vortex of each secret realm entrance, in addition to the light curtain that displays basic information, there is another wider light curtain that goes down vertically. This light curtain records the glorious history of the secret realm ranking list. Gu Chen looked closely and found that the light curtain only recorded the information of the top 3 teams. These records are amazingly detailed, not only including the clearance time, but also list the names of team members, as well as detailed information on each team member's level and profession. Such a meticulous record undoubtedly provides an excellent reference example for subsequent teams who want to challenge the secret realm. It is like drawing a clear combat map for later generations, allowing them to learn from the experience of their predecessors and avoid many detours. After countless explorations and attempts by many teams, various excellent team configurations and strategy plans have surfaced. Of course, if a team can break through the rules with its own wisdom and strength, find a more sophisticated pass strategy and create a new record, it will surely become the focus of everyone's attention. This competitive and challenging setting greatly inspired the fighting spirit of each team. Everyone is eager to make their mark on this secret realm stage and win the first place. After all, being able to be on the secret realm rankings is the highest glory that graduates dream of, representing the dual recognition of combat power and honor. Sir, At this time, a soft voice with a little respect and anxiety quietly rang behind Gu Chen. Gu Chen turned his head and saw a young woman standing behind him gracefully. A light blue magic robe swung lightly in the wind, her delicate face exuded a bit of agility and playfulness, and her eyes were as bright as stars. The girl raised her head slightly and took a deep breath, as if she had been plucking up her courage. Then he took a step forward and said crisply, "Sir, this is your first time entering the Secret Realm Hall, right? Are you here to do a mission?" Before entering the secret hall, Gu Chen had already presented his officer medal. In order to facilitate verification of his identity, he did not hide his own information, so his information was easily perceived by the young woman. Gu Chen shook his head slightly, "I'll upgrade." Seeing this, the girl's face smiled even stronger, "My name is Yeli, I know very well about the situation in this secret realm hall. If you want to upgrade, do you need me to recommend a secret realm? I'll say it first. My recommendation is charged, and 10 military merits are available every time. Although it's a bit expensive, it will definitely satisfy you. 10 military achievements are equivalent to killing 2 elite aliens in the wilderness." Gu Chen couldn't help laughing. Is this military merit too easy? But the amount seems to be small and it is affordable for him. Moreover, providing information to yourself by the other party can also save a lot of time. After thinking for a moment, Gu Chen raised his hand and completed the 10 military merit deal with Yeli. "Thank you so much. I have successfully earned 10 military achievements. Sir, come with me." Yeli was so happy that her eyebrows were curved, like a cheerful bird. With light steps, Yeli took Gu Chen toward a secret entrance. At the entrance of the secret realm, a vortex-like passage was slowly rotating, and a ball of black vortex as black as ink was slowly turning, emitting a gloomy aura, as if it was about to swallow up all the light around it. In the vortex, there were occasionally a few dark purple lights flashing, like demonic eyes, peeking at the outside world. As we gradually approached, a bone-thrusting chill came to our face. Unlike the ordinary cold, this chill seemed to penetrate the bone marrow, making people unable to help but shivered. As I walked closer, the introduction on the light curtain came into my eyes. Dark Abyss Prison. This is a level 39 secret realm, which is in line with Gu Chen's current combat power. However, this secret realm currently has only 3 difficulties: Ordinary, Difficult, and Nightmare. According to the regulations of the military headquarters, it will cost 300 military merits to enter the 3rd level secret realm once. However, this is not a problem for Gu Chen. Last time he earned a lot of military merit in the wilderness. After redeeming the equipment, there are still a few hundred left, which is just enough to cover it. Yeli collected the points and seemed very dedicated, and began to tell the reasons for recommending this secret realm. This secret realm looks no different from other secret realms at first glance. In fact, it is an extremely rare secret realm of engraving. The secret realm of engraving. Gu Chen's eyes showed a little doubt. Yeli nodded and pointed at the surroundings as she said, "Look, there are many secret realms here that have been selected, but there are only a few people who are interested in Dark Abyss and Underworld Prison. This is because the Seal secret realm is more difficult than other secret realms." She paused and said, "However, although it is difficult, it is accompanied by unexpected returns. Each secret realm contains corresponding seals. If you have good luck, you can get the corresponding seal after passing the level." "What's the use of this engraving?" you said. "It is said that if you collect 3 seals, you can get unexpected benefits." Yeli knew a lot of information, and then told Gu Chen about the reason why this secret realm is quite difficult. In this secret realm, there is a world of dark elements. Once you step in, you will continue to be damaged by the erosion of dark elements. There were professionals who had no time to evacuate, and received dark erosion and accumulated more, and eventually remained in the secret realm forever. However, you just obtained the angel inheritance at the military competition. Light and darkness are opposite. This secret realm should be no problem for you. After hearing this, Gu Chen knew it well and felt that 10 military achievements were worth spending. His eyes swept around the hall of the secret realm, and then asked, "What other secret realms are there in the seal?" Lu Li raised his hand seriously and pointed in one direction. "I saw the vortex of the secret realm there slowly rotated, and grey mist radiated from it, and a cold air came to my face. Then there is Mist Abyss, level 37. This secret realm is filled with fog all year round. Once it is sucked in, it will interfere with your perception and cause you to fall into various illusions. It is difficult to tell the truth about the falsehood of the illusion. If you are not careful, you will lose yourself. And under the cover of the fog, there are many monsters of extraordinary strength hidden. They are good at raids, and when you struggle in the illusion, they will wait for an opportunity to launch a deadly attack." Then, Lu Li pointed to another location, and the sound of howling wind came from the entrance of the secret realm. "That's Shitstorm Trace, level 40, it's like a huge and complex maze inside, with quicksand traps scattered. Once you step into the quicksand, you will be swallowed quickly. Not only that, the strong wind will sweep over from time to time, and the wind is covered with sharp blades, which can easily cut through the defense and cause serious damage." Lu Li paused and continued, "There are also Evil Rock Molten City and Shimengyu, but they are temporarily closed. Ember Rock Molten City is hidden under a ruin. The ruins have been baptized by years and are densely packed with internal mechanisms. Only by solving the mystery closely related to its history can we find the way to pass. And Shimengyu Lu Road is located in the depths of a mysterious sea of flowers. The sea of flowers is full of mist, and the paths are intertwined like mazes. The fragrance released by the flowers will disturb the mind and make people lose their direction. More importantly, there is a powerful guardian beast in the sea of flowers, which is extremely powerful. If you want to enter the secret realm, you must pass this level first. There are engravings hidden in these secret realms. If you have the chance, you might as well give it a try." "Okay, thank you. It seems that Dark Abyss Prison is indeed more suitable for me." Gu Chen chose the nightmare mode and resolutely walked into the dark vortex of space. Chapter 293 Continuous Damage, No Recall. Pass through the vortex of space and step into the secret realm. You have entered the third level of secret realm, Dark Abyss, Prison Nightmare level. A strong aura of darkness hit my face, as if I were in the endless night. Gu Chen looked up and saw a thick dark mist filled the surroundings, and he couldn't see his 5 fingers. Only the occasional dark purple light can barely see the outlines. This place looks like an ancient and gloomy underground prison, with black crystals emitting strange light embedded on the walls, and black smoke rises from time to time. A narrow stone road winds forward, with bottomless dark abysses on both sides of the road. Crazy roars came from the abyss, as if countless unjust souls were struggling in it. Gu Chen's face gradually became serious, and the erosion of this dark element was no joke. Just standing here, the dark element rushed towards him, like a hungry beast. The mental power subconsciously covered the body's surface, struggling to resist the invasion of dark elements. As long as you are in a secret realm, you must always endure this endless erosion of darkness. For those who enter here, the pressure is imaginable. Even if you don't fight with alien races, you must undergo timely treatment every once in a while. Just as the dark element eroded Gu Chen's body, he thought. The next second, the light was shining brightly around him, and the angel's holy outfit instantly covered his body. The armor is white as snow and exudes sacred light perfectly wrapped his body. The 6 huge wings behind them slowly spread out, and each feather flashed with a soft and firm light, as if proclaiming the arrival of light to this dark secret realm. The holy power flowed happily on his body like a lively stream. Wherever you go, the dark elements quickly dissipate like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. The dark aura that was originally rushing in madness was unable to move forward any further under the impact of the holy power and was completely isolated. I didn't expect that the angel suit could completely isolate the erosion of darkness. This was an unexpected surprise. Gu Chen exclaimed. Immediately, he tried to take a step forward, and the stone road made a dull sound at his feet. And as he acted, the roars from the dark abyss became more and more shrill, as if he was filled with fear and anger at the powerful power emitted by the angel suit. But no matter how the darkness outside clamors, it cannot break through the defense built by the angel saint equipment. Gu Chen could clearly feel that the angel saint outfit not only isolated the invasion of the dark elements, but also provided him with a continuous stream of energy support. With the help of the holy light around him, he began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. At present, he has not summoned other summoners. After all, he has not even seen the shadow of the alien race now. He summoned them rashly, but let them bear the attacks of the dark elements for nothing. He walked slowly along the stone road, carefully taking every step. In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes seemed to be peeping at him, and danger could come at any time. If it were an ordinary profession, just walking on this road full of dark erosion, I would probably have to rely frequently on treatment to maintain my life. Gu Chen walked along the narrow stone road filled with unknown aura and cautiously. The darkness around him seemed to have life, constantly squeezing his perception. Soon, I was about to reach the end of the road. Finally, on the shady shore, the figures of two alien races slowly appeared from the darkness. These two alien races look weird and have tall and strong figures, twice as tall as ordinary people. Their skin showed a dull bronze color, with a metallic luster, and was dressed in strange black leather armor, engraved with mysterious runes. They held the serrated battle axe with a cold light in their hands, paced back and forth by the bridge like a ghost, patrolling around alertly. Just as Gu Chen's eyes touched them, the two alien races also keenly noticed his existence. One of the aliens let out a low roar, swung the battle axe in his hand, and threw two balls of green energy balls at Gu Chen. The energy ball dragged a long tail of light, like a vicious spell cast by an evil mage, roaring towards Gu Chen like a meteor. Gu Chen's eyes turned and did not choose to dodge. The angel suit on his body shines brightly and directly resists the opponent's attack. At the same time, his mental power also sensed to the alien race. Alien race, Ancient Blade Barbarians. Level, 3-6. Health point. Attributes, Strength 1550, Agility 1680, Physical 1520, Spirit 1620. Skill I, Damage Reduction. Skill 2, Psychic Impact. Skill 2, The Power of Deep Erosion. Seeing these attributes, Gu Chen thought to himself. This alien race is immune to specific damage and has obvious physical damage reduction. Gu Chen has had experience in dealing with this kind of characteristic, but he is not too surprised. He guessed that Yeli might not know the characteristics of this alien race, so she recommended this copy. After leaving the dungeon, I have to ask her which dungeons are more numerous. It doesn't matter if there is less experience in a single person, as long as the alien race is dense enough, quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. Just as he was thinking, the dark green energy ball thrown by the Dan Blade Barbarian had already hit the Angel Saint outfit hard. The energy ball exploded instantly, bursting out with a bright green light. The light seems to contain the power that corrodes everything, and it flashes in the darkness, making people feel heart-pounding. A faint light appeared on the surface of the angel's holy suit, trying hard to block the attack. The power is quite interesting every day. Post. Gu Chen had a preliminary estimate of the attack power of the Anbian barbarians in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Gu Chen's eyes narrowed and the surrounding space fluctuated violently. A crack as dark as ink and exudes a breath of destruction suddenly broke open in the void. The next second, the huge ending demon dragon slowly poked out of the body from the rift. Its scales are like black steel, shining with a cold luster, and each piece seems to be engraved with the vicissitudes of time and the power of destruction. The huge dragon wings spread out, dozens of meters long, and the fan brought gusts of strong wind, causing dark mist to surging around. Its eyes were like two burning purple flames, emitting a terrifying and fierce light. Finally, the demon dragon let out a roar that shook the sky and the earth. The roar seemed to tear apart the space, and the destructive power contained in it made the entire secret realm tremble. Its wings flapped and rushed towards the Danbian barbarians like a black lightning. As the ancient blade barbarians approached, the demon dragon finally opened his huge mouth and a surging black flame gushed out. Breath of destruction. Wherever the black flames pass, the space seems to be corroded, with distorted ripples. Seeing this, a hint of horror flashed across his face. They swung the jagged battle axe in an attempt to withstand this terrifying attack. However, the power of destruction breath was too powerful. The moment the battle axe came into contact with the breath, it let out an overwhelming whine, and the surface was quickly corroded with countless tiny cracks. Finally, the demon dragon suddenly flapped its wings, and the light shone brightly on it. Wing light cracking the sky. In an instant, countless dazzling and sharp blades of light burst out from the edge of its wings. The light blade stormed and swept towards the dark blade barbarians. Wherever you pass, the space makes a hissing sound, as if it is cut by a sharp blade. The Anbian barbarians noticed the huge crisis and subconsciously wanted to resist. However, the power of these light blades was too powerful, and instantly penetrated the defense of the Dan blade barbarians, leaving deep wounds on them. The strange black leather armor was instantly torn apart, and blood splashed out, spilling on the dark ground. Bursts of blue smoke emerged. The ancient blade barbarians let out anger and painful roar. They endured the pain and waved their battle axes to fight back towards the end demon dragon. The strong wind brought by the battle axe collided with the destructive power of this Hongaian demon dragon, making a series of violent roars and sparks flew everywhere. But the ultimate demon dragon completely gained the upper hand with its powerful defense and terrifying skills. The demon dragon finally spewed out black flames again, completely covering the two dark-bladed barbarians. Under this powerful destructive force, the blood volume of the Dan blade barbarians was instantly cleared and turned into fragments on the ground. Kill the on-blade barbarian LV.36, Experience Plus. Get the loot, the secret marrow of the dark crystal rare. After the death of the Danbian barbarian, his body quickly turned into wisps of dark green smoke and dissipated in the air, leaving no physical corpse behind. There is no corpse? Can't be transformed into the descendants of the Bleed clan. Gu Chen was slightly surprised. But he didn't care too much, after all, it was not the first time. After successfully dealing with the two ancient blade barbarians, Gu Chen thought about it and tried to recall the end demon dragon. After all, in the current situation where there is no combat threat, exposing it will only receive erosion of the dark element. Even if the ultimate demon dragon has the talent of dragon scale guarding, if this continues, it will inevitably cause unnecessary damage. However, the next second, Gu Chen noticed something strange and his brows tightly frowned. No matter how he tried, he could not recall the ending demon dragon. After careful perception, I found that in the fierce battle just now, the demon dragon accidentally got involved in the angry released by the angry blade barbarians. The power of erosion. This power is extremely difficult, like a parasitic disease, which keeps the end demon dragon in a combat state. In this way, the link between the demon dragon and the summoning space seemed to be locked in an invisible shackle and could not return. Fortunately, although this erosion force can continue to cause damage, it is not enough to pose a fatal threat to the powerful defensive demon dragon, nor does it cause too much hinder its actions. If we only rely on this dark erosion power to consume the blood of the end demon dragon, it would probably not be a day or a night. Even if you stay here for a whole day, it may not cause substantial damage to it. After thinking for a while, Gu Chen decisively gave up the idea of recall. He controlled the End Demon Dragon and continued to explore the depths of the secret realm. Finally, the demon dragon slapped his wings and plunged into the darkness. He roared to the sky, and his sound shook all over the fields. Wherever it passed, the dark mist was swept by a hurricane and dissipated to both sides. Soon, another group of alien races appeared in Gu Chen's sight. Chapter 294, Hidden Mechanism to Trigger the Secret Realm. Finally, the demon dragon swooped down and launched an attack without mercy. These ordinary aliens at level 36 have no chance of winning in the face of the overwhelming combat power of the demon dragon. I saw that the demon dragon swelled his wings suddenly and used the wing light breaking the sky. Countless sharp blades poured out like rain. Wherever they went, the aliens were instantly cut into pieces and turned into nothingness. The End Demon Dragon, whose erosion power was lingering around him, was exploring in the darkness while orderly eliminating the alien races along the way. As it advances, the general situation in the secret realm gradually appears before Gu Chen. He found himself in an ancient and gloomy underground prison. The surrounding walls are made of huge black rocks, with strange and twisted patterns etched on the surface. The patterns seemed to be traces of painful struggle left by the resentful spirits imprisoned here, exuding an evil and strange aura. A thin layer of black mist was filled with the ground, and the mist rolled like a living thing, flashing dark purple light from time to time, as if countless pairs of eyes were peeking in the darkness. The top of the prison hangs high, hidden in the thick darkness. The darkness is like ink, as if it can swallow up all the light. Occasionally, a faint whistling sound would come from the top, as if it was the cold wind from hell, bringing endless chills. Around the prison, there are 4 entrances. In front of each entrance, a group of dark blade barbarians stood like ghosts, like loyal guards, watching everything around them vigilantly. The appearance of these entrances is exactly the same, both in size, shape, and the breath they emit. From the appearance alone, there is no way to tell which one is the correct channel. This is definitely a fatal problem for most professionals. After all, the longer you stay in the secret realm, the more severe the erosion of the dark elements you are. In this case, most people can only try one by one based on luck. However, Gu Chen quickly scanned the entrances of the 4 deep passages in front of him, and without any hesitation, he summoned 3 summoned beasts. Accompanied by a heart-pounding energy fluctuation, Senluo Tyrant, Mechanical Steel Front and Chaos Yuanling appeared beside him. Through mental sensing, Gu Chen quickly issued instructions to them. The 4 summoned beasts understood the gods, like 4 black lightning bolts, rushing towards the 4 entrances. In the end, the demon dragon took the lead in attacking, and it rushed into one of the entrances like a black meteor. At this time, a group of alien races rushed over like a tide, trying to swallow this uninvited guest. In the end, the demon dragon was not afraid at all. He suddenly opened his huge mouth and a black torrent that was enough to destroy the world storm burst out like a black torrent. This black flame instantly swept across the entire alien group, and the blood volume of any alien group that was touched plummeted. Immediately afterwards, the violent destructive power raged wildly on them like the tentacles of the demon, constantly devouring their vitality. The aliens let out painful and shrill roars, struggling and twisting in the flames, as if they were trapped in the endless abyss of hell. At the same time, the tyrant of Senro also launched a stormy offensive at another entrance. It roared to the sky, its sound was like rolling thunder, shaking the dark fog around it violently. As it roared, the ground seemed to be stirred hard by an invisible giant hand, and it trembled violently in an instant. Countless sharp thorns, like dense black arrows, pierced out from the ground like rainstorms, piercing towards the surging alien groups. These thorns are tough and sharp, easily penetrate the hard outer skin and strong bodies of the aliens. While causing high damage, it also imparts a bleeding state on them. The bright red blood flowed along the thorns, and the aliens screamed and twisted their bodies in pain. However, the attack of the Senro tyrant did not stop there. It then raised its huge arm and summoned the giant wood meteor. In an instant, the top of the prison seemed to be torn apart, and countless huge black trees were like meteorites, smashing down at the aliens with the momentum of destroying the world. Every giant tree contains powerful power. Every time it hits the target will cause a strong vibration, causing the aliens to fall into a brief dizziness. Under this double blow, the alien races suffered heavy casualties. He fell to the ground in a row, and the blood dyed the ground a strange dark red. The mechanical steel front entered the third entrance. Its cold metal eyes were filled with ruthless light of killing. The Gatlin array on the shoulder instantly unfolded like a lively mechanical flower, and with a burst of exciting mechanical roar, annihilation of heavy cannon was launched. The super-saturated barrage poured wildly towards the alien group like a torrential rain. Each barrage contained powerful energy, exploded in the alien group, and burst out gorgeous and deadly sparks. Every second passed, the damage of the barrage was like an ignited fuse, and the output ability was greatly improved. In just a few seconds, the fire power became more and more fierce, like a surging torrent of steel, flooding the aliens. Under the dense artillery fire, the aliens were beaten to pieces with holes, their limbs flew everywhere, and screamed endlessly. Then, the mechanical steel front activated the skill again. Wasteland Strike. A high-density torrent of energy stormed out like a laser, and wherever it went, the ground instantly turned into a barren scorched earth. The aliens on this wasteland are suffering from continuous explosion damage. The deafening explosions were heard everywhere, and the aliens turned into powder in the explosion, leaving only a mess. Chaos Yuanling entered the last entrance. The black mist around it rolled violently, and the mysterious light flashed unsteadily. Ghostly chaotic shadows came from it, and these shadows rushed towards the aliens like black lightning at extremely fast speed, instantly wrapping them tightly in place. At the same time, under the attack of the Chaos UN spirit, the Chaos Shadow burst out with powerful multiple damage. Some of the weaker alien races directly turned into nothingness under this powerful attack and disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, the Chaos Yuanling seized the opportunity and launched Gigzu Ultimate. The space around it was instantly distorted, and the light golden chaotic domain slowly opened in the area in a vortex shape. This field produces a powerful traction force, like a black hole, sucking the surrounding alien races into it. The aliens who are trapped in the realm seem to be in a purgatory full of pain and torture, suffering continuous damage. Moreover, every time an alien dies in the realm, other targets in the realm will be dizzy for 1 second, allowing them to wait for the arrival of death in fear and despair. Under the powerful offensive of the 4 summoned beasts, the alien races in the secret passage fell in pieces, and blood gathered into a river, flowing on the dark ground. The entire secret realm was shaking violently, as if it had encountered the end of the world. On the walls of the passage, black rocks peeled off like snowflakes, falling to the ground, making a dull sound. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, like torn wounds on the ground. The dark mist surged wildly from the cracks, as if to swallow everything. The deaths of a large number of alien races made the dark energy in the secret realm surge like an ignited explosive barrel, as if it had been triggered in some secret mechanism. Only a few people know that the secret realm of Dark Abyss and Underworld Prison has only 3 difficulty levels because of the existence of this secret mechanism. To unlock the 4th difficulty, an extremely demanding activation condition must be achieved. It is necessary to cause a devastating blow to aliens in different areas of the secret realm in a very short period of time, and the number of aliens that have been eliminated must reach an astonishing scale in order to achieve this condition. Only by meeting this condition can the 4th difficulty level be unlocked, Hell level. Even Gu Chen did not expect that it ordered the 4 summoned beasts to attack the 4 entrances at the same time, and cleared out a large number of alien races in a short period of time, but it accidentally met this extremely harsh condition. At this time, Gu Chen, who was immersed in the fierce battle, had not yet realized that the difficulty of the secret realm had increased from nightmare to hell level. He only saw that although the number of alien races was decreasing, the remaining alien races seemed to be blessed by some mysterious power and became stronger. Their attacks became more and more fierce, and each attack carried a powerful dark power, which was several times stronger than before. However, Gu Chen had no intention of retreating at all. Through the ability of spiritual sharing, he directed the summoned beasts to continue to advance into the depths of the secret realm. At this moment, Gu Chen is in the passage. Finally, the demon dragon used his skills again, and round after round of attacks poured towards the aliens like a storm. The roar of skills continued to echo in the secret passage, as if it was about to completely shatter the entire passage. A large number of alien races fell in groups amid the wailing sounds, but as they continued to advance, new alien races soon filled up, and the number seemed endless. Moreover, the strength of the alien race is actually increasing, like steel constantly forged by the power of darkness. This change also attacks the summoned beast. It has had a significant impact. For the two legendary summoned beasts, Mechanical Steel Front and Chaos Yuanling, the skills that were originally enough to cause a fatal blow to alien races of the same level are no longer so effective. The alien race, which could be solved with one blow, now requires multiple attacks. However, Gu Chen had no intention of stopping at all. After all, the ultimate demon dragon and Senluo tyrant were still as strong as ever. Outside the secret realm, the space vortex at the entrance suddenly ejected a dark flame as dark as ink and with a hint of purple light. The dark flame was like a hideous giant beast breaking free from the cage, raging wildly towards the surroundings. Wherever you go, the air is ignited and makes a sharp explosion. This sudden change scared the professions next to the secret realm so pale. They watched the scene in horror, at a loss. Chapter 295 Secret Realm Prison. What happened? A young pro yelled in horror. Why did such a strong elemental fluctuation suddenly erupt? Another professional had a tremor in his voice. Hey, isn't this the secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld? A man recognized this mysterious entrance. It is said that there are mysterious seals hidden in this secret realm. If you can collect them all, you can get great benefits. But this is just a legend and no one has ever succeeded. Someone whispered from the side. Oh my god, come and see, the secret realm of dark abyss and underworld actually has a difficulty in hell. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed professional exclaimed. This time, the entire secret realm hall was sensational. Countless pairs of eyes were cast towards the entrance of the secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld, and they whispered and talked, their faces full of shock and curiosity. The dark abyss prison has existed here for countless years. It has always been three difficulties: ordinary, difficult, and nightmare. This has long become a fixed cognition in people's minds. Unexpectedly, the fourth difficulty suddenly appeared today, which undoubtedly threw a bombshell into the calm lake, causing 1,000 waves. Yeli stood in the crowd. Hell level was activated. I didn't expect that he actually did it. He deserves to be the champion of the military competition. A bright smile appeared in her eyes, as if she had expected it. The next moment, Yeli couldn't help but think in her heart that if Gu Chen could pass the hell level, he might have a chance to get the seal. Yeli has been living in the secret realm hall for many years and naturally knows the legend of mysterious seals. And what she knew was far more detailed than others. To get the mysterious seal, you must first activate the hell level difficulty of the secret realm. The seal can only fall at the hell level, and it also requires a great component of luck, which is extremely difficult. If you want to activate the hell level difficulty of the secret realm, you need to clear out a large number of alien races in the secret realm in a short period of time, which will have a fundamental impact on the secret realm, and even change its internal energy structure and rule order. Only by meeting such harsh conditions can the hell level be activated. Yeli is certainly aware of all the conditions. because her profession is a scholar and specializes in secret research. If she knows about various secret realms, she is the second. There are so many people present, no one dares to be the first. In fact, it is not just the secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld, many secret realms have similar hidden mechanisms and harsh conditions. Luli had tried to activate the hidden difficulty of various secret realms before, but they all ended in failure. Later, she recruited some powerful teams of professionals in the military headquarters to try, but still failed. The repeated failures made her almost lose confidence in these legendary hidden mechanisms. Due to the extremely severe erosion of the dark element in the secret realm of Dark Abyss, and the team often needs to be equipped with 2 auxiliary professions to resist the continuous damage of the dark element to the team members. In this way, there is a lack of an output position in the team, and the overall attack power is greatly reduced. This has led to the infernal level being unable to be activated, and naturally it is impossible to get engraved. However, no one expected that Gu Chen would activate the hell level by accident after several waves of attacks. The difficulty of the nightmare level he is in instantly increased to the hell level, which made the atmosphere of the entire secret realm more tense and dangerous. The dark energy was surging wildly, like a surging black tsunami, constantly hitting every corner of the secret realm. With the blessing of this powerful dark energy, the aliens became stronger. The dark aura on them became increasingly strong, like a demon crawling out of the depths of hell. The erosion of the dark elements is also increasing rapidly, like countless tiny black tentacles, constantly spreading, trying to corrode everything. In the end, the damage suffered by the demon dragon is getting stronger and stronger. The dark erosion that may have been unable to break through the defense for a day and a night has now been strengthened countless times. If you continue like this, you can persist until night at most, and the demon dragon will eventually be completely swallowed by the power of darkness. Gu Chen didn't know that the secret realm he was in had become hell difficulty. He only keenly realized that the damage increased and the alien race became more difficult to deal with, and each attack required more cost. If you don't seize the time, the ultimate demon dragon will be consumed alive. For more novels, 173,529, join, https://discord.gg/szxtcashq right /death, and he himself will be in a desperate situation. Let's go. Gu Chen's thoughts flashed, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He accelerated his advancement, and the 4 summoned beasts kept exploring the general direction of the exit. The structure of the dark abyss and the underworld is extremely strange, as if it is a mysterious maze formed by countless dark dimensions intertwined. The 4 entrances are like portals leading to different darkness. The entrance was filled with thick and viscous dark mist, and the mist seemed to be the essence. From time to time, a glimmer of cold light flashed like ghost fire, as if maintaining a certain order in this dark secret realm. After going deeper, you will find that the internal space is like a layer of nested Rubik's cubes. Each space is independent of each other, but is connected through intricate black channels. The passages are narrow and winding, and the walls are covered with black crystal thorns as sharp as needles. The crystal thorns flashed with a terrifying faint light, as if they were the concretization of the power of darkness, staring at every intruder vigilantly. The walls of the passage are engraved with ancient and mysterious spells. The spell exudes a disgusting and evil aura, making people shudder. The final exit is hidden deep in the core of the secret realm. If you want to arrive, you need to travel through dangerous obstacles in turn. This means that even if you know the general direction, moving forward in this dark maze is like a blind man touching an elephant, which requires a lot of energy and time. Gu Chen no longer had any delays. Through spiritual sharing, he ordered the summoned beasts to gallop deep into the passage. Soon, a magnificent but endlessly gloomy prison appeared in front of him like a dormant dark beast. This prison is like a fortress forged by darkness, and every huge black rock seems to be excavated from the dark abyss. The surface of the rock is carved with twisted and mysterious runes, which are flashing with a faint purple-black light, as if suppressing some kind of terrifying power that is about to move. Above the prison, there was an extremely huge dark shadow demon eye floating. The demon eyes emitted a breathtaking purple-black light, which was like sharp blades, as if able to penetrate the darkness and see through everything. The demon's eyes turned drippingly, like a monitor in the dark, taking in everything below. Just as Gu Chen and his party entered here, they were locked by the demon eyes. Then, a sharp and harsh roar rang in the darkness. The roar was like a black lightning bolt, raging in the air. Wherever you pass, the space seems to be cut by a sharp blade, and the eardrum is like being hit by a heavy hammer, and a severe pain comes. With this roar, the ground of the prison suddenly became like a boiling black ocean, and countless huge gaps suddenly cracked. Black energy balls that were almost condensed as solid as substance soared into the sky, instantly turning into black sharp blades that poured down in the air, and with the momentum of destruction, they rushed towards Gu Chen and the summoned beasts. Gu Chen's face changed suddenly, and he immediately led the summoned beast to dodge. At the same time, a white light was drawn from his figure and rushed forward. With the thought moving, a strong and extremely rich holy flame surged out of the angel's holy suit, and the holy flame quickly condensed into a holy light curtain on the surface of the summoned beast. This light curtain is like a solid wall in the darkness, trying to withstand the coming fierce attack. The dark blade fell to the ground like raindrops, making a sharp and harsh collision sound. Countless black sparks splashed, and the sparks splashed like black stars, flashing with strange light in the darkness. The powerful impact force was centered on the landing point, setting off a black storm. The storm was wrapped in dark smoke and dust and spread wildly towards the surroundings. Under the violent impact of the rain of fire, the light of the holy flame curtain flickered violently, like a candle in the wind, shaking. But in the end, relying on its attribute strength, he barely resisted this terrifying round of attacks. However, the mechanical steel front was hit by a considerable impact under the attack just now. Although it and the Chaos UN Spirit are both legendary, the Chaos UN Spirit can be immune to damage to a great extent with its own talent. But the mechanical steel edge cannot. Even if the holy flame light curtain resists part of the attack for it, the originally stable aura on its body has become chaotic. The dark energy ball continued to gush out, and the dark blade poured down like a rush. Gu Chen and the summoned beasts struggled to move forward in this doomsday scene. In addition to the mythical level that can effectively resist these attacks, even the chaotic UN spirit of the energy body is affected under continuous damage. The aggravation of the injury made the mechanical steel front move slowly and heavily, and the dark force around it eroded its body unscrupulously. The current situation is in danger, and the time to persevere is becoming increasingly urgent, and every second seems extremely precious. Gu Chen never expected that an ordinary nightmare secret realm could put the summoned beasts in such a dangerous, desperate situation. At this moment, he still didn't realize that he had triggered the hidden hell level difficulty in the secret realm. After difficult advances, they finally came to a gloomy prison mouth. The prison gate was half closed, like a huge dark mouth half close, waiting for the prey to enter. On both sides of the door, a team of guards stood. These guards are tall and mighty, twice as tall as ordinary people, like two moving black iron towers. Their bodies were covered with a layer of obsidian-like black scales, with dark golden mysterious patterns flowing on the surface. These lines swim like living things, exuding a powerful aura of darkness. They held the huge black battle axe tightly in their hands, and the strange purple-black energy was entangled on the battle axe. The energy twisted like a snake, as if longing for blood, ready to slash the intruder ruthlessly at any time. As Gu Chen and his party approached, the guards noticed their existence at the first time. Retreat! Accompanied by a low roar like a muffled thunder, the guards rushed towards Gu Chen with heavy and powerful steps like two black hills. Chapter 296 Fierce Battle in Prison. As the guards rushed, the ground trembled. Gu Chen's eyes burst out with a fierce fighting spirit, and he immediately directed the summoned beasts to launch an attack. The battle is about to break out. At the same time, Gu Chen used his mental power to sense the past. Alien race, and prison guard and chief. Level, 37. Health point. Attributes, Strength 1760, Agility 1850, Physical 1740, Spirit 1830. Skill I, Angry Slash. Skill 2, Dark Prison. A group of ordinary guards are actually all leader aliens? Gu Chen's face changed slightly. In the previous battle, he obviously felt the strength of the alien race was rising. But the battle was fierce at that time and there was no time to think deeply. Now it seems that I am clearly entering the nightmare level, but the difficulty is obviously more than one better. Recalling the various abnormal phenomena that appeared in the secret realm before, he guessed in his heart that he might have triggered a special mechanism in the secret realm. No wonder the dark damage suffered by the summoned beasts is so high. It should be the hell level change that makes the situation even more severe. Looking at the powerful and prison guard in front of him, Gu Chen took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Although the hell level secret realm is very dangerous, it is also accompanied by high experience and rewards. At this moment, the summoned beasts had already started a confrontation with the imprisoned guard. Finally, the demon dragon swooped down and took the lead in launching an attack. It opened its huge mouth and a stout breath of destruction gushed out. The black flames swept towards the guards of the prison, like a surging torrent. Wherever the breath of destruction passed, the space seemed to be ignited by black flames, presenting a twisted sea of fire. The tyrant Senluo waved the huge and thick branches, like black dragons, with a force of 10,000 pounds, and whipped hard at the guards of the prison. There was a crackling sound of breaking through the air, which was extremely fierce. The Gatling array on the shoulder of the mechanical steel front started instantly, spinning rapidly, making a heart-pounding buzzing sound. The super-saturated barrage poured towards the guards of the prison like a storm. The barrage drew bright trajectories in the darkness, like a meteor in the night sky. The Chaos Yuanling used dimensional attack, and the space crack suddenly appeared, causing the surrounding space to twist. However, the imprisoned guard is a leader and his combat power is far from extraordinary. Seeing this, one of the guards in the prison waved the huge battle axe in his hand. Dark kin crack and slash. I saw a purple-black energy blade whizzing out from the battle axe like a black lightning, slashing towards the Chaos Yuanling with a thunderous force. Wherever the energy blade passed, the space seemed to be torn a huge hole by a sharp blade, and the dark energy around it surged wildly. The other guard of the ancient prison raised his battle axe high with both hands and let out a low roar. The black energy quickly gathered around the summoned beasts, and a huge black energy prison appeared out of thin air, trapping the mechanical steel edge firmly in it. Dark prison was successfully launched. The first an energy slash penetrated the chaotic Yuanling's black fog-like body, looking terrifying, and the damage it could cause was very limited. But the mechanical steel front is not so smooth. It struggled hard in the dark prison, roaring angry. But the dark power of the prison is as solid as a rock and it is difficult to break free for a while. What a powerful control skill! Gu Chen frowned tightly. The mechanical steel front is a legendary summoned beast, and it is actually arrested. This control skill is indeed extraordinary and cannot be underestimated. The imprisoned guard took advantage of the mechanical steel front and approached with great strides. A cold smile appeared on his hideous face, and he raised the battle axe and slashed it hard. The battle axe with the power of breaking mountains and cracking stones, and each blow hit the energy prison hard, causing the prison to tremble violently, as if it would be broken at any time. The mechanical steel front suffered huge damage in the prison, and the injuries on his body became more and more serious, and his blood volume continued to fall. At this moment, the ground suddenly burst and swelled. It is Senro Tyrant. Its huge body was like a moving mountain, rushing towards the guards of the prison with an indomitable momentum. The tyrant Senro took the opportunity to activate the skill Thousand Thorns Strike, and the surrounding ground instantly cracked. Countless sharp black thorns were like black arrows, thrust out from the ground and roaring towards the guards of the prison. The thorns had a strong impact force and easily penetrated the air around the guards of the prison. The guards of prison could not avoid it and were hit by several sharp pierced ones. The obsidian-like scales on the body were traced by the thorns, and black blood flowed down the thorns. However, a guard of the ancient prison took advantage of the attack of Senluo's tyrant and waved his battle axe. An energy slashed towards Senluo tyrant. The branches of Senluo tyrant waved, and the surrounding wood elements quickly condensed into a wide wooden wall, blocking the purple-black energy blade. It shouted loudly and activated its skills immediately. Giant Wood Meteor. The darkness at the top of the prison suddenly cracked open, and countless large giant trees suddenly appeared. These giant trees seemed to carry a mission of destruction and smashed the guards of the prison with the force of destroying the sky and the earth. Every time the giant tree hits the target, it will cause a strong vibration, which will make the guards of the prison unstable and their blood volume fall wildly. A guard of the prison was hit by a giant tree one after another, but in just a few breaths, it turned into a pile of debris. However, the guards of the prison were not to be outdone. They waved their battle axes, constantly resisting the attacks of Senro Tyrant, and also counterattacked other summoned beasts. The battle became more and more intense, the entire battlefield was filled with dark energy, and the two sides were in a stalemate. Finally, under the joint attack of Zhongyan Demon Dragon and Senluo Tyrant, the offensive of the prison guards gradually weakened. The tyrant Senluo seized the opportunity and tightly wrapped his thick rhizomes into a group of guards in the dark prison, and then swung them hard. These prison guards were like sandbags, smashing hard at another group of prison guards. The two sides collided, and there was another chaos. In the end, the demon dragon took this opportunity to rush up and directly activated the demon dragon fury. The overwhelming power of destruction swept through. Under this fierce attack, the guards of the prison screamed and kept falling down. Kill the guards of the prison, LV.37, Experience Plus. Kill the guards of the prison, LV.37, Experience Plus. Get the Imperial Guard Heavy Axe LV.36 Epic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the mechanical steel front finally broke free from the prison of darkness. At this moment, it was eroded by the dark element for a long time and consumed a lot of blood. Gu Chen took out the life recovery potion and used it on the mechanical steel front. However, under the erosion of the dark elements, the therapeutic effect was greatly reduced. At this moment, the entire prison began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. It's like some ancient and evil power being awakened. In an instant, countless guards in the dark prison rushed out from the depths of the prison like a black frenzy. They exuded a strong dark aura, their blue dread eyes exuded endless murderous intent, and their targets were clearly pursuing Gu Chen and the summoned beasts. Gu Chen was standing outside the prison gate at this moment, witnessing this doomsday scene without any fear. He immediately issued an attack order to the summoned beasts. In the current situation, retreating can only fail, and only by taking the initiative can you pass the level. The summoned beasts let out a shocking roar and rushed towards the guards of the prison without hesitation. The mechanical steel front learned the lessons from the previous ones and took the lead this time. Its metal shell glowed with a cold luster, like a war fortress ready to go. With a low and exciting energy surge, it completely unlocks the final level of destruction, and all the weapons protocols of the whole body are activated. Full firepower. The multi-unit missile launchers were all opened, and the Gatling array on the shoulders was spinning at a nearly crazy speed. The speed is so fast that it is almost difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, and only a blurred light and shadow can be seen. The super-saturated barrage was like a surging steel storm, pouring towards the guards of the prison. Each shell contained powerful energy, dragging bright tail flames in the dark, and smashed hard at the guards of the inn prison like a meteor rushing to the moon. The barrage collided with the black scales of the Annunciation Guard, and a series of dazzling sparks burst out. Accompanied by the harsh metal impact and the painful roar of the guards of the ancient prison, the scene was extremely shocking. Moreover, as time goes by, the rate of fire and power of the barrage continue to rise. In just a few seconds, an airtight fire power net was formed, which defeated the guards of the inn prison to retreat step by step. Seeing this, Chaos Yuanling did not say anything and activated his skills again. Gigzu Ultimate. For a moment, the light golden chaotic force shot out from the black mist. The faint golden light intertwined and entangled, gradually converging into a huge chaotic vortex. A powerful suction force emanated from the vortex, as if it was about to suck everything around into the endless abyss of chaos. Once the guards of the inn prison approached the vortex, they were caught by the powerful suction pulls, and the body moves uncontrollably towards the center of the vortex. As they approached the vortex, their bodies were constantly eroded by the power of chaos, and they let out painful screams, and the original stormtrooper was in chaos in an instant. The tyrant Senluo was not willing to be outdone and directly launched the arrival of Wood World. With itself as the center, the ground quickly cracked, and countless thick black rhizomes broke out from the ground and grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, a dense forest shrouded in darkness rose from the ground. The branches and vines in the forest were like living things, stretching towards the guards of the inn prison, trying to entangle them tightly. At the same time, a rich black mist was released from the forest. The black fog quickly spread out like a huge black curtain, covering the battlefield. It not only blocked the vision of the guards of the inn prison, but also interfered with their spiritual perception, causing them to fall into chaos and confusion. The guards of the inn prison, entangled by branches and vines, struggled desperately, but found that these plants were extremely tough, and the more they struggled, the tighter they became. Under the joint attack of the summoned beasts, the vanguards of the inn prison guard suffered heavy damage. The guards in the inn prison who rushed in the front were all riddled with holes by the barrage of the mechanical steel edge, some were torn to pieces by the destructive power of the end demon dragon, some were swallowed by the chaotic vortex of the Chaos Yuanling, and some were bound by the forest of the Senluo tyrant and unable to move. As the guards of the ancient prison fell, a series of experience news poured into Gu Chen's sight like a tide. The rich experience provided by each announcement guard makes his experience value rise rapidly like a rocket. Take a look at the experience bar, and there is only 17% left to upgrade at this time. Chapter 297 The Shadow Giant. Gu Chen was still standing outside the prison. After a fierce battle, the inside of the prison was dead silent and there was no new alien race. The whimpering sounds in the darkness continued to echo, but no longer did the guards in the prison surge out like a tide. Gu Chen's summoned beasts were surrounded by rich dark elements, and they rushed into the prison. After passing through the first hall of the prison, an extremely strange space appeared in front of you. It is covered with distorted black rocks, as if they were kneaded by the power of darkness. The ground was filled with extremely thick black mist, which was like a living creature, emitting a disgusting smell as it rolled and surged. It was as if countless dark tentacles were trying to drag everything into the endless abyss of darkness. The entire space was shrouded in a thick layer of dark mist, filled with a creepy and gloomy atmosphere. Compared with other areas of prison, the dark aura here is stronger, as if it can swallow all the souls. The dark mist was like a substance-like tentacle, constantly impacting the light curtain condensed by Gu Chen with the holy flames. A slight sound came from the light curtain, and it was the dark mist trying to break through this layer of defense. What the hell is this? Gu Chen frowned, his heart was secretly alert, and he muttered to himself. At this moment, a faint light flashed in the darkness, attracting Gu Chen's attention. He looked closely and saw a black crystal floating in the center of the thick black mist. The crystal is irregular in shape and mysterious patterns flow on the surface. The lines flashed with strange dark light, as if telling the ancient and taboo secrets. Such strange crystals appear in such a dangerous environment must have an extraordinary origin. Gu Chen thought and ordered the summoned beasts to approach the black crystal. When the summoned beasts approached the thick black fog, the already surging black fog instantly boiled. The dark elements around were crazy and disordered, and the temperature dropped sharply, as if the entire space was about to be frozen in eternal darkness. In an instant, a huge hand of dark shadow suddenly stretched out from the thick black fog. The hand was condensed from thick darkness, exuding a terrifying aura, and with the power to destroy the world, slapped the summoned beasts hard. The mechanical steel front responded quickly and immediately deployed the Gatling array on the shoulder and launched the annihilation of heavy artillery. The powerful fire power is like a dense meteor, carrying powerful kinetic energy, pouring towards the hand of darkness. Every barrage hit the hand of the shadow, splashing a black spark, like a strange firework blooming in the dark night sky. The Chaos UN spirit immediately used dimensional attack, and the void suddenly twisted, and a crack in space exuding a captivating power invaded towards the hand of darkness. In the end, the demon dragon opened its huge mouth and squirted out an extremely mad destruction breath. The black flames rushed like a surging black waterfall, storming hard at the hands of the shadow. Under the combined attack of the three summoned beasts, the hand of the shadow felt the powerful resistance and paused slightly. But it seemed to be irritated, its power grew stronger and continued to press towards the summoned beasts. At this critical moment, the mechanical steel front seized the opportunity and launched the Wasteland Strike. A high-density torrent of energy ejected, instantly turning the area around the shadow hand into a barren dark wasteland. The hand of darkness, located on this wasteland, was damaged by the continuous explosion of dark energy and let out a deep roar. After being subjected to a fierce attack, the hand of the shadow finally suffered a pain and retracted back into the thick black mist. Gu Chen was surprised that this mysterious shadow would retreat, which was extremely strange. However, the next second, the thick black mist rolled violently as if it was thrown into a powerful dark bomb. Countless black bubbles gushed out of the black fog, exploding, releasing a stronger dark energy. With a dull and rhythmic thumping sound, it seemed like the beating of a dark heart. The dark energy around the black crystal began to gather wildly. Immediately afterwards, a shadow giant as high as 10 meters slowly rose from the thick black fog. The giant's chest was embedded with the black crystal. The crystal flashed with strange light as the giant's heart beat, as if it was closely connected to the giant's life. The giant let out a deafening roar, and his voice echoed wildly throughout the space like dark thunder. With this roar, the thick black mist churned even more violently. Thick black light columns soared into the sky, and the black rain curtain poured down, and the whole space seemed to be trapped in a dark storm like a doomsday. Alien, Shadow Giant Chief. Level, 3-7. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 1860, Agility 1650, Physical 1840, Spirit 1530. Skill I, Shadow Impact. Skill 2, Dark Prison. Skill 3, Shadow Raid. Seeing this information, Gu Chen's face changed slightly. This shadow giant actually has another leader, an alien race. With outstanding strength and physique attributes, coupled with these three powerful skills, the difficulty of combat is undoubtedly greatly increased. Gu Chen quickly thought about countermeasures and connected with the summoned beasts through his spirit. The mechanical steel front launched the annihilation of heavy artillery again. This time, the Gatling array on the shoulders rotated even more wildly, almost turning into afterimages. The powerful fire barrage was like a surging torrent of steel, bombarding towards the shadow giant with a rush of overwhelming force. Each barrage contains the power to destroy the world, whizzing through the air. It made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, hitting the shadow giant accurately, splashing black sparks. The chaotic fog surging violently around the Chaos UN spirit, casting chaos entanglement. Countless chaotic shadows swarmed out from the black mist, like ghosts from the dark abyss, with a gloomy and powerful aura, quickly rushed towards the shadow giant. The shadow of chaos instantly tangled on the dark giant, making his struggle futile and his actions slower. Finally, the demon dragon flapped its wings, and a mysterious and dangerous light flashed on its wings. Wing light cracking the sky. The light and shadow emitted from the dragon's wings were like sharp blades flashing with faint light, flying towards the shadow giant at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the light and shadow pass, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. The body of the dark giant instantly appeared deep wounds under the cutting of light and shadow, and black blood flowed out like ink. After being attacked, it roared in anger. Shadow shock. A powerful wave of dark energy burst out instantly, like a black energy wall, rushing towards the summoned beasts in the fence-shaped area ahead. The mechanical steel front was the first to be hit by the energy wave. The powerful impact force caused cracks to appear on its metal shell, but with its strong defense, it barely stabilized its body. Then, the shadow giant pointed out and launched the dark prison. Black energy pillars suddenly emerged from the ground, instantly forming a prison around the Chaos Yuan spirit, trapping it. The Chaos Yuanling struggled hard in the prison. After being blocked by dark energy, it could not pass through the void for a moment. At this moment, the shadow giant activated his skills again. Shadow Raid. Its huge body instantly disappeared in the black fog, completely disappearing, and no movement was found. Chaos Yuanling looked around alertly, trying to capture the traces of the shadow giant. Suddenly, the shadow giant appeared next to the Chaos Yuanling instantly and launched a powerful attack. The power of this attack was huge, and the black mist-like body of the Chaos Yuanling was almost dispersed, and the blood volume suddenly dropped. Seeing this, Gu Chen immediately directed the mechanical steel front to change the direction of the attack and suppress the shadow giant fire to attract his attention. At the same time, the Chaos Yuanling was also trying to break through the cage space and try to escape from it. In the end, the demon dragon quickly adjusted its state, and strong elemental fluctuations surged out of its body. I used elemental storm against the shadow giant. Under Gu Chen's command, the barrage of the mechanical steel front poured on the dark giant like a storm, and the elemental storm followed closely behind. The shadow giant was tired of resisting for a moment and had to temporarily stop attacking the Chaos Yuanling to resist the fire power with all his strength. The tyrant Senluo noticed that the Chaos Yuanling was trapped, and his trunk trembled slightly. The bark-like body surface quickly cracked, and countless emanated the life spores of the faint light erupted like smoke. These life spores seem small, but contain powerful vitality and destructive power. They fly towards the dark prison that traps the Chaos Yuanling at an extremely fast speed. Once the life spores come into contact with the dark prison, they will be as if they have found the target of erosion and will quickly take root and grow. The energy of the dark prison has an instinctive repulsion of life spores, but life spores compete with their tenacious vitality. The spores grow rapidly and gradually form a thick layer of green vines on the surface of the prison. These vines are constantly twisting and tangling, trying to tear apart the energy structure of the dark prison. As the spores of life continue to work, the dark prison began to crackle. The black energy on the surface kept flashing, and tiny cracks appeared. The Chaos Yuanling felt the changes in the outside world in the prison and began to concentrate its efforts to attack the prison. Under the dual effects of the destruction of the life spores of the Senluo tyrant and the power of the Chaos Yuanling itself, the dark prison was finally overwhelmed. With a loud bang, it completely shattered. The Chaos Yuanling escaped and quickly retreated to the rear to assist. At this time, the battle entered a white-hot stage. In the end, the demon dragon and Senluo tyrant rushed to the front row and became the main attacking force. Finally, the demon dragon roared to the sky, swelled with wings, and a powerful airflow swept across it. The rich elemental fluctuations condensed around it again. Elemental storm. In an instant, the lightning element surged wildly, and quickly condensed into a thunder and lightning storm covering the sky and the sun. The storm was wrapped in the power of destroying the world and smashed the shadow giant hard at the shadow giant with a rush. Wherever you pass, the space torn apart, making a harsh whistling. Chapter 298 The Key to the Undead Prison. A storm of lightning came, and at the same time, the tyrant of Senro had locked in on the shadow giant. Giant wood meteor. I saw a large area of darkness cracking at the top of the prison, and countless giant trees appeared out of thin air from the void. Like a black meteor, it roared and fell towards the shadow giant with a huge force. Each giant tree exudes a strong atmosphere of darkness, as if it comes from the abyss of darkness, and wants to completely bury the shadow giant. The thunderstorm and the giant wood's popularity hit the dark giant almost at the same time, causing a deafening roar, and the entire space trembled violently under this force. Under this powerful double attack, the shadow giant let out a painful roar. Its tall body swayed violently, and the dark shield on its body flickered under the impact, and it could be broken at any time. Gu Chen was concentrating on commanding the battle, constantly fine-tuning the attack rhythm and method of summoning beasts through spiritual links. The mechanical steel front found the right time, spread the Gatling array on his shoulders, and launched the annihilation of heavy cannon again. The powerful fire power was like dense raindrops, pouring towards the part where the shadow giant's defense had flaws, interfering with its actions and making it exhausted to deal with it. Under Gu Chen's careful command, the attacks of the four summoned beasts became increasingly tacit. In the end, the demon dragon cleverly controlled the direction and intensity of the elemental storm, sometimes impacting from the front and sometimes circumventing. The tyrant Senluo flexibly adjusted the landing point of the giant tree meteor based on the shadow giant's dodging movement in the storm, leaving the shadow giant with nowhere to escape. Finally, after a thrilling and fierce confrontation, the dark shield on his body gradually ran out of strength, and the dark shield on his body was completely shattered. Its defense has a fatal flaw and is no longer able to resist the attacks of the summoned beasts. In the end, the demon dragon seized the critical moment, and the destructive power around him surged wildly. Demon Dragon Fury. The overwhelming power of destruction is centered on itself, like a surging black wave, gushing away from all directions. Wherever the power of destruction went, the space seemed to be ignited by black flames, twisted and deformed, making crackling sounds on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the tyrant of Senro also activated his skills. The wood realm arrives. With itself as the center, the ground quickly cracked, and countless thick black rhizomes broke out from the ground and grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, a dense forest shrouded in darkness rose from the ground. The branches and vines in the forest stretched towards the shadow giant like living things, trying to wrap it tightly. These branches and vines are extremely tough, with sharp barbs on them. Once they touch the body of the shadow giant, they will pierce into their bodies. Under the impact of Demon Dragon's rage, the dark giant's body was shaking. The arrival of the wooden world created by the Senluo tyrant has restricted its movements. Countless branches and vines tightly wrap around its limbs and body, making it difficult for it to attack. The overwhelming power of destruction continued to explode, and the black destructive energy continued to erode the body of the shadow giant, causing charred scars to appear on its body. The tyrant of Senluo controls the forest and constantly tightens the branches and vines, making it harder for the shadow giant to struggle. Under the joint attack of the two, the shadow giant roared in despair. But no matter how hard it struggles, it cannot get rid of this double dilemma. As time goes by, the power of the shadow giant gradually exhausts and his body begins to become weak. Finally, with a scream that resounded throughout the prison, the huge body of the shadow giant fell down like a collapsed black tower. Kill the shadow giant and the chief LV.37, Experience Plus. Get the loot, the key to the Dark Prison Legend. Get the loot, the Dark Prison Crystal Core Epic. Boom. After the death of the shadow giant, the thick black mist boiled again, and rushed from all directions like a surging black tsunami, as if it was about to completely swallow the entire prison hall. Gu Chen hadn't had time to carefully check the spoils and put them in his carry-on space. He continued to walk through the darkness as thick as ink. The dark elements around it seemed as if there was life, like hideous tentacles surging wildly, and they couldn't wait to drag him into the endless abyss of darkness. The deeper the darkness became, the heavier it became, like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on his heart, and even breathing became difficult. The difficulty of this dark abyss penalty is indeed beyond imagination. Gu Chen pondered to himself. The difficulty of engraving the secret realm is far superior to any challenges Gu Chen has experienced before. The ubiquitous dark elemental erosion attack is like a deadly fang hidden in the darkness, which makes all professions afraid. After more than 5 hours of battle and trekking, Gu Chen finally arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm. At this time, because the summoned beasts could not enter the summoning space, they were extremely tired after even the battles. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. A trace of solemnity flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. If the battle cannot be resolved as soon as possible, the summoned beasts will inevitably bear a greater price, even death in the secret realm. At the deepest part of the level, darkness is like a substantial liquid, so thick that it is almost impossible to see. In the darkness, a low roar came faintly, as if some terrifying existence was quietly awakening. Suddenly, a strong wave of dark energy hit. The darkness was like a deep sea stirred by the strong wind, rolling violently. A huge figure slowly emerged from the darkness, and it turned out to be a dark shadow demon skeleton as high as 20 meters. Its body is rugged, as if it was pieced together by countless broken pieces of darkness, exuding a creepy atmosphere. Its eyes flashed with strange scarlet light, like two burning evil fires, revealing endless malice and cruelty. Alien, Shadow Demon Skeleton BOSS. Level, 39. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 2060, Agility 1850, Physical 2040, Spirit 1730. Skill I, Deep Gaze. Skill 2, Shadow Strike. Skill 3, Dark Vision. The power and system of the boss at level 39 have exceeded 2000. However, this attribute has surpassed Gu Chen's several summoned beasts. Gu Chen looked at the terrifying existence in front of him, his eyes slightly changed. The next battle will definitely be extremely difficult, but the perseverance in his eyes has not diminished at all, but instead ignited a stronger fighting spirit. At this moment, the dark shadow demon skeleton let out a roar that broke through the darkness, like a black thunder exploding in the space. Immediately afterwards, it activates the skills directly. Dark Gaze. 2 dark rays as dark as ink shot out from its scarlet eyes, like 2 agile dark poisonous snakes, instantly shooting towards the mechanical steel front and the Chaos Yuanling. The mechanical steel front could not dodge and was hit by a ray. Suddenly, a dark energy penetrated into its metal body like a maggot on the tarsal bone. The mechanical steel front felt that its own strength seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, and its attack, defense, and speed instantly decreased. And its body began to tremble uncontrollably, and a part of its health disappeared under the erosion of dark energy every second. The Chaos Yuan spirit was not spared, and the black fog originally lingered around was obviously thinner. Its movement becomes slow and its output drops accordingly. The demon skeleton succeeded with 1 blow and the attack continued. Its body flashed like a ghost, launching Shadow Stranger. In an instant, countless thick dark tentacles appeared out of nowhere around the demon dragon and Senluo tyrant, and quickly wrapped them up like a hungry python, tightly bound them. The dark tentacles kept tightening, and the powerful force made this Hongaian demon dragon and Senluo tyrant let out a painful roar. The dark tentacles not only cause continuous damage, but also greatly limit their movements, making it difficult for them to use their skilled counterattacks. Roar! The tyrant Senluo roared and immediately released the spores of life. The bark on the surface of the body quickly cracked, and countless life spores emitting faint light ejaculated like smoke, flying towards the dark tentacles. As soon as the life spores touches the dark tentacles, they try to corrode them. The place where the dark tentacles were eroded by life spores began to make sneering sounds and bursts of black smoke came out. At the same time, the Chaos Yuanling ignored his own state slope. Try your best to release dimensional attack. The imposing space rift spread to the dark tentacles that trapped the end demon dragon. Under the double attack of the life spores and the space rift, the power of the dark tentacles began to weaken. In the end, the demon dragon surging with destructive power surged around it, breaking through the shackles and regaining freedom. It opened its huge mouth and squirted out a terrifying destruction breath. The black flames rushed towards the demon skeleton of the shadow like a surging black waterfall. The dark shadow demon skeleton was not afraid at all. The dark energy around it surged wildly, forcing it to withstand this powerful attack. Seeing this scene, the demon skeleton let out a roar full of sarcasm, and then launched dark fission. It detonates the dark energy around itself, forming a powerful dark fission field. The dark energy spreads around like surging waves. The summoned beasts within the range immediately suffered huge damage and their bodies were shaking with dark energy. Not only that, the summoned beasts were also in a state of chaos, and half of the mechanical steel front attacks shot towards the Chaos Yuanling. Fortunately, the Chaos Yuanling has extremely high immunity to physical damage, so it failed to cause greater losses. We can't continue like this anymore. Gu Chen's face became serious. The order was issued, and the tyrant of Senluo quickly launched the arrival of the Wood Realm. The surrounding ground quickly cracked, and countless thick black rhizomes broke out from the ground, growing wildly, and dense forests rose from the ground. The branches and vines stretched towards the shadow demon skeleton like pairs of giant black hands, entangled them tightly. After being bound by the forest, the demon skeleton struggled wildly. The dark tentacles kept waving, trying to break the vines of the branches. In the end, the demon dragon seized this opportunity and directly activated the strongest skill Demon Dragon Fury. Its body shook, and black flames surged wildly. It's now! Gu Chen gave the order. Finally, the demon dragon burst out with extremely violent destructive power, which contained dark energy that destroyed the world, and rushed towards the dark shadow demon skeleton with a rushing force. The demon skeleton of the demon skeleton could not hide at all, and its huge body was flooded with the power of destruction in a blink of an eye. It let out a shrill scream, its body began to collapse, and fragments of darkness splashed everywhere. Accompanied by a loud bang, the huge body of the demon skeleton fell down like a collapsed black tower. Kill the demon skeleton LV.39 boss, Experience Plus. Get the loot. Chapter 299 The Most Secretive Sealed Fragments. A strange and low buzz sounded in my ears, which was the sound from the space vortex at the entrance of the secret realm. The light and shadow flashed in front of him, and Gu Chen appeared in the secret realm hall. Cut off the connection with the secret realm, Gu Chen immediately added the summoned beasts to the summoning space. After tragic fighting, their condition almost reached its limit, covered in scars. Fortunately, I passed the level in time. Gu Chen let out a long sigh, and his tense heartstrings relaxed slightly. As long as you can return to the summoning space, you can recover quickly even if the summoned beast state reaches its bottom. Although it is just an ordinary third-level secret realm, if it weren't for the angel's holy outfit that resisted the omnipresent darkness, I'm afraid he would have to pay a greater price to pass the level. The tension in the battle faded a little, and Gu Chen had the heart to sort out the gains this time. Kill the demon skeleton LV.39 boss, Experience Plus. Get the loot, the Abyss Staff LV.39 Legend. Get the loot, get the most secret seal fragment legend. Although the Abyss Staff is a top quality weapon that dark mages dream of, and has a very high increase in dark skills, Gu Chen is not very interested in it. On the contrary, the most secretly engraved fragments aroused his strong curiosity. The most hidden seal fragment. 3 fragments can be combined into one most hidden seal. 3 pieces can be synthesized into a complete darkest seal. But Gu Chen knew nothing about what the secret seal had. It seemed that he had to ask someone for a while. At this moment, a dazzling and gorgeous purple light suddenly burst out from the dome of the secret hall. The light shines like a petal that blooms to the extreme, and the petals dance and stretch with a strange and smooth track, instantly illuminating every corner of the entire hall. At the same time, an ethereal and passionate melody flows out of the light, circling and echoing in the air with a breathtaking power. This sudden vision of sound and light instantly broke the tranquility of the hall. The military professionals who were originally preparing to go to the secret realm in the hall were attracted by the strange scene, and their faces were full of shock. Their eyes were involuntarily turned to the dome, and then they seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, swarming towards the source of light. Gu Chen was also confused. He had never seen such a strange scene before and had no idea what was going on. He didn't know before that as long as someone created a new record in the secret realm, this kind of strange phenomenon would appear in the secret realm hall. Everyone explored the source of the new record and quickly focused their attention at the entrance of the dark abyss prison where Gu Chen had just come out. When watching by the time Gu Chen was about to come, many people showed such expressions on their faces. After all, Gu Chen is the champion of this military competition. He has set new abyss records many times before, and everyone is a little accustomed to him. Although I thought this way, more people still couldn't help but wonder what kind of feat he achieved this time. Above the space vortex of the dark abyss, the huge light curtain began to flash. The original record was refreshed, Gu Chen's score was suddenly revealed, while the previous group of people disappeared like light smoke. Seeing this, everyone's eyes showed doubts. Strange, why did all the previous past records on the light curtain be erased? Someone said with confusion. Yes, now there is only Gu Chen left. Another person said in surprise. Fussy, is this difficult to understand? A clear voice sounded in the crowd. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously turned their heads and their eyes were instantly focused. I saw a young man with the lieutenant's medal hanging on his chest, with a gentle smile on his face. Do you know? Tell me quickly, what's going on? Everyone gathered around, their eyes full of anticipation. The young officer smiled and glanced at everyone, and said, "It seems that you are not here before. You may not know that Gu Chen passed the Hell-level secret realm before. According to the rules, only the top 3 records with the highest difficulty level are retained on the light curtain, so all the previous nightmare records were erased." Hell level? It's impossible. A non-commissioned officer with a beard frowned, full of suspicion. Yes, I've been to the secret realm hall for several years. I've tried every difficulty of the Dark Abyss and the Dark Abyss prison. The highest difficulty is the nightmare level. Where does the hell level come from? Have you made it wrong? Said a tall lady officer. Yes, I don't think it's reliable. I've done the secret realm mission of the Dark Abyss prison before, and I'm very familiar with it. I've never heard of the difficulty of hell. There were many different opinions in the hall, and no one believed this. However, the young lieutenant still smiled and explained patiently, "Don't worry, I'm not wrong. When the secret realm was upgraded, I happened to be here. Many people, including me, have seen strange light appearing around the dark abyss and dark energy surges, and then the difficulty of hell is turned on. This is absolutely true." The group of people was discussing it enthusiastically, and they didn't notice that Gu Chen was among the crowd. At this time, someone walked straight to the space vortex at the entrance of the secret realm, and was blocked by Gu Chen. "Hello, please let's take a look at this secret realm." Gu Chen had no choice but to move away from his side, but his mind was still immersed in thinking. To collect 3 secret seal fragments, you have to go to the secret realm 3 more times. But according to the previous style of playing, it consumes too much on summoned beasts and is a waste of time. A better solution must be figured out. At this time, more and more students came to check the secret realm. It's really hard to hell. Someone screamed in surprise. I didn't expect that the Dark Abyss prison would unlock the hell level difficulty. I always thought it was not more difficult. Another person sighed. That person named Gu Chen is so powerful that he can even unlock the secret realm of the Seal of the Seal. Someone looked full of admiration. Look, the results are out. Someone shouted. For a moment, everyone looked up at the light curtain, and Gu Chen's final result was clear at a glance. Time, 6 hours, 58 minutes, 22 seconds. Just looking at this time, compared to Gu Chen's record of first place in the military region, it can be said to be very bad. But when everyone thought about the difficulty of hell, they couldn't help but be amazed. After all, the previous record of nightmare difficulty was as high as 8 hours, and Gu Chen was alone and conquered the difficulty of hell in less than 7 hours, which was amazing. Believe it or not, ask me to tell me that when Gu Chen enters the secret realm next time, he will definitely be able to break the record. An officer from the Dongzhou military region said with an excited face. That's right. Normal people are like this. The first time is to explore, and the second time is to be familiar with it. When the next record is set, no one can break it. A slightly fat soldier nodded and echoed. Everyone around them also said that no one doubted the authenticity of this sentence. After all, everyone is like this. At this time, Gu Chen was immersed in his thoughts, and the noise around him seemed to be isolated. He closed his eyes tightly, and there was a fierce war in his mind. Various possibilities and ideas are constantly intertwined and collided. He was thinking about how to pass the secret realm at the lowest cost and at the fastest speed. After racking his brains, a bold and novel idea popped up in his mind and gradually took shape. Absolutely worth a try. Gu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and an excited light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the dawn of success and wanted to enter the secret realm to practice immediately. But reason quickly pulled him back. He knew clearly that the summoned beasts were still raising their energy in the summoning space and could not go out again in a short period of time. At this time, he thought of the spoils he obtained after passing the Dark Abyss prison. Not only the most secretly engraved fragments, but also the dark prison key obtained by killing the shadow giant before. It seems like you have to ask someone. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Chen no longer hesitated and turned around and walked out of the secret hall. Huh? Master Gu Chen is gone. Several who knew Gu Chen noticed his departure and muttered in a low voice. Oh, it's been dispersed. The Dark Abyss prison was difficult enough, but now it's difficult to get out of hell again, it's so difficult. Another person waved his hand helplessly. Don't forget, the Dark Abyss and Underworld prison is one of the secret realms of seal engraving. In it, the seal will drop. If you can collect all the fragments, you can get the seal. A young soldier said with bright eyes. Come on, that's just a legend. Even if it's true, we can't get it with the luck and ability. A non-commissioned officer next to him said. Not long after Gu Chen left, a group of professionals in suits stepped into the secret realm hall. The one who walked in the front was Luli. When the secret realm was upgraded before, soldiers from the North military region witnessed the whole process. So, the news quickly reached Luli's ears as if he had wings. When Luli learned about it, he felt a little moved and immediately decided to gather people to challenge him. He has been thinking about the legendary engraved pieces. He has tried the Dark Abyss prison, which has been difficult for several times before. Although he has passed the level, he has returned empty-handed. Later, after careful analysis with Luo Ping, the 5-star warrior of the North military region, he felt that the mysterious fragments would most likely only fall in hell level difficulty. So, when he heard that the Dark Abyss and the Underworld had opened the difficulty of hell, he could not sit still, so he led the team over without stopping. Lu Li is now at level 35. For him, this level is the time to enter the secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld. After all, he is a genius in the North Military region, and fighting over level is just a common occurrence for him. To put it another way, if you can't even fight over the level, you're a nonsense genius. Not long after, he assembled a team of elite officers from the North Military region. In this team, except for him, all 4 of them are level 39. Moreover, everyone is equipped with a full set of epic suits, which makes them extremely powerful at first glance. Chapter 300, 3000 Military Achievements Exchanged for 3 Engraved Pieces. In this team, the lineup is carefully arranged. There are 2 paladins with rare professions who are responsible for resisting enemy attacks in the front row and are also the guarantee of the team. The other 2 are output professional shooters, who can give heavy blows to the enemy at a long distance. Everyone's waist was densely covered with various potions. After all, in the dark abyss and the underworld prison, the dark elements invaded their lives all the time. They are fully prepared for this. In addition, Lu Li also prepared elemental resistance scrolls for the team members. As long as it is activated, it can enhance its resistance to dark elemental damage within a certain period of time. Lu Li was prepared so well that his ambition was not just about passing the secret realm, he also wanted to create a brand new record so that everyone could admire him. After all, this secret realm has just been unlocked with hell level, and the previous records have been cleared, and a new record has not been born yet. He felt confidently that no one could take the lead at this time. When he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, Lu Li habitually looked up at the light curtain. At this moment, his smile instantly froze on his face, and his whole body froze in place as if he had been cast by a fixed spell. The team members following him looked at him, all of them were shocked and their eyes widened, as if they had seen something incredible. I saw Gu Chen's name on the light curtain, which was eye-catching. The next score 6 hours, 53 minutes, 38 seconds was like a huge mockery, deeply hurting Lu Li's eyes. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, as if this would make the numbers in front of him disappear. Brother Lu, is this real? It was Gu Chen who unlocked the hell level difficulty of the Dark Abyss prison. A person next to him asked carefully, with a hint of hesitation in his voice. Lu Li came to his senses, snorted coldly, and said calmly, "Humph, are you scared? You are all rare professions, and my legendary profession may not be worse than him." Lu Li's voice was low. Although he did not express his thoughts of giving up in his words, his face looked much ugly. On the other side, in a conference room of the military headquarters. As soon as Gu Chen stepped into it, he saw Ling Feng and Luo Ping standing in front of a huge strategic map and talking. Gu Chen walked forward quickly and respectfully saluted the 2 superiors. "Gu Chen, you are here." Ling Feng turned his head and looked over with a smile on his face. "What's the matter with me? But it's okay. General Ling, I just passed the secret realm. I would like to ask you to help me see what the value of these spoils are." As he said that, he took out the secret seal fragments and the dark prison key. Before Ling Feng could speak, Luo Ping's gaze was instantly attracted by the darkly engraved fragments. A hint of surprise and eagerness flashed in his eyes, and he asked quickly, "Gu Chen, where did you get the most secretly engraved fragments?" Gu Chen glanced at Ling Feng and saw the latter signaling him not to care, so he said truthfully, "General Luo, this is what I obtained in the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the Underworld." A short sentence immediately shocked Luo Ping. After a moment of thinking, he inferred that Gu Chen must have passed the hell level of the Dark Abyss and Underworld secret realm, otherwise such rare fragments would never be obtained. He turned to look at Ling Feng, and shock flashed in both of them at the same time. "Gu Chen, you can actually pass the hell difficulty of the Dark Abyss and the Underworld prison. What a hero!" Luo Ping's face was full of praise, his eyes were full of appreciation. Ling Feng nodded and sighed, "Yes, Dark Abyss Prison has only been nightmares for so many years, and even many elite teams cannot unlock the hell level. I didn't expect that you would unlock it. Gu Chen smiled humbly and said, it's also good luck. With the help of my summoned beasts, I was lucky enough to pass. Luo Ping took Gu Chen's arm and took him aside to sit down. He said with a serious expression, Gu Chen, I am straightforward, I said this directly. I want to exchange 3 most secretly engraved pieces with you. What do you think? Gu Chen was slightly stunned, and then he understood why Luo Ping showed such a surprised look before. He did not rush to answer, but lowered his head to ponder. At present, I don't know what the secret seal is for, but Luo Ping directly proposed to exchange military merits, which is indeed a great temptation. Ling Feng smiled and smoothed out, old Luo, don't be so anxious. Let's listen to what Gu Chen thinks first. Gu Chen, don't worry too much. Just say any ideas. Gu Chen thought for a while and said, General Luo, since you spoke, I can't think about it, but you just said military merits. I wonder how many military merits General Luo plans to exchange for 3 fragments. Seeing that Gu Chen did not refuse directly, Luo Ping was delighted and quickly said, Gu Chen, I am not vague with you. These secretly engraved pieces are indeed precious. I am willing to give out 30,000 military merits to exchange for 3. What do you think? 30,000 military achievements are not a small amount. Gu Chen couldn't help but ripples appeared in his heart. With these military achievements, he could exchange many of his dream resources and equipment in the military headquarters. But then I thought about it, even an imperial general like Luo Ping attaches so much importance to the secretly engraved fragments, and it seems that this thing is really not simple. Ling Feng saw Gu Chen's concerns and said with a smile, Gu Chen, 30,000 military achievements are not a small amount. With these military achievements, you can get to the next level of your resource allocation and equipment exchange in the military. Besides, General Luo really urgently needs this secret seal at the moment. Everyone is working together in the military headquarters and helping each other. Maybe there are more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Gu Chen weighed the pros and cons again and felt that Ling Feng was right. Moreover, I have the opportunity to challenge the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the Underworld to obtain fragments. So he raised his head, looked at Luo Ping and said, Okay, General Luo, since you said that, I can't refuse. Just as you said, 30,000 military merits will be exchanged for 3 most secretly engraved pieces. Luo Ping was overjoyed and said, Okay, Gu Chen, you guy is such a cheerful person. Gu Chen immediately asked, General Luo, since you care so much, don't know what the use of this most secretly engraved fragment is. When Luo Ping heard this, he looked at the darkest seal fragments with interest and chuckled. According to the introduction of fragment properties, collect 3 most hidden seal fragments and combine them into one, and you can obtain the most hidden seal. And this secret seal has a certain chance of professionals' refinement in the process of changing jobs. You should be clear that whether it is the first time to change jobs, the second or third time, the difficulty of career sublimation is extremely difficult. Even if we have the resources and means of military departments to help us, the chance of success is still very low. But in legend, several types of engravings, including the most concealed engravings, can increase the probability of career sublimation to a certain extent. And, the more stamps you have, the higher the success rate of career sublimation. Gu Chen was shocked when he heard this. In this way, if he can obtain this secret seal before the second transfer, he will have a high chance of changing to a rare profession. If this is true, then this secret seal is indeed an extremely precious treasure. But such a rare treasure is naturally beyond imagination. After listening to Ling Feng's explanation, Gu Chen already understood the importance of the secret realm of engraving. Only by passing more secret seals can you obtain seals. The legend about engraving originated from a professional who was a long time ago. It is said that he passed the 7 seal secret realms in total, obtained 7 complete seals, and finally successfully completed a career sublimation during the 3rd turn, and jumped from an ordinary profession to a legendary profession. But this matter is too long and cannot be verified. Luo Ping gently stroked his beard. Since that's the case, Gu Chen, you can use the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the Underworld Prison a few more times, and you will definitely be able to gather more secret seals. In this way, it is not difficult to obtain a complete secret seal. Gu Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm just thinking." Although Gu Chen's 2nd turn has passed, the 3rd turn is still waiting for him. This kind of treasure that can sublimate his profession naturally needs to be reserved in advance. Ling Feng nodded and changed his mind. As for the key to the undead prison, it is a key item to enter another secret realm. You pack this key first. When that secret realm is opened, it will be another great fortune for you. Gu Chen nodded and thanked Ling Feng. After saying goodbye to Ling Feng and Luo Ping, Gu Chen found a lounge and began to restore the mental power he had lost in the secret realm. 6 hours later, the summoned beasts in the summoning space have been fully recovered. Gu Chen returned to the secret realm hall through the teleportation scroll. He came to the entrance of the secret realm of the Dark Abyss, and the difficulty of entering hell actually only required 300 military achievements. Huh? Why is it so cheap? Before, it took 300 military merits to enter the Nightmare secret realm, but now it only takes 300 military merits to enter the hell level. Gu Chen looked confused and had no idea what was going on. He checked other secret realms and found that there was no change, and his military achievements were the same. Only the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the Underworld has become particularly cheap. After thinking for a while, this should be the privilege that Luo Ping gave to Gu Chen. After all, Gu Chen had just agreed to exchange his military merits for secretly engraving fragments, and maybe there are more places that need Gu Chen's help in the future, so naturally he has to make it convenient in some places. However, Luo Ping did not intend to tell Gu Chen and would not say it in the future. Gu Chen was just a guess about this matter, and it was hard to ask. Anyway, it would be a good thing to save a lot of military achievements. When he broke the new record in the secret realm just now, Gu Chen received a reward of 5,000 military merits. Now the ticket of just 300 military achievements is just a drizzle to him. Just as Gu Chen was about to pay his military merits, the vortex of the secret realm vibrated violently. At the entrance of the secret realm, a team suddenly teleported out from it. These people were surrounded by dark elements, looking embarrassed. It was the team led by Luli who retreated from the secret realm in a mess. Judging from this, they failed to pass the level. The difficulty of the Dark Abyss and the Underworld secret realm is far more difficult than the difficulty of the Nightmare. Not only did the combat power of the alien race greatly increase, but the erosion power of the dark element has also been greatly enhanced. The 2 paladins in the team took turns to heal, and the pressure was still huge. Every step forward is difficult. After a few hours of hard work, they finally retreated in a mess. At this moment, Lu Li's face turned gloomy as water. He never expected that he had prepared very well before entering the secret realm, but he still ended in failure. Chapter 301, Carved the Dead Skeleton Golem, Killing All Over the World. For Luli, the hell level difficulty of the Dark Abyss prison is extremely high. Even a lineup like him cannot pass the level, so other teams will never be able to pass the level. Let me know, I'm going to enter the secret realm. Gu Chen walked up to him. Luli and his group were blocking the entrance to the secret realm, blocking his way. What are you urging me to? Get out of here. Luli was in a very bad mood at this moment and his attitude was very bad. He was not only frustrated by his failure, but also angry because Gu Chen successfully passed the level. This once again proves that his legendary profession is far inferior to that of Gu Chen, an ordinary summoner. Gu Chen took a step forward and looked at Luli coldly. Say it again. Hearing this, Li was angry and turned his head with anger, but his face suddenly changed when he saw Gu Chen. "Why are you?" A hatred flashed in Li's eyes, and a hint of fear was mixed with. This is a fear of Gu Chen's powerful combat power. He has been defeated by Gu Chen twice and still remembers it vividly. What's more, Gu Chen won the first place in the military region and was a celebrity under Ling Feng. No matter which angle he starts from, he dares not provoke easily. Feeling the coldness in Gu Chen's eyes, Li snorted coldly and signaled his subordinates to get out of the way. Gu Chen did not waste time on these people, and came to the entrance of the secret realm and directly chose the difficulty of hell. As the space vortex burst out with a treacherous dark element fluctuation, his figure entered the secret realm. Li stood behind with a gloomy face. He also chose hell level. I want to see how he passed the level. Li did not leave, but led the team to stay here. He firmly believed that with the current team configuration, he would definitely pass the hell level secret realm, but they had not found the right method yet. They walked outside the secret realm hall, discussing countermeasures, while staring through the door at the direction of the secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld. From Li's perspective, he didn't really believe from the bottom of his heart that Gu Chen could beat the hell-level secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld. After all, the continuous damage to the dark element in the secret realm is simply irresistible without a healer. On the other side, you have entered the third level of secret realm, dark abyss, underworld prison hell level. Accompanied by the prompt sound in his ears, Gu Chen stepped into the secret realm of the dark abyss for the second time. It's very different from what I felt last time. This time it was difficult to hell at the beginning, much more difficult than last time. Gu Chen took a deep breath and did not call out the summoned beast, but instead took the lead in activate the second talent original seal. In the flash of black light, the power of the golem surged wildly, and a faint blue flame burst out from his eyes. His face became cold and majestic, his skin showed an ancient rock-like texture, and his dark grey skin was engraved with mysterious patterns. These lines flashed with a faint blue light, like burning flames. His body suddenly raised, his limbs became thick and powerful, and his muscles were bulging high, full of explosive power. The hands turned into huge stone fists, and each finger was like a stone pillar, with cold light wrapped around the fingertips. His legs were as firm as a rock, and when he stepped on the ground trembled. At the same time, the talent and skills of the dead golem appeared on his panel. Through original seal, the power of him and the dead skeleton golem has been perfectly integrated. Next, Gu Chen had a thought and a dazzling light burst out from all over him. With the blooming of holy white light, the angel suit attached to it, completely isolated the dark elements around him. Okay, with the debuff effect of the dead skeleton golem and the amplification effect of the angel saint apparel, the difficulty this time should be much smaller. Next, Gu Chen summoned the End Demon Dragon, the Senluo Tyrant and the Mechanical Steel Front. Because the attack methods of these three summoned beasts are suitable for large-scale attacks. As soon as the three summoned beasts appeared, they rushed towards the stone road like arrows leaving the string, leading the dark-bladed barbarians on the bridge toward the maze area at the four entrances. Gu Chen followed behind from afar, and saw the three summoned beast warriors turning into three black shadows, constantly attacking the alien races along the way, but never fighting. Pull monsters and kill them in groups. This is Gu Chen's strategy. The three summoned beasts rushed on the stone road, successfully attracting all the Dan Blade barbarians in the square together. The Dark Blade barbarians are composed of pure dark elements and are energy bodies similar to the Chaos UN spirit. If they are killed one by one, the speed will be very slow. Last time he wasted a lot of time by killing these Dan Blade barbarians. Soon, the three summoned beasts attracted a large number of alien races and rushed into the area where the prison was located. The prison has 4 entrances, and the inside is like a maze crisscrossing, but in the end they will enter the core area of the secret realm. Therefore, the 3 summoned beast soldiers divided into 3 groups and rushed into the 3 entrances respectively. As for the 4th entrance, it was left for Gu Chen. With the skill of spiritual sharing, Gu Chen directed the 3 summoned beasts to shuttle back and forth in the maze, attracting all the monsters in the cave. The attacks of the 3 summoned beasts were swift and neatly attracted a large number of alien races to follow them out of the cave and head towards the prison at the core of the secret realm. Gu Chen followed closely behind as fast as possible, and also pulled a large number of alien races. After walking out of the maze, a gloomy prison appeared in front of you. Above the prison, the huge dark shadow demon eye still emits a breathtaking purple-black light. This time, the demon eye of the demon seemed to notice Gu Chen's unusualness, and as soon as he entered his vision, he made a sharper whistle. Immediately afterwards, the ground of the prison cracked, and countless black energy balls soared into the sky, turning into black sharp blades that were pouring down. Gu Chen was prepared and directed the summoned beasts to quickly scatter and dodge. At the same time, the holy flames in the angel's holy suit are used to form a shield to resist damage to the summoned beasts. At this moment, roars and shouts of killing sounded in the prison. Gu Chen did not run any more and stood outside the prison with the 3 summoned beasts. Behind him were a large number of Danbian barbarians who were pulled along the way. In front of us were the group of imprisoned guards rushed from the prison. Looking at the alien races rushing towards him, Gu Chen raised his lips and showed a sinister smile. The next second, the holy angel costume covering his body suddenly burst out with a large black light. Forbidden area of the law end. With himself as the center, a circle of dark grey energy spreads rapidly like ripples. In the blink of an eye, the skill range enveloped a large area under his feet, including him, the summoned beasts and most alien races. As the law and forbidden territory unfolded, the air around seemed to be distorted by this mysterious and powerful force, making a low buzzing sound. The on-blade barbarians and the imprisoned guards who were in the forbidden area had a strange dark grey light on their bodies, which had been affected by the skill effects. Within the skill range, the damage suffered will increase by 10 times and all consumption will increase by 10 times. In the end, the demon dragon seized the opportunity and took the lead in launching an attack. It opened its huge mouth that was enough to swallow the sky and the earth, and a surging black flame gushed out like a torrent. Breath of destruction. Wherever the black flames passed, the space seemed to be corroded, with distorted ripples, sweeping towards the aliens with the momentum of destruction. With the increase in the Dharma-ending forbidden area, the already amazing breath of destruction is even more terrifying at this moment. The on-blade barbarians and the prison guards were shrouded in black flames and felt pain. Their bodies quickly melted in the flames, and their health plummeted like a flood that broke through the dam. The tyrant of Senluo was not willing to be outdone. It waved its thick branches and whistled to the sky. As it roared, the ground seemed to be stirred hard by an invisible giant hand, and it trembled violently in an instant. 1,000 thorns strike. Countless sharp thorns, like dense black arrows, pierced out from the ground like rainstorms, piercing towards the aliens. The thorns easily penetrated the hard outer skin and strong bodies of the aliens, causing high damage, and also exerted a state of bleeding. The bright red blood flowed along the thorns, and the blood volume of the aliens continued to decrease. Not only that, the tyrant Senro immediately raised his huge arm and summoned the giant wood meteor. In an instant, the void at the top of the prison seemed to be torn apart, and countless giant trees were like meteorites, smashing down at the aliens with the momentum of destroying the world. Each giant tree contains powerful power, and every time it hits the target, it will cause a strong vibration, causing the aliens to fall into a brief dizziness. Under the influence of the Dharma-ending forbidden area, the damage of these skills was magnified 10 times, and the aliens suffered heavy casualties under the attack. The Gatling array on the shoulder of the mechanical steel front unfolded instantly, and a bloody mechanical roar sounded. Annihilation of heavy artillery. The powerful fire power poured wildly towards the alien group like a torrential rain, and each shell contained powerful energy. Explodes in the alien group, blooming with gorgeous and deadly sparks. Every second passed, the damage of the barrage was like a ignited fuse, and the output ability was greatly improved. In just a few seconds, the firepower became more and more fierce, like a surging torrent of steel, flooding the aliens. Moreover, as time goes by, the damage of annihilation of heavy artillery continues to rise under the influence of the law and forbidden area, making the alien races unable to fight back. Under the joint attack of the three summoned beasts and the forbidden area of the Dharma End, the alien races were like leeks, harvesting in pieces. Although the on-blade barbarians and the imprisoned guards struggled hard, all resistance seemed so powerless in the face of this devastating blow. Their bodies shattered under powerful attacks, turning into dark fragments and dissipating into the air. A ray of light burst out from Gu Chen's body, and he upgraded. Level improvement. Level, LV.37, 0.6%. Strength, 2037. Agility, 1771. Physical Constitution, 2153. Spirit, 2779. Summoning Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.37 Legend, Chaos Yuanling LV.37 Legend, Dead Skeleton Golem LV.37 Legend, Dark Dragon Hunting Tortoise LV.37 Legend, Riot Demon Armor LV.37 Legend, and Demon Dragon LV.37 Myth, Senluo Tyrant LV.37 Myth, Mechanical Steel Front LV.37 Legend. Talent, you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. Chapter 302, The Straight is like a straight. It's finally upgraded. Gu Chen's face showed a look of relief. Through the talent of Original Seal, he successfully used the skills of the Dead Skeleton Golem to annihilate so many alien races in a short period of time, greatly shortening the completion time. The shorter the pass time, the less damage the summoned beasts will suffer in the secret realm. The upgrade speed seems to have slowed down, mainly because the military region competition has delayed too much time, otherwise I should be able to reach level 40 now. Gu Chen thought carefully for a moment. Although he took the lead in the military region competition, he seemed to have not made any substantial progress except for upgrading the Riot Demon armor to a mythical angel holy suit. On the contrary, the military competition slowed down his upgrade speed. In fact, this is just Gu Chen's unilateral idea. At this time, most of those professions of his age were not yet at level 30, and Gu Chen was already sprinting towards level 40. If someone else knows what he thinks, he will be so depressed that he vomits blood. After killing these alien races, Gu Chen led the summoned beasts to continue heading deep into the prison. Soon, he stepped into the sinister land covered with twisted black rocks, surging with thick black mist. But this time, he already had a greater chance of winning. The familiar and disgusting aura came to his face, and the dark mist like the substance still rushed wildly to the light curtain that was condensed with the holy flames. When the faint light flashed in the darkness, Gu Chen's eyes were like torches, and he locked in the black crystal suspended in the center of the thick black mist at one glance. Sure enough, accompanied by a dull dark heartbeat, the shadow giant as high as 10 meters slowly rose from the black fog, and the black crystal on the giant's chest flashed with strange light. Facing the familiar shadow giant, Gu Chen's mouth curled up with a confident arc. After engraving the origin of the dead golem, he not only gained skills, but also gained talents. As long as it is a target within 10 meters, the negative effects it will be affected by 50%. With this talent, you will definitely win against the shadow giant. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, he made a quick decision and took the lead in activate his skills. Extremely exhausted. In an instant, a black light shot out from his fingertips, instantly covering the shadow giant. The shadow giant walked out of the thick black mist. As soon as he arrived beside Gu Chen, he felt like a heavy object that was falling from thousands of pounds. His originally agile movements became slow, and his powerful power seemed to be half taken away. At the same time, due to the unstoppable talent effect, the negative effect of this extremely exhausted has been further enhanced, making the shadow giant even more difficult. Gu Chen did not retain it, and then performed the Black Death bacteria. Another black light shot towards the shadow giant, infecting it instantly. The negative effects of this disease are also greatly increased due to its talent, which causes the blood volume of the shadow giant to begin to decline. At the same time, the demon dragon finally took the lead in attacking. It opened its huge mouth, and a madman breath of destruction shot towards the shadow giant like a surging black waterfall. The black torrent of flames rages on the shadow giant. Due to the doubled effect of extremely exhausted and the superposition of talent, the shadow giant suffered far more damage than expected, and it roared in pain. The mechanical steel front also rushed up, spread the Gatling array on his shoulders, and launched the annihilation of heavy cannon. The powerful fire power was like a dense meteor, carrying the kinetic energy of destroying the world, pouring towards the shadow giant. Each barrage hit the shadow giant, and the black sparks splashed were even more dazzling than last time. Because of the reduction of all attributes, the shadow giant could not resist as easily as last time. The trunk of Senluo trembled slightly, and the bark-like surface quickly cracked. Countless life spores emitting faint light ejaculated like smoke and flew towards the shadow giant. After contacting the shadow giant, the life spores quickly took root and grew, causing continuous damage to it with their powerful vitality and destructive power. The shadow giant was furious and struggled to activate his skills. Shadow Shock. A powerful wave of dark energy rushed towards the fence-shaped area ahead like a black wall. However, at this moment its power is no longer as strong as before. With its own defense, the mechanical steel front swayed slightly and resisted steadily. Then, the shadow giant tried to launch the dark prison. But its slow movements were keenly captured by Gu Chen. Gu Chen used his spiritual command to respond in advance by the end of the demon dragon and Senluo tyrant, avoiding the siege of the black energy pillar. Seeing that the skill failed to work, the shadow giant roared and a terrifying power burst out from his body again. Shadow Raid. The huge figure instantly disappeared in the black fog, and the sense of oppression came from all directions. But Gu Chen was prepared for a long time. He asked the mechanical steel front to continuously rotate the Gatling array on his shoulders to cover the surroundings without dead angles, interfering with the raid of the shadow giant. Just as the shadow giant was looking for opportunities in the black fog, the infected Black Death Blight began to work. Over time, the continuous damage taken by the shadow giant has increased, and its health has dropped like flowing water. Coupled with the improvement of Gu Chen's talent on the negative effect, the damage caused by this epidemic is like a maggot in the tarsal bone, making the shadow giant miserable. Finally, the demon dragon seized the opportunity and activated the demon dragon fury again. The overwhelming power of destruction gushed towards the shadow giant like a surging black wave. At the same time, the tyrant of Senluo launched the arrival of Wood World. Countless thick black rhizomes broke out from the ground and grew rapidly into a dark forest, with branches and vines stretching and tangling towards the shadow giant like living creatures. Under the double attack, the body of the shadow giant, which was originally weak due to extremely exhausted and Black Death Blight, could no longer bear it. It roared in despair, its tall body shaking. Finally, with a shocking scream, the huge body of the shadow giant fell down with a bang. Kill the shadow giant and the chief LV.37, Experience Plus. Get the loot, Giant Belt Epic. It did not drop the Dark Prison key, but an epic defensive equipment, which is very good. Maybe the key to the ancient prison is a special item and can only be dropped once in a while. Gu Chen thought this in his heart, then glanced at the giant belt and continued to lead the summoned beast to advance deep into the dungeon. Time is life, and now he is deeply aware of this problem. As long as the level is passed quickly enough, the erosion damage suffered by the summoned beasts can be reduced, so that the state of the summoned beasts can be well guaranteed. Although these summoned beasts do not have much emotion, Gu Chen is unwilling to let them die here. From the bottom of his heart, even if they can be resurrected after death. After killing the shadow giant and after another long journey, Gu Chen once again came to the deepest part of the secret realm. The darkness around it is still like a solid liquid, so thick that it is almost impossible to see. Compared to the last time, the depressing and terrifying aura became stronger and stronger. In the darkness, a low roar came faintly again, as if it was a roar from the abyss, indicating the awakening of the terrifying existence. Tight then, a stronger wave of dark energy surges came like a surging undercurrent. The darkness rolled violently like a lake thrown into a huge rock. The dark shadow demon skeleton as high as 20 meters slowly emerged from the darkness. Its body was rugged and still exuded a creepy atmosphere, and the scarlet light shining in its eyes seemed to swallow everything. Gu Chen looked at the terrifying existence in front of him, but a confident curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. The demon skeleton of the dark shadow launched the first attack and let out a roar that broke through the darkness, like a black thunder exploding in the space. Dark gaze. Two dark rays as dark as ink, like a lively dark venomous snake, shot towards the mechanical steel edge and the ultimate demon dragon. Gu Chen reacted very quickly, and almost instantly, a black light shot out from his fingertips. Extremely exhausted. The negative effect instantly enveloped the demon skeleton of the shadow. The huge body seemed to be carrying a heavy object on its back. The total attributes were instantly reduced by 50%, and the damage suffered increased by 100%. Coupled with the effect of Gu Chen's unstoppable talent, the negative effect of this extremely exhausted is increased by an additional 50%, causing the shadow demon skeleton to fall into an extremely weak state. This sudden impact greatly reduced the power of the dark gaze ray emitted by the demon skeleton of the demon skeleton. With its powerful defense mechanism, the mechanical steel front was hit, but the damage suffered was far lower than expected. In the end, the demon dragon easily flashed sideways and avoided the weakened ray attack. If one hit, the demon skeleton of the demon was furious. Its body flashed like a ghost, launching Shadow Stranger. In an instant, countless thick dark tentacles appeared out of thin air, like hungry pythons, scrambling towards the demon dragon of the end and the tyrant of the Senluo. The tyrant Senro directly activated his skills without saying a word. Life spores. Countless life spores emitting faint light ejaculated like smoke and flew towards the dark tentacles. At the same time, a dark light shot out from Gu Chen's fingertips again. Black Death Bacteria. A black light shot towards the dark shadow demon skeleton, infecting it instantly. Due to the irresistible talent, the negative effects of Black Death Blight have also been increased by 50%, and the contagiousness and harm of the plague have also been greatly enhanced. Not only that, after the dark shadow demon skeleton was infected, the dark tentacles seemed to be affected by the epidemic. As soon as the life spores came into contact, they accelerated the corrosion rate of them. The place where the dark tentacles were eroded by the spores of life, sniffled, and the black smoke rolled, and the power quickly weakened. In the end, the destructive power surged around the demon dragon, easily breaking free from the shackles of the dark tentacles. The end demon dragon, who had escaped the bondage, opened his huge mouth and squirted out a terrifying destruction breath. The black flames rushed towards the demon skeleton of the shadow like a surging black waterfall. The dark energy surged around the dark shadow demon skeleton, trying to resist. However, at this time, Gu Chen launched the forbidden area of the Dharma end of life. The grey energy spread outward, instantly covering the dark shadow demon skeleton. In the forbidden domain, the damage suffered by the shadow demon skeleton soared by 10 times, and all consumption also soared by 10 times. The power of destruction breath is already powerful. At this moment, under the amplitude of forbidden area of Dharma end, the demon skeleton of the shadow was powerless to resist and was hit hard by the torrent of flames, roaring in pain. The demon skeleton, which suffered severe damage, was extremely angry. It launches dark fission desperately, detonating the dark energy around it, forming a powerful dark fission field, and the dark energy spreads around like surging waves. Just at this moment, a dazzling holy flame burst out from the angel's holy suit. The holy flame unfolded instantly like a light curtain, covering them, confronting each other with the energy of the dark fission field. Under this layer of protection, the damage suffered by the summoned beasts is greatly reduced. It's now, attack with all your strength. Gu Chen ordered the attack without mercy. In the end, the black flames surging around the demon dragon's body were crazily surging, and it directly activated the demon dragon's rage. The powerful destructive power rushed towards the demon skeleton like a surging black wave. All weapon protocols on the whole body of the mechanical steel front are quickly unlocked and activated full fire power. The powerful fire power is like a dense meteor, pouring out with the kinetic energy that destroys the world. The tyrant Senluo summoned the giant wood meteor. A large number of giant trees fell from the sky, carrying the might of destroying the world, causing terrifying and continuous damage to the demonic skeleton of the shadow. Under multiple attacks, the demon skeleton of the demon was powerless to turn the world back. It let out a shrill scream, its blood volume plummeted, and its body began to collapse quickly. Not long after, the body of the demon skeleton fell down with a bang and the blood volume was completely cleared. Chapter 303 The first secret seal condensed successfully. Kill the demon skeleton LV.39 boss, experience plus. Get the loot, the blade of the dark prison LV.39 legend. Get the loot, get the most secret seal fragment legend. Seeing the message jumping in front of you, Gu Chen let out a long sigh, his eyes full of relief. This battle in the secret realm is entirely in his plan middle. The summoned beasts are in good condition. After a series of fierce battles, they have not suffered any damage and their injuries are within the affordable range. According to the current situation, you only need to use some recovery potion to lead the summoned beast into the secret realm again. As long as he can keep up with his physical strength and energy, he doesn't need to stop at all. Once this efficiency is improved, even if you need to brush it a few more times, you can get 2 complete secret seals in at most 2 or 3 days. After buying another secretly engraved fragment, Gu Chen calmly withdrew from the secret realm with a lot of gains. At this moment, a dazzling and gorgeous purple light suddenly burst out from the dome of the secret hall. This is a sound and light vision after the secret realm records are refreshed. The sudden vision broke the tranquility of the hall. The professions who were originally talking or preparing to go to the secret realm were attracted by this strange scene, and their faces were filled with unconcealed shock. Their eyes seemed to be attracted by magnets and they were involuntarily cast towards the dome. Immediately afterwards, as if being pulled by some invisible but powerful force, they swarmed towards the source of light. There were people whispering in the crowd. What's the situation? The secret realm record has been refreshed again. No way. Is it the dark abyss prison again? Amid the speculation and discussions of the crowd, everyone was in a hurry and wanted to get closer to explore the final analysis of this strange phenomenon as soon as possible. At this time, Luli, who was discussing a secret strategy with everyone outside the hall, was also attracted by the strange phenomenon. His brows couldn't help but frown tightly, and he looked puzzled. Someone has set a new record again? Go and check it out. A professional nodded and rushed to the hall. Not long after, the man ran back with a shocked face, his voice trembling a little. Brother Lu, it's Gu Chen who set a new record. What? Luli stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. It wasn't long since Gu Chen went in, how could he set a new record so quickly? Did he withdraw from the secret realm of the abyss of the ancient prison and instead challenge other simple secret realms? Luli was full of suspicion and decided to go and see what happened in person. When he arrived at the secret realm of Dang Prison Abyss, it was already surrounded by water. In the crowd, praise came one after another. Look, I've said it long ago. If Gu Chen challenged the secret realm for the second time, he would definitely be able to set a new record. As expected. A young man waved his arm excitedly. The record set by Master Gu Chen's second challenge is definitely an insurmountable peak. An old man next to him also nodded in agreement. Maybe, the great god will challenge him a few more times and continue to break his own records. A little girl said with bright eyes. If you want me to tell me, Gu Chen is probably the only one who can break this record, and the others have no chance at all. Everyone agreed. When Lu Li listened to these comments, his heart felt like he was hit by a heavy hammer, and he felt a stinging pain. He really couldn't accept it. Gu Chen took it easily by himself, and the speed was so amazing. Why is this huge difference? The praises of Gu Chen were heard everywhere, and every sentence was pierced on Lu Li's heart like a needle. His face became increasingly ugly, his facial features were almost twisted together, and his heart was full of resentment and resentment. The new record set by Gu Chen shone brightly above the secret realm, and the eye-catching numbers stinged Lu Li's eyes. Time, 2 hours, 15 minutes, 39 seconds. This result is terrifying. The nightmare record that had been maintained for more than 8 hours and 3 years. This time, Gu Chen compressed the time to 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 39 seconds under the difficulty of hell. The gap is so big that it's shocking. This is enough to prove that Gu Chen's combat power is unfathomable and cannot be measured simply by level. At this moment, the vortex of the secret realm flashed, and Gu Chen's figure appeared outside the secret realm. But before everyone could react, the light flashed again, and Gu Chen returned to the secret realm without hesitation. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What does it mean to post every day? Gu Chen was working non-stop, and he went in again as soon as he came out. Are you not tired after keeping doing this? You won't take a break. People who are better than you work harder than you. This is the difference between us and the great gods. I would have liked to hold Gu Chen's thigh. Everyone's topics always revolve around Gu Chen, and every sentence is full of admiration and admiration for him. Lu Li could no longer listen, and his sense of frustration made him want to escape immediately. He had a gloomy face, turned around without saying a word, and slowly walked out of the secret hall. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all his strength, and his confidence was shattered and it was difficult to recover for a while. I was originally full of confidence, and with a carefully selected team of rare professions, I made all kinds of preparations, and wanted to set a new record, but I retreated in a mess. And Gu Chen's success was like a loud slap in the face, slapped him hard. This silent contrast made him more painful than any direct humiliation. Lu Li sighed, whispered disheartenedly, "Go back." After saying that, he didn't wait for the teammates behind him to walk out alone, leaving only a sound of discussion echoing in the secret hall. The news that the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the underworld was activated was quickly spread like a storm. After hearing this, the professionals from the 4 major military regions were ready to go to this secret realm to try to harvest the legendary secret seal. The Dark Abyss prison is a secret realm of engraving and seals. It has been circulated among military professionals for a long time and is full of mystery. The engraved fragments produced in the secret realm have aroused strong curiosity and become the focus of everyone's heated discussion. At the same time, Gu Chen's creation of a new record in the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the underworld spread wildly. The completion time of only 2 hours and 15 minutes is like an insurmountable mountain standing in front of everyone. While many people are in awe, they almost lose the courage to compete with them first. However, everyone quickly adjusted their mindset. Even if you can't compete for the first place, it will be a great honor if you can get second or third place. After all, Gu Chen's reputation has been worn out. Along the way, whether it is the abyss, the dungeons, or the sealed secret realm, it has always been a record-breaking existence. With this comparison, everyone felt a little more uncomfortable, and it seemed that he was suppressed. And being able to rank among the top on the list is enough to prove its extraordinary strength. Just as the professionals of the 4 major military regions were ready to move, another piece of news was like a huge rock thrown into the calm lake, causing 1,000 waves. Luli, a legendary profession of the North Military Region, took charge of the commander himself and led an elite team to challenge the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the Underworld, but eventually left the court in failure. Luli looked sad and left the secret hall with frustration, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. After all, it is a legendary profession, and his reputation in the military is obvious to all. He led the team personally and also led a team of rare professions. It was really shocking that he would suffer such a defeat. For a time, many enthusiasts tried to inquire about the specific situation in the secret realm. After many explorations, we learned the general information about the secret realm from the population of the North Military Region. The hell level difficulty of the secret realm of the Imperial Secret is too powerful, especially the continuous erosion of the dark elements like a tide, which makes them miserable. Before the team could go deeper, they were forced to retreat because they could not withstand such an attack. According to comprehensive analysis, the team must be equipped with a third-level peak priest. While giving healing, it can also dispel dark elements in the secret realm to the greatest extent. But there are at least 2 pastors, and if there is only one, it will be extremely difficult to deal with. In terms of output, the light mage or sacred profession is more suitable, followed by the thunder. The output of other systems is not very useful in this secret realm. Compared with the nightmare difficulty, although there are changes, it is not a huge upside down. With these detailed information, the 4 major military regions took action quickly. With their strong resources, they need to have people and equipment, and soon formed elite teams and headed towards the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the Underworld. At this time, Gu Chen was unaware of the noise outside and was concentrating on brushing the secret realm. After the previous 2 battles, he already knew the process of the secret realm and the attack methods of alien races. The operation becomes more and more skillful and the battle is easy. Due to the stable rhythm, he is not in a hurry to achieve success, and the speed remains at a level similar to the second pass, ensuring that every time he brushes, he can obtain the required efficiently and stably. After passing the level one after another, Gu Chen finally successfully collected the fragments needed for the first secret seal. He placed 3 most hidden pieces of seal in his palm, and in an instant, a faint dark light appeared on the pieces, as if some kind of power was awakened. These dark lights were as thin as silk threads at first, intertwined and entangled, gradually outlining a complex and mysterious rune pattern. The runes flickered, and the light emitted became stronger and stronger, dyeing the surrounding darkness with a strange color. Immediately afterwards, the engraved fragments began to change surprisingly. They seemed to be thrown into an invisible furnace, turning into thick black smoke and rising up. The smoke did not drift away, as if there was life, bringing out wisps of dark elemental power, like a cold wave from the abyss, exuding a terrifying cold air. Next, the black smoke quickly contracted, but the light became brighter and finally condensed into a small and delicate crystal. The legendary Dark Seal appeared in Gu Chen's palm. Chapter 304 2 Military Region Ace Teams. Dark Seal, it can increase the chance of career sublimation during the 3rd turn, and can be integrated with other seals. The more fusions, the greater the chance of career sublimation. Gu Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that what Ling Feng told him before was right. The engraving really has the effect of sublimating profession. Moreover, it is not necessary to collect many seals to perform career sublimation. Even if only the secret seal in front of you can perform career sublimation. But this will bring the lowest chance and the effect will be greatly reduced. As for the upper limit of the fusion of the engraving, it is not as 3 as Yeli said before. According to Ling Feng later, as long as you can find a sufficiently pure secret seal, 6, 7, and even more are possible. Gu Chen remembered Yeli's words again. In the Secret Realm Hall, there are also secret realms such as the Misty Abyss, the Swirl of the Shroud, the Mist Rock Molten City, and the Hidden Dream Path. However, the 2 secret realms of Jinyan Molten City and Ximen Yutu are currently closed, and I don't know when it will be opened. In addition to the control of the military headquarters, there must be the existence of the Seal Secret Realm, but it is even rarer. Therefore, if you want to accumulate more seals, you can only rely on yourself to gradually accumulate in future exploration. While thinking, the Secret Realm boss Dark Shadow Demon Skeleton has been killed by the summoned beast. I was unlucky this time and did not drop the engraved fragments. Gu Chen sighed, picked up the spoils and left the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm hall at this time was much quieter than the previous lively. The last 2 times I entered the Secret Realm have not set new records, and everyone's attention has gradually shifted. Gu Chen also noticed the state of the summoned beast and prepared to take a break. After more than 10 hours of high-intensity combat, even though his physical fitness increases with his attributes and his endurance increases, his energy is also greatly consumed. But this is not a big problem. Just take a short rest and you can recover your energy. Check the experience bar and it has reached 62% of level 37. If you brush it a few more times, the upgrade will be just around the corner. Roughly estimated, by collecting 2 complete secret seals, you will probably be able to level 40. Just as Gu Chen closed his eyes and rested, a strange and powerful energy fluctuation suddenly burst out in the square outside the Secret Realm hall. Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes and saw a team of professionals walking towards the hall. The appearance of this group of people was like a huge rock throwing into the calm lake, instantly breaking the tranquility of the square, and everyone's eyes were attracted. The light was shining brightly, and the breath of legendary equipment came to your face. Gu Chen is not unfamiliar with this kind of aura. After all, the Abyss sacrifice suit he was wearing was a complete set of legendary equipment. At this moment, a large number of legendary equipment auras intertwined together, forming a powerful aura, which makes people feel extremely shocked. Gu Chen couldn't help but wonder what kind of team it was that could have so many legendary equipment. You should know that even the 4 major military regions have extremely limited number of legendary equipment. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to gather so many and form a team. As the team gradually approached, everyone finally saw the appearance of the team. Although most of the people present did not know them, they couldn't help but exclaim after seeing their unique clothes and eye-catching signs. The Western Region Military Region. It turns out to be the ace team of the Western Region Military Region. Strange, how could the ace team of the Western Region Military Region come here? They rarely show up on weekdays, and they act mysteriously and have a sense of arrogance. They won't be bad at the visitors, right? Are they also coming to pass the hell-level Dark Abyss prison? The ace team is basically the front line of various military regions. Due to the garrison, these people are rarely seen in the secret hall. Gu Chen's eyes turned to his face, and his expression changed slightly. I saw that everyone in the team had mysterious light on their bodies, especially the 2 main battle pros, and the legendary equipment was almost about to be put together. With such a luxurious lineup, even professionals with extensive knowledge in the military department could not help but look at it. It is even rare for ordinary professionals to see such a scene at once. For a moment, everyone's discussions came one after another. However, the team seemed to be deaf about the noise around them. They looked cold and their steps were steady, and they walked straight towards the secret hall without any intention of staying every day. Book, Group 65,0/5:02*33.8. Seeing this, Gu Chen didn't care too much. In his opinion, coming to the Secret Realm Hall is naturally to challenge the Secret Realm. Since that is the case, there is nothing worth paying special attention to. Anyway, the situation inside the Secret Realm cannot be seen, so instead of wasting energy to pay attention to them, it is better to focus on your own affairs. At this moment, a beneficiary could not suppress her curiosity and followed her quietly. Not long after, the man ran out panting and shouted loudly with excitement, they have entered the secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld. When Gu Chen heard this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. It turns out that their target is the secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld, which is reasonable. I guess they also heard that the dark abyss prison had unlocked the hell level and came to the darkest seal. After all, this kind of treasure can greatly help the career sublimation during the third turn. No one does not need it for any profession before the third turn. Just as everyone was still discussing it, a stronger aura suddenly spread across the square. Just like before, it is a powerful aura unique to legendary equipment, and it is even more powerful than the aura emitted by the previous team. It must be 3 points richer. Everyone turned their heads and saw another team of professionals arriving here through the teleportation array. The number of legendary equipment worn by this team is simply astonishing. Their appearance once again triggered everyone's surprise. Oh my god, even the ace team of the Southern Xinjiang military region is here. The Southern Xinjiang military region has always been low-key, why did it get into the fun this time? It seems that the legend of the secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld is really attractive, and even the ace team of the Southern Xinjiang military region is moved. Various speculations and discussions spread among the crowd, and the people in the Southern Xinjiang military region were also as calm as the previous team of people. They looked straight at the surroundings, turned a blind eye to the discussions, and walked straight towards the entrance of the secret realm. As the space vortex surged, the team also disappeared into the secret hall. Hey, the Western Region's military region and the Southern Xinjiang military region have met again. A veteran of the military headquarters had a look of watching the fun on his face. That's right, the North military region is like a mountain pressing on it, and these two military regions can only fight in the nest. Another man curled his lips and responded helplessly. In my opinion, these two ace teams must be comparing who gets the darkest mark the fastest. An excited light flashed in a young warrior's eyes. Quick! I don't believe that they can surpass Gu Chen in the third-level secret realm. A young officer said with his hands crossed his chest. That's right, in front of Master Gu Chen, no ace team will work when they come. Everyone burst into laughter. When Gu Chen heard these comments, he was thinking about the special aura he had just noticed. Among the interweaving of the aura emitted by many legendary equipment, there is a breath that looks unique. The aura was cold and deep, reminding him of the mysterious creatures in the depths of the abyss. This type of creature often has a unique affinity and resistance to dark elements. Does that legendary equipment also have similar characteristics? But Gu Chen has never seen it with his own eyes and dare not make a conclusion. He secretly decided that he would definitely study the information of legendary equipment after finding time. After all, I know very little about this. Next, Gu Chen found a lounge in the secret realm base and began to meditate and rest. This took 3 hours to sit. The lounge is quiet and no one is disturbed. During the meditation process, energy is like strands of threads, gradually recovering and condensing. As time goes by, the energy lost in the previous battle gradually returned to its peak state, and the physical strength has recovered a lot, and the previous fatigue has been wiped out. There seems to be some gain state in the lounge, and during the recovery period, his four-dimensional attributes have also been increased by nearly 40%. Especially the enhancement of his physical fitness has greatly improved his recovery ability. It seems that you need to take time to understand the various benefits of the military headquarters. After the rest, Gu Chen stood up in high spirits and strided into the secret hall. This time, he chose the hell level difficulty of the Dark Abyss prison again without hesitation. At this time, more than 2 hours have passed since the teams of the Western Regions and the Southern Xinjiang military region entered the secret realm, and they have not yet come out. Compared with the hurried retreat led by Luli, the performance of these two military regions has been much better. But one thing is that Luli is not leading the ace team, and it is unfair to compare it simply like this. However, Gu Chen noticed just now that the team configurations of the western regions and the southern Xinjiang military region are quite similar. They are all 2 priests, 2 paladins, and 1 light-type mage. The paladin can be made of meat and milk, so the team has 4 healing characters. The output of the paladin and the light mage can just restrain the dark system, and the endurance and output ability of the entire team have been greatly enhanced. Gu Chen thought to himself that if such a luxurious lineup still cannot pass the level, he would be really sorry for the legendary equipment they had. Stepping into the dark abyss and the dark prison dungeon again, a strong decay breath came to my face, and darkness slowly surged around like a sticky liquid. Gu Chen summoned a group of summoned beasts. As soon as the 2 mythological levels of Demon Dragon and Senluo Tyrant appeared, the darkness around them seemed to be trembling. However, the dark elements in the dungeon were extremely active and quickly lingered towards this side, trying to restrain their actions. Gu Chen summoned out the angel's holy clothes at the right time and continued to advance according to the rhythm he had figured out. After 3 previous brushes, he was already familiar with this copy, just like he was familiar with his own fingers. He knew clearly what aliens would appear in every corner, what their mode of action would be, and even the weaknesses of aliens were well aware of. He is like a hunter hunting in the dark, not letting go of any alien race. Even if they are hidden in the most hidden corner, they will be accurately caught by Gu Chen. During the advancement, Gu Chen was very fast. He took every experience and every piece of material into his pocket and wasted no waste. When Gu Chen completed the 5th pass and walked out of the secret realm, he thought he looked up at the light curtain above the copy. I saw that the pass record on the light curtain was still his name, and those big words were shining brightly. It seems that the ace teams of the 2 military regions have a slower pass than he expected. Chapter 305, Quickly Pass the Hell-Level Dark Abyss Prison. At this time, more than 3 hours have passed since the teams of the western regions and the southern Xinjiang military region entered the secret realm. This time has far exceeded Gu Chen's expectations for them. Gu Chen stared at his name on the light curtain, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. I am more familiar with the secret realm. If I do my best, I should be able to break the record. With this idea, Gu Chen took out the potion and quickly restored the summoned beasts to the state, and chose the hell level difficulty again without hesitation. Stepping into the secret realm of the ancient prison and the underworld abyss again, the space vortex surged, and the ultimate demon dragon, the Senluo Tyrant and the mechanical steel edge rushed out like 3 black lightning bolts. Gu Chen is determined to try a quick pass this time, preparing to boldly innovate in the previous progress and strive for an ultimate record that belongs to him. The 3 powerful summoning beasts rushed through the dark stone bridge like lightning, swept across the wide square, and rushed straight into the deep maze. This time, some alien races were not attracted, and Gu Chen didn't care. At this moment, he only seeks speed, no longer entangled in the integrity of clearing monsters, but simply wants to draw his own limits. At this moment, in the military office, Ling Feng and Luo Ping were staring at the real-time scene in the secret realm of the Anzuming Abyss. As senior military leaders, they have the authority to view the conditions of any secret realm and even interfere within a certain range. In the picture, the teams of the western regions and the southern Xinjiang military region are in fierce confrontation with the imprisoned guard. This battle has obviously lasted for quite some time. Judging from the picture, the progress of the 2 sides' advancement is almost the same. However, considering that the southern Xinjiang military region entered the secret realm later, they are currently slightly ahead. The 3 of them were watching a wonderful event, staring at the scene. According to this situation, the southern Xinjiang military region seems to have a more advantage this time. Luo Ping took the lead in expressing his opinion. His views were recognized by Ling Feng. Judging from the current combat situation, the southern Xinjiang military region did take the initiative. Ling Feng took a sip of tea and said slowly, "This is normal. The southern Xinjiang military region is led by the Dark Moon Knight this time. The Dark Moon Knight is already extremely resistant to dark elements, and with the Dark Elimination Ring, it can be almost immune to dark damage. Look, the two priests in the southern Xinjiang military region basically don't have to worry too much about the state of the night. As a legendary profession, Dark Moon Knight is born with a series of skills related to dark elements. It has a powerful damage reduction ability to reduce dark elements. It is undoubtedly an excellent choice to use it to attack the secret realm of dark damage such as the Anzuming Abyss, which has frequent dark damage. Luo Ping then added, more than that, each of their output professions is equipped with light amulets, and light elements are incorporated into the attack. Light and darkness are incompatible, and light elements can significantly enhance their lethality to dark aliens. Through this analysis between the two, the fact that the southern Xinjiang military region won this contest is basically about to come out. On another picture, it is the scene where Gu Chen enters the secret realm again. This little brat has entered the secret realm again. Ling Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw this. As soon as he saw Gu Chen, he suddenly felt energetic. How many times has this secret realm been he used? Luo Ping spread his hands, it's the 6th time. Immediately afterwards, he noticed Gu Chen's next actions and said, it seems a bit different this time. He paid close attention to the picture and said seriously, he is planning to quickly pass this time, and this is to completely shock others. I can't tell it. I usually look calm and naive, and I love to make trouble in my bones. Old Ling, this guy Gu is a bit like you when you were young. Ling Feng nodded with a smile, very satisfied with Gu Chen's approach. He really felt that Gu Chen was somewhat similar to when he was young. But I was more ostentatious back then, and I didn't know how to restrain myself like Gu Chen. Ling Feng's smile became brighter and brighter, it's better to hit them, so as to avoid them looking arrogant all day long. Let them know that there are people outside of people and there are people outside of heaven. In the future, Gu Chen will enter the abyss battlefield so as not to be bullied. Luo Ping was slightly stunned and asked, are you planning to let him enter the abyss battlefield? Normally, a top genius like Gu Chen should not consider entering the dangerous situation of the abyss battlefield so quickly. Luo Ping's eyes showed a little surprise, and he didn't understand why Ling Feng had this idea. Ling Feng nodded and said with a striking remark, the 4 major military regions have their own direct branches, and those precious resources will definitely be given priority to the ace team. There are too many wolves and there are basically no resources. Will Gu Chen go there and share with others equally? Or should I pick up the rest of others? Luo Ping also knew the situation of the 4 major military regions. When he heard Ling Feng say this, he felt that it was indeed a bit difficult. Reason. Important resources have long been booked, and there are many factions within the military region. If it weren't for the people of the ace team, they would not have been able to get the best resources at all. Even if you join the ace team, you have to be senior. Rare resources must be allocated within the team. You cannot give them all just because you are a genius. If Gu Chen goes through the normal program, enters the ace team, and then waits for resource allocation, it will undoubtedly slow down his upgrade progress. There is no point at all. The fastest way to upgrade is to enter the abyss battlefield. Hearing this, Luo Ping couldn't help but start thinking about which path Luli should take next. In the picture, Gu Chen's speed was amazingly fast. After attracting the attention of a group of alien races, he ran to the scheduled place with all his might. The demon dragon, Senluo Tyrant, and the mechanical steel front, quickly passed through the exit of the maze and rushed towards the prison gate. Facing the dark prison eye flashing with a strange light, Gu Chen was unmoved at all and directed the summoned beast to rush towards the prison gate regardless of everything. The aliens behind were attracted, chasing the summoned beasts like a tide. Gu Chen finally threw out the exit of the maze. When he ran out, the summoned beasts had already run under the prison gate and ran around the door. Behind them, there were at least a few hundred people from the on-blade barbarians and the in-prison guard. When Ling Feng saw this scene, his eyebrows couldn't help but jump twice, and exclaimed, "This kid is having a big time." Indeed, it took Gu Chen less than half an hour to run here from the entrance of the secret realm in one breath. This time, he would have to be fast any time before. At this moment, Gu Chen saw the opportunity and suddenly used the forbidden area of the Dharma end of life. With him as the center, a mysterious forbidden area unfolded instantly, covering the nearby imprisoned guard and unblade barbarians. In this forbidden area, the damage suffered by aliens instantly increased by 10 times, and all consumption also increased by 10 times. In the end, the demon dragon seized the opportunity and opened his huge mouth. A destructive force burst out like a surging black torrent, gushing out towards the guards of the imprisoned and the unblade barbarians. Destruction breath rampages in the forbidden area, and wherever you go, the blood volume of the guards in the imprisoned dropped wildly and made a painful roar. The tyrant Senluo was not willing to be outdone, and his trunk trembled violently. Countless life spores emitting faint light were like dense shells, spraying towards the aliens. After contacting the guards of the imprisoned, these life spores quickly took root and grew, causing continuous damage to them with their powerful vitality and destructive power. The mechanical steel front spreads the shoulder Gatling array, and annihilation of heavy cannon opens fire. The powerful barrage poured down like a meteor, carrying the kinetic energy of destroying the world. Each blow fell accurately on the guards of the imprisoned, splashing black sparks. With the cooperation of the 3 summoned beasts, coupled with the terrifying increase in the forbidden area of the law end, the imprisoned guard and the unblade barbarians were simply unable to resist. In just a moment, the prison was in chaos, and screams from the aliens were heard one after another, and there were a large number of casualties. The 3 summoned beasts' strong attack was like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Not long after, these alien races were completely cleaned up, and then rushed towards where the boss was. Secret Hall. Suddenly a dazzling light burst out, like a huge blooming lotus, with petals blooming layer by layer, interwoven with gorgeous and mysterious patterns. At the same time, a melodious but exciting melody sounded out of thin air, and the melody seemed to have life, circling and echoing in the hall. Outside the hall, the waiting military professionals smiled knowingly when they heard the movement. The secret realm record has been refreshed, it must be Gu Chen's handwriting again. A burly man grinned. Is there anything wrong with this? Gu Chen has tried so many times, and his technique is so perfect. This time, maybe he just needs to do it within 2 hours. A young soldier rubbed his hands excitedly. After the sound and light vision subsided, a cheerful female soldier stood up and said, "I'll go and see it first, and I'll tell you after I've come back." After saying that, she walked into the secret hall with light steps. But after a long time, she didn't come out. The people outside began to mutter, "What's wrong with her? Why haven't you come out yet? No, isn't this record set by Gu Chen? I'll go and have a look." An impatient young man couldn't help but walked into the hall immediately. However, he also had no movement. Everyone felt something was wrong, looked at each other, and their hearts were full of doubts. What was going on inside? Immediately afterwards, a group of people decided to go in and see what happened together. When they arrived at the secret realm of Dark Abyss and Underworld Prison, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw Gu Chen's record clearly on the light curtain of the secret realm. Perfection time, 0 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. This is a dam, I'm afraid it's not a bug. A man said stutteringly. 59 minutes and 59 seconds? Is this really a hell-level Dark Abyss prison? I read that right. A veteran looked incredible. The last time I entered the Dark Abyss prison, it took about 2 hours to find the way inside. Even if you run unimpededly, it will be more than this time. A tall and thin man looked confused. Did Gu Chen use any special skills? Everyone was talking, racking their brains to figure out how Gu Chen did it. At this moment, the space vortex at the entrance of the secret realm ripples appeared, and Gu Chen's figure emerged from it. He ignored the shocked and deformed expression of the people around him, and immediately took out the potion to restore the summoned beast to its state. When his state was full, he turned around and entered the secret realm again. Chapter 306, The result is finally seen, the difference between heaven and earth. For Gu Chen, although this quick-through method obtains a little less experience than the alien races in the Qing dynasty each time, he can also get about 80% of the experience in the Qing dynasty. You only need half of the previous leveling speed to get most of the experience, and this deal is very cost-effective. The only disadvantage is that it is exhausting. You have to keep moving at high speed throughout the whole process and have to be highly focused. But Gu Chen still plans to continue to use this quick brush method to upgrade. After all, the efficiency is there. Only a group of military professions in the secret realm hall were left, as if they had been cast in a fixed curse, with a look of shock, and they could not come back from the shock for a long time. Military office. Luo Ping and Ling Feng were staring at the scene in the secret realm with all concentration. On the picture, on one side, the western regions and the southern Xinjiang military region fought hard with the shadow demon skeleton in the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the Dark Prison, and on the other side, Gu Chen started a new round of speed pass like a ghost. Luo Ping looked at the picture, his mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes were full of complexity. Ling Feng frowned and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "This kid is going to be the best everywhere, so can't he be a little more implicit?" Luo Ping chuckled and responded with a slight joking voice, "Don't laugh at 50 steps. I think you were much more ostentatious than him back then. Even a big thing can cause a lot of controversy." Luo Ping's eyes locked on Gu Chen's operation and pondered, "Isn't Gu Chen a summoner? He can actually cast so many debuff skills, and these skills seem to be deeply related to his summoned beast." Ling Feng nodded, and he also noticed this and added, "Not only that, these negative skills are extraordinary, but they will also change according to the different conditions of the target as the battle progresses. For example, when the health of an alien is reduced to a certain level, or is affected by other special effects, the intensity and duration of the negative state will change accordingly." Luo Ping touched his chin, thought for a moment and said, "When Gu Chen reaches level 40, you can consider letting him go to the secret realm of the Misty Abyss. The terrain is complex, with a wide variety of interracial species and a dense number, which is very suitable for his fighting style that is good at controlling negative states, and his experience and rewards are also quite rich." Luo Ping had some knowledge of many secret realms under the jurisdiction of the military headquarters, and almost every secret realm was stored in his mind. Ling Feng smiled mysteriously, and a different light appeared in his eyes. "I have already made arrangements." Luo Ping was slightly stunned and looked at Ling Feng in confusion. "Oh? Are you not going to let him continue to steadily improve in the secret realm?" Ling Feng looked firm, and his tone was unquestionable. "Although the secret realm is good, it is still too ordinary for a genius like him." Luo Ping's heart moved, as if he had guessed Ling Feng's thoughts, and his face instantly became solemn. "Do you want to send him there? You dare to get involved when you are at the 5th level. Gu Chen is less than the 4th level now, which is too risky." Ling Feng disagreed and said confidently, "Gu Chen is not an ordinary person. His current strength is even better than many 4th level peak professionals. I think he needs a more challenging environment to train. Besides, he is the soldier I brought out, and I have my own arrangements, so don't worry about it." Luo Ping shook his head and sighed, "He is your soldier, of course I can't control it, but then again, although that place is dangerous, it may be a rare opportunity for Gu Chen. Even if he suffers a little loss, he can still gain a better memory." Ling Feng nodded, his eyes full of trust in Gu Chen. "Don't worry, with Gu Chen's ability, there will be no problem." At this time, Gu Chen was like a fish in the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the underworld. After the last round of speed pass, he was more familiar with the distribution of alien races and movement laws of the secret realm. This time the speed was faster than the last time. Gu Chen maintained the sealed state of the dead skeleton golem and reached into his hands to cast his skills. Extremely exhausted. A strange black light spread rapidly with him as the center, instantly covering a large area of aliens around him. These alien races were originally scattering their teeth and claws, but at the moment when the light was shrouded, their attributes were greatly reduced. Immediately afterwards, the Black Death bacteria was launched. Black lights shot towards the alien race, infecting them one by one. The epidemic spread rapidly among alien groups. Not only does the health of aliens in the infected state continue to decline, but the treatment effect they receive is almost zero. Under the influence of Gu Chen's series of debuff skills, the alien races were in chaos. Gu Chen took the opportunity to command the ending demon dragon, Senluo Tyrant, and the mechanical steel front launched a fierce attack. Finally, the demon dragon roared to the sky, and a black flame containing the power of destruction spewed out of his mouth. Wherever they passed, the aliens roared in pain. The tyrant Senluo poked out thick thorns from the ground, and each sprint brought about a rain of blood. The sound of guns and cannons from mechanical steel fronts was deafening, and the dense artillery fire fell accurately into the alien group, causing them to fly everywhere. In this way, Gu Chen felt like he was entering a no-man's state and quickly rushed to a group of guards in the inn prison. The guards of the inn prison were originally hiding in the dark corner and were shocked by this sudden change. Before it could react, it was immediately trapped by the debuff skill. Under the influence of many negative states, the strength of the inn prison guard was greatly reduced and it was impossible to organize effective resistance. It was soon defeated under the attack of the summoned beasts. After the inn prison guard was eliminated, Gu Chen did not stop at all and continued to wait for the summoned beasts to rush towards the location of the Anying demon skeleton. At this time, in the secret hall, strange phenomena shone again, and the passionate melody echoed in every corner, announcing the birth of a new record. Although those who had been impacted by Gu Chen's amazing performance had been mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but take a breath when they saw the new record. Perfection time, 0 hours, 43 minutes, 13 seconds. Compared with the last time, it has made a significant improvement. Gu Chen stepped out of the secret realm, and had no intention of resting every day. Book, Group 65,0/5-02*33.8. After taking out a large amount of potion to restore himself and the summoned beast to his state, he entered the secret realm again without hesitation. The figure flashed past, as if it was just an illusion of everyone. Finally, with the whirlpool of space surging, the teams of the western regions and the southern Xinjiang military region teleported out from the secret realm. The members of the two teams looked exhausted, and their faces were filled with glory for the survivors of the disaster. The southern Xinjiang military region led the legendary Dark Moon Knight, Solun. He was wearing a dark pattern armor that exuded a mysterious luster, and several gems shining with faint light were embedded on it. A long sword emitting a dark aura hung around his waist, and the dark source crystal on the hilt could tell the extraordinariness of the sword. On his fingers, the legendary Dark Touch ring brought him strong protection in the secret realm. Solun looked at Chen Feng, the leader of the Western Region military region, and his lips raised slightly, and said with a hint of pride, "We went in 3 minutes late, but we came out with you. In this game, our Southern Xinjiang military region won." Chen Feng was not in a hurry, with an unfathomable smile on his face. "Solun, are you sure? After entering the secret realm, we did not leave the beginning, but waited for the preparation time to run out before starting. How is it? I know you will follow closely and specially prepared a surprise for you. I wonder if your southern Xinjiang military region likes this gift." When Solun heard this, his face suddenly became gloomy. He never expected Chen Feng to use this move. After entering the secret realm, half of them will have a period of preparation time, and almost 99% of professionals will skip the preparation time and start the secret realm directly. Chen Feng's operation obviously put aside the people from the southern Xinjiang military region. Solun snorted coldly, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Humph, then let's look at the final record. Who is the real winner? I want to see what tricks do you have. Chen Feng said calmly and confidently, of course we have to look at the record. When the results come out, I see what else you have to say. The two of them, with their respective teams, looked up at the light curtain showing the record. When they saw the content on the light curtain, their smiles instantly frozen. It seemed as if time had stopped at this moment. Gu Chen, level 37, clearance time, 0 hours 38 minutes 11 seconds. Gu Chen's name shines like a bright star, shining on the light curtain, and the achievements shocked everyone. Let's take a look at their own achievements. Western Region Military Region, 6 hours, 48 minutes, 25 seconds. Southern Xinjiang Military Region, 6 hours, 47 minutes, 55 seconds. The two teams only had 30 seconds apart, and the Western Region's military region narrowly won. However, after seeing Gu Chen's achievements, neither the narrowly winning Western Region's military region nor the slightly inferior Southern Xinjiang military region were at all happy. They have long been well aware of the name Gu Chen. In this year's military region competition, nearly 90% of the contestants were eliminated by oneself, shocking the entire audience. He then won the championship of the competition, won the Angel Inheritance in the Secret Realm, and became a legend that everyone praised. These ace teams from the four major military regions, who are usually above the top and claim to be the pride of heaven, suddenly appear extremely small in front of Gu Chen. This gap was like an insurmountable gap, deeply hurting their hearts. Even if they are dissatisfied with each other, they can only bury them deeply in their hearts. At this moment, they deeply realized that compared with Gu Chen, their so-called talent and hard work seemed to have become insignificant. The huge gap between more than 6 hours and more than half an hour, the sharp contrast between people and 10 people made them feel hot on their faces, as if they were slapped hard. Chen Feng's face turned pale and felt that his self-esteem had been hit like never before. He gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Solun also looked frustrated and said weakly, "Return to the military region." The two teams left the secret hall dejectedly like defeated roosters, leaving only a silence and complex gazes of everyone. Chapter 307 Ling Feng's Arrangement, Ancient Purgatory. In the challenge of the Hell-level Dark Abyss Prison, although the Western Region's military region and the Southern Xinjiang military region achieved good results. Although they struggled to open up the secret realm, they also occupied a place on the list. But for the ace team that has always regarded themselves as elite, such a result is undoubtedly equivalent to a crushing defeat, which makes their past pride disappear. The dejected and embarrassed appearance when they left was described vividly by the people on the scene, as if it was a wonderful farce. It can be foreseen that this news will sweep across the entire military headquarters like a storm. "I have seen it, haha, it's nothing great about it." A soldier from the Dongzhou military region hummed disdainfully. "That's right, the arrogant moment I came, my nostrils were almost facing the sky. Now I'm so sad that I'm walking, it's so satisfying." The person next to me agreed, his face full of pleasure. In front of the secret hall, people gathered together to discuss this topic enthusiastically. Gu Chen's victory seemed to inject a shot of a cardiotonic agent into them, making them feel a different kind of pleasure, as if they had also achieved a great victory. At this moment, the professionals in the secret hall formed an atmosphere of unity because of their admiration for Gu Chen. Gu Chen's name became more and more famous as the incident spreads, and almost became a legend that everyone in the military knows and is well known to everyone. However, Gu Chen, who was devoted to the secret realm speed pass at this time, had no idea what happened outside. Every time he completed the speed pass and came out of the secret realm, he was like a gust of wind, and he stayed in the hall for only a few minutes, almost negligible. not to mention paying attention to the achievements of the Western Region's military region and the Southern Xinjiang military region. In Gu Chen's opinion, there is no need for this at all. He was sure that no one could shake the record he set in the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and the Underworld, and it was not easy for him to surpass it himself. Gu Chen was immersed in the rhythm of speed and brushed 5 times in one breath. As he successfully passed the levels again and again, he accumulated 2 more secretly engraved fragments. The secret seal that was fused before was given to Luo Ping. Now I will print out 1 seal for myself, even if it is done. At this time, Gu Chen was like an ignited powder barrel, and his excitement was uncontrollable. The efficient improvement brought by Speed Tong made him unable to stop. Moreover, thanks to the special authority that Luo Ping has opened for him, the military merits required to enter the secret realm have been greatly reduced. He only had 300 military achievements once entering the hell-level secret realm. This consumption was just a drizzle for him. The efficiency of Speed Pass has caused Gu Chen's experience value to soar wildly. The last time he came out of the secret realm, his experience bar had climbed to 89%. Roughly estimated, every time you brush, the experience value can be increased by about 15%. If this continues, he can reach the threshold of level 38 by just brushing it again. Continue to come on. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with excitement, and even his heartfelt ambition of rushing to level 30. How many times does he have to do it? This is endless. Someone muttered in confusion. Who knows, I've been paying attention, at least 5 times. More than that, plus the ones ahead, there have been at least 7 times. Aren't he tired? I've been trying to get through the same secret realm, and I'd be bored if I think about it. I wouldn't be able to stand it anymore. You don't understand this. This is a hell-level secret realm. The experience value is ridiculously high. If I can gain a lot like him, I will not blink my eyes if I brush it 180 times. After all, Gu Chen is alone in secret realm, and all his experience and materials are his. Such a huge profit, how can he not make others jealous? Just as everyone was talking, Gu Chen appeared from the secret realm again and successfully promoted to level 38. It took Gu Chen less than a day to upgrade from level 37 to level 38. If it were someone else, under normal circumstances, it would be very fast to complete such an upgrade within 1 month. But Gu Chen did it at an astonishing speed. However, as the level increases, the speed of experience growth slows down significantly. Gu Chen estimated in his heart that it was not that easy to get up to level 40. Even so, his enthusiasm did not diminish. He brushed it twice in a row and successfully merged the second most hidden seal. Before upgrading, Gu Chen's mental power was never perfect due to frequent entry into the secret realm. As the mental power was completely exhausted, Gu Chen felt the fatigue surged like a tide. The strong signal from his body made him understand that he had to rest. Even though his physique brought him a stronger recovery ability than the warriors of the same level, he was already overwhelmed mentally. Gu Chen exchanged military merits for a lounge in the secret base. At this time, his body was so tired that he seemed to have been filled with lead, but his spirit was still in an excited state, and the stimulation brought by the speed drilling still echoed in his heart. The feeling of controlling the overall situation and rapidly improving strength is really too tempting. Gu Chen had to admit that he was a little addicted to it. This state is extremely disadvantageous for a profession, especially a summoner like him. Summoners need to be calm and rational at all times, and they must respond calmly no matter what emergencies are facing. Only in this way can we command the summoned beast to make precise decisions and exert the strongest combat power. Gu Chen calmed down and listened to the comments coming from afar. The focus of everyone's discussion is still the failure of the Western region's military region and the Southern Xinjiang military region. No matter which military region the people present came from, they always had complex emotions in their hearts about the talented members of the ACE team. I envy their talents and resources, and I am jealous of their lofty attitude. At this moment, seeing those arrogant guys who are usually invincible encounter setbacks, everyone couldn't help but feel a little gloating. As time passed, Gu Chen gradually calmed down his excited spirit and tried to get rid of that obsession. Finally, he successfully entered a meditation state and his mental power began to recover quickly. The next morning, Gu Chen arrived at the Secret Realm Hall early and prepared to start a new round of speed-through journey. After thinking last night, he set a goal for himself, which is to sprint to level 40 in the Secret Realm Hall. After all, the Hell-level experience rewards of Dark Abyss and the Underworld are the most familiar with this secret realm. The moment he stepped into the secret realm of the Dark Abyss and Underworld prison, Gu Chen summoned the summoned beast and ran out like an arrow leaving the string. As the exploration of the secret realm deepened, he felt unprecedented joy. The feeling of moving forward quickly in the secret realm and leaving all obstacles behind is a rare experience. Meanwhile, inside the military office, Luo Ping closed his eyes and sat quietly in front of an office desk, looking leisurely, as if time had stopped on him. However, there was a strange scene above his palm. A mysterious device similar to a compass phantom was spinning rapidly, emitting a dreamlike light. The light intertwined complex and mysterious runes, as if telling unknown secrets. Ling Feng stood quietly aside, staring at the spiritual compass in Luo Ping's palm. Although his face remained calm, his slightly frowned brows still revealed a trace of tension in his heart. After a while, the compass phantom gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Luo Ping slowly opened his eyes, a trace of splendor flashed in his eyes, and said softly but clearly, "I have successfully locked the coordinates of the ancient purgatory realm and found an extremely hidden place to enter." A happy smile appeared on Ling Feng's face and exclaimed, "Lao Luo, you really have no choice but to do this. You will be able to do it so soon." Luo Ping frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in his tone, "Although this location is hidden, the ancient purgatory world is extremely dangerous, and no one can guarantee 100% safety. Are you really determined to send Gu Chen over?" Ling Feng's eyes were firm and hesitated. "Of course we have to go. How can a genius like him be extraordinary without going through many hardships? Young people should go and make a living. Maybe in there, he can get the opportunity to become a god-level profession." Luo Ping frowned and said in a heavy tone, "You have to be careful. You were in the ancient purgatory world and you were in danger. If you had any mistakes, you would not be able to come back. Have you forgotten?" Ling Feng raised his head slightly, looked calm, waved his hand and said, "Lao Luo, the times have changed. We had no support back then, and once we died, we would be completely wiped out. But now there are so many ways to save your life. Even if you are in danger in the ancient purgatory world, you will not lose your life. At most, you will suffer some twists and turns." Luo Ping sighed heavily, with a helpless look on his face. "Forget it, since you have decided, I will not advise you any more. Don't regret it then." In the ancient purgatory realm, ordinary resurrection props are unavailable. Luo Ping knew what Ling Feng was talking about, but the price should not be underestimated. It's not that Ling Feng is unable to bear the relevant efforts, and with his ability, it is not impossible to pay some price. But if Gu Chen really resurrected with that method, his foundation will definitely suffer severe damage. In the next few years, it is likely that it will be difficult to improve your strength. For a talented genius like Gu Chen, time is the catalyst for strength. After several years of stagnation, the losses are incalculable. But the opportunity in the ancient world of purgatory is really rare. If Gu Chen could seize it, he might be able to break the shackles of life and have the foundation to become a god level. Ling Feng was actually fighting against heaven and man. After a while of silence, he said with a serious look on his face, "When Gu Chen comes, I will tell him clearly the causes and consequences, pros and cons. If he doesn't want to, I will never force it. Luoping looked serious and said seriously, he must be clear about the pros and cons and let him make his own decisions. He is a rare genius. He has his own way to go. Even if he is your soldier, you cannot arrange his future at will. Luoping's voice was not high, but he exuded an irresistible toughness. Ling Feng smiled bitterly at the corner of his mouth. Okay, don't remind me repeatedly, just like an old pedantic. On the other side, in the secret realm, Gu Chen was like a white phantom, shuttled through the secret realm like lightning, and was speeding up again and again. After countless explorations, his control over rhythm has reached a state of transformation. The speed through consumption is steadily maintained at about 32 minutes, and the up and down floats will never exceed 1 minute. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it seemed as if the entire secret realm was trembling. The huge body of the demon skeleton fell to the ground again, splashing black smoke and dust all over the ground. Chapter 308 26th Secret Realm, straight to level 4. 26th time. Gu Chen whispered to himself, a trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes, and then waved his hand to bring the summoned beasts into the space. This is his 26th successful speed pass, and the shadow demon skeleton was also killed 26 times in his hands. In the first encounter, Gu Chen defeated him normally with his exquisite tactics and excellent skills. Since then, Gu Chen has been familiar with the secret environment and his clever use of talent to kill the demon skeleton with a perfect strategy every time. He had no time to care about what the demon skeleton of the shadow was thinking, and he was only focused on rushing to higher levels and challenging his own limits. At this moment, 4 dark seals that seemed to be born from the endless dark abyss, lying quietly in Gu Chen's accompanying space. They are more magnificent and mysterious than any rare treasure in the world, emitting a fascinating faint light. At the same time, a deep black light, like ink, surrounded Gu Chen like a substance, and countless mysterious powers seemed to be surging in the light. Finally, level 30. As Gu Chen's level jumped, outside the secret realm, a dazzling and strange light rushed straight into the sky. The light was filled with an exciting and inspiring melody, and it announced this shocking breakthrough to the entire secret hall. In the last speed pass, Gu Chen fully utilized the experience and skills he had accumulated before, and his speed once again rose to a new level. After all, he challenged the same secret realm 26 times in a row, and the grass and trees in the secret realm and the habits and characteristics of each alien race were deeply engraved in his heart. This time, Gu Chen was as fast as a meteor rushing to the moon, and his figure was almost impossible to capture. In the end, the time was frozen at 30 minutes and 01 seconds, only 1 second more than half an hour, a slight difference. This achievement can be regarded as Gu Chen's work of the gods in the secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld. He has already made this secret realm, so he doesn't want to make it any more. From now on, he will no longer spend energy in this secret realm. When everyone saw this result, they were so shocked that their chins almost dropped, and they took a breath of cold air. Oh my god, Gu Chen has actually reached level 40. It's only been less than 2 days, from level 37 to level 40, the upgrade speed is simply breaking through the sky. I remember that it took me 3 months to get tired from level 37 to level 40, but he only took 2 days. This gap is really desperate. This is the real genius. Those members of the Ace team don't even deserve to carry shoes to Gu Chen. Gu Chen's terrifying strength in upgrading speed and speed transmission efficiency was like a bombshell thrown into the crowd, causing storm in everyone's hearts. An ordinary person who is as amazing as Gu Chen can't even have jealous thoughts. He is full of envy, but only endless emotion. The gap between them is like an insurmountable natural barrier. Then, he left the secret realm base and came to the exchange within the military headquarters through the teleportation array. The weapons and equipment produced in the secret realm of the dark abyss and the underworld are rare treasures for specific professions. Since there were very few people who challenged the secret realm before, there was no clear price reference in the market. Gu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the cumbersome consignment process. Without saying a word, he stuffed a lot of weapons, equipment, and precious materials to the exchange staff. This pile of items is amazing. There are 13 epic weapons with unique shapes and majestic atmosphere. 8 legendary equipment made of excellent materials and cast with precious materials. There are also a large number of rare materials that have been obtained after a lifetime of death in the secret realm. After careful evaluation and accounting by the exchange staff, the pile of items finally earned Gu Chen nearly 500 million in revenue. At this point, Gu Chen's account's deposit amount instantly soared to more than 500 million. At the same time, because some of these materials were particularly precious, he received a reward of more than 10,000 military merits. With 500 million cash and more than 10,000 military merits, there are almost no equipment and props needed by a 4th-level professional who cannot buy. Next, he bought some more items on the exchange. For example, the Forbidden Demon Scroll, the Abyss Detector, the Elemental Resistance Scroll, the Resurrection Cross, etc. These things are commonly used props to enter the abyss or secret realms. They may not be used at the moment, but it is always good to be prepared for any trouble. Next, he continued to wander around the military exchange, his eyes wandering among all kinds of commodities. After some searching, I found that there seemed to be no items needed. The summoned beast displayed on the exchange is difficult to catch his eye. In contrast, he prefers to use military merits to exchange for summoned beasts in the military headquarters, and perhaps even to the mythical level. Looking around and carefully, Gu Chen was sure that he really had nothing else to need. He knew in his heart that whether it was a military exchange or a professional trading platform, the best sales were equipment. Epic equipment usually costs several million, and some extremely precious ones can soar to tens of millions. Legendary equipment starts at tens of millions, and some rare ones can be sold at a high price of hundreds of millions of dollars in one piece. But these are not very attractive to Gu Chen. With the Abyss Sacrifice set, he did not have an urgent need for equipment. Furthermore, he doesn't need to spend a lot of resources to enchant equipment like other professions. This comparison can save a lot of money. For Gu Chen, the biggest use of money and military merits is to purchase high-qualified summoned beasts and challenge the secret realm in the secret realm hall. Just as we were about to leave, a fluorescent light suddenly bloomed on the officer's medal and a message came. After Gu Chen checked, a brief message sent by Ling Feng. Come to me when you reach level 40. Looking at this line of short text, Gu Chen immediately replied. He didn't go into delving into how Ling Feng knew that he had reached level 40, but with the other party's status, it seemed not surprising that he knew this. Then, Gu Chen turned around and left the military exchange and rushed towards the military office. Soon, Gu Chen came to the military office through the teleportation array. General Ling, I'm back. General Luo is here too. Gu Chen looked respectful and gave a standard military salute to Ling Feng and Luo Ping. Luo Ping turned sideways slightly, looking at Gu Chen with gentle eyes. Then, he raised his palm, and a faint purple light appeared in the palm of his palm. The purple light condensed into a slender ray of light, flying towards Gu Chen like a lively dragon. The moment the light touched Gu Chen, it seemed to merge into his body, and a fresh and comfortable feeling spread instantly. Gu Chen felt that his pores were relaxing, as if every cell was cheering. The fatigue accumulated before quickly melted and disappeared like snow in the sun. This feeling of recovery is very wonderful. It is completely different from relying on potions, and it is more like a comprehensive deep repair. Ling Feng asked with his hands on his chest and said seriously, Gu Chen, you have worked too hard during this period. Can you bear it? Gu Chen raised his lips and showed a confident and cheerful smile. Don't worry, I know that this intensity is nothing. Ling Feng nodded, patted Gu Chen on the shoulder, and pointed to the sofa beside him. Don't stand up for now, sit down and rest, and take a little tea to relieve fatigue. He witnessed Gu Chen's crazy speed in the secret realm with his own eyes. It was a nearly self-abuse way of passing the level. Even though he was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Chen nodded, walked to the sofa, and sat down steadily. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Ling Feng first. The tea water was as clear and transparent as amber, and the tea fragrance rose. Then he presented Luo Ping with a cup and finally filled it with himself. Ling Feng picked up the teacup and placed it on the tip of his nose to smell the fragrance of tea, but his eyes remained on Gu Chen. Are you interested in understanding the place I mentioned to you before? Gu Chen shook his head gently, his eyes showing determination and trust. General Ling, I believe in your vision and judgment. No matter where you go, I am ready. Ling Feng put down the teacup and his expression became solemn. Okay, then I'll tell you the situation in detail. After listening, please consider whether to stay or not. That place is called the Ancient Purgatory Realm. It is a mysterious and dangerous unknown area. Ling Feng said with a serious face. Although there are dangers everywhere, the opportunities contained in it are also immeasurable. The origin of the ancient purgatory world has long been submerged in the long river of history, and Luo Ping and I know nothing about it. Ling Feng shook his head helplessly. Luo Ping glared at Ling Feng angrily, thinking that this guy pulled him into the water again. Ling Feng ignored Luo Ping's eyes and continued, the ancient purgatory world is not a simple spatial structure. It is composed of multiple dimensions intertwined, like a huge and complex multidimensional maze. As he said that, a colorful image of light burst out from Ling Feng's hands. The light gradually transforms into a complex three-dimensional model. In the model, countless lines flashing with glimmers interlaced with each other, forming seemingly independent but interconnected spatial nodes. You see, these nodes are entrances to different dimensions. Each node corresponds to different areas of the ancient purgatory realm. These areas have completely different environments and rule. Ling Feng pointed to the model and said, the ancient world of purgatory can be roughly divided into 3 levels, but it is not a layered upper and lower level in the traditional sense. These 3 levels are the phantom layer, the etching layer and the abyss layer. The illusion layer is like a dream, full of all kinds of illusions and confusions, which can easily disturb people's mind. The erosion layer is filled with corrosive energy, which will cause continuous damage to the body and equipment. The abyss layer is the most dangerous place, hiding the deepest secrets and powerful existences in the ancient purgatory world. And what I want to take you to is the illusion layer. Ling Feng looked at Gu Chen with a firm look. The phantom level has special restrictions. If professionals above level 6 enter the phantom level, their strength will be forced to be suppressed to the peak of the 6th level, while those below level 6 will not be subject to this kind of suppression. Also, there are occasional short-dimensional cracks between different levels. Once the crack appears, the energy between the levels will penetrate each other and the rules will become chaotic. In this case, there may be situations where creatures of other levels break into the phantom layer, or creatures of the phantom layer mistakenly enter other levels. Chapter 309 Ling Yuan. Ling Feng's condition is really abnormal today. He acts without any delay in his daily life, but now he tells everything in detail, as if he is afraid that he will miss some details. Gu Chen also felt a little unusual, listened carefully, afraid of missing any key information. Luo Ping was really impatient when he listened on the side. His brows frowned into the word Chuan, and finally he couldn't help complaining. Lao Ling, are you planning to tell me all about the things that happened since the birth of the universe? After talking for a long time, what's the point? You don't usually say that. Ling Feng was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he seemed to be speaking too carefully. Oh, don't I want to explain it as clearly as possible? Forget it, right? Should you do it? Luo Ping sighed helplessly, cleared his throat and said, legendary, in that ancient era that was as far away as a dream bubble, a war that shocked the world and the alien races of the abyss broke out. The tragic level of that war was beyond imagination, as if the whole world was involved in a vortex of destruction. Space is shattered like fragile glass, and the long river of time is cut off and distorted. Through Luo Ping's story, Gu Chen also gained some understanding of the ancient world of purgatory. The ancient world of purgatory was formed in that great war, full of mystery and danger, burying the glory and tragedy of an entire era. The artifact is covered with dust, and the strong are falling, and their souls seem to be still wandering on this land. After countless years of precipitation, their wool takes root and sprouts on this broken land like tenacious seeds. Then, in this realm, various strange creatures, dangerous areas, mysterious secret realms and special and strange spaces were derived. It is like a huge forbidden place, which is full of dangers, but also hides endless opportunities. If anyone is lucky, he might get the magical artifact passed down from ancient times or encounter some once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. However, this ancient purgatory world is not only a stage for human professions, but also abyss aliens are rampant there. So, danger not only comes from unknown fear left by ancient times, but also a huge threat that humans have to guard against. After roughly speaking, Luo Ping tapped the table with his fingers and looked at Gu Chen with a serious look. Now, do you understand the danger in this? Ling Feng then added, and don't think that only alien races are dangerous. Even if they are both human races, some people will become hideous under the influence of interests, so they should not be careless to anyone. Ling Feng started and Luo Ping improved it again. Gu Chen already had a clear concept of the ancient world of purgatory. Ling Feng paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and his expression became more serious. Next, what I want to say is the top priority. Gu Chen, do you know why I suggest you to go to the ancient world of purgatory? In the core area of the illusion layer, there is a mysterious and sacred place called the Spiritual Enlightenment Holy Realm. Once you step into this magical realm, you have the opportunity to obtain an extremely precious object, Ling Yuan. The role of this spiritual aggregate is incalculable. The most critical point is that it can greatly improve your professional characteristics when you advance. Just as the secret realm of engraving you are currently in contact, even if you collect 6 or 7 engravings, you can only reach a maximum of 60% to 70% of the sublimation chance during the 3rd turn. Although this probability seems to be quite low in others' eyes, it is far from safe enough for me who pursues the ultimate. If you can successfully obtain the spiritual aggregate in the Spiritual Enlightenment Holy Realm, as your level continues to improve, it will gradually grow. In this way, when you turn 3 times, the chance of career sublimation will increase to a surprising point. You should know what this means, right? Ling Feng stared at Gu Chen with his eyes full of expectations. In addition, there is another place full of variables in the illusion layer, that is, occasionally a special space called Shadow Mirage Domain will appear randomly. Whether you can encounter it depends entirely on whether you have the luck. If you are lucky enough, find this mysterious space, and choose the highest difficulty to successfully pass the level, you will have a chance to get a Shadow Marrow Crystal. This Shadow Marrow Crystal is amazing. It has a magical power and has the chance to directly awaken talent, and it is not limited to the 2nd time of transfer. When Gu Chen heard this, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes and asked quickly, General Ling, what is the difficulty of this special space of Shadow Mirage Domain? Ling Feng smiled and explained patiently, its difficulty does not have a fixed standard, just like the unpredictable weather. Sometimes, its challenge difficulty may be only level 3, and sometimes it will be increased to level 5, and some people have even seen the 6th level Shadow Mirage Domain. When I encountered it, it was level 6, and I was level 55 at that time, and I was lucky enough to finally pass the level successfully. When Ling Feng talked about this experience, he couldn't help but look proud on his face. After all, a level 55 professional single-level 6th level special space is not a feat that ordinary people can do. After the introduction, Ling Feng turned his gaze back to Gu Chen and asked seriously, Gu Chen, what do you think now? Do you want to go to the ancient world of purgatory? Gu Chen had almost no hesitation and replied firmly, go. General Ling, how could I miss such a rare opportunity? Especially the spiritual aggregate, I am determined to win. From the degree of your importance to professional sublimation, I know the importance of this. Once the career level is improved, it will bring a huge leap in all directions. I am also very curious about how powerful my profession will be if I can advance again. And the shadow marrow crystal, which has such a magical effect, I will give it a try no matter what. Gu Chen was not sure whether the talent given to him by the system was considered awakening, and he was really unsure. But with the shadow marrow crystal, whether it counts or not, there is a chance to awaken your talent again. So he is bound to win this shadow marrow crystal. General Ling, did you rely on the ghost shadow marrow crystal to awaken your talent at that time? Gu Chen asked humbly. Ling Feng laughed and said proudly, that's natural. This talent is quite powerful. It has helped me a lot at critical moments. Ling Feng deliberately kept it a secret and looked like he was waiting for Gu Chen to continue asking questions. However, Gu Chen did not continue to ask questions as he wished. Because Gu Chen is well aware of the rules among professionals, some questions involve personal core secrets, so it is inconvenient to ask too much. At this moment, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The reaction he had originally expected did not appear, which made him feel a little bored. He quietly reached into his arms and took out a pile of scrolls with shining light. These scrolls are of different styles, each exuding a unique and powerful aura, which is obviously not an ordinary thing. Please take these things first. Ling Feng said as he handed the scroll to Gu Chen. Gu Chen hurriedly took it with both hands and checked it carefully. Telection scroll instantly. Gu Chen said softly. I saw that this scroll was painted with complex and mysterious patterns, blooming with glimmers representing legends, and looked extremely extraordinary. Legendary Invincible Scroll. It is also legendary, and it also exudes a supreme aura. Legendary Cooling Reel. The light flowed on the scroll, revealing a breath of freezing time. Defense Scrolls, Invisible Scrolls, Curse Release Scrolls, are all legendary levels. General Ling, you are. Gu Chen looked at Ling Feng with confusion, not understanding why he gave him these precious scrolls. Ling Feng explained seriously, Gu Chen, this advanced cooling talisman is not given to you, it is just lent for you. These things are extremely rare and difficult to obtain. You have to find a way to exchange them at the military headquarters in the future. The other scrolls are for you to save your life. In dangerous places like the ancient purgatory, you may fall into a desperate situation at any time, and then they will come in great use. By the way, you must carry these things closely. If you enter a special space and the portable space cannot be used, it will be troublesome. Ling Feng repeatedly reminded him with concern. It can be seen that he was actually full of worry and uneasiness when he sent Gu Chen to the ancient world of purgatory so early. But the temptation of the spiritual aggregate is too great. The sooner you obtain it, the more beneficial it will be for Gu Chen's development. Moreover, he had full confidence in Gu Chen's combat power, so he made up his mind to let Gu Chen go to the ancient world of purgatory at level 40. At this time, Luo Ping, who had been watching quietly, slowly appeared in his palm. As soon as the phantom appeared, it flew into the air, then quickly enlarged, emitting a soft and mysterious light. Get ready, we're going to go. Luo Ping shouted with a serious expression. Then, a dazzling light instantly fell on Gu Chen. Gu Chen only felt his body lighter, as if he was wrapped in an invisible force. His figure gradually faded, and in a blink of an eye he disappeared without a trace, embarking on an unknown journey to the ancient world of purgatory. After seeing Gu Chen off, Ling Feng's expression became particularly solemn. He said to Luo Ping in a deep voice, "Do you a favor and send me to the Donghuang City Command." Luoping nodded slightly, he understood Ling Feng's meaning every day. Book, Group 65,0/5:02*33.8. The Command Center of Donghuang City Command can call for advanced authority, where you can sense some basic situations of Gu Chen through the officer medal and know whether he is safe. Luoping didn't say much, but directly used the secret technique to send Ling Feng to Donghuang City. After a moment, Ling Feng's figure disappeared, the compass phantom slowly dissipated, and the office returned to quiet again. Chapter 310 The First Battle of the Fantasy Layer, the Fantasy Mist Demon. Purgatory Ancient Realm, Illusion Level. This place is like a dreamy maze floating in chaos, shrouded in a layer of dreamy mist. The fog is a strange color, like a palette that has been knocked over in the sky, flowing with colorful but blending light. Sometimes it condenses into a strange outline that is vague, and sometimes it floats invisible like light smoke, as if following a mysterious and unpredictable rhythm. The source of light in the space becomes a mystery, and it seems to penetrate from every subtle part of the fog. Intertwined and gathered, weaving a series of ever-changing spectacles of light and shadow, like a never-ending fantasy vision. However, under this dreamy and illusory beauty, there are undercurrents and dangers everywhere. The earth under your feet presents a colorful crystalline landform, just like countless rare gems paved with an attractive luster. But these crystals are not as solid and reliable as the surface. Once they step on, they will be like triggering some mechanism. Sometimes, crystals will ripple like water waves, instantly wrapping the consciousness of the stepper into a bizarre and illusory space. Sometimes, an indescribable psychedelic force will be released, which will instantly disturb people's perception, making people feel like they are falling into a fog, completely disoriented. There is a strange fragrance in the air. When I first smell it, the fragrance is like a clear spring in the mountains, refreshing. However, as time goes by, this fragrance is like a hidden poisonous fog. It quietly erodes people's mind, infinitely amplifies the fear and desire hidden deep in the heart, and makes people lose in this illusory realm of illusion without realizing it. When Gu Chen came to the illusion layer, he keenly noticed the strange atmosphere here. In a dangerous place, Gu Chen did not dare to slacken at all, and immediately summoned the angel suit to attach it to his body. The advanced angel holy suit has a powerful defense, like an indestructible shield. Once the skill Sacred Guardian is activated, it can instantly bring 500% full attribute increase to Gu Chen, and can barely resist various sudden abnormal states. It can be said that the current angel sacred outfit has become his crucial security guarantee. Although Luoping and Ling Feng carefully selected a relatively safe area, they did not reveal anything to Gu Chen, for fear that he would take it lightly. Before, they repeatedly emphasized to Gu Chen the extreme danger of the ancient world of purgatory, which made Gu Chen always maintain a high degree of alertness, and his nerves were like a tight bowstring. In the end, the demon dragon and Senluo tyrant appeared at the same time, and two huge figures appeared beside him. One left and one right, accompanied by a powerful pressure. Gu Chen's heart suddenly calmed down. I looked around and saw nothing unusual in the unfamiliar environment. So he chose a direction at will and started to move forward with the summoned beast. Ling Feng once showed him a simulated map and solemnly warned him that in this illusion layer, the direction has no practical significance. All directions are opposite and will change at any time without warning. Ling Feng himself has not been involved in the illusion layer for many years. He is also unsure of what earth-shaking changes have happened here, and he can only rely on Gu Chen to explore everything himself. As expected, Gu Chen walked forward for a long time, and there was still a dead silence around him except for the dreamy fog, colorful crystal ground and unpredictable light and shadow. However, he could clearly feel that under this seemingly calm appearance, it seemed that countless pairs of eyes were hiding in the dark, peering at his every move. Finally, a group of vague figures appeared and disappeared in the fog. As the fog gradually dissipated, Gu Chen saw clearly that it was a foreign race. These alien races are tall and slender, with a dreamlike lavender halo lingering around them, as if they were made up of countless broken dream fragments. Their faces are blurry and difficult to distinguish, only a pair of eyes emitting a cold light, like a bottomless pool, exuding a breath of sensation. These aliens seemed to be fogged. She had extraordinary control ability. The moment they discovered Gu Chen, the mist around them suddenly surged. The fog became rich as ink, like a huge curtain, wrapping Gu Chen and his summoned beast tightly. In the fog, all kinds of bizarre and illusory scenes emerged like a tide. There are monsters with fangs and claws, fierce and ferocious. There is a deep, terrifying and creepy abyss. There is also the scene that Gu Chen is most afraid of deep in his heart. Obviously, this is the specialty of the alien race. With the help of fog, it creates realistic illusions that can disrupt the mind, with the intention of making the enemy lose their combat effectiveness in fear and chaos. Gu Chen's heart suddenly tightened. With his current mental power, he could completely interfere with the illusion of hell to a certain extent. So he made a quick decision and issued an order to attack the summoned beast. The two summoned beasts instantly burst out with rich red and golden light, which is a prominent sign of mythical creatures. In the end, the demon dragon took the lead in attacking. It opened its huge mouth, and an energy breath containing the power of destruction burst out like a torrent. Breath of destruction. The black flame rushed straight towards the alien race like a black lightning. At the same time, the tyrant of Senluo also started to move. It stepped on the ground and let out a low roar. Thousand thorns strike. A large number of sharp thorns instantly pierced from the ground, like countless spears, stabbing rapidly towards the alien race. Once hit, it will not only cause high damage to the target, but will also exert bleeding status. However, this alien race was extremely cunning. Just as the attack was about to hit, its body suddenly flashed, turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in an instant. The next second, Gu Chen suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. An alien holding a sharp dagger, like a purple lightning, stabbing him with a fierce murderous intent. The angel saint suit felt the danger at the first time, and the holy light was created in an instant. Sacred Guardian. The holy armor was like an indestructible shield, easily blocking this fatal blow. In the end, the demon dragon reacted quickly and immediately adjusted the direction of the attack. With both wings flapped, the elemental power surged wildly. Elemental storm. The violent flame storm swept in the direction where the aliens had disappeared before with a storm. Wherever you pass, the fog is instantly evaporated by high temperature, and the surrounding space is burned to be twisted and deformed, causing huge damage to a large area. The tyrant Senro waved his thick arms and pointed straight into the sky. Giant wood meteor. I saw a large number of huge logs instantly appearing in the sky, smashing down like meteors with a destruction of the sky and the earth. Within the skill range, once the alien is hit, it will immediately cause huge damage, and each time it is hit, it will cause 3 seconds of stun. Seeing this, the aliens made a sharp and harsh laugh, which seemed to penetrate human souls. Immediately afterwards, the fog instantly condensed into an indestructible barrier, resisting the giant trees falling from the sky. At the same time, countless illusory tentacles suddenly stretched out from the fog, like hungry pythons, marching towards the two summoned beasts. Gu Chen saw the opportunity and decisively ordered the demon dragon to the end. Demon Dragon Fury. Finally, the demon dragon roared to the sky, and the power of destruction surged all over his body. It instantly entered the dominant body state, with the power of destruction centering on itself, and it gushed away in all directions like a surging wave. Wherever the power of destruction went, the fog was forcibly dispersed, and the illusory tentacles also broke and dissipated. The alien races who were attacking around him stopped moving and were instantly devastating under the surging black flames. The tyrant Senluo also took this opportunity to launch the arrival of the Wood Realm. With itself as its center, a dense forest shrouded in darkness quickly grew. The branches and vines in the forest were like pairs of hideous arms, automatically attacking the surrounding alien races. At the same time, thick black fog was released in the forest, which not only blocked the spiritual perception of the alien races, but also blurred their vision. A foreign race roared in pain, and the mist around it began to roll violently, gradually dissipating, and its body also revealed again. However, it did not surrender to this, but instead the faint light in its eyes became stronger and stronger. It waved its hands suddenly, and the fog around it instantly turned into countless illusory sharp blades, shooting towards Gu Chen and the summoned beast like a rainstorm. Finally, the demon dragon spread its wings, and the light and shadow emitted from the dragon wings were like super powerful cutting blades, facing the illusory blades. Wing light cracking the sky. The extremely sharp wing light caused huge damage to enemies on the path, cutting and shattering many fog blades. The tyrant Senluo quickly mobilized the wood energy and formed an extremely thick wooden wall in front of him to resist the remaining sharp blades. For a moment, the light flashed. The fog and the skills collided fiercely, and the roar was endless, and the entire space seemed to be upset by this fierce battle. Just as the aliens were about to condense the fog again and prepare to launch a new round of attacks, Gu Chen seized the opportunity and ordered the final Yan Malong attacked from the side. In the end, the demon dragon rushed forward like a black lightning, and with a roar, the blazing black flames spewed out of the huge mouth. On the other side, Senluo Tyrant drove countless thorns to raid the lower plate of the alien race from the underground. The aliens let out shrill screams, and their bodies gradually dissipated in the mist like a candle in the wind. Kill the Phantom Monster Demon LV.42, Experience Plus. Kill the Phantom Monster Demon LV.42, Experience Plus. The killing experience is comparable to that of the elite aliens at level 37, but the danger is not a little bit too high. After killing these illusion fog demons, I walked a long way and never encountered other aliens. The ancient world of Purgatory is extremely vast, like an endless chaotic land. In the illusion layer, the closer we get to the central aliens, the fewer aliens the more we get away from the central aliens. Therefore, all those who have entered the ancient world of Purgatory can judge their position based on this law. Chapter 311 The Edge of the Illusion. Gu Chen has been walking on this deadly land for a long time. Since the last time he encountered the Phantom Fog Demon, he has not encountered other alien races. He guessed that he was at the extreme edge of the Phantom level, so he turned his direction and quickly moved towards the other end. Not long after, several strange figures slowly emerged from the fog, and they were another alien dream of the spirit-eating bone. Like the Phantom Fog Demon, they are both at level 42 and have a large number, and there are 3 this time. Each of these 3 dream spirit-devouring skeletons is about 4 meters tall, with a twisted and weird body. Their bodies seem to be made up of countless broken nightmare fragments, emitting a hazy light, and mysterious patterns appear and disappear in the light. The head is like an irregular crystal, and there seem to be countless souls struggling in pain, sending a faint wail. The limbs are like thin branches, but they exude tenacity. Every move is accompanied by a creepy crunch, as if mercilessly tearing apart the silence of the space. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, and the demon dragon and Senluo Tyrant instantly entered a state of fighting. The light shone around the 2 summoned beasts, and the powerful aura surged, as if it was about to ignite this dead space. These 3 dream spirit-eating bones were the first to attack. Their irregular head crystals burst out with a strong mental fluctuation at the same time, and countless transparent silk threads shot towards Gu Chen and the summoned beast like rain. Once these threads touch the target, they will penetrate into their consciousness like parasites, devour the mind, and create endless nightmare. In the end, the demon dragon opened its bloody mouth and cast its dragon word magic thunderstorm. In an instant, lightning flashed in the sky, and thick thunder and lightning danced like a dragon. Accompanied by the deafening roar, the thunderstorm rushed towards the transparent silk threads. Meanwhile, the tyrant of Senro stepped on the ground. The surrounding land split instantly, and countless sharp thorns pierced out like long spears, attacking the lower plate of Mengsheng's spirit skeleton. The dream spirit devouring skeletons emitted a sharp hiss, and the light on their bodies was radiant. Immediately afterwards, the transparent silk threads forced the way through the blockade of the thunder and storm. Some of the silk threads bypassed the thorn's attack and touched the tyrant of Senluo. The tyrant Senluo let out a muffled groan. Although it was not a big deal, it was obviously affected by the mental impact. It roared angrily and exerted its force again, allowing more thorns to gush out from the ground and continue to attack the dream spirit devouring bones. Gu Chen frowned. The spiritual attacks of these dream spirit eating bones were very difficult. Finally, the demon dragon spewed out a breath containing the power of destruction, and the black torrent swept towards the dream spirit devouring bones. The tyrant Senluo endured the mental discomfort, looked up at the sky, and summoned a large number of giant trees. These giant trees were like huge meteors, smashing down at the dream spirit devouring bones with the momentum of destroying the world. However, the dream spirit devouring bones were not panicked. Their skill's light burst out again, and their bodies instantly became empty. Breath of destruction and giant wood meteor passed straight through their bodies, smashed onto the ground, and exploded a piece of dust and gravel. After a piece of dust, Meng Lingshen's body gradually stared at it and left the virtual state. Although this skill can only last for a few breaths, it avoided the skills of the Zhongaian demon dragon and the Senluo tyrant, which is powerful. After one attack, the demon dragon did not stop. It spread its wings, and the light and shadow bursting from the dragon's wings were like super sharp cutting blades, flying towards the dream spirit devouring bones with a breath of destruction. The tyrant Senluo injected all his strength into the ground. For a moment, the ground trembled violently, and countless thorns rushed up like dense rain of arrows from the feet of Menshenglings. A dream-eating skeleton was impacted and turned into a dissipating gloom on the spot. Kill Dream Spirit Devouring Skeleton LV.42, Experience Plus. Although the other two did not die immediately, they were also severely injured and their bodies became increasingly illusory. They seemed to be aware of the danger and tried to blur and escape again. Gu Chen immediately issued an order with spiritual connection. The tyrant Senluo drove his roots to spread rapidly from the ground, like countless tough ropes, tightly entangling and binding the remaining dream-eating skeletons. Immediately afterwards, a dense forest shrouded in darkness grew around it. The branches and vines in the forest grew wildly, completely trapping the dream spirit devouring bones. At the same time, black fog was released, blocking their spirit and vision. The Meng spirit devouring skeleton, trapped in the forest, roared in despair, but could not break free. Finally, the demon dragon rushed up and attacked the trapped Mengsheng spirit devouring bones one by one. Two destructive breaths burst out and killed the dream spirit devouring bones one by one. Under the combined attack of the two summoned beasts, the three dream spirit eating bones turned into dissipating lights one after another. Kill Dream Spirit Devouring Skeleton LV.42, Experience Plus. Kill Dream Spirit Devouring Skeleton LV.42, Experience Plus. Gu Chen looked at the experience prompt and thought to himself. Even though Meng Lingsheng skeleton and the fantasy mist demon I killed before were just ordinary aliens of the 4th level, they still have more experience than the 3rd level peak aliens I killed before. However, the number of alien races in this illusion layer is really rare, and it seems not easy to quickly improve your strength by killing monsters. It seems that we need to accelerate our progress towards the central area of the illusion layer. He. Humble human race. Just as Gu Chen was thinking, a strange laugh suddenly came from the air. The sound was like the cry of a night owl, sharp and endless gloomy, as if an ice blade pierced straight into the bone marrow. Gu Chen's heart suddenly tightened and he subconsciously looked up. I saw an alien race that looked like a giant spider entrenched on the huge rock in front of me. It is huge, as big as a house. 8 long legs as thick as steel whips support the round body, each of which is covered with sharp barbs, flashing with a cold light. The surface of its body is covered with a layer of faint purple carapace, and strange light flows on it. The head was like a twisted crystal, 3 huge compound eyes poked out from it, emitting a scarlet light. The eyes were cold and full of maliciousness, as if they were looking at a prey waiting to be slaughtered. Alien, Phantom Prison Demon Spider. Level, 4-2. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 1825, Agility 1610, Physical 1820, Spirit 1500. Skill I, Purple Spider Silk. Skill 2, Magic Fog Infestation. Skill 3, Spider Silk Shield. Skill 4, Spider Shadow Raid. If an ordinary alien race is simply based on its attributes, it is not as powerful as an elite alien race that he met in the secret realm before. In Gu Chen's eyes, he was just coming to deliver the food. At this moment, the magic prison demon spider opened his mouthpiece covered with sharp fangs, and a stream of black smoke gushed out from it. The smoke quickly spread, dyeing the surrounding space black. In this darkness, countless twisted figures appear faintly. The magical demon spider spoke and let out a sharp and harsh laugh. He 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 he. There will be humans appearing on the edge of the illusion layer. Since I have met me, then let's use it as blood food. Chapter 312 The Defense of the Phantom Prison Demon Spider. Listening to the joke in his ears, Gu Chen looked cold and thought to himself. It's strange. Didn't this alien race see that I just solved those dream-eating skeletons? The combat power of the alien race at the edge is basically similar. If it sees it, under normal circumstances, it should turn around and escape immediately. But this alien race is making a fuss about it here, which is simply seeking death. The demon spider of the phantom prison was silent and had no intention of escaping, and thought he was so scared that he was stunned. Haha, are you scared? Delicious blood food, let me die. It roared excitedly and couldn't wait to rush towards Gu Chen. However, just as it was about to pounce on Gu Chen, it caught a glimpse of a faint light flashing in Gu Chen's eyes. The light not only had no fear at all, but instead showed a contemptuous smile. In an instant, the phantom prison demon spider instinctively felt something was wrong. But it was too late. I saw the demon dragon roaring to the sky, and the elemental power around me instantly surged like a volcano erupting. Immediately afterwards, it opened its bloody mouth and a hot storm of fire element storm erupted. The flames were like surging waves, carrying the powerful force of destroying the world, and rushed towards the magical prison demon spider with a surging force. The phantom prison demon spider has not lost its footsteps, its strength lies in its defense. With its combat power, even if it is inferior to the human in front of it, it will never lose its life. I saw its 8 long legs dancing rapidly in the void, and a large number of spider silks suddenly appeared on the surface of the body. Immediately afterwards, the spider silk burst out with a layer of faint purple light, forming a shield, which condensed and formed in front of the body. The flame storm hit the shield heavily, bursting out a strong and dazzling light and rolling heat waves. Light and Yiju blasted the shield into pieces of light and shadow. The tyrant Senluo also rushed up, and the huge and thick trees and entangled vines spread rapidly towards the magical prison demon spider like monsters. The magical prison demon spider made a sharp and harsh hissing, waving his long legs, and the barbs on his legs shot out extremely tough black spider silk. These spider silks easily break all the vines that are approaching. Meanwhile, it opened its mouthparts with fangs and sprayed black smoke again. The smoke quickly merged into the surrounding environment, making the black fog in the forest become more and more dense and heavy, seriously interfering with the skills of the Senluo tyrant. Finally, when the demon dragon saw this scene, spread its wings and rushed forward. The light and shadow emitted from the dragon's wings instantly turned into a super powerful cutting blade, and flew towards the magical prison demon spider like a storm. The tyrant of Senluo poured his power into the earth, driving the thorns underground like dense spears, and rushed up from the feet of the magical demon spider. The phantom prison demon spider clearly felt an unprecedented huge threat, and a hint of panic flashed in its compound eyes. In the blink of an eye, the rich spider silk turned into a faint purple shield and lit up again. The light was even more dazzling than before. The light and shadow blade of the wing light-splitting sky slashed on the shield, instantly slashing a huge crack, splashing countless brilliant sparks. The thousand thorns root strike stabbed from below, and the surface of the shield was damaged. Under a wave of skills, the shield condensed by the phantom prison demon spider was on the verge of collapse. In the end, the demon dragon did not stop and directly cast elemental storm. This time it was a flame storm, which was more hot and domineering than before, and the temperature was so high that the surrounding space was distorted and deformed. The shield of the phantom prison demon spider was finally overwhelmed and broke like glass with a bang. It let out a shrill scream, and its body suffered severe damage under the attack of the flame storm. The carapace was burned and broken, and the dark green blood had dried up before it even flowed out. But it still tried to struggle to dyingly, trying to spray black smoke again to cover its body, taking the opportunity to escape. How could Gu Chen give it this opportunity? Finally, the demon dragon roared angrily and its sharp dragon claws were torn over. The magical prison demon spider is on the verge of death, and under this terrifying power, he is no longer able to struggle to resist. Laugh. Its body turned into a dissipating gleam, leaving only the bloody smell in the air gradually fading away. Kill the phantom prison demon spider LV.42, Experience Plus. Get the loot, the phantom spider spear LV.42 rare. To be honest, the defense of this phantom prison demon spider is really powerful. Gu Chen put the killing of the spear into his portable space and couldn't help but sigh. The shield condensed from spider silk first resisted the wing light breaks the sky, then blocked the thousand thorns strike, and finally collapsed completely under the attack of elemental storm. It is obviously not of high level, but it has defense beyond its own level. It seems that the aliens in the ancient purgatory world cannot be regarded by common sense. Next, Gu Chen continued to head towards the core area of the illusion layer. Sure enough, the closer you get to the center, the more aliens there are. As he continued to move forward, unprecedented alien races appeared one after another. When he walked into a forest, a colorful flock suddenly appeared in the sky. It seems light, but it exudes an indescribable strange aura. As soon as Gu Chen stepped into this area, the flock was twisted violently, and a series of silky-like lights and shadows ejected from it. Once these lights and shadows touch Gu Chen's angel suit, they would wrap tightly like maggots on their tarsal bones, trying to penetrate. A layer of holy ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the angel's holy suit, trying hard to resist. At the same time, the light and shadows that fell on the ground instantly turned into countless miniature drills and drilled into the ground frantically. Accompanied by a harsh sound, dense holes were drilled into the ground, and then the entire ground collapsed with a bang, forming a huge pit. In the end, the demon dragon and Senluo tyrant were not spared. Fortunately, their defense was strong, so they were not seriously injured by this sudden attack. After spiritual sensing, Gu Chen realized that this colorful flow is called the Phantom Thorn Shadow Flow. It not only has a strong immune ability to physical damage, but also can interfere with the gathering of various elemental energy. Through spiritual connection, Gu Chen ordered the tyrant of Senluo to use the arrival of the wood world, wrapping the thorn shadows layer by layer with the dense forest to restrict his movements. At the same time, the final demon dragon was ordered to use the wing light to split the sky, using the super-cutting power of the dragon's wing light and shadow, and cooperate with the short flaw created by the Senluo tyrant, to successfully cut the illusion thorn shadow. Later he came to a seemingly calm area, with the ground covered with a thin layer of silver powder. As soon as they approached, the silver powder became active instantly, flowing and gathering like mercury, and in the blink of an eye, a giant form formed. The silver giant exuded a cold breath all over his body, and his eyes were flashing with a cold light. When Gu Chen tried to get closer, the silver giant suddenly launched an attack, and its arms turned into countless sharp silver spears and shot towards Gu Chen and the summoned beasts. Gu Chen hurriedly directed the summoning beast to carry out attack. Next, he discovered that this silver giant not only had extremely high defense against physical attacks, but also could rebound most of its physical damage. Then the two summoned beasts successfully killed the silver giant after a fierce battle. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang and turned into a piece of silver powder. Chapter 313 Meet Me Mechanical Alien Again. For the next 2 days, he has been heading towards the core area. After these 2 days of battle, he already has a certain understanding of the Phantom Layer area. The more and more alien races he met, which means he was in the right direction this time. However, I never encountered a powerful alien race like the Phantom Prison Demon Spider. Gu Chen came under a colorful rock, sat on the ground, and took out the prepared food from his carry-on space. After a simple meal, I took a short rest on the spot. Looking into the distance, a looming mountain in the distance penetrated into the sky, as if connecting the heaven and earth. Under the hazy light, there is always a mysterious and distant atmosphere around the mountains. Under this breath, there seems to be endless distance between the two, and no matter how you move forward, it is difficult to get close to the slightest. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from the altitude hundreds of meters away, and the space was like a piece of cloth, cut by a sharp blade. Immediately afterwards, a space channel emitting a faint blue and cold light suddenly appeared. The light flows in the channel, and a powerful energy fluctuation is faintly overflowing. Space channel. Gu Chen was instantly facing a great enemy, his spirit was highly concentrated, and his nerves all over his body became tense. At the same time, Zhongyan Demon Dragon and Senluo Tyrant also looked over with caution. I saw a huge alien flying out of the passage. This alien race is as tall as 2 people, and its whole body is made of black crystal steel. The surface of the body is engraved with complex and mysterious patterns, and the flowing energy light is like the twinkling stars in the night sky, strange and charming. On both sides of its diamond-shaped head, sharp crystal horns protrude proudly. The blue crystals on the crystal horns shine brightly, as if they contain endless energy. The 4 pairs of mechanical wings behind them spread out, and the edges of the wings were like sharp blades, making a buzzing sound in the slight trembling. The huge energy sword held tightly in its right hand, and the purple current lingered in the sword body, jumping out of light from time to time. On the energy shield held by the left hand, the light flashed brightly and darkly like breath, exuding a heavy defensive aura. Alien, Starblade Guard. Level, 4-4. Health point. Attributes, Strength 1975, Agility 1760, Physical 1900, Spirit 1680. Skill I, Star Break Slash. Skill 2, Shield and Starlight. Skill 3, Star Wing Impact. It is a mechanical alien, exactly the same as those Gu Chen killed in the wilderness before. Before this alien race could move, 5 similar mechanical aliens came out of the space passage. Among them is the slender figure of the Pulse Archer. The colorful light of the energy quiver on its back flows. The unique energy bow in its hand, just gently pull the bow string, and pulse energy quickly gathers into sharp arrows. There are also 2 burly and sturdy Zhenshan axe guards. They held the huge shocking battle axe in their hands. The energy on the surface of the battle axe fluctuated like flowing water, as if it could release the power of shock that ruined the world at any time. The last thing that appears is the energy gathering method. The staffs in the hands of the 2 alien races emitted the light of flames and frost, and the elemental energy around them was so rich that it almost became substantial. It seems that just a slight wave can trigger an elemental attack that destroys the world. There are also professionals in the alien race. Gu Chen thought to himself. Previously, he learned from secret information from the military headquarters that the mechanical aliens in the ancient purgatory world often have terrifying combat power beyond ordinary people's imagination with their sophisticated and complex mechanical structures and extremely powerful energy systems. In this ancient purgatory world, once different races meet, it will be a battle between life and death, and they are all irreconcilable enemies. Thinking of this, Gu Chen instantly entered a state of fighting, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. This group of mechanical aliens seemed to be coming for Gu Chen. Human race. A sharp electronic sound rang out. There are the energy fluctuations of our tribe in him. It must be him who killed our compatriots. Another angry voice rang out immediately. Kill him and avenge your compatriots. The mechanical aliens shouted angrily in unison, and the cold murderous intent spread like a substance. An energy gathering method immediately activated the energy amplification device. In an instant, a colorful energy light belt rushed out like a spiritual snake, covering the rest of the mechanical aliens one by one. Under the baptism of light, the patterns on their bodies shine brightly. The frequency of mechanical energy operation suddenly accelerated, the energy fluctuations on the weapons in the hand became more violent, and the already powerful aura became even more terrifying. At the same time, Gu Chen made a quick decision and engraved the origin of the golem of the dead body. In an instant, an ancient and magnificent the breath spread around him as the center, and a faint blue light flashed through his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Gu Chen reached out and pointed out that he had performed extremely tired on the group of mechanical aliens. Suddenly, black light flew out from his fingertips, and the first one was the Star Blade Guard. After being shrouded by the debuff effect, the originally majestic and free-moving body seemed to be put into a heavy burden. Its mechanical joints make painful creaking when it rotates, and every move becomes slow and difficult. What the hell is this? The Star Blade Guard made an electronic synthesized sound with shock and anger. Not only it, but other mechanical aliens were not spared. The energy bow in the Pulse Archer's hand almost slid down. The bowstring that could be easily pulled was as heavy as a huge rock. Zhenshan Axe Guard only felt that the battle axe in his hand seemed to have turned into a small hill, and it was extremely difficult to swing it. The energy gathering method instantly dimmed the elemental light on the staff in his hand, and the ability to control elements as you wish was greatly reduced at this moment. Their full attributes were halved at this moment, and the damage they suffered doubled out of thin air. The key is that this effect is simply immunized. Gu Chen did not delay any more and took this opportunity to issue orders to the Demon Dragon of the End. Breath of Destruction. Finally, the Demon Dragon looked up to the sky and let out a roar that shook the earth, and then opened its bloody mouth. A torrent of black flames containing the power of destruction gushed towards the mechanical aliens like a surging tsunami. At the same time, the Tyrant of Senro also began to act. Accompanied by a dull roar, countless sharp thorns pierced out from the ground like spears, and rushed towards the mechanical alien race with a thunderous force. The mechanical aliens who were in a weak state had a significant decline in defense ability. The Star Blade Guard hurriedly placed the energy shield in front of him, trying to resist the impact of the destructive breath. However, this time its shield was easily shattered like paper when it came into contact with the torrent of energy. The aftermath hit it heavily, splashing a large number of dazzling sparks, and shocking dents appeared on its metal shell instantly. Those sharp root thorns also took advantage of the opportunity to break through the weakened energy shield of the Zhenshan Axe Guard, Pulse Archer, and the energy gathering technique. There were deep holes left on their bodies, and black blood flowed out of them. No! Why is this happening? Zhenshan Axe Guard let out a desperate roar. Chapter 314. Two groups of alien races fled in a hurry. Due to its greatly weakened attributes, the Zhenshan Axe Guard's movement of wielding the battle axe seemed weak and no longer as powerful as before. Gu Chen showed no mercy and directed the summoned beast to launch a more fierce attack. Finally, the demon dragon shouted loudly, and the elemental power surged wildly. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of lightning fell from the sky and quickly condensed into a huge tornado. The thunder and lightning storm was wrapped in the power of destroying the world, and involved a group of mechanical aliens and destroyed them wildly. The tyrant of Senluo drove more vines to gush out from the ground, extremely tough, entangling the mechanical aliens tightly, making them unable to struggle in the storm. The Star Blade Guard tried all his strength, and waved the energy sword in his hand, trying to cut off the vines that bound it. However, at this moment its power was not as strong as before. It only cut off a few vines and was no longer able to wave the sword in its hand. The energy gathering method makes them want to use elemental attacks to break out of the shackles of the lightning storm, but the lightning attack makes its body disordered, and the power of the released attack is sharply reduced, which cannot cause substantial damage at all. Under the influence of extremely exhausted, the mechanical aliens fell into a desperate situation. Each of their struggles seems increasingly futile, and the balance of victory has begun to pour out. With the roars, mechanical aliens were killed one after another. He was destroyed in a blink of an eye. Kill the Star Blade Guard LV.44, Experience Plus. Kill the Energy Gathering Method to make LV.44, Experience Plus. Gu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect to encounter mechanical aliens in the ancient purgatory world. Could this space also have some connection with the abyss? After he collected the spoils from the ground, the demon dragon and the tyrant of Senluo stood beside him one by one. At this moment, he couldn't help but remember what the Star Blade Guard had said just now. There are the energy fluctuations of our tribe in him. It must be him who killed our compatriots. This sentence was like an introduction, which made him think subconsciously. He thought to himself that he must have killed a mechanical alien in the wilderness or contracted a mechanical steel front. Therefore, the energy fluctuations of mechanical aliens were left on their bodies. After a brief thought, he no longer struggled. If this breath could remain on him, perhaps more mechanical aliens would come like sharks that smelled blood. With his current combat power, even if he encounters a mechanical alien team of about level 45, it is just a door-to-door experience. Come on a group of people, and summon beasts can kill a group of people without mercy. In this way, he can not only gain a lot of experience, but also allow him to upgrade faster. Gu Chen stepped into a rocky forest. The strange rocks in the stone forest have different shapes and are towering into the clouds. Each one is 50 or 60 meters high, standing unevenly, spreading to the distance, as if there is no end. A complex and narrow passage is formed between the strange rocks, with a width of less than 5 meters, just like a maze. In the illusion layer of the ancient purgatory realm, such strange stone forests are not uncommon. Along the way, Gu Chen has seen many similar terrains. When he first saw this stone forest, he did not notice anything unusual. However, when you really stepped into it, a strange feeling quietly came to your heart. It's too quiet here. Quite terrifyingly quiet. In the illusion layer of the ancient purgatory world, there is always a kind of whisper that seems to come from the depths of the soul. Since Gu Chen stepped into the illusion layer, the sound has been like a shadow, never interrupted. But at this moment, the sound disappeared without a trace. When a sound that you are used to disappear suddenly, an indescribable strange feeling will surge into your heart, making you feel uncomfortable. The sudden silence made Gu Chen feel a big alarm, and the two summoned beasts around him quickly entered a state of alert. They looked deep in the stone forest, and their vigilance instantly filled their bodies. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, as if thousands of troops were galloping. Gu Chen looked up and at the end of his sight, more than a dozen black shadows were running towards his direction. Phantom Layer Alien Race. Gu Chen was shocked and recognized at a glance that the ones running wildly were the Phantom Layer alien races he had seen during this period. They seemed to be running away. Gu Chen was puzzled. These illusion-level alien races were like being hunted by some extremely terrifying existence, with no sign of resistance at all, which is really unusual. Immediately afterwards, a team of mechanical aliens were also running for the death toll in sight. What a strange phenomenon is this! Two major alien races in the ancient purgatory world fleeing in a panic. Moreover, those mechanical aliens did not choose to fly, but followed the aliens in the phantom layer to run wildly on the ground, without even an energy shield. If something goes wrong, there will be a demon. Gu Chen's pupils shrank slightly and he looked carefully. I saw a large number of faint purple objects chasing them like a tide of water. Whether it is the phantom-level alien race or the mechanical alien race, the eyes are filled with panic. Obviously, the objects chasing them are extremely terrible. The object was dark and deep, as if it could swallow all the light in the ancient illusion layer of the purgatory ancient realm. Nothing can be distinguished except for a mysterious purple. Just as Gu Chen was observing the situation, the alien races of the illusion layer and mechanical aliens in the distance discovered Gu Chen at the same time. An excited and bloodthirsty light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the alien race of the phantom layer. For them, the temptation of human flesh is like the most delicious delicacy in the world, and is an irresistible desire driven by instinct. The mechanical aliens showed hatred on their faces, and Gu Chen had the breath of the mechanical aliens remaining on his body, which was very strong and fresh. This shows that Gu Chen had just killed their kind not long ago. They all had the intention of killing Gu Chen, but at this time, they could only run wildly. Boom boom! The strange rocks on both sides exploded, and a large number of faint purple objects surged out from it, joining the pursuit team. Those illusion-level aliens and mechanical aliens actually gave up their murderous intentions towards Gu Chen and only fled in a hurry. What exactly is this? Gu Chen subconsciously used his spirit to sense it. Alien, Erosion of the Little Leech. Level, 4-5. Health point. Attributes, Strength 1750, Agility 1950, Physical 1780, Spirit 1700. Skill I, Eclipse can disintegrate. Skill 2, Extremely fast puncture and killing. Skill 3, Global erosion. Just looking at the attributes, the Eclipse Lily does not seem to be powerful. The strength, spirit, and physique are all only about 1700, and the agility attributes are more prominent, giving them extremely fast speed. However, after the three skills of Eclipse Youth cooperate with each other, they should not be underestimated. If there are only dozens or nearly 100 leeches, Gu Chen is not afraid. But the dense pieces in front of me, combined together, were at least thousands of them. Those alien races were chased and fled to death, which shows that this erosion leech only has the instinct of killing and will not distinguish alien races from humans at all. Boom boom! Another strange rock exploded, and a large amount of erosion leech surged out like a purple cloud, instantly blocking the path of the illusion layer aliens and mechanical aliens. A powerful aura erupted from a foreign race, and a terrifying flame spewed out of his mouth, and a passage was burned in the group of erosion leeches. At the same time, the energy gathering technique in the back row also releases a large number of spells, forcing the surrounding energy leech back, trying to fight the blood. At this moment, two groups of alien races looked at Gu Chen at the same time. To be precise, he looked at the end of the stone forest behind him. As long as you escape from this area from the end of the stone forest, you can completely get rid of erosion and seclusion. The Pursuit of Leech. Chapter 315, Start a War, Kill All. Gu Chen noticed the plans of those alien races, and his eyes suddenly condensed, and his unconcealed murderous intent came out like a surging undercurrent. In this case, how could he let the aliens escape safely? Not only the alien race, but also the leech that was overwhelming like a tide, he has been included in the target of killing. For Gu Chen, no matter how many aliens are, it is not a big problem. As those erosion leeches keep relying on you, a strange miasma quietly emerges, full of creepy and gloomy aura. From a distance, the miasma is like a thick mist that cannot be melted, with a faint dark green color. Hidden in the darkness, like a ghost, slowly cruising among strange rocks of different shapes, as if they have independent life. As the erosion leech approached rapidly like a black storm, the miasma seemed to be invisibly pulled by some mysterious force and began to roll violently. Gu Chen's thought moved slightly, and a thought was instantly transmitted. In an instant, accompanied by a strong wind rushing to the face, the demon dragon and Senluo tyrant suddenly came to his side. In the end, the demon dragon's body was extremely huge, like a moving black mountain, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction all over his body. Its huge dragon wings stretched slightly, and each scale flashed with a cold and abyss luster, just like countless pairs of cold eyes staring at everything in the world. The Senluo tyrant was like a moving jungle, with a dull sound from his body made of tree trunks, shaking the ground slightly. On it, vines and swaying leaves rustled in the wind. What kind of summoning beast is that? Seeing this, the fleeing aliens showed a look of shock on their faces. Before this, they did not notice anything special about the two summoned beasts beside Gu Chen. However, when the two pose a fighting posture, two extremely powerful auras appeared out of thin air, which really shocked them. The arrival of the demon dragon and the tyrant of Senluo made the hearts of the phantom-level aliens and the mechanical aliens suddenly tighten. However, they quickly comforted themselves again. In the face of the overwhelming leech, no matter how powerful the summoning beast is, it is just a mantis arm to be a chariot, which is useless. Are this human race crazy? If you don't run away at this time, I'm afraid there will be no bones left later. Those leeches that eroded can already pounce on him like hungry wolf, so he's just waiting to be eaten alive. What other big waves can a mere human race make? The aliens in the phantom layer and the aliens in the mechanicals were laughing at themselves in their hearts. Gu Chen used his mental sensing to detect it, like a huge rock pouring into the calm lake, causing layers of waves and attracting the attention of the erosion leech. I saw a wave of eclipse that could leech like a black torrent, rushing towards Gu Chen with a heart-pounding whistling sound. However, Gu Chen looked calm, as if the surging crisis in front of him was just a passing cloud. He immersed himself in his summoning space, and a strong energy fluctuation surged from his body. Immediately afterwards, a series of summoned beast figures appeared beside him, but without saying a word, he rushed out. The Blood Clan King has not shown up for a long time, and at this moment it is like a blood-colored phantom. Holding two guns in hand, his figure flashed and appeared in front of him like a ghost. The two guns in his hand instantly spit out a hot tongue of flames, and the deadly shooting was launched. Large diameter-high explosion bullets were like meteors that cut through the night sky, with a sharp whistling sound, shooting accurately at the erosion leech. Each bullet seemed to have eyes, hitting the target accurately. Then it triggered a series of deafening explosions, exploding the surrounding erosion leech into pieces. At the same time, a strange black light appeared around the body of the Chaos Lord. Dimensional attack. The terrifying power formed by the space cracks was like invisible sharp blades, directly tearing towards the two major alien races who were still running away. This sudden attack made them unable to dodge and instantly fell into chaos, screaming one after another. The dark dragon hunting turtle was like an unstoppable heavy tank, and it ejected out. Broken impact. Its body rushed forward like an arrow. Wherever you pass, the leech along the way is knocked to pieces, just like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. At the same time, its mountain-like body hit the alien race in the illusion layer ahead. The powerful impact force not only caused a lot of damage, but also made the alien race's actions instantly slow. The mechanical steel front also joined the battle, and the Gatlin array on the shoulder slowly unfolded like a steel beast. Annihilation of heavy artillery. The powerful fire power poured down towards the erosion leech like a torrential rain. As time goes by, the power of the artillery continues to rise. Wherever it went, a large area of erosion leech was instantly beaten into powder, turning into a burst of black smoke and dust dissipating in the air. The aliens and mechanical aliens roared angrily, and their hoarse roars echoed in the stone forest. They are like he never expected that Gu Chen's summoned beast would be so difficult to deal with, and its strength was far beyond their imagination. But at this moment, the threat of death follows like a shadow, and escaping is the top priority. They endured the painful pain caused by the attack on their bodies, dragged their scarred bodies, and continued to flee forward in a mess. However, how could Gu Chen let these alien races go easily? The Blood Clan King turned into a dark red light and rushed away, and the rich blood-colored energy surged wildly around it. Scarlet Feast. A strange blood light suddenly flashed in its eyes, like a burning blood flame. I saw the blood in the body of the phantom layer aliens and mechanical aliens who were hit seemed to be instantly ignited by a mysterious and powerful force. Immediately afterwards, a blood-colored storm came, causing a violent explosion. The roar of the explosion made the surrounding strange rocks tremble, and a strong wave of air swept through, causing the aliens to scream in pain. Some alien races have low health points, and the additional damage in the second stage is extremely terrifying, making those already serious injuries even worse. The Chaos Lord immediately cast Chaos Entanglement. The shadow of chaos emerged out of thin air like a black light and shot towards the alien race. They precisely wrap the illusion-level aliens and mechanical aliens tightly in place as if they have life, so that they cannot move. Then, the Chaos Lord immediately activated his skills. Dimensional Attack. The terrifying force erupted from the space cracks, bombarded the bound enemy, and the multiple damage caused instantly exploded. The alien race kept struggling in pain, and his blood volume plummeted. The dark dragon hunting turtle seized the opportunity and activated its skills in a roar. All the roar of the roar. Its roar resounded all around, mocking the aliens in an area. The illusion-level aliens and mechanical aliens who were ridiculed instantly reduced their speed, as if they were trapped in a viscous mud, and their movements became slower. And, under the sarcasm effect, they involuntarily turn their attack targets to the dark dragon hunting turtle. The dark dragon hunting turtle receives an attack speed bonus every time it with its iron-hard thorn armor. It is like an indestructible fortress of war, steadily attracting enemy firepower and creating an excellent output environment for other summoned beasts. The mechanical steel front quickly switches skills and launches Waste Strike. I saw a high-density torrent of energy like a roaring energy dragon, gushing out of its guns and whistling towards the area where the enemy is. In an instant, the area seemed to have been baptized by the doomsday, completely ravaged by the torrent of energy, and turned into a barren wasteland. The alien race, who is on the wasteland, suffers continuous explosion damage. In the burning flames and violent explosions, the aliens wailed in despair and fell one after another. The erosion leech is also among the targets of attack. After being attacked by the summoned beasts, they were like enraged bees, rushing towards Gu Chen and his summoned beasts even more frantically. Faced with this overwhelming black wave, the demon dragon finally roared to the sky, and its voice echoed in the stone forest like rolling thunder. It opened its huge mouth, and a breath containing the power of destruction gushed out like a surging black flame. Wherever you pass, the leech can instantly turn into ashes, leaving only a piece of dregs. The thick branches of the Senluo tyrant pointed to the sky, and each wave brought a strong wind. Giant wood meteor. Amid the howling sound, giant trees fell from the sky, knocking out the eclipse leeches that were culled up one after another. The attack is easy, like knocking off light fallen leaves. The alien race of the phantom layer and the mechanical alien race were both shocked and angry when they saw this scene. They never expected that Gu Chen not only did not be submerged by the eroded leech, but instead organized such an effective counterattack. At this time, they were already in a desperate situation. Behind him were endless leeches that were surging like a tide, and ahead was a steel defense line composed of Gu Chen and his desperately powerful summoning beast. There is no way to heaven and no way to enter the earth. At this critical moment, Gu Chen sneered a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He activated his talent without hesitation and engraved the golem of the dead body. When the talent and skills of the dead skeleton golem appeared on his panel, Gu Chen activated the skills without hesitation. Extremely exhausted. Black death bacteria. I saw black lights shooting out from his fingertips, with a hint of heart-wrenching breath, accurately shooting towards the surrounding alien races. Those targets hit by the black light seemed to be strangled by death in an instant. The effect of extremely tired takes effect quickly. Those alien races seemed to have all their powers been instantly pulled away, and their full attributes were drastically reduced by half. The originally powerful aliens and mechanical aliens have slow movements and their power is greatly reduced. The originally rapid attack rhythm of ectopic Yali also slowed down significantly. Moreover, they seemed to be in an abyss of pain with doubled damage, and the damage they suffered suddenly doubled. Any attack that falls on them can cause far more terrifying trauma than before, and this effect is immunized. At the same time, a foreign race infected by the Black Death bacteria instantly showed strange black marks on his body. It roared in pain, but it was completely unaware that the disease had entangled it like a maggot on its tarsal bone. This plague not only reduced the therapeutic effect it received by 90%, but also began to spread quietly. The phantom layer aliens, mechanical aliens, and even the erosion leeches that are close to it are all inadvertently infected. As the targets of infection become more and more common, the power of the epidemic begins to emerge. The infected people began to continue to lose their health points and struggled in pain. What kind of weird skill is this? The alien race of the phantom layer and the mechanical alien race shouted in horror. The sound was filled with fear and despair. They could never imagine why a mere human could use such a terrible skill. Seeing this, an elite alien shouted angrily, trying to launch a powerful skill to launch a dying counterattack. However, under the powerful influence of extremely exhausted, the power of the skill is greatly reduced, just like the end of a powerful crossbow. In the end, the demon dragon easily resisted the attack. With a wave of its huge dragon claw, it slapped the skills like a fly. The cold light flashing on the dragon claw seemed to mock the other party's overestimation. Seeing this, the mechanical alien immediately turned on the energy shield. A layer of shield flashing with faint light instantly enveloped the mechanical aliens, trying to resist the fierce attacks of the summoned beasts. But extremely exhausted weakens the effect of the shield, and the attack of the summoned beasts is extremely fierce. Soon, the shield appeared with spider web-like cracks, as if they could break at any time. At this time, the battlefield was in chaos. Although the Eclipse epilogue was killed and injured in a large number, it still caused considerable damage to the summoned beasts with its terrifying number. On the hard shell of the dark dragon hunting turtle, thin cracks gradually exploded. The Blood Clan King became increasingly embarrassed under the siege of Eritolii. The light around the body of the Chaos Lord flashed unstable, and it was very difficult to resist. Even the weapon barrels on the mechanical steel front were seriously distorted. The battle is still in a fierce stage, but how could Gu Chen's summoned beasts be defeated? The dark dragon hunting roared and activated the skill Dragon Blood Boiling. In the crisis, its defense increased several times in an instant, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a towering steel fortress and stood firm. It endured the crazy attack of erosion leech like raindrops, and at the same time used Thank You of Fury to attract the surrounding phantom aliens and mechanical aliens. Everything is done to create a favorable output environment for other summoned beasts. Every time the enemy's attack falls on it, it seems to inject a new force into it, making its attack speed and defense continuously improve. The Blood Clan King flashed in 2 spears, and a series of silver photo bullets shot out, and the gunfire bloomed like gorgeous fireworks. Deadly Shooting and Scarlet Feast alternately display in his hands like flowing water. The high explosive bullets are like deadly meteors, shooting accurately at the illusion layer aliens and mechanical aliens. The blood-colored storm detonated the blood in their bodies, and the explosion produced was like small bombs. Under the influence of extremely exhausted, the damage caused is even greater. When facing the erosion leech, every bullet is like the sickle of the god of death. While harvesting their lives accurately, they also open up bloody paths in the black torrent. Chapter 316, Erosion of the Hidden. The black fog around the Chaos Lord surged, and his skills were cast one after another. Chaos Entanglement. Chaos shadows shot silently like ghosts, like invisible iron chains, tightly bound the approaching aliens, making them unable to move. Then, dimensional attack was launched. The terrifying power from the space crack stormed at the bound enemy like thunder, instantly tearing it to pieces, leaving only a large mess. Under the attack of the Chaos Lord, those enemies who act slowly due to extremely exhausted are as fragile as ants and constantly disappear in pain. The mechanical steel front turned on annihilation of heavy cannon, and the Gatlin array on the shoulders turned wildly, making a heart-pounding roar. The dense fire power poured down like a torrential rain. Wherever it went, the leech turned into powder, and black smoke filled the air. As time goes by, the power of the barrage continues to increase with the bonus of extremely exhausted, as if it is about to completely destroy this space. Although there are many leeches in the erosion energy, they are as boundless as a black ocean. But under the fierce attack of the summoned beasts, they were also constantly destroyed. However, the endless strange rocks in the distance seemed to be awakened by some mysterious force and kept exploding. Immediately afterwards, more erosion leeches surged out from it like black smoke, as if endless, with no end to see. The phantom layer aliens and mechanical aliens were seriously injured at this time, with scars and blood on their bodies. They have to resist the storm-like attacks of summoned beasts, and tolerate the invasion of erosion leeches like shadows, and tolerate the Black Death bacteria. Continuous damage. It was obvious that they couldn't hold on for long, but they still had a hint of luck. Seeing that the Eclipse Leech surrounded Gu Chen and the summoned beast, he thought Gu Chen could not escape, and death was only a matter of time. "Human, you're dead. You dare to stop us, then go to hell together." The two alien races rarely share the same hatred for the enemy and are full of unforgettable murderous intentions towards Gu Chen. The flames of hatred were burning in their eyes, as if they were about to completely swallow Gu Chen. But Gu Chen's expression was as calm as water, unmoved at all. Under the crazy biting of the ectopic lily, although the angel saint suit was under tremendous pressure and made an overwhelmed creaking sound, he was full of absolute confidence in his summoned beasts. His eyes were like the deep night sky, seeing every change on the battlefield. Gu Chen's eyes froze and he issued instructions to the summoned beasts through spiritual connection. In an instant, the demon dragon and the tyrant of Senluo burst out even more powerful. Finally, the demon dragon opened its huge mouth, and a breath containing the power of destruction gushed out like a surging black flame. Wherever you pass, the leech turned into nothingness in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The breath seemed to come from the curse of hell, with an endless breath of destruction. In the chaos created by extremely exhausted and Black Death blight, all the aliens that blocked them were turned into ashes. The tyrant of Senluo waved his thick branches, and each blow was filled with 1,000 pounds of force, as if he could smash the earth. It knocks away the nearby aliens and mechanical aliens like slapping flies, and at the same time sweeps away a large number of erosion leeches, as easy as the autumn wind sweeps away fallen leaves. The vines and leaves on its body danced wildly, releasing powerful oppression. Many of the foreign races who were swept away were accelerated due to the Black Death bacteria. The device on the mechanical steel front makes a series of sounds, launching the skill Total War. The multi-unit missile launcher on the body was launched like a rainstorm pear blossom. For a moment, the explosion was deafening, and the fire rose into the sky, illuminating the entire stone forest. A large number of erosion leeches were blown to ashes under this terrifying attack, and black smoke filled the air, adding a more mysterious and terrifying veil to this ancient purgatory world. Under the impact of the explosion, the damage suffered by those aliens infected with the Black Death bacteria was further intensified. This, How is this possible? The aliens and mechanical aliens watched the scene in horror, their eyes full of disbelief and fear. In their eyes, Gu Chen and his summoned beast were now like demons from hell, emitting a terrifying and mysterious aura. Their hearts were filled with despair, as if they had seen their end of the world. Immediately afterwards, more attacks came like a storm. Although the erosion leech is not strong in physique, the damage caused by the various powerful skills of the summoned beasts and the multiple blows of extremely exhausted and Black Death Blight is quite considerable. The alien races of the Phantom level were the first to be blasted. Under the joint attack of the summoned beasts, they soon could not hold on and fell down one by one, wailing in despair. Under powerful attacks, their bodies were torn apart like fragile pieces of paper, and their lives disappeared in pain, and the Black Death Blight accelerated their demise. The mechanical aliens are slightly stronger, and they turn on the energy shield to support them. The shield, which was flashing with a faint light, kept trembling under the attack, with more and more cracks, as if it would be broken at any time. Under the merciless attack of Gu Chen and the summoned beasts, cracks gradually appeared on the shield, like an embankment that was about to collapse. Moreover, the mechanical aliens in the shield are still suffering from the Black Death bacteria. As the battle continued, Gu Chen's experience prompt flashed in front of his eyes like a tide. He could clearly feel his experience rapidly improving in this fierce battle, as if a powerful force was constantly surging in his body, waiting for him to control it. His eyes became sharper, and his aura became stronger, as if he had been reborn in this battle. At this moment, a huge strange rock as high as 100 meters in the distance exploded, and a powerful energy fluctuation spread around like ripples. A huge eclipse leech soared into the sky, like a black demon descending into the world. Unlike ordinary fist-sized leech, it is as big as 5 or 6 meters. The wings spread for more than 10 meters, like a huge black cloud. Its speed is amazingly fast, and with its wings shaking, it can fly hundreds of meters in an instant, causing a strong gust of wind. As its sharp and harsh screams sounded, all the erosion leeches that were besieging Gu Chen and the summoning beast turned direction at the same time and rushed towards it at the same time, as if they were summoned by some mysterious force. Gu Chen turned his head and saw the eclipse leech that suddenly turned around and evacuated like a tide. A burst of suspicion appeared in his heart. In a blink of an eye, a giant object that seemed to be galloping out of the dark abyss, like a black thunder, flew rapidly. This size is beyond imagination. Gu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The most common leech around them is the size of the palm of the palm. At this moment, he suddenly saw an extremely huge existence, and his heart was really shocked. Out of the long-established combat instinct, he quickly responded with his spirit. Alien, erosion of the Little Li Emperor Bo SS. Level, 4-5. Health point. Attributes, Strength 2160, Agility 2250, Physical 2180, Spirit 2000. Skill I, Erosion of Thorns. Skill 2, Soul Erosion Intake. Skill 3, Form Alienation. Staring at the detailed attribute panel, Gu Chen couldn't help but take a breath. The Eclipse Epilogue Emperor actually came with a boss. Moreover, the four-dimensional attributes are all above 2000. If placed among the same level of alien race, it will be considered as the ceiling. Unexpectedly, I became involved in such a difficult alien race. It actually attracted boss. Gu Chen's face showed a bit of seriousness. At the moment, I can only wait patiently for it to approach, and then seize the opportunity to launch a thunderous attack. At this moment, the bodies of leeches everywhere were covered with erosion and leeches, and the remains of several illusion-layered aliens and mechanical aliens were on the ground. With the bonus effects brought by the previous display of skills, there is no chance of winning. The Eclipse Epilogue Emperor was suspended in the air, and a pair of huge and bone-cold eyes were like two sharp cold swords, firmly locking Gu Chen. There was no murderous intent in that gaze, but only a creepy indifference, as if everything in the world was like an ant in its eyes. Countless leeches surrounded it densely, making sharp and harsh hissings. In an instant, the area was completely submerged by the distracting harsh sound. Gu Chen frowned tightly. The sound was like countless fine needles, ruthlessly thorning his eardrums, so uncomfortable that it seemed as if his whole head was about to explode. Suddenly, all the sounds came to an abrupt end, as if they were instantly strangled by an invisible big hand. Gu Chen's face changed, and his muscles subconsciously tensed. Immediately afterwards, a layer of extremely strange green glow suddenly emerged from the body of the Eclipse Li Emperor. The halo is like substance, flowing freely like a lively water flow, and then quickly condenses into countless energy thorns flashing with a cold light. Immediately, it flapped its wings with force and burst out with a sharp sound that made people tooth-sourcing like metal friction. These energy thorns were like a large piece of pear blossom needles covering the sky and the sun, shooting towards Gu Chen and his summoned beasts. The energy thorns were at their extreme speed, and they crossed the distance between the two sides almost in the blink of an eye. Gu Chen's eyes suddenly turned, and he instantly issued an order to the summoned beast. In the end, the demon dragon reacted very quickly and instantly unfolded the huge dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun. A layer of cold and abyss-like scales appeared on the surface of the dragon wing, as if an indestructible ancient barrier, protecting itself and the mechanical steel edge beside it. The tyrant of Senluo waved the thick branches as thick as a giant pillar, and a wide and thick wooden wall rose out of nowhere, blocking some of the energy thorns that shot in from the sky. The dark dragon hunting turtle quickly tightened its body into the hard thorn armor, and the black light shone on the thorn armor, as if some mysterious force was strengthening its own defense. The Blood Clan King was like a blood-colored phantom, flexibly shuttled between the gaps of energy thorns. The two guns in his hand flashed, and the bullets burst out with silver light, trying to smash the incoming thorns one by one. However, the power of this wave of attack launched by the Eclipse Epilogue Echoing Leech Emperor is really beyond imagination. The energy thorns hit the defense of the summoned beasts, and instantly burst out with a series of deafening violent explosions, and the light flashed like daylight. In the end, the strong dragon wings of the demon dragon were drawn by the energy thorns. The branches of the Senluo tyrant were cut off by thorns. Shocking dents were also drawn on the armor of the dark dragon hunting turtle. Although the Blood Clan King was smart, he still had a few thorns passing by, cutting his clothes. At the same time, the corpses of the eroded leech on the ground began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, they turned into wisps of thick green mist that looked like a substance. These mists seemed to be pulled by a mysterious and invisible force, like rushing green streams, gathering towards the ectopic Lily Emperor. The erosion episode Emperor opened his bloody mouth and sucked it suddenly, and the mist was swallowed into his stomach like a long whale sucking water. As the mist continued to flow in, a layer of strong and dazzling light appeared around the body of the Erosion Emperor. Although its size has not expanded sharply, the aura emitted from its body is becoming stronger and stronger. The already hard case now becomes thicker and thicker, shining with a terrifying metallic luster, as if it can withstand all attacks in the world. Its tentacles also became thicker and stronger, and each barb seemed to contain destruction. The terrifying power of the earth flashed with a cold and deadly light in the dim light. On the other side, in an extremely distant area, the creatures of all races were keen to perceive the powerful and evil energy fluctuations at the first time, and immediately fell into panic. At the same time, some professionals who entered the ancient world of purgatory also felt a strong crisis. Not good, it's the energy fluctuation of the Eclipse Epilogue Emperor. It must be that they are planning some vicious activities. Let's run away quickly. Every time the eclipse can cause such a big disturbance, it will definitely be a catastrophe. Run, if you don't run, it's really too late. Go away. It's not just that we are going to run away. Look at those alien races, they are also running away desperately. That's right, once the Eclipse Epilogue Emperor starts crazy, there is nothing in this world that it cannot destroy. I remember the last time Eclipse Youth Emperor appeared, it seemed to be half a year ago. Why did you make such a big move so quickly? It's so evil. It's so strange. The Eclipse Epilogue Leech Emperor is so powerful that he must have a lot of good treasures on his body. Why can no one successfully hunt it? Hunting erosion can the hidden Leech Emperor? Are you crazy? Whether it is a human profession or the many aliens living in the illusion, they all became frightened birds when they sensed this energy fluctuation. All creatures panicked and fled in the opposite direction. Not only that, the aliens nearby were also trapped in chaos and riots. They were also extremely afraid of the terrifying power of the Eclipse Lily Emperor, and they desperately wanted to stay away from this place and run wildly in the opposite direction. Chapter 317 Alienation State. Gu Chen's eyes became colder and colder. The remaining body of the leech on the ground had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a few wreckages of the phantom and mechanical aliens, scattered on the ground in a row. But in just 1 minute, the body of the Eclipse Euphoric Hilarious Emperor expanded sharply. The originally huge move has now become thicker and more flexible. Each tentacle is 5 or 6 meters long, and the surface is covered with a layer of smooth and gloomy mucus. The tip of the tentacles grew sharp barbs like hooks, and a cold light flashed in the darkness, as if they would attack like a spirit snake at any time, strangling the approaching enemies. Above its body, the originally solid carapace became heavier and heavier. Mysterious and complex patterns appeared faintly in the gaps of the carapace, flowing with strange light, telling its power and indesecration. Gu Chen stared at this scene and frowned tightly. After the Eclipse Epilogue Emperor was strengthened, a stronger aura burst out, which was not as easy to deal with as ordinary aliens. Finally, Eclipse Epileptic Emperor completed the evolution. Several huge holes suddenly cracked on its surface, and thick green mist gushed out from it and instantly spread out. The green fog turned into a series of green light belts-like substance, hovering and flying around it. These light belts seemed to have independent consciousness, constantly twisting and changing, gradually outlining mysterious and ancient patterns, emitting a terrifying and powerful aura. These patterned light bands are weird. I don't know if there is any way to crack them. Gu Chen planned in his heart, if the summoned beast gathers fire and launches the strongest attack, I don't know if it can tear its defense. Now that things have come to this point, panic is meaningless. Gu Chen devoted himself to thinking about strategies to respond to the enemy, thinking about how to kill the Eclipse Eye Emperor. Although the level 45 boss is 5th level higher than him, Gu Chen's eyes are not afraid. Along the way, he has always struggled with challenges beyond the level, and the gap at the moment is nothing. Soon, the Eclipse Epilogue After completely absorbing the energy fragments in the wreckage, accompanied by a scream like a night owl's cry, a black meteor wrapped in darkness rushed towards Gu Chen fiercely. This speed is amazing. In an instant, the black meteor flashed in front of Gu Chen like a ghost. The thick tentacles were like agile and deadly giant pythons, carrying the whistling wind, and plucking them mercilessly towards Gu Chen. The extremely terrifying power exploded instantly, and the summoned beasts around them were as if they were hit by heavy hammers. They were shocked by this violent force and suffered trauma to varying degrees. Tentacles whipped Gu Chen hard on the angel holy outfit. The surface of the holy outfit instantly burst out with a holy and dazzling light, like a sudden rising sun, barely blocking this extremely sharp attack. The angel saint outfit has been upgraded to mythology, and its attributes have been greatly improved in all aspects. It is not easy for the erosion of the episode Hylar Emperor to break through with one blow. Gu Chen is like a towering mountain, standing firmly in place, not dodging or avoiding, quietly enduring its attack. It's finally here. He was waiting for this excellent time. A flash of light, the two powerful skills, Extremely Exhausted and Black Death Blight, are activated at the same time. The two debuff skills were like two sharp blades that cut iron like mud, and instantly pierced hard on the body of the Erosion Hibbard Emperor. At the same time, a group of summoned beasts quickly activated their skills. The roar of the earth shaking out burst out, as if it was about to shake the space to pieces. After the debuff skill is weakened, the power generated by the skill cannot be underestimated. The Erosion Epilogue Emperor seemed in pain during this round of concentrated fire, making shrill screams after shrill. The sound seemed to penetrate the soul, making people shudder. The green patterned light around its body shines brightly, and the light is like sharp daggers, shooting wildly towards the surroundings, as if venting its endless anger. Soul Erosion Intake. Gu Chen felt a powerful and extremely strange force attacking him like a surging undercurrent, like an invisible and evil demonic hand, trying to forcibly withdraw his vitality and energy and absorb it. The light on the surface of the angel suit flashed wildly, like a trapped beast making the final struggle, trying its best to cut off this evil force. After so many battles, the Angel Saint outfit has become his most solid and reliable shield, protecting him from fatal damage again and again. Soul Erosion Intake is also a range skill, and the summoned beasts were not spared and were affected to varying degrees. The originally agile movement of the dark dragon hunting tortoise became slow, as if it was trapped in an extremely sticky mud, and every move seemed extremely difficult. The attack rhythm of the Blood Clan King Dracula briefly stagnated, and the two guns in his hand were slightly paused, and the originally fierce attack momentum slowed down. The energy fluctuations around the chaotic master became chaotic, and the energy that was originally flowing in an orderly manner became violent and disorderly, churning violently like a pot of boiling water. The mechanical steel front weapon operation also suddenly stumbled, and the Gatlin array on the shoulder even made a sharp and harsh friction sound, as if telling the terribleness of this power. But that's all. Not long after, the summoned beasts quickly returned to their normal state with the powerful resistance brought by their own special strengthening. After all, they are all a group of legendary or even mythical summoned beasts. It is simply a delusion to Erosion Earthing Emperor to absorb their energy. The soul erosion intake has failed, and the Erosion Hibbard Emperor is extremely angry. It continued to attack like a crazy prehistoric beast. Its tentacles danced wildly, not only whipping Gu Chen like a whip, but also tried to wrap around the summoned beasts around them like a huge python and shatter them tightly. Although the previous concentrated fire caused a certain degree of damage to it, it has extremely high level and boss, with extremely tenacious vitality, far beyond ordinary people's imagination. In the injured area, there were many leeches that drilled out like a tide, repairing its wounds at an extremely fast speed. No one expected that the erosion leech it swallowed could be used to recover its own injuries. At this moment, the ultimate demon dragon and the mechanical steel front took the initiative to take on the main task. Finally, the demon dragon let out a loud roar, shaking all over the fields. The roar seemed to tear apart the space, and the dragon's power was vast. Its wings slammed its wings, causing a strong wind, and rushed towards the Eclipse Lily Emperor like black lightning. Finally, the demon dragon opened its huge mouth, and a black flame containing the power of destruction surged out. Wherever you pass, the space seems to be corroded and twisted cracks are formed. The mechanical steel edge was not weak, and the mechanical parts of the body made a buzzing roar, and the speed of the Gatling array on the shoulders suddenly increased, making a heart-pounding sharp whistle. The powerful fire power poured down like a dense rain. Each bullet contained powerful energy, shooting towards the Eclipse Lily Emperor with a sharp whistling sound. The Blood Clan King Dracula and the Chaos Lord also seized the opportunity and cooperated with the main attack of the End Demon Dragon and the mechanical steel front to launch a counter-attack. The Blood Clan King flashed, turning into a bright after-image like blood. Taking advantage of the gap between the waving of the tentacles of the ectopic gossiping leek emperor, he tried to rush forward with the help of the sprint on the tentacles to launch a fatal attack. However, those tentacles seemed to have the ability to predict and suddenly twisted like a spring. Not only did the barbarian not become a boost to the rise, but instead stabbed Dracula fiercely like a hedgehog's spike, knocking him down again. This boss is much more difficult than I imagined. Gu Chen's heart suddenly sterned. The Blood Clan King cannot attack, which greatly reduces the combat power he can exert. Gu Chen made a frank decision and decided to rely on other summoned beasts to slowly consume the power of the energized Leech Emperor. The most powerful method of erosion of the Hidden Emperor is undoubtedly soul erosion intake. This skill has great damage to energy and vitality, and is almost difficult to defend against, which is exactly what it is most terrifying. Unfortunately, this move was not effective for Gu Chen and his summoned beasts. In addition, the Eclipse Epilogue is not as invincible as imagined. Especially when facing Gu Chen, a powerful summoned beast, it is not without flaws. Gu Chen thought, and finally the Demon Dragon and Senluo Tyrant rushed up and appeared on the front battlefield. The Eclipse can attack the Nether Li Emperor from the front and back. The Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle, the Chaos Yuanling and other summoned beasts activated their skills one after another. For a moment, powerful energy fluctuations spread around, as if they were about to completely tear the space apart. The tyrant Senluo suddenly inserted his thick rhizomes into the ground, and a rich dark green light radiated from his body. Thousand Thorns Strike. With the location of the Eclipse Euphoric Hibird Emperor as the center, countless gaps were instantly cracked on the ground, and hundreds of sharp rhizomes broke out like arrows and stabbed quickly towards the Eclipse Euphoric Hibird Emperor. These rhizomes are not only extremely fast, but also contain powerful natural power. Wherever you pass, the air is torn apart with green marks. Under the interference of skills, the Erosion Eye Little Emperor not only was hindered from his actions, but he seemed to be trapped in the quagmire of time. The waving speed of the tentacles was significantly slowed down, and the tentacles that were whipping at the summoned beasts seemed to have suddenly lost their accuracy and became crooked. Gu Chen naturally would not give it any chance to escape. In the end, the Demon Dragon seized this opportunity and sprayed out a more powerful black flame breath again. This breath is more concise than before, and the destructive power it contains is becoming more and more intense. The breath was like a black giant sword, slashing straight towards the Eclipse Lily Emperor. The Gatling array on the shoulder of the mechanical steel front rotated wildly, and the power of the barrage increased again. Each bullet flashed with a faint blue light, which was a manifestation of high energy compression, like a miniature shell shot towards the erosion of the Netherworld Emperor. The Erosion Eye Li Emperor is good at soul erosion escaping, and Gu Chen's summoned beasts also have terrifyingly powerful energy attack methods. A series of powerful energy attacks fell on the body of the Erosion Little Li Emperor like a surging torrent. It made a series of earth-shaking screams, and its sharp sounds stirred up waves of sound, as if it was about to completely shake the space. The sound waves were like an invisible wall, squeezing wildly towards the surroundings, and the surrounding air was compressed to make a sharp explosion. Gu Chen once again tried his best to activate the Angel Holy Suit. A layer of golden light appeared on the surface of the Holy Suit, like an indestructible golden barrier, successfully blocking the violent impact of the sound waves. Although the summoned beasts were affected to a certain extent in the sound waves, with the assistance of the tyrant Senro who used the life spores in time, they quickly adjusted their state and continued to launch more violent attacks. Countless dark tentacles danced wildly, like a group of huge maces waving wildly, constantly attacking the summoned beasts around. But the summoned beasts are also not low in attributes, so it is not easy for them to defeat them in an instant. With its powerful attack ability, the Demon Dragon of the End and the Tyrant of the Senluo dodged the attack of the tentacles while continuing to attack the Eclipse Epilogian Hyler Emperor. In the end, the black breath of the Demon Dragon continued to burn the body of the Erosing Youth Emperor. The giant meteor of the Senluo Tyrant fell from the sky, and a large piece of wound was blown out on the Erosing Youth Emperor's body. soul erosion intake is invalid, and physical attacks are difficult to pose a fatal threat to the summoned beasts. However, Eclipse Youth Emperor himself had to constantly bear the powerful attacks of the summoned beasts like a sea of storm, and the damage he suffered was getting heavier and heavier. Its body began to tremble violently, and the strips of its patterns also became flickering. Suddenly, the ecological leech emperor suddenly stretched out his wings, shook with force, flew away from the ground and galloped towards the air. Want to escape? Gu Chen was full of doubts. With the proud and cruel personality of Erosin Yale Emperor, he would not choose to escape so easily. I saw that in midair, it was full of light. The light quickly condensed into a protective film shining with a mysterious luster, like an indestructible barrier, strictly blocking the overwhelming attacks of the summoned beasts. Under the protection of the protective film, the previously lost vitality is recovering rapidly at a nearly crazy speed, and its momentum is also rising. At the same time, the body of the erosive Nether Leech Emperor has undergone amazing changes. The dense black tentacles shortened and merged one after another, and eventually evolved into appendages like giant sickles, evenly distributed on both sides of its body. These appendages flashed with a cold metallic luster, with sharp edges as sharp blades, and gently waved in the air, making sharp whistling sounds. Its original insect body also began to deform drastically, becoming longer and flatter, like a huge black frisbee. The back is raised, forming ridges that are as undulating as mountains. Each ridge is inlaid with a crystal emitting a faint green light, which echoes each other and creates a complex and mysterious energy circuit. The abdomen becomes smooth like a mirror, but when you look closely, you can find countless fine lines flowing on the surface. During the breathing, the momentum of the erosive Little Lee Emperor suddenly changed drastically, becoming a completely different new alien race. At the same time, in Gu Chen's mental perception, the panel of the erosion Little Lee Emperor also changed accordingly. Alien, erosion of the Little Lee Emperor BOSS alienation state. Level, 4-5. Health point attributes, Strength 2660, Agility 2750, Physical 2680, Spirit 2500. Skill I, Erosion of Thorns. Skill 2, Soul Erosion Intake. Skill 3, Form Alienation. Chapter 318 Successful Killing, Rich Spoils. In the blink of an eye, the Eclipse Epileptic Emperor completes alienation. The total attributes soared by 500, the health volume soared by 500,000, and it entered a violent state. Its body changed into a huge frisbee shape, and a series of appendages shaped like giant sickles flashed cold light, which seemed to easily tear the space. On the ridges of the back, the faint green crystals constructed a mysterious energy circuit, and the light flowed with a terrifying aura. The abdominal lines are like lively creatures constantly swimming, emitting evil power. The Gatlin array of mechanical steel edges rotated wildly, making a heart-pounding roar, and the dense fire power poured towards the Eclipse Lily Emperor like a storm. The dark dragon hunting turtle casts dragon blood boiling, and its defense and recovery suddenly surge, turning into an indestructible mobile fortress again, rushing towards the Eclipse Epileptic Emperor. It hit hard with its hard thorn armor, and at the same time it emitted a blame of rage to attract its attack. In the end, the destructive aura lingers around the body of the demon dragon, and its wings suddenly blew, causing a strong wind, like black lightning, rushing towards the Eclipse Lily Emperor. It opened its huge mouth, and black flames containing the power of destruction surged out. The tyrant of Senluo waved the thick and dark green branches, and the vines rustled as they wandered, and they struggled to hit the Erosion Lily Emperor. However, the alienated Eclipse Emperor's strength is terrifying. The sharp blade appendage dances like a phantom, easily blocking the fire power of the mechanical steel front, and cleverly bounces some bullets, forcing the dark dragon hunting turtle to stop and rush to defend with all its strength. Faced with the impact of the dark dragon hunting turtle, it only used its appendage to forcefully lift it, and the dark dragon hunting turtle was overturned to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Finally, the destructive breath of the demon dragon came, and the faint green crystal on its back radiated brightly, forming an indestructible energy shield. However, this energy shield lasted for only a few breaths, and most of the destructive breath was dissolved, leaving only the green crystals splashing around. The root thorn of the Senro tyrant kept pricking it, causing a large number of wounds, and the black blood continued to overflow, but this little damage was not enough to pose a fatal threat. At this moment, the Eclipse Epilogue seemed to notice that the Senluo tyrant was quite threatening. A series of appendages exerted force at the same time, like black dragons, stabbing towards the Senluo tyrant with a thunderous force. The tyrant Senluo reacted quickly, and the vines around him were like crazy growing green pythons, instantly intertwined into a thick thorn shield. But the attack of the Eclipse Epilogue Emperor was too powerful. After several confrontations, the thorn shield quickly shattered and turned into broken leaves all over the sky. A dense wound appeared on the tyrant Senluo. Fortunately, the problem was not big, so he immediately released the spores of life for treatment. Gu Chen frowned tightly, and during the alienation period, erosion of the Earring Leech Emperor somehow cleared the negative effects on his body. After completing the alienation, not only did the attributes and health volume surge, but it also entered a violent state. This is really difficult to deal with. The figure of the Blood Clan King flashed like a blood-colored phantom, sweeping towards the ectopic little Leech Emperor. As it approached, a rich blood mist surged around it. The black and silver guns in his hand flashed strange blood light, and shot out a series of silver photo bullets at extremely fast speed. Each bullet contains powerful destructive power, shooting towards the Eclipse Hibbard Emperor like a meteor. Not only does it cause damage, it also has the effect of sucking its vitality. At the same time, the black fog around the Chaos Lord surging, using chaos entanglement. I saw chaotic shadows shooting out, sweeping towards the Eclipse Lily Emperor, trying to restrain its actions. Although Erosion Eye Little Emperor struggled hard, some of his appendages were still entangled and his movements became slow. At the same time, Gu Chen activated his skills again, extremely exhausted and Black Death Blight. In an instant, these two skills were like two sharp blades, which accurately acted on the Erosion Hibbard Emperor, instantly reducing their various attributes. The mechanical steel front caught this flaw, and a red light flashed in the mechanical eyes, and he immediately launched the Wasteland Strike. I saw the light on it, and the high-density torrent of energy gushed out from its core part like a surging tide, rushing towards the area where the Ectopus Epilogue Leech Emperor was located. Wherever the energy torrent passes, the environment seems to be reshaped and instantly turns into a dead wasteland. The originally flat ground seemed to be torn apart by huge force, and huge gullies crisscrossed, and hot air flow continued to gush out from the gap. The air was filled with a strong desolate atmosphere, which was so depressing that it was breathless. The Erosion Eye Emperor was shrouded in this sudden wasteland area and immediately suffered continuous explosion damage. A bunch of faint green explosions bloomed one after another on its body, causing the scales on its body to fly down, and dark green blood splashed out. Its scythe appendages danced wildly, trying to resist this force. But every explosion made its movements slower and the energy flow on its body was chaotic. In the end, the demon dragon saw the opportunity and raised his head and let out a roar that shook the sky and the earth, and the power of destruction surged wildly. Demon Dragon Fury. In the end, the demon dragon suddenly entered the domineering state, and a rich black light wrapped around its huge body like a substance. Immediately afterwards, the power of destruction stormed in all directions with it as the center. Wherever this destructive power goes, the space is easily torn apart like fragile thin paper, creating twisted ripples. The erosion spirit of the wasteland area was the first to be hit and suffered most of the power of this devastating blow. Under the attack of double forces, a more violent explosion broke out around the body of the ectopic Hylar Emperor. The black blood mist and the power of destruction intertwined, forming a chaotic death area. The Eclipse Epilogue Emperor let out a miserable scream, and its body was shaking under the impact of powerful force. Countless deep cracks appeared in the originally hard shell, and the breath of life became weaker and weaker. The Eclipse Eye Epilogue Emperor was extremely angry when he was attacked. Its belly lines shine brightly, and a powerful and strange energy fluctuation spreads around it as the center. Soul Erosion Intake. Within the skill range, the summoned beasts instantly felt as if they had a pair of invisible magic hands trying to forcibly absorb their souls and energy. This is another move. Gu Chen frowned slightly. The dark dragon hunting turtle's originally agile movement became slow, as if it was trapped in a viscous mud. The attack rhythm of the vampire mage Eister stopped briefly, and the two guns in his hands trembled slightly. The black fog around the Chaos Lord became chaotic, like a wild horse running around. The mechanical steel front weapon was running stuttered, and the Gatlin array on the shoulder made a harsh and rubbing sound. However, after all, the summoned beasts themselves have strong resistance and are only slightly disturbed. But in a moment, they gradually got rid of the adverse effects of soul-eroding intake with their tenacious will and special abilities. Seeing this, Ectopus Epilogue Emperor waved his appendages more and more frantically, like a crazy wild beast, launching a more fierce attack on the summoned beasts around him. Seeing this, Gu Chen decisively directed the main attack of the Demon Dragon and the Senluo Tyrant, and at the same time, he asked the Mechanical Steel Front, the Secret Dragon Hunting Turtle and other summoned beasts to assist in the attack. In the end, the Demon Dragon and the Tyrant of Senluo cooperated more and more tacitly. In the end, the Demon Dragon kept hovering in the air, and the breath of destruction emitted was like a black pillar of fire, which continued to suppress the action of the Leech Emperor. The Tyrant of Senluo flexibly shuttled the ground, using underground root thorns and vines that were growing wildly, cleverly restricting the attack range of the erosion epileptic netherworld, and seized the opportunity to give a fatal blow. In the fierce battle, although Eclipse Epilogue Emperor was powerful, he gradually revealed his flaws when facing the close-joint attacks of Gu Chen and his summoned beasts. Its body was burned with charred marks by the breath of the Demon Dragon in the end, and it was deeply dented by the branches of the Senluo Tyrant. The mechanical steel front attack left dense bullet holes on it, and black blood gushed out from the wound like a spring. The Eclipse Epilogue Emperor felt the threat and made a sharp and harsh hissing sound. In an instant, the ground around suddenly cracked, and a large number of small leeches surged out like black tides, rushing towards the summoned beasts. These small erosion leeches are extremely fast and flexible in shape, like ghosts passing through the summoned beasts, causing them great trouble. The dark dragon hunting turtle instantly crawled with small leeches, trying to drill into the gap in the turtle shell. The mechanical steel front weapon is tightly wrapped by small corrosion leeches, which greatly reduces the shooting accuracy. Seeing this, the Tyrant Senluo immediately launched the life spore. I saw soft and strange dark green light blooming around it, and countless tiny dust-like spores of life floated out of its huge body. Like a dark green mist, it quickly spreads towards the direction where the leeches of the erosion can be located. These life spores seem small, but contain powerful power. They are like agile elves, accurately attached to each small leech. Once exposed to small erosion leech, life spores will be found as if they have found the root of nutrients, quickly take root and begin to absorb their vitality frantically. The little Eclipse Epilogue was instantly wrapped in a dark green light, and the originally active action came to an abrupt end. Their bodies shrivel and shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye under the swallowing of life spores. As the vitality continues to pass, Xiao Xiang can make faint hissing sounds. Finally, under the powerful devouring power of the life spores, it turned into a pool of green mucus that emitted a foul smell. After absorbing enough vitality, some of the life spores began to transform into healing spores. They flew towards the injured summoned beasts like stars. These healing spores gently touch the bodies of the summoned beasts and release the healing power, slowly repairing the wounds on their bodies, replenishing the physical strength they consume, and revitalizing the summoned beasts to fight again. At this moment, ecological netherworldly Leech Emperor suddenly gave up the attack and turned around and fled wildly towards the distance. A series of appendages swung rapidly and vigorously, with speeds like black streamers, instantly opening up the distance from the summoned beasts. Gu Chen suddenly felt puzzled. Could there be a secret in the direction of the Eclipse Emperor's escape? Mechanical Steel Front immediately activates the skill Annihilation of Heavy Cannon. A huge energy heavy cannon quickly rose from its shoulder, and its muzzle was flashing with dazzling light. Then a thick energy beam shot towards the Erosion Leech Emperor like a laser. Wherever the energy beam passes, the space seemed to be twisted. The Eclipse Epilogue Emperor felt the powerful attack behind him and flashed sideways, but was still rubbed by the energy beam, and a deep scar was burned from one side of his body, which slowed down. The Tyrant of Senluo took advantage of the terrain behind. The thick branches kept waving like huge arms, and used vines to attack the Erosion Little Li Emperor in a long-range manner, trying to slow its escape speed. The Mechanical Steel Front shot with all his might while shooting wildly with the Gatling array on his shoulders. The powerful fire power is like dense raindrops that keep falling around the Erosion Little Li Emperor, splashing dust. The Eclipse Epilogue Emperor was extremely fast and fled towards a huge black crystal mountain. The crystal mountain emits strange and mysterious energy fluctuations, which faintly echoes the aura of the Eclipse Nether Leech Emperor, as if summoning it. Gu Chen's face changed slightly. If the Eclipse Euphoric Emperor escaped there would definitely be new variables. He made a quick decision and ordered the Blood Clan King to kill him. The figure of the Blood Clan King flashed, instantly surpassing the Eclipse Epileptic Emperor and blocking it. Scarlet Feast. The blood mist around it was thicker, and the blood-colored storm was wrapped in powerful explosion power, pouring towards the Eclipse Netherworld Emperor like a storm. Erosion At the same time, the Zhongaian Demon Dragon and Senluo Tyrant arrived quickly and surrounded the Eclipse Epilogue Echoing Lily Emperor again. Seeing that the Eclipse Eye Emperor could not escape, he roared in anger and despair. The sound resounded through the world, as if it was about to shatter the space. Its wounds kept flowing green blood, dyeing the surrounding ground into strange colors, but it still waved its appendages frantically and launched its last crazy attack on the surrounding summoned beasts. Gu Chen seized the opportunity and the Chaos Lord once again used Chaos Entanglement. More chaotic shadows swept towards the Eclipse Lily Emperor, entangling its remaining unbound appendages. The Eclipse Eye Epilogue struggled desperately in the bondage, but it was useless. The summoned beasts such as the Demon Dragon, Senluo Tyrant and Mechanical Steel Front seized the opportunity and launched the strongest attacks one after another. Finally, the Demon Dragon casts Elemental Storm to destroy it. The Tyrant of Senluo summons the Wooden World to trap it, and the Mechanical Steel Front is fully fired. Each skill falls on the Erosion Lily Emperor like a sea of rushing. A shocking roar sounded, as if the whole world was trembling. Under the powerful attack, Ectopic Eye Little Emperor began to gradually collapse, and finally fell down with an unwilling roar. Kill Erosion Energy Eye Emperor LV.45 Boss, Experience Plus. Get the Robbery, Shadowthorn Epic LV.45. Get the Loot, the Axe of Eclipse Epic LV.45. Get the Loot, the Amulet of the Erosion Legend LV.45. Get the Loot, the Energy Evil Fruit Legend. Looking at the items dropped by Boss, a hint of joy appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. The loot is rich, 2 pieces of epic equipment, a legendary talisman, and a legendary prop. Especially the legendary Erosion Fruit, it is very suitable for him. Chapter 319 Demonic Level, Erosion of the Mutant. Gu Chen looked at the rich spoils in front of him, and his eyes were first attracted by the fantasy Fruit of Light. This fruit is like a divine object given by heaven, and its appearance is like a divine object wrapped in starlight. The colorful light on the surface flows like a dream, and the inside seems to be hidden in a vast galaxy, with glimmering lights constantly flashing. Check the information about the fruit. Erosion Fruit, obtain passive skill after consumption erosion. Eclipse Energy Legend, after being attacked, the damage will be converted into its own output strength. The stronger the attack you are received, the higher the output will be. It turned out to be a legendary passive. Gu Chen's eyes showed a little strange color. After being attacked, this skill can convert the damage it bears into its own output strength. In other words, the stronger the attack you are exposed, the higher the increase in your own output. This is undoubtedly an ideal skill for Gu Chen. Imagine that when facing a surging attack like a tide, not only will it not be easily defeated, but can use the enemy's attack power to take your output to a higher level, thereby achieving a Jedi counter-attack. The effect of this erosion fruit is powerful. Carefully put it away. The ancient world of purgatory is full of dangers, and it is not the time to use the fruit of erosion. Next, his eyes fell on the quaint talisman, the erosion talisman. The Absolute Amulet is another legendary equipment that needs to reach level 45 before it can be equipped. Its shape is unique, with a deep dark gold color on the whole, with mysterious and ancient patterns engraved on the edges. The lines are shining with a faint light, looking full of the precipitation of time. Erosion Talisman can absorb an enemy's attack and convert 50% of the damage of this attack into an energy shield. Note, the energy shield can absorb up to 80% of its maximum health, and each A battle can only be triggered once. Absorb damage and convert it into a shield, which is undoubtedly a life-saving ace in a battle with fatal attacks. It's worthy of being the ancient world of purgatory. It's amazing that a level 45 boss can produce so many surprises. Gu Chen whispered to himself, his joy beyond words. With this surprise in mind, Gu Chen put all the spoils into his carry-on space. Then, he turned his eyes to the distant blue mist forest. The forest was shrouded in a dark blue mist, and a mysterious and dangerous aura was faintly emitted from the mist. Gu Chen clearly remembered that at the moment when Ectopian Yale Emperor died, he felt a strange wave coming from the forest, as if some powerful existence had been released. Is it a nest? Gu Chen's heart trembled. He had personally experienced this unique aura, which was obviously the same as the aura that appeared on the Eclipse Gossiping Leech Emperor. At this moment, Gu Chen had a thought and put most of the summoned beasts into the summoning space, leaving only 2 mythical summoned beasts to protect them. Then, he immediately rushed towards the blue mist forest. Feeling the pressure radiating from the body of the demon dragon of the End and the tyrant of Senluo, Gu Chen felt a sense of security in his heart. The gains of the battle just now far exceeded expectations. The massive leech brought him a lot of experience points, causing his experience bar to soar to 30%. You should know that after entering the 4th level, the experience required for upgrading has increased geometrically, and it is extremely difficult to improve each level. It is rare to be able to gain so much experience in such a short time. After all, this is an ancient purgatory world full of unknowns and dangers, and such gains are already quite rich. Soon, Gu Chen came to the blue mist forest. Gu Chen came to the edge of the faint blue mist forest. I saw the fog at the entrance of the forest rolling like a substance, and occasionally strange blue lights flashed out from it, as if warning the trespasser. Sure enough, the old nest of the Erosion Nether Leech Emperor is in this blue fog forest. When the Eclipse Epileptic Emperor survived, the blue mist forest was in a closed state until it died, and that breath was revealed in the depths of the forest. Gu Chen instantly realized that before, Eclipse Yale Emperor fled desperately, just trying to hide in the forest for chance. Once you let it succeed, you really have no choice. After all, the Blue Mist Forest is the territory where the eclipse of the hilarious Leech Emperor is, and outsiders cannot enter it at all. At the entrance of the forest, the fog is like a rippling lake, twisting so hard that it makes people dizzy. Having just experienced a fierce battle, Gu Chen's spirit has been consumed nearly half. If you rashly enter it now, you will undoubtedly be self-invested. So he found a hidden place near the Blue Mist Forest, took out the potion and began to recover. The two summoned beasts guarded him like loyal guards on the left and right, observing the surroundings vigilantly. The aliens and professionals nearby fled like frightened birds after hearing the miserable screams of the Ectopian youth emperor. Therefore, Gu Chen was able to enjoy this brief calm quietly. Time passed quietly, and soon, Gu Chen's condition had recovered almost the same. He took a deep breath, took out the instant teleportation scroll that Ling Feng gave him from his portable space, and put it into his portable pocket. This is a life-saving prop at a critical moment. Unlike ordinary teleport reels, even if the user is in a combat state, he can leave the current area by instant teleporting the reels. Then, Gu Chen resolutely stepped into the blue mist forest. Not long after Gu Chen stepped into the blue mist forest, a team of 10 professionals came to the stone forest before. The clothes they wore were different from what they usually saw. If Gu Chen was here, he would definitely recognize the whereabouts of these people at a glance. Temple of the Abyss. That's right, these 10 professions come from the Abyss Temple. With their large population, excellent equipment, and tacit cooperation, they attacked the professions of the Shengxia Empire in various places. Even in a place where there are crises in the ancient purgatory world, they still exist. Looking at the completely collapsed land in front of him, the eyes of the group were full of astonishment. Although there are still some leeches that can remain in leeches, the number is not large and does not pose too much threat. The stone forests in this area are actually nests where erosion can be leached, and this place is also called the territory of erosion. Can be erosion 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 can be territorial. On weekdays, even if they dare not get close, after all, it will be a big trouble to cause leeches to get involved. Who did this, which made this place so messy? Said a professional with a tattooed face in shock. The entire territory of Eclipse Epilogue was almost razed to the ground, and almost all the nests were blown away. Another professional responded. No, there is another one that has not exploded. They looked along their eyes and the aura of erosion leech appeared in the blue fog forest in the distance. Who won this battle? Someone asked in confusion. I don't know, the leech is not dead yet. Light, it's hard to judge. Another person shook his head and responded. Do you want to go over and take a look? Everyone was full of curiosity, but they were worried. After all, the battlefield was in chaos and it was too tragic. If Eclipse is still alive, you may be in danger when you pass by rashly. But if I don't take a look, I'm really unwilling to accept it. Or why should we take a look from a distance? If the situation is wrong, retreat quickly. After discussing, everyone plucked up their courage to walk towards the Erosing Lily Emperor's nest. After they left, another team arrived here. It was also a team of 10 people, wearing the unique clothing of the power of the school, and wearing the medal of the school in Beijing on its chest. The team's level is not low, all at level 48 or above, and the cavaliers who led the team have reached level 50. After a little discussion, they also made the same decision as the team in the Abyss Temple before, and quietly touched the erosive lily nest. Stepping into the forest, Gu Chen found that the entire forest was shrouded in a faint blue halo, and there was a strange energy fluctuation in the forest, which was an extremely pure soul energy. This energy is so rich and amazingly pure. Gu Chen exclaimed secretly. Unlike the messy soul fragments I encountered before, the soul energy here is pure and flawless, and there are almost no impurities visible. At the same time, Gu Chen also noticed the residual aura of the Eclipse Epilogue. It seems that this place is indeed its nest, and its breath is everywhere in the forest. It is not difficult to imagine that it hides in this forest on weekdays. Suddenly, he found a strange open space in front of him, full of crystals emitting faint light. These crystals have different shapes, some penetrate into the sky like swords, and some bloom like flowers. Gu Chen immediately responded with his spirit, but the result made him frown. Erosion energy crystal, the source of life of erosion hibiscus. There are only simple names and explanations, neither rank nor attributes. Gu Chen instantly understood that once this thing matures, it can produce a large number of leeches. The stone forests outside are what they look like after they mature. But where did this energy crystal come from? Could it be born from the erosion of the little leech emperor? Gu Chen subconsciously guessed, and his steps accelerated unconsciously and walked towards the depths of the forest. The surroundings were filled with rich and mysterious blue mist, with extremely low visibility. It seemed as if the whole world was covered with a layer of dreamy and dangerous tulle. From time to time, strange sounds came from the fog, as if countless pairs of eyes were peering at him in the darkness. He had just experienced a fierce battle, but he did not relax, but observed everything around him vigilantly. At this moment, several black shadows flashed rapidly in front of him. His eyes instantly condensed, and he found 4 leeches with huge shaped energy as heavy armored vehicles, quickly surrounding him. The surface of these erosion leeches is covered with a smooth and gloomy film, and each arthropod is like a flexible and deadly soft whip. It was covered with sharp barbs, and a cold light flashed under the reflection of the faint blue mist. Their bodies kept squirming, making a very uncomfortable hissing sound. The pairs of compound eyes emitting a faint blue light locked on Gu Chen tightly, full of the greed and ferocity of the predator. Gu Chen's heart suddenly tightened. Before he could take action, a strong wind blew away the surrounding mist, and the huge shadow suddenly enveloped the surrounding space. It turned out to be an unimaginable behemoth. It is more than 100 meters long, like a moving mountain range, lying across this misty area. Its dark purple body is covered with dense honeycomb breathing holes. Every breath is accompanied by a disgusting fishy storm, stirring the surrounding mist even more violently. Its bloated abdomen is like an abyss with endless terror, squirming violently at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there are constantly new small erosions that can struggle to escape from the foul smell. Alien, Erosion Mother and Demon King. Level, 49. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 680, Agility 550, Physical 5180, Spirit 5200. Skill I, Eclipse Can Intake. Skill 2, Spiritual Storm. Skill 3, Ghost Confinement. Skill 4, Unlimited Reproduction. The demon-level alien race is even stronger than the Eclipse Healer Emperor I encountered before. The total attributes are more than 3,000 yuan higher and the total health is more than 1 million yuan higher. Boss and the Demon King are only one level different, and their attributes are so huge, which is much beyond Gu Chen's expectations. With just one level of interval, the attributes are completely different. Although the Eclipse Umother has extremely low power and slow movement speed, its mental power and physical fitness are definitely outrageously high among the 4th level alien race. This is the highest value among the 4th level alien race that Gu Chen has seen so far. Combining its skills, it is obviously a magic alien. The 4 ectopic leeches guarding the side made a sharp roar at Gu Chen, and the sound was like a sharp blade, setting off a formation in the air. The sound of the array was waved. Gu Chen's thoughts moved, and in an instant, a group of summoned beasts appeared in the forest. The dark dragon hunting turtle rushed out first, and the thick thorn armor flashed with a metallic luster, rushing towards the ectogen Yamomo like a wild horse, and the earth roared under its trampling. The Blood Clan Master turned into a blood-colored phantom, which was so fast that the naked eye could hardly capture it. Holding 2 guns in hand, he teetered to one side like a ghost, and a strange silver light flowed through the gun body. The black fog surging around the Chaos Lord was ready to launch the Chaos Realm that destroyed the world at any time. The Gatlin array on the shoulders of the mechanical steel front had already begun to rotate wildly, making a deafening roar, and the muzzle was flashing with cold murderous intent, ready to pour out destructive fire power at any time. In the end, the demon dragon was surrounded by a rich black destructive aura like ink, and its wings spread for dozens of meters long. It slammed into a gust of wind, causing distorted ripples in the surrounding space. Its head was raised, and its amber eyes burned with desire for destruction. The tyrant of Senluo waved the thick and vibrant branches, and each branch burst into dark green light. The leaves above rustled like ancient and passionate battle songs, proclaiming natural anger to the enemy. There was a bang. The dark dragon hunting turtle was like a heavy shell, hitting the ecological enlightenment Umother. The hard turtle shell as hard as iron collided with the huge body of Ernange Umo, and a earth-shaking sound broke out. However, an invisible and tough shield suddenly spread out on the surface of the mother's body. The violent impact of the dark dragon hunting turtle only caused its body to tremble slightly, and did not cause substantial damage. Chapter 320, The Fruit of Energy, the Sword of Holy Light. Before the erosion of Nengyumu could counterattack, the Gatlin array on the shoulder of the mechanical steel front began to attack wildly. The powerful fire power tilted out and shot towards Ei Nengyumu like a heavy rain. The dazzling bullet trajectory intertwined into a dense fire power net, leaving burning traces in the air. The bullet hit the body of Iroin Yumu and burst into a series of sparks. However, most of the bullets were bounced away by the powerful shield on its body, and only a few could break through the shield and leave some shallow scars on it. The Blood Clan King took the opportunity to pull the trigger, and his two guns flashed in succession, shooting a series of bullets with silver light. These bullets drew strange arcs in the air, like a lively poisonous snake, shooting accurately at the vital parts of the Erosing Yumo. After the blood-colored bullet hit the target, it instantly burst out with powerful damage, trying to erode the body of Nengyumu. Ecological Nengyumu let out an angry roar, and the shield light on his body flickered, resisting the erosion of most skill damage. But some of the damage still penetrated, causing its body to tremble slightly. The space around the Chaos Lord seemed to be kneading by an invisible giant hand, making a crackling sound. Immediately afterwards, a huge space crack suddenly appeared in front of the Chaos Lord. The rift emits a heart-pounding wave of power, as if connecting the endless abyss of void. The space crack was like a giant beast that chose people to eat, pounced on Ei Nengyu Mother. Wherever I passed, the fog in the blue fog forest was torn apart in an instant, revealing dark holes, as if the whole world had become fragmented under this force. When the space crack touched the shield of Ectogen Yumu, which was shining with glimmer, it seemed that two completely different powerful forces were engaged in a desperate battle. Countless strange ripples appeared on the surface of the shield instantly, and the light flashed wildly. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling black light burst out from the space crack. The black light seemed to be about to swallow everything around, which made people tremble. The powerful tearing force made the shield of Erosing Yumo tremble violently, and the originally stable light became dim and swaying. A slight crack appeared on the energy shield, and the light dimmed a little. Finally, the demon dragon swooped down, then opened its huge mouth, and a black flame containing the power of destruction surged out. The destruction breath rushed towards the ecological enlightenment mother with a rushing force. Wherever it went, the space was like being cut by a sharp blade, and black cracks appeared. Ectopus Yuma felt an unprecedented threat, and its shield was running with all its strength, and its light was shining brightly. The black flame breath collided with the shield, and a shocking roar broke out. The powerful energy fluctuations spread around like surging waves, shaking the nearby ground into cracks, and huge cracks spread like spider webs. The tyrant of Senluo summoned a giant tree and fell from the sky, like a tree-shaped dragon, smashing it hard towards Ei Nengyu's mother. The giant tree hit the shield of Erosing Yumu, making a series of dull and powerful sounds. Although it was not able to directly break the shield, it also caused more cracks to appear on the shield. Under the joint attacks of many summoned beasts, although Eclipse Yumu temporarily blocked most of the damage with his shield, its shield was on the verge of breaking. At this moment, Ei Nengyumu suddenly opened her huge mouth and made a sharp sound, sharp screams. Mental storm. The scream was like a substantial blade, spreading around it as the center. The dark dragon hunting turtle was the first to be hit and retreated continuously by the sound of the wave. Several tiny cracks appeared on the hard turtle shell, and the light on the surface of the turtle shell was dimmed a little. The body of the Blood Clan King paused suddenly in the air, and the blood-colored phantom became blurred. The shooting rhythm of the two guns also stagnated for a brief period, and the energy in the body instantly became disordered. The Chaos Lord was covered in black mist, and the surrounding space trembled violently due to the instability of the chaos power. The mechanical steel front weapon operation made a harsh friction sound, and the Gatling array on the shoulder appeared briefly stuck, and the light from the muzzle flashed. In the end, the destructive breath of the demon dragon was temporarily interrupted by the waves, and its wings were shaken slightly, and the originally rich destructive breath became thinner. The light around Senluo Tyrant was dimmed a little, and the power of nature briefly stagnated under the impact of this sound wave. Only Gu Chen relied on the sacred protection in the angel's holy outfit, and was not subjected to spiritual shock. At this moment, the four ectopic guards guarding each other emitted a rich blue light at the same time, and a layer of mental barrier quickly unfolded. The spiritual barriers of the four ectopus youth guards are connected to each other and merged into one, covering themselves and ectopus youth mother. This spiritual barrier exudes powerful spiritual fluctuations, like an indestructible barrier, which is daunting. Gu Chen thought, and the tyrant Senluo immediately activated his talent. Life Spores. A soft and vibrant dark green light flashed around her body, and countless tiny dust-like spores floated out of its huge body. Like a dark green mist, it was flying towards the summoned beasts. These spores contain powerful healing power. When gently touching the bodies of the summoned beasts, it is like finding a place to live and quickly release the healing energy. The dark dragon hunting turtle, whose body was originally slightly tired after being attacked by the erosion eye mother, was nourished by the spores of life, and the scars on the thorn armor quickly healed, and the originally slightly dim eyes also shone again. The scars that the Blood Clan Kings had in the battle disappeared instantly, and their speed and strength seemed to have been improved to a certain extent. The damaged parts of the mechanical steel front emitted a shimmer of light under the action of the life spores, and the originally stuttering operation became smooth. In the end, the traces left by the erosion eye mother skill on the demon dragon's body recovered as before in the blink of an eye, and the aura of destruction became stronger and stronger. The tyrant of Senluo himself also replenished the energy consumed with the help of the power of life spores, and the branches all over his body were full of vitality. For ordinary summoned beasts, the damage caused by the mental storm initiated by the erosion Yumo mother is simply indescribable. Fortunately, these summoned beasts are no longer ordinary creatures, so they can barely withstand such a fierce attack. If it were other ordinary summoners, they would have lost their combat ability due to mental damage. Under the nourishment of life spores, the summoned beasts recovered their combat power. The dark dragon hunting turtle was the first to rush towards the spiritual shield ahead, and the thick turtle shell flashed with a metallic luster in the dark blue mist. With the powerful force stimulated by dragon blood boiling, it crashed into the shield with the force of the head hammer, making a dull and loud noise. The Blood Clan Master turned into a bloody afterimage, holding two guns in his hand and approached the shield quickly. The gun body was filled with bright silver lightning, shooting wildly at the shield. Bullets passed by like a meteor, bursting with sparks. The Gatling array on the shoulder of the mechanical steel front rotated wildly, and dense fire power poured onto the shield like a torrential rain, making a deafening sound. In the end, the demon dragon surrounded the black aura of destruction, and its wings slammed, causing a strong wind. Then it opened its huge mouth, and the surging black flames gushed out, rushing towards the shield. The tyrant Senluo summoned a large number of thorns, broke out from the ground, and stabbed hard towards the shield. However, no matter how hard the summoned beasts attacked, the spiritual shield was still as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving at all. This shield is indeed indestructible. Gu Chen frowned. If you want to break this shield, you are undoubtedly fighting against the entire nest of the erosion leech. Gu Chen couldn't help but wonder, did anyone successfully kill Ei Neng Yu mother with such a strong defense? After all, with this terrifying defense, even a powerful professional team at the peak of level may 5th not be able to successfully break through. To conquer it, at least 6 to 8 ace teams from the 4 major military regions must work together. But at this moment, Gu Chen made up his mind to kill this ectopian Yumo. His eyes were staring at the Ei Neng Yumo mother behind the barrier, thinking wildly about the way to break the deadlock. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed and a thought emerged in Gu Chen's mind. He made a quick decision and took out the energy-abridging fruit from his portable space. As soon as you start the fruit of erosion, you can sense powerful energy fluctuations around you. Especially the remaining power of the ectogen Yumu just used his skill, and the surface of the fruit instant light is bright and strange power flows through it. Gu Chen ate the fruit of erosion without hesitation. In an instant, a powerful and strange energy surged out of the fruit and quickly merged into his body like a surging torrent. At the same time, Ectopus Yumu seemed to have sensed the threat and activated his skills again. Soul confinement. I saw Ei Neng Yumu's huge body tremble violently, and a strange purple light appeared all over his body. Illusory purple chains suddenly shot out from the light and flew towards Gu Chen and his summoned beasts at an extremely fast speed. These purple chains seemed to have life, twisting flexibly in the air. Wherever it passes, the air seems to be frozen, making a crackling sound. Once wrapped in chains, you will feel like your soul is tightly held by an invisible big hand and cannot be broken free. The dark dragon hunting turtle was the first to be hit, and a purple chain wrapped around its hard thorn armor, trying to penetrate into the depths of its soul. The light on the surface of the thorn armor dimmed instantly, and the dark dragon hunting turtle let out a dull roar, struggling with all its limbs, but the chains became tighter and tighter. The blood-colored phantom turned into by the Blood Clan Master was also targeted by several chains. These chains were like a lively poisonous snake, shuttled through quickly, blocking his dodge route. The Blood Clan King flashed in succession, shooting out lightning like silver bullets, trying to break the chain. However, the bullet hit the chain and only splashed a little spark, but could not cause substantial damage to it. The Gatling array on the shoulder of the mechanical steel front turned wildly, pouring bullets into the attacking chains. But the chains meandered forward in the rain of bullets and were still approaching the target. The space around the Chaos Lord was disturbed and tried to resist it with the power of space, but found that the space cracks had little effect on these strange chains. Finally, the demon dragon spread its wings and tried to avoid it, but there was still a chain wrapped around its wings, making its flying posture a little staggering. The natural power around Senluo Tyrant was also disturbed by the chains, and the originally vibrant branches were dim and could not be used with all their strength. But the erosion fruit has performed magical effects at this time. It is like an efficient energy converter, quietly transforming part of the soul oppression power brought by soul confinement. Not only did Gu Chen not be imprisoned in his soul, but instead felt that his own strength was constantly rising. His muscles were tense, his eyes became sharper, and his whole body was filled with a powerful aura that was ready to go. He circulated the energy in his body, and the angel suit burst out with a faint golden light, shattering the purple chains that were approaching him. With the power of the transformation of the erosion fruit, Gu Chen then inspired the skills of the angel sacred apparel. Sword of Holy Light. For a moment, a holy light burst out from him like a bright star, and the burning holy flames danced freely around his body. In this light and flame, a holy light sword emitting endless sacred aura slowly evolved out. The sword body is crystal clear, as if condensed from pure holy light. Mysterious patterns flowed on the sword, each of which was flashing with powerful power, and the light illuminated the entire dim battlefield and dispelled the dark blue mist around. Gu Chen held the sword of holy light, stretching his 6 wings behind him, and his whole body was like an angel descending to the mortal world. He lightly tapped his feet, his body shaped like a golden lightning, instantly appearing in front of the mental barrier. Immediately afterwards, he jumped high and gathered all his energy, the energy transformed by the erosion fruit, and the sacred power given by the angel's holy suit on the sword of holy light. With a roar that shook the earth, he slashed down hard towards the mental barrier. Wherever the sword blade passed, the space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, making a series of harsh sounds, as if the order of the entire world began to collapse under this sword. The mental barrier was under this extremely sharp sword, and the light flashed violently like an out-of-control strobe light. The barrier that was originally indestructible and like an eternal barrier suddenly appeared fine cracks like spider webs. Ectopus Yumu and the 4 Ectopus Yal guards felt an unprecedented fatal crisis. They frantically injected their own mental power into the barriers, trying to repair this soon-to-break defense. But how could Gu Chen give them a chance to breathe? He was like an indefatigable god of war, wielding the sword of the holy light continuously. The holy and dazzling sword auras were like dragons coming out of the sea, with an unyielding aura, slashing on the spiritual barrier one after another. Every sword energy fell, accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation, constantly hitting the limit of the mental barrier like a heavy hammer. Finally, under Gu Chen's fierce attack like a storm, the mental barrier was no longer overwhelmed. There was only a loud bang, like the collapse of the heaven and earth, and the mental barrier was shattered. The powerful energy impact is centered on the broken point and spreads around like a surging tsunami. Wherever you go, the thick trees nearby were uprooted like fragile straw and thrown into the air. The solid ground seemed to be trampled by the giant's solace, and huge and deep ravines were torn apart. The entire battlefield was in a mess.